Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 3005 to Chapter 3087. What's that? Xianxia could tell that the stone dragons were not ordinary, but he was not sure. They shouldn't be stone dragons. Bingyan frowned. They're true dragons. Obviously, the dragon breaths just now were spat out by them. Xianxia said faintly because he could feel a trace of dragon aura rising from those stone dragons. It was very similar to his own aura. If they were stone dragons, there would be no dragon aura. However, those stone dragons had already lost their life aura. True dragons? How could a true dragon die here? Moreover, there are 7 of them in a row. Such a large sum of money is truly shocking. Shuiliang was also slightly shocked, but he did not know the origin of those stone dragons. Even Bingyun was secretive about it. Be careful. Those stone dragons seem to be very aggressive. They're coming towards us. The third elder said quietly. 7 stone dragons appeared in front of everyone in a strange manner. Their terrifying aura was getting closer and closer. Every dragon's eyes were exuding a terrifying murderous aura that made people uncomfortable. Roar roar, at this moment, the 7 stone dragons let out a deep roar. All 7 stone dragons shed their stone skin, revealing their green dragon scales. They raised their heads, but there was only endless killing intent in their eyes. There wasn't any true splendor in their eyes. The azure dragons soared into the sky. Their stone skin was shed and their aura had reached the peak. All of them had reached the middle hierarch realm. You've been dead for thousands of years. How big of a wave do you think you can make? Third elder coldly snorted. He took the lead and rushed up to fight against the azure dragon. He fought against the azure dragon alone, and no one could escape from the azure dragon's pursuit, including Do Tianhuang. Damn it. A centipede dies but it doesn't fall down. Do Tianhuang shouted angrily. An azure dragon flew up and faced the enemy. As for the remaining 5 dragons, Yang Shiquan, Qi Haifei, Qianrenji, Bing Yun and the others fought against 1 dragon each. Jiangchen, Shuiliang, Huang Bai and Xingkuan, who were weaker, fought against 1 dragon each. The terror of the azure dragon was completely out of their expectations. The terrifying dragon breath gushed out, it was even more terrifying than the sharp sword. The dragon's shape twisted and turned, fighting against the heaven and earth. Once the azure dragon appeared, who could contend against it, except for the third elder and Do Tianhuang, almost everyone could not resist the azure dragon's aura. They retreated step by step. Jiangchen and the others did not gain the upper hand against the azure dragon. Jiangchen did not use his full strength. After all, the 4 of them were holding back. If they fought with their full strength and were killed by the azure dragon, the others might not be able to save them in time. At this moment, Jiangchen was more concerned about the origin of these 7 azure dragons. If they were really from the dragon clan, then this 9 regions would be even more eye-catching. Back then in the icy divine dragon palace, Xianxia was a super terrifying existence. However, he was not guarded by 7 azure dragons, he was just 9 remnant souls that were struggling at death's door. However, these 7 azure dragons seemed to have sworn to protect him with their lives, as if there was a kind of obsession in the depths of their souls. A divine dragon swung its tail and swept across 1,000 autumns. Jiangchen and the other 3 were pushed back. At this moment, the third elder and Do Tianhuang pushed back the 2 azure dragons and entered the core of the tomb. The 2 of them did not care about the rest of the people. At this moment, Qianrenji and the others saw how heartless the third elder was. They even felt a little hopeless. They were being suppressed more and more unbearably. The azure dragon was too strong. Any kind of divine weapon or skill was useless in front of the azure dragon. Take care of yourselves. The azure dragons are too strong. I can only protect myself. After the third elder finished his words, he left without looking back. As for Do Tianhuang, he had already exerted all his strength to force the azure dragon to retreat. Moreover, he had nothing to do with the Tongxian mansion. How could he help them? I didn't expect that we would be ruthlessly abandoned like this. Hee, it's so sad. Yang Shiquan said with a wry smile. What can we do about it? The third elder couldn't even take care of himself. At this time, they could only run for their lives. Everyone looks out for themselves. Although the third elder is a bit heartless, it's not inappropriate. If it were us, we would also be exhausted from running for our lives. Qi Haifei shook his head and said. In the face of a crisis, they could only rely on themselves. At this moment, the two azure dragons did not chase after the third elder and Do Tian Huang. Instead, 7 azure dragons came out to fight against Xianxia and the others. The faces of Qi Haifei and the others turned pale. The strength of the azure dragons made them helpless. They had no chance of winning at all. If they continued to fight like this, they would be gradually killed by the 7 azure dragons. 8th Blade. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon's sword in his hand and the sword's shadow raged. When the dragon's shadow faced the azure dragons, it actually overlapped with the azure dragons. As soon as the heavenly dragon's sword appeared, the azure dragons stopped attacking Xianxia at this moment and changed their target. The remaining people became the targets of the azure dragons. The heavenly dragon's sword has the real dragon soul chi. It seems that these azure dragons should be the real dragon clan in their bones. Xianxia murmured while stroking the heavenly dragon's sword. Xianxia knew that the azure dragons would never attack him because he had the heavenly dragon's sword, the most orthodox dragon soul chi. The azure dragons would not attack their own people. These 7 azure dragons are too terrifying. I am no match for them at all. Bingyun exclaimed. She was forced back by the azure dragons again and her injuries became more serious. The situation of Qianrenji and the others became worse. The departure of the third elder and Do Tian Huang had forced them into a dead end. They were loyal to the third elder but they were abandoned at the critical moment. 7 azure dragons, it's up to you. Heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia stood up with his sword and the heavenly dragon sword swept across the void. As expected, everyone was protected by the heavenly dragon sword. At that moment, the 7 azure dragons completely stopped attacking. Everyone was shocked. They thought that they would be crushed to death by the 7 azure dragons. However, at the critical moment, Xianxia's sword protected everyone. The 7 azure dragons seemed to be frozen at this moment. It's done? The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up into a faint smile. Everyone stared at Xianxia. Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword was too domineering. It shocked the 7 azure dragons. It was like a miracle. Hurry up. Leave this place as soon as possible. I don't know how long I can hold on. Xianxia said. All right. Everyone nodded their heads. They were reborn from a desperate situation. This was the credit of Xianxia. Hurry up. Xianxia urged. Everyone hurriedly entered the core area. At this moment, the 7 heavens azure dragons moved once again. This time, there were 7 men wearing golden armors appearing on the bodies of the 7 heavens azure dragons. A cold and sharp aura spread out at this moment. Xianxia also felt that his aura was completely sealed by the 7 men. I finally know who they are. Bingyun's pretty face was filled with despair. She murmured. Although they escaped from the core area, Xianxia was still there. That is the invincible divine weapon used by the great emperor to expand the territory, the Dragon Rider's heavenly guards. 7 golden armored warriors stood on 7 azure dragons with golden helmets covering their faces, looking valiant and heroic. Their swords shone brightly, dragon aura rose up and dragon roars could be heard. Each of the golden armored warriors had a domineering aura. Their aura had reached the peak, or it could be said that they were invincible. Xianxia knew that these 7 dragon knights could easily kill him. Each of them had reached the late hierarch realm. Moreover, this was only Xianxia's guess. He did not know their true strength. Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards. They really are Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards. Why would these fellows appear here? Bingyun's face was filled with shock. Those invincible divine weapons that had helped the great emperor expand his territory when he was still alive could be said to be invincible. The 7 dragon riders were incomparably mighty and unparalleled in the world. Golden light flashed and sword aura soared. Xianxia was trapped within. The 7 dragon rider heavenly guards stood on the azure dragons and pointed their swords at Xianxia. Xianxia did not dare to face them. Such domineering dragon knights. Xianxia's heart trembled, but he knew that he had no way out. Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards, are they really so terrifying? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. Xianxia was trapped. The 7 azure dragons had already made them afraid. Now that there were 7 dragon knights standing on the azure dragons, they might not even be a match for one of them. Xianxia and the others were worried for Xianxia. Bingyan's words made them feel that it was extremely troublesome. You guys don't understand what kind of existence the great sovereign's dragon rider heavenly guards are. They had defeated countless geniuses and struck fear into the hearts of countless experts. They are invincible under the Emperor realm. When the 7 of them fuse together, they are the absolute force of the northern cold divine continent. No one dares to face them head-on. To be more precise, they have fought for the great monarch for their entire lives and have almost never lost a battle. The 7 azure dragons fused into one with them. The true dragon rider heavenly guards even dare to compete with the great monarch. Bingyan's words shocked Xianxia and the others again. However, they also looked at Bingyan suspiciously. How could she know all these? It was truly puzzling. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. What I said is the truth. Bingyan said lightly. Shueliang stared at the 7 dragon knights. At that moment, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Brother Bai, you can't go. Bingyan said resolutely. The might of the Dragon Rider Celestial Guards is unmatched by anyone below the Great Emperor realm. Perhaps this is his good fortune. We can only take a step forward now. The chances of him surviving are very slim. Before Bingyan's voice faded away, Xianxia had already clashed with the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards. The 7 dragon riders were riding on azure dragons. Their sword chi was terrifying. Xianxia was no match for them at all. He was instantly suppressed by the 7 dragon riders, pushing back wave after wave. Shueliang wanted to save Xianxia, but he was pulled away by Bingyan. At this moment, no one could save Xianxia. Xianxia and the others' eyes were filled with despair. Go! Xianxia shouted. Everyone looked at him with a tragic expression. Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei did not even have the face to look at Xianxia. Xianxia had risked his life to save them for the 3rd time. Xianxia had already done too much for them. Their lives were completely given by Xianxia. Now that the 7 Dragon Rider Celestial Guards were here, it was impossible for them to turn the situation around. Even a Divine Emperor expert might not be able to kill the Dragon Rider Celestial Guards in a second. Xianxia swept across the void. The heavenly dragon sword slashed down. The mountain rocks cracked and the space between them was completely blocked. Xianxia's figure also disappeared from their sight. Xianxia, I hope you won't die. Even if you die, one day, you will die in my hands. Shueliang stared at the layers of gravel in front of him and said in a low voice. For Shueliang, Xianxia was a friend of life and death as well as an enemy of life and death. His goal and belief was to surpass Xianxia. Although he had broken through his own realm in the Cyan Cloud Barrier not long ago, his friendship with Xianxia was still there. A friend of life and death, regardless of life or death, could not be changed. Now we can only move forward. Xianxia was able to avoid the attack of the bloodthirsty ghost bat. This time, he might be able to avoid the Dragon Rider Celestial Guards. Qi Haifei said in a low voice. Although their worries were useless, they still hoped that Xianxia could come out alive. However, the strength of the Dragon Rider Celestial Guards was too terrifying. No one could compete with them. Even if it was Xianxia, what could he do? I hope so. Yang Shiquan and the others fell silent and turned to leave. Xianxia was unwilling, but the stone walls had completely blocked the way forward. She had no way to know how the battle between Xianxia and the Dragon Rider Celestial Guards was going. In the end, she could only let it go. In her heart, there was still a trace of hope for Xianxia. She hoped that he would not die here. Xianxia squinted his eyes and advanced step by step. He wasn't a match for the heavenly dragon guards, but Xianxia, Yang Shiquan and the others also didn't have the strength to defend themselves. That was why he didn't ask them to help him. If he was alone, he might be able to escape, but if there were more and more of them, he would lose his initiative and become timid. Xianxia didn't want them to help him at all. The terror of the Dragon Rider Celestial Guards was beyond Xianxia's expectation. Even after using the dragon transformation, it was still difficult to resist these terrifying guys. They were indeed puppets without consciousness, but their fighting style was not rigid at all. The 7 of them were like a whole. Xianxia was completely suppressed and had no room to fight back. The heavenly dragon sword was unparalleled, but in the eyes of the 7 dragon riders, it was nothing. They simply ignored Xianxia's existence. Even if Xianxia wanted to use the soul-stealing divine technique, he did not know where to start. These 7 people did not have souls, but they seemed to have a strong will in their hearts. To protect the tomb, Xianxia could completely avoid fighting the Dragon Rider Celestial Guards. If he escaped into the Zulong Tower, the Dragon Rider Celestial Guards would not be able to do anything. However, Xianxia wanted to have a thorough battle to strengthen his actual combat ability. Although the strength of a peak divine king was not terrifying, at least an ordinary hierarch would not be able to escape from his hands. However, in terms of actual combat ability, Xianxia still had to admit defeat under the Dragon Rider Celestial Guards. The Dragon Rider Celestial Guards' sword chi was shocking and their moves were ruthless. If it was not for the Great Void technique and the Heavenly Dragon Sword, Xianxia would have been torn into pieces by the 7 of them. I'm afraid these guys' strength had reached the Divine Emperor realm when they were alive. Even Do Tianhuang and the 3rd Elder might have been killed. Xianxia used the Great Void technique to evade the attacks of the Dragon Rider's Heavenly Guards. However, the difference in strength was too great. Xianxia had to be careful and even suffered some injuries. However, he was extremely excited as he had benefited a lot from the fierce battle. Most importantly, Xianxia valued these 7 dragon riders. If he could subdue these 7 puppets, it would definitely make his trump card even more terrifying. He would be more confident when fighting against Tongxian Mansion and saving Long Shersan. However, as time went by, Xianxia realized that he was no match for the Dragon Rider's Heavenly Guards. Moreover, the chances of him being in a stalemate with them were getting lesser. Facing their terrifying attacks, Xianxia felt a little hopeless. Even if he set up the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation, he might not be able to take them down. It was such a pity. However, their strength was beyond Xianxia's expectation. At this time, they could only run away. Xianxia performed the Great Void technique again and finally got rid of the Dragon Rider's Heavenly Guards, leaving them far behind. If these 7 puppets were conscious, Xianxia would not be able to escape even if he had the strength of an hierarch. The white jade doors were simple and unadorned. Under each of the white jade doors, there was a person kneeling beside each door. Although they had been dead for tens of thousands of years, their corpses did not decompose. Their cultivation level and the terrifying cold air were closely related. It's a person. Do Tianhuang squinted his eyes and stared at the second door in front of him. On the door, there was a person covered in cold air. His corpse had not decayed for hundreds of millions of years. He could even see the despair on the person's face. Even though he has been dead for so many years, he still has such a terrifying aura. It's unbelievable. The 3rd Elder said quietly. That person was nailed to this door by a sword. Do Tianhuang looked at that person in confusion. Although he was already dead, that person's eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. His corpse was pinned to death by a sword. Silver white like frost, the sword chi was overbearing, untainted by dust, pure and holy like snow. However, on the contrary, the killing intent within the sword could not be concealed. That sword has such a murderous aura. The 3rd Elder sighed as he stared at the sword without moving. Although the sword was filled with killing intent, it was undeniable that it was even more powerful than the crystal sword from before. This sword's killing intent is so heavy. I don't think 3rd Elder is suitable for it. He. Heaven Dohuang said with a smile. I'm afraid you've also taken a fancy to this sword, right? Humph, that's a nice way to put it. It's true that I want this sword. The 3rd Elder sneered. Let's see who gets it. Do Tianhuang and the 3rd Elder squinted their eyes and gathered together. Although Do Tianhuang's strength was at the peak middle hierarch realm, he was not afraid of the 3rd Elder at all. You are no match for me. The 3rd Elder said with an indifferent expression. How would you know if you don't try? Your men are already gone. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Do Tianhuang roared and went straight for the 3rd Elder. The two of them exchanged blows in an instant. Terrifying airwaves rolled out. The third elder's moves were ruthless and his punches were overbearing. Dou Tianhuang was good at formations. If he were to fight with the third elder in close combat, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. The third elder's palm strike was swift and fierce. He was determined to kill Dou Tianhuang. Only by killing Dou Tianhuang would he be able to rest easy. Moreover, this sword was extremely terrifying. He would never allow Dou Tianhuang to get it. Get lost. The third elder's palm hit Dou Tianhuang. Dou Tianhuang was forced to retreat. His footsteps flashed and he stabilized his body. However, he was tripped by the man who had been dead for tens of thousands of years. He snorted and cursed in his heart. However, his pupils shrunk when he saw the pale and stiff face of the man who had been dead for tens of thousands of years. Stop, Dou Tianhuang shouted in a deep voice. The third elder was also slightly stunned. Could it be that this fellow wants to beg for mercy? I don't want the sword anymore. Dou Tianhuang said. Are you serious? The third elder frowned. He knew that even if he wanted to obtain the sword and defeat Dou Tianhuang, he would definitely suffer a great loss. This was not the result he wanted. If that was the case, it would be very difficult for him to progress further in his exploration. Now that Dou Tianhuang had taken the initiative to withdraw, the third elder was naturally very happy. Because I saw something more useful than that sword. Dou Tianhuang said. He recognized that man because he had seen his portrait in the ancestral hall of his clan. The sixth ancestor of the Battle God clan. He was known as the most terrifying being after Emperor Heaven Reverse, the most powerful ancestor of the Battle God clan. He was also the peerless genius who was most likely to surpass his ancestor. That period of history was engraved in the hearts of almost every member of the Battle God clan. They dominated the central region Divine Land and were in the limelight for a period of time. At that time, the sixth ancestor might not be the strongest existence in the world, but he was the most terrifying peerless genius. His strength had already reached the Emperor realm. It was him who brought the Battle God clan to glory. However, for some unknown reason, there was a period of history that seemed to have been cut off. The sixth ancestor disappeared from the world for no reason and there was no news of him. It was also from then on that the Battle God clan began to decline. From being one of the strongest clans in the world, it gradually fell into decline. Even in the northern cold divine region, the Battle God clan could not be ranked among the top 3. Is it really the sixth ancestor? Dou Tianhuang said in a trembling voice. He squinted his eyes. If it really was the sixth ancestor, then he would be rewarded handsomely when he returned to the Battle God clan. The corpse of an Emperor Realm warrior was as precious as a primordial origin artifact. The sixth ancestor of the Battle God clan? Are you sure? The third elder's expression changed. He was well versed in the history of the past billions of years. How could he not know the most powerful sixth ancestor of the Battle God clan? It was a great emperor that had lived for thousands of years. Yes, he is the sixth ancestor of the Battle God clan, Dou Shifeng. Dou Tianhuang felt an inexplicable bloodline energy. It could not be wrong. Even though his first ancestor had passed away billions of years ago, he could still feel the connection between their bloodlines. More importantly, the face that Dou Tianhuang could not bear to look at was the most eye-catching place in the ancestral hall of the Battle God clan, just below the Heaven Reverse Emperor. Dou Shifeng, the most horrifying existence in the post-emperor era of the Battle God clan. He was a true Emperor Realm warrior. However, he disappeared for no reason and disappeared in the long river of history. Because of this, the Battle God clan declined. I never thought that a hero of his generation would die in the tomb of an unknown ancient emperor. A renowned archenemy of the divine world was actually kneeling in front of the white jade door. At this moment, the third elder and Dou Tianhuang were extremely shocked. Especially Dou Tianhuang. His own ancestor was actually kneeling in someone else's tomb. Wasn't this a great humiliation to him? But on second thought, this terrifying great emperor must be extremely terrifying. Even the strongest genius great emperor of the Battle God clan was killed in this tomb. This coldness made Dou Tianhuang speechless. Not to mention the nameless ancient emperor of the northern Liang, even a peerless great emperor like Dou Shifeng was enough to shake an entire region. But in this tomb of the great emperor, Dou Shifeng died tragically. Even if the third elder was a fool, he also knew how terrifying the master of this tomb was. He even had the urge to retreat. Once he obtained this sword, he would turn around and never look back. However, the curiosity in his heart drove him. He clearly knew how terrifying the tomb of the great emperor was. He could die at any time, but he still made up his mind. Whether it was the strange formation, the burial ground, the huge floating stone, or the real corpse of the great emperor, they all made him tremble and even despair. If he continued on, what else was hidden behind the door? The third elder also did not know, but he understood that the danger would only become more and more terrifying. Dou Tianhuang and the third elder exchanged a glance. Both of them looked at the person kneeling on the other side. Dou Tianhuang's face changed again. The eighth ancestor, Dou Tianhuang's face was full of despair. The eighth ancestor was at the peak of the divine emperor realm. He was already half a step into the emperor realm. How could he die here? Dou Tianhuang's heart was filled with fear. He knew that he could not continue to stay here. The two ancient ancestors of the Battle God clan had both bowed down here. He knew that he did not have half the strength of the ancestors. If he continued to walk in this tomb of the great emperor, there would only be one ending. What awaited him was death. He is also the ancestor of your Battle God clan? The third elder's breathing became sluggish. Two primogenitors, this was a great discovery for the Battle God clan. That's right. I did not expect that the two top experts of my Battle God clan would die here. Dou Tianhuang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know if this was good or bad, but he would definitely be heavily rewarded for bringing back the bodies of the two primogenitors. Great emperor throughout the ages, someone who ruled over past and present, died here, disappearing without a trace. The third elder was getting more and more curious. The identity of the Northern Liang ancient emperor was also getting more and more suspicious. Dou Tianhuang kept the corpse of his primogenitor. However, both of them understood that the primogenitor's soul was no longer there. Moreover, the divine power in his body had been completely consumed by the sucking. It was just an empty corpse. It couldn't be considered a real treasure. However, it was of great significance to the Battle God clan. I don't plan on going any further. Third elder, you're on your own now. I'll leave now. Dou Tianhuang said in a deep voice. His words caused the third elder to be slightly stunned. This guy really knew how to retreat, he left just like that. Are you really going to give up on this great emperor tomb that is filled with treasures? Even if there are endless treasures in front of me, I have to give it up. I'm carrying the two great primogenitors of my Battle God clan. I have to bring their bodies back to the Battle God clan. Dou Tianhuang said in a deep voice. The third elder didn't say anything else. However, at this moment, he had to think more deeply. Because if he continued on, the dangers he would face alone would be even more unimaginable. Dou Tianhuang left. The third elder faced the white jade door and still took the same step. When he held the white jade divine sword in his hand, he was forced back by another force. The third elder retreated with a gloomy face. He suddenly lifted his head and looked at the person behind him. Who is it? Haha, third elder, your contribution this time isn't small. When we return, I will definitely ask my second brother to reward you. The person who came was none other than the third residence master of Tongxian Mansion. Third residence master. The third elder's face changed slightly as he said with a smile. Why? Am I not welcome here? Ha ha ha, I didn't want to come. But since I have nothing to do in Tongxian Mansion, I thought of following you. I didn't expect to get such a great reward. The third residence master said with a smile. What are you talking about, third residence master? I feel much more at ease now that third residence master is here. Ha ha ha. The third elder said with a fake smile. Now that the third mansion lord was here, even if he obtained something good, it would be impossible for him to keep it for himself. Alright. I like this white jade divine sword very much. Third elder, please take it from me to have a look. The third residence master said. Alright. The third elder was a little unwilling. However, the third residence master's strength had already reached the half-step divine emperor realm. He was not someone he could fight against. It would be a piece of cake for the third residence master to kill him. A half-step divine emperor and a late hierarch realm were completely different. Otherwise, the third elder would not be so respectful to the third residence master. The third elder took action again and took the white jade divine sword. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not pull the sword out. How could this be? The third elder's face fell, but that terrifying sword chi seemed to have burst forth, forcing him back. This white jade divine sword is definitely not simple. Even the third elder can't pull it out? Haha, interesting. The third residence master said with a smile. His eyes were shining brightly. The third palace master's eyes turned cold as he rapidly closed in. He clenched his hand tightly onto the hilt of the white jade divine sword. However, no matter how much strength he exerted, he was unable to shake the white jade divine sword. What kind of sword is this? The third residence master's face turned gloomy. His face was extremely ugly. His attempt ended in failure. It was inevitable for him to lose face. The first door has been broken. The second door is the most important. There are a total of 3 doors in this great emperor's tomb. The second door's formation is the Universal Octopus Formation. The Universal Octopus Formation was one of the most terrifying formations of the 9 regions' ancient emperor. Even after hundreds of millions of years, it is still not to be underestimated. I was already shocked when the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards appeared in the first door. Even if one obtained a treasure in this great emperor's tomb, he would still need to go through the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards to get out. Only a peak hierarch realm expert would be able to enter the second door. As long as the formation is broken, the white jade divine sword will not be that hard to pull out. Bingyan looked at the third palace master and the third elder coldly. At this moment, not only the 2 of them, but Qianrenji, Yang Shiquan, Qi Haifei, Shen Kuan and Huang Bai were also present. The third elder's eyes were sparkling with excitement and hesitation. Because he was the one who abandoned the people of the Profound Connection Divine Palace, but they managed to get out of their predicament. Undeniably, it was a great irony to him. You've escaped? The third elder asked. However, no one was willing to answer him. The third elder's face darkened. How could he not know the resentment in their hearts? When he received the news of the broken jade, he resolutely entered the tomb of the great emperor. He had already turned a blind eye to Qianrenji, Yang Shiquan, and the others. No one knew about this. After all, it was a life-and-death crisis. They had no way of knowing whether the third elder was really trapped and couldn't get out of it. However, when the third elder abandoned them for the second time, they finally knew that not only the students of Tongxian Mansion, but even they were also cannon fodder that could be sacrificed at any time in the eyes of the third elder. Third Mansion Master? Qianrenji and the others were slightly shocked. The third Mansion Master looked at them coldly. The third Palace Master has actually rushed over. This time, we have a pillar of support. Qi Haifei sneered. His words were obviously meant for the third elder. The third Mansion Master was naturally 1 level higher than the third elder. Whether in terms of status or strength, the third elder couldn't be compared to the third Mansion Master. The third Mansion Master had abandoned them, which had already made them resentful. Naturally, they wouldn't be too close to the third elder. Yeah, we should follow the third Mansion Master's footsteps. Don't you think so? Third elder, hee hee. The corners of Yang Shiquan's mouth curled up into a smile. Although they knew that the situation at that time could be said to be filled with danger, the third elder had fled without saying a word and abandoned them. Anyone who heard this would be bitterly disappointed. Furthermore, this wasn't the first time they had been abandoned by the third elder. Humph, the third Mansion Master is here. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can naturally complain to the third Mansion Master. The third elder snorted coldly. No need to say more. The most important thing is to unite. Who are you? How do you know so clearly? The third Manor Master narrowed his eyes and looked at Bingyun. I saw it in an ancient book. Bingyun said indifferently. She did not reveal her identity. The third Palace Lord and the third Elder were not easy to deal with. They were definitely not good people. If it wasn't for the fact that Brother Shirbai wanted to enter the tomb of the great sovereign, she would definitely not be in the same group as these people. A formation? Looks like I've underestimated this great emperor's tomb. The third prefecture master shook his head slightly and reached out his hand to push open the white jade door. However, he was repelled by an extremely strong rebounding force. Third palace master. Everyone shouted at the same time. The third prefecture master's cultivation realm had already reached the half-step divine emperor realm, but even he was repelled by the formation. The universal 8 desolation formation is a combination of the 6 elements. It gathers heaven, earth, human, divine, ghost, and demon. It's called the 6 harmonies. Unity leads to life, separation leads to destruction. The 6 harmonies fused with the laws of heaven and earth. To break the formation is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The 9 dragons' demon subduing formation was just an appetizer. This universal 8 desolation formation is the true grand formation. Otherwise, do you think that it's really that easy to enter the tomb of the great sovereign? Bingyun said. Break it. The third prefecture master's eyes were cold. He did not believe Bingyun's words at all. He exerted his full strength and bombarded the white jade door. However, he could not leave any mark on it. After a while, the white jade door was still standing. Everyone's face was filled with solemnity. If the universal 8 desolation formation was hard to break, then they would definitely not be able to enter. I don't believe it. Third elder, attack with me and break through this formation by force. The third prefecture master glanced at the third elder. No one dared to be negligent. Although they did not like the third elder, they did not dare to disobey the third prefecture master's orders. With the third mansion master as the center, everyone began to attack the formation on the white jade door. Streams of terrifying energy struck at a single point, trying to break through the universal 8 desolation formation. Finally, the universal 8 desolation formation showed a slight tremor. The third mansion master's face lit up with joy as he continued to attack the formation with more energy. However, there was no response at all. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. Their divine energy struck the white jade door, but it had no effect at all. Damn this broken formation! The third palace lord grew angrier and angrier. Suddenly, his gaze shifted and landed on Bingyun. That was because she was too familiar with the universal 8 desolation formation and the tomb of the great emperor. If she said that there was nothing fishy going on, he wouldn't believe it. Now, he could only place his hopes on her. You break this formation. The third prefecture master looked at Bingyun arrogantly. I can't break it. Bingyun shook her head. Indeed, she did not have the ability to break this formation. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people surrounding her. Can't break it? Humph, then die for me. The third prefecture master sneered. The light in his eyes became colder and colder. It was even filled with bloodthirst and violence. You only have one choice now. I've already said that I can't break this formation. Forget it if you don't believe me. Then why are you so familiar with this formation? Trying to lie to me? Looks like you're not going to accept a toast only to drink a forfeit. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll still be so stubborn. After saying that, the third prefecture master attacked forcefully, forcing Bingyun to submit. Bingyun's beautiful eyes flickered. Shueliang's face also turned gloomy. He and Bingyun were on the same side. Now that the third prefecture master wanted to attack Bingyun, he would naturally use all his strength to stop the third prefecture master, even though his strength was far from the third prefecture master's. The third prefecture master is too overbearing. This woman really doesn't know how to break a formation. The previous formation was also broken by Xianxia. Qianrenji said helplessly. The third prefecture master's power was overwhelming. Who dared to disobey him? If they dared to disobey, they would probably die. The third prefecture master's thunderous attack forced Bingyun to retreat. Even though she was a middle hierarch, Bingyun's strength was still far from the third prefecture master's. After 10 consecutive attacks, Bingyun and Shueliang could not cause any damage to the third prefecture master. You're courting death. Space-splitting palm. The third palace lord blasted out a palm strike, causing the void to shatter. His palm was like the heavens as it pressed down. Bingyun was forcefully suppressed, but she still resolutely stood in front of Shueliang and was heavily injured. If not, Shueliang would have suffered even more pain. After all, his strength was still inferior to Bingyun. Puff. Brother Bai, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop it. Bingyun murmured. The bitterness at the corner of her mouth made Shueliang's heart ache. As a man, Shueliang was filled with anger and regret. It didn't matter if he was sentimental or heartless, but at this moment, he couldn't even protect his beloved woman. He didn't even have the courage to tell her. Shueliang felt that he was a failure and he was too angry. No one could understand the rage in Shueliang's heart at this moment. His sword essence became extremely violent and bloodthirsty at this moment. There was only one thought in his mind, that was to kill the third mansion master and avenge Bingyun. At this moment, Shueliang's eyes were bloodshot and filled with rage. I don't want you to become like this. Brother Bai, you're so scary. Bingyun's expression slightly changed as she whispered. I want to become stronger. I must become stronger. I want to protect my beloved woman. Shueliang said in a deep voice. Bingyun's face blushed. She had been waiting for this sentence for a long time. Her heart was filled with joy when Brother Bai said it. Even if she was seriously injured, how could she resist his longing? You're just an early hierarch and you dare to look at me? Humph, you're tired of living. The third prefecture master stared at Shueliang coldly. Shueliang also stared back at the third prefecture master fearlessly. Sword, my sword. Shueliang's eyes were cold as he stared at the third prefecture master. His strength was weak but domineering. At this moment, there was only the sword in Shueliang's heart and his eyes were filled with anger. Their gazes converged as one. Wang, a sword chime shook the heavens and earth. It was extremely ear-piercing. Everyone's expression changed slightly. At this moment, the sword that was nailed to the white jade stone door let out a buzzing sound and flew up to the sky. Shueliang's eyes flickered, but the third mansion master was faster than him and rushed up to snatch the sword. Skyfrost sword. It's the 9 regions ancient emperor's Skyfrost sword. Bingyun cried out in alarm. However, the third palace master didn't succeed. Just as his hand was about to grasp the Skyfrost sword, it was corroded by a terrifying cold chi. His entire body felt like it was about to be frozen solid. The Skyfrost sword's cold chi forced him to retreat. The sword has a life of its own. What a spirit sword. The third palace master was forced to retreat by the frosty sword chi. He tried to snatch the sword 3 times, but he did not get what he wanted. That was because the terrifying sword chi made it impossible for him to attack. But at this moment, Shueliang moved. Facing the terrifying frosty sword chi, Shueliang was fearless. The frosty sword chi penetrated his body. Although he was holding the Skyfrost sword, his body was almost completely frozen. The frosty sword chi engulfed Shueliang completely. Brother Bai. Bingyun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She had never thought that Brother Bai would risk his life to seize the sword. He was practically throwing away his life, gambling with his entire family's life. Even the third palace master had retreated, but he still didn't give up and wanted to seize the Skyfrost sword. The Skyfrost sword was one of the most commonly used swords by the ancient emperors of the 9 regions. Bingyun knew this very well. The terror of the sword was enough to shock everyone. The frosty air of the Skyfrost sword was oppressive. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the frosty air had already filled the entire space. You're overestimating yourself. Humph. Even the third palace master could not get what he wanted. How dare you be so arrogant? You're destined to pay the price for your stupidity. The third elder sneered. There was even a hint of joy on his face. Shueliang thought too highly of himself. Even the third palace master flinched. Even a half-step divine emperor couldn't get it. What makes you think you can do it? In everyone's opinion, Shueliang had already gone mad. Bingyun did not expect Shueliang to be so crazy and obsessed with a sword. He even disregarded his own life for it. However, there was only one belief in Shueliang's heart. He must become stronger. He must obtain the sword. He must protect his beloved woman. For all these, he would not hesitate. Qianrenji and the others also sighed. After all, he was Jiang Chen's friend. However, this person was too reckless. Even the third palace master flinched. But he still faced the difficulty head-on. If this wasn't seeking his own death, then what was it? Bingyun stared at Shui Liang, who was covered with frost, and felt as if a knife was twisting in her heart. Shui Liang, who was standing with his sword, was completely frozen and covered with a thick layer of frost. Bingyun didn't expect that her beloved brother Bai would leave her just like that. No, I don't believe it. I don't want you to die. Brother Bai, Bingyun screamed at the top of her lungs, her voice deafening. There was only one sword in Shui Liang's heart. The sword intent was extraordinary. It had already surpassed his soul. The sword intent was the obsession in the deepest part of his heart. The obsession turned into a sword, the sword intent became a prophecy. His anger soared to the sky and his sword intent was boundless. Shui Liang's sword intent was full of anger, bloodthirst, killing and slaughter. At the moment when Bingyun was in despair, the frost on Shui Liang's body began to crack and eventually fell off. At this moment, Shui Liang's hand, which was holding the Skyfrost sword tightly, was badly mutilated by the cold air of the sword. However, he still refused to let go of the sword. No, this isn't my brother Bai. Bingyun cried. At this moment, there was only killing intent in Shui Liang's eyes. He was like a god of death who had crawled out of hell. Endless fighting intent filled his heart. Kill. Shui Liang pointed the sword at the third palace master. The third palace master's eyelids twitched. Even he did not expect that this guy could obtain the extremely terrifying Skyfrost sword. Especially when the sword was pointed at him, he felt an inexplicable pressure. How dare a grain of rice compete with the bright moon? So what if you have the divine sword? It's just a piece of scrap iron in your hands. The third palace master shouted in anger. At this moment, Shui Liang moved. The Skyfrost sword in his hand was unstoppable. He also seemed to have the help of God. Who would have thought that Shui Liang, who was holding the Skyfrost sword, could fight back and forth with the third palace master? That kind of arrogance was terrifying. Could an early hierarch realm be this strong? The third palace master did not expect Shui Liang to be like a wild beast. His strength was not that strong, but the Skyfrost sword was too terrifying. Every strike of the sword sent chills down one's spine. It was a feeling of despair. Fortunately, the third palace master had the strength to avoid Shui Liang's attack. Even so, Shui Liang's arrogance forced him to go all out. Shui Liang fought back and forth with the third palace master. Moreover, Shui Liang's aura seemed to be constantly rising. His eyes were getting redder and his aura was getting more violent. The sword in his hand was getting more and more murderous. However, it was still not enough to defeat the third palace master. After all, the third palace master was too strong. Both of them were equally matched. If the battle continued, the third palace master was not sure if Shui Liang could defeat him. Brother Bai, Brother Bai. Bingyun shouted again and again. Shui Liang's eyes became dazed for a moment. Wake up. In the dark, Xianxia's terrifying soul roar finally helped Shui Liang to regain his consciousness. Just now when he was on a rampage, he was able to stand up to the third mansion master. However, the Skyfrost sword was too terrifying. This sword was good at devouring people's minds and souls. That was why Shui Liang was completely dominated by the Skyfrost sword. At that moment, the sword soul of the Skyfrost sword resisted Xianxia greatly. However, it was an Emperor realm soul after all. Xianxia almost pulled Shui Liang back from the gates of hell. Otherwise, if Shui Liang's sword essence was completely controlled by the Skyfrost sword, the result would be unimaginable. Shui Liang knelt on one knee, his face flushed. Fortunately, his eyes had become clear. The Skyfrost sword in his hand seemed to have lost its magic. Shui Liang had adapted to the frosty sword chi. In his opinion, this sword was almost tailor-made for him. It was even a little too easy for him to wield. Skyfrost sword, my Skyfrost sword. Shui Liang silently stroked the Skyfrost sword and couldn't bear to put it down, even though he had almost hurt himself. The frosty sword was still frightening, but its frosty sword chi had been completely restrained. Shui Liang knew that it was Xianxia and Bingyun who helped him regain his true self at the critical moment. Otherwise, if he had been controlled by the Skyfrost sword for a long time, he would have been doomed eternally. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Xueliang anymore. Although he had suffered a lot of injuries, no one could forget the domineering demon like Xueliang. Even the third mansion master didn't attack Xueliang and Bingyun again. Congratulations, Xueliang. When Xianxia appeared in front of everyone was slightly shocked, but it was replaced by ecstasy. Xianrenji and the others were the same. At least now, if the third elder wanted to attack Xianxia again, they would definitely not stand idly by. I was just lucky. Xueliang shook his head and said, but Xianxia could see how excited he was deep in his heart. After obtaining the Skyfrost sword, his strength would certainly improve a lot. There was no doubt that his strength would rise along with it. Xueliang knew that Xianxia's soul roar was the key to pulling him back from the gates of hell. Otherwise, Bingyun wouldn't have been able to do it. Xueliang felt how violent and bloodthirsty the Heaven Frost sword was. Even he couldn't fully control it. However, when he was furious, he was in perfect harmony with the Heaven Frost sword, even reaching a perfect integration. However, at that moment, he couldn't fully control the Heaven Frost sword, so he was controlled by it. At that moment, his sword intent received the most perfect interpretation. Reality proved that he was completely qualified to control the sword. It was just that now was not the right time. The Skyfrost sword used to be the sword of the 9 regions' ancient emperors. It was imaginable how terrifying it was. Even Bingyun didn't want to talk about it. It was not difficult to imagine how many heads had been chopped off by the great ancient emperors and how many scorching lands had been dyed red. At this moment, even the third mansion master was extremely jealous. However, considering Xueliang's performance just now, he had to give up. Just now, Xueliang was like a mad dog. The demon god descended and was unstoppable. Whether it was the sword controlling the human or the human controlling the sword, the Skyfrost sword's dreadfulness made the third mansion master's heart palpitate. Xianxia, I told you that he wouldn't die so easily. Ha ha ha. Chi Haifei laughed and said. Xianxia nodded slightly to them. At this moment, the third mansion master also looked at Xianxia. When their eyes met, Xianxia frowned. He didn't know why, but the sudden appearance of this guy made Xianxia feel that this operation was not as simple as he had imagined. Intruder, die. A deep voice rang out in everyone's ears. What made everyone's hair stand on end was that this voice seemed to have traveled through the ages. The chill that came from the bottom of their hearts caused everyone to raise their eyes and look over. The person that had been nailed to death by the Skyfrost sword was slowly standing up. His mechanical body, stiff footsteps, emotionless and skinny face, as well as his chest that had been pierced through, caused everyone's hair to stand on end. That's the disciple of the great ancient emperor who betrayed him, one of the 3 gods of slaughter of the northern cold divine region, Lei Duo. He's still alive. This is impossible. Bingyun said. The 3 gods of slaughter of the northern cold divine region? Lei Duo? Obviously, the third elder had studied the history of the northern cold divine region for billions of years. That's right. But that's already history. The cunning Lei Duo killed countless people, but he was still killed by the 9 regions' ancient emperor. Bingyun said. I've heard of that battle. All the reputable people of the northern cold divine region were there. An extremely mysterious great emperor took action. Lei Duo couldn't even fight back. The god of slaughter of the northern cold divine region fell just like that. That mysterious great emperor was the northern cold ancient emperor? The third elder felt guilty. However, he was also shocked by Lei Duo, whose eyes were hollow and lifeless. He could not be any more dead. He's been dead for tens of thousands of years. It's impossible for him to come back to life. He's just an immortal will. What's there to be afraid of? Third Mansion Master Ling said. This guy's strength had reached the peak Divine Emperor realm when he was alive. Be careful. Bingyun transmitted her voice to Xueliang and Xianxia. Before Bingyun's voice faded, the figure shot up and approached the Third Mansion Master and the others. If you're alive, I might have to respect you. Now that you're dead, why should I be afraid of you? The Third Mansion Master sneered. He was not afraid of Lei Duo, who had been dead for tens of thousands of years. The 2 of them exchanged blows in an instant. His steel-like arms kept smashing down. The third mansion master could only retreat. His previous strong words became a joke at this moment. He couldn't fight back at all. It was all Lei Duo's strong attacks. They were not flashy, but they were so fast that it was dazzling. Everyone's expression changed drastically. What are you waiting for? If the third mansion master is in danger, we'll definitely die. The third elder shouted. Xianxia and the others also joined the battle. A few Hierarch realm experts joined the battle and finally stopped the third mansion master's declining momentum. However, it was still difficult for them to resist Lei Duo. His strong aura was terrifying. His body was like a diamond, invulnerable to swords and blades. Let's join in too. Otherwise, this guy is too terrifying. If we don't join hands to kill him, we'll follow in their footsteps. Xianxia said. All right. Shueliang nodded. The three of them also joined the battle. With the third prefecture master as the leader and the others as support, Lei Duo finally stopped his invincible momentum. The third elder and the others also showed their prowess at this moment. Although Lei Duo was terrifying, it was difficult for him to perform well under the siege of so many people. After all, he was just a wisp of his consciousness and it was difficult for him to achieve anything great. However, every time he attacked, he was extremely ruthless. Ordinary Hierarch realm experts could not withstand his attacks at all. Xianxia and Huangbai were the most tragic ones. Both of them almost died when they were hit by Lei Duo's palm. They retreated with serious injuries and their faces looked extremely terrible. Master, I will not let anyone covet your tomb. Never. Lei Duo murmured. His strength could shake the heavens and shake all directions. However, it was not easy for the third prefecture master and the others to join hands. Both of them fought back and forth. The surrounding stone walls kept falling and the scene was extremely chaotic. However, Lei Duo did not have a soul and was only supported by a wisp of consciousness. He was destined to be a puppet. Moreover, his strength was no longer as terrifying as a peak divine emperor realm expert after his death. He did not have any skills or divine powers. He only relied on his remaining wisp of consciousness to attack with such shocking power. It was not easy at all. However, Lei Duo's strength was still quite fatal to ordinary Hierarch realm experts. Even Xianxia would not be able to fight with such ease if the heavenly dragon sword did not absorb most of the power. On the contrary, Shueliang was out of Xianxia's expectation. The Skyfrost sword in his hand seemed to be used smoothly. It was not an exaggeration to say that the sword was tailor-made for him. Xianxia and Huangbai were the first to retreat. Xianxia also retreated randomly. After all, his strength was too weak, so no one would say anything. However, at this moment, Xianxia was more concerned about the third prefecture master and the third elder. They were his biggest enemies at this moment. Even without the help of Xianxia and the others, they were still able to fight with ease. Gradually, Lei Duo was heavily injured by the third prefecture master and the third elder and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Xianxia had been paying attention to the third prefecture master's every move. His brows furrowed tightly. This guy was not simple. He made Xianxia feel extremely uneasy. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Perish for me. In the end, the third palace master launched a powerful attack, shattering Lei Duo's corpse with a single palm strike. Only then did the crowd finally heave a sigh of relief, as if they had been pardoned from death. The nervousness from before had caused them to feel the tightest tension in their lives. In the end, the third palace master did not disappoint them. After defeating Lei Duo, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a crack slowly appeared on the white jade door. The Skyfrost sword had already been pulled out from the white jade door. Lei Duo was already dead, and the universal 8-directional formation had already collapsed by itself. Where are Xianxia and Huangbai? Xianxia's expression changed. Where did these two people run off to? They had actually disappeared without a trace. Even Xianxia was taken aback. The two of them had previously suffered heavy injuries, so he did not pay much attention to them. However, after hearing Xianxia's words, everyone realized that the two of them seemed to have disappeared without a trace. This strange scene once again caused a layer of haze to cover everyone's hearts. The third elder stared at the now half-closed white jade door, while his footsteps became extremely heavy. Only he knew in his heart that behind this white jade door, there was a great danger waiting for them. The crystal sword, the suspended space stone, the battle god clan's primogenitor, the northern Liang god of slaughter. Everything was getting more and more bewildering, and the danger had never been absent. Could it be that the two of them were also afraid of the danger here and ran away? Said Chi Haifei. However, even he didn't believe his own words. That was because Shangguan Yanyun had also disappeared without a trace in the past. No one had even noticed it. Even Jiangchen did not notice it at this moment. Although his Emperor Realm soul was concealed, it was extremely difficult for Jiangchen not to notice if someone left his side. However, the disappearance of Shangguan Yanyun, Shen Kuan and the others had made him feel helpless. The Emperor Realm soul had made Jiangchen feel helpless for the first time. It's fine if they're gone. They're just a burden even if they're still here. The third mansion lord said faintly. However, these words still made people feel sour in their hearts. After all, they were also the people of Tongxian Mansion. If they disappeared without a trace, perhaps the result would be the same, they would be completely forgotten by the people. Jiangchen sighed. Tongxian Mansion was an emotionless divine mansion. How could he say that he did not have a sense of belonging? From the beginning, he felt that this place was like an Icelungling's cage. Third elder, let's go. I'd like to see what's hidden behind this white jade door. The third palace master took a step forward and was the first to rush in. With a wave of his palm, he pushed open the white jade door. At that moment, everyone was shocked and rooted to the ground. It was like a treasure mountain. Countless divine origin stones were piled up like a mountain. Divine weapons of various grades were everywhere. Spirit grimoires, jade phoenix golden hairpins, and spiritual medicines that were sparkling with spiritual light were all swaying left and right in the pool. Even the third mansion lord's eyes gradually narrowed at this moment. This was truly a huge treasure trove. There were wealth everywhere, divine weapons and treasures everywhere. There were even more than 100 primal origin treasures and more than 10 primal origin treasures. However, without exception, all of them seemed to have lost their charm and were all damaged. Even so, Jiangchen's heart was moved. Everyone stared at this scene without blinking. Behind the white jade door, the treasure mountain was revealed. Everyone's greed was magnified at this moment. Facing so many treasures, who wouldn't be moved, Jiangchen roughly estimated that there were more than 10,000 divine weapons and treasures here. This was what moved him the most. There were more than a dozen damaged primal origin treasures, 100 primal origin treasures, and even heavenly divine weapons. There were thousands of them. There were countless divine weapons. His heart was burning with excitement. Jiangchen discovered that these divine weapons and treasures were all swords without exception. They had different shapes and different powers. However, every sword seemed to have its own soul. With a glance, it was boundless. The swords and divine origin stones were the greatest treasures. However, when Jiangchen thought about it, he felt an endless coldness in this place. There was not a shred of vitality. Even his vitality seemed to be flowing away. However, this feeling was very slow and subtle. Jiangchen relied on his terrifying recovery ability to not care about it. However, to the others, this was a disguised weakening, or even slaughter. This treasure mountain might be a prison of life and death. The bronze throne, it was the bronze throne again. Jiangchen's heart was incomparably shocked. This was an existence that no one knew about. He also didn't know how terrifying this bronze throne was. However, he knew that the man in the ice and even the destructive ice god were extremely secretive about the bronze throne. They were existences that stood at the top of the pyramid of the divine world. At least until now, Jiangchen still didn't know who the man in the ice was, what kind of background he had, and what kind of expert the destructive ice god was. From this, it could be seen that his terror was self-evident. The man in the ice had always been a hurdle in Jiangchen's heart. That person seemed to be one with the heavens and earth. Everything he did was natural. He didn't seem strong, but it seemed like even the heavens couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, he was extremely serious about the bronze throne. Jiangchen had no choice but to be cautious. The bronze throne wasn't a divine weapon or treasure. In this treasure mountain, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Who would care about a rusty bronze throne? Even so many treasures couldn't be picked up, let alone a scrap of copper and iron. Xianxia discovered that at this moment, he felt that he had been enveloped in a formation. The universal 8-direction formation had been activated once again. Or it could be said that this formation had never been broken before. Could it be that the opening of the white jade door was just an illusion? The Skyfrost sword being pulled out and Lei Duo being completely destroyed were all just a smokescreen. Xianxia felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. However, no one needed the bronze throne more than he did. Now that there were 3 bronze thrones, Xianxia was determined to obtain the 4th one. Although he still didn't know what this bronze throne was and what kind of background it had, if even the man in the ice was afraid of it, it definitely wasn't an ordinary item. It might be one of the most important items in this treasure mountain. Xianxia didn't have time to think too much. He went straight to the bronze throne because it was the only thing he valued. Although the remaining treasures were precious, they weren't enough to make him go crazy. However, besides Xianxia, everyone's eyes were blazing. The clearest one was Shui Liang. He only had eyes for the sword. Now that the Skyfrost sword was in his hand, there was no point in looking at the thousands of divine weapons anymore. Because there wasn't a sword that could be stronger than the Skyfrost sword. Xianxia didn't hesitate. He only had eyes for the bronze throne. At that moment, Xianxia's face trembled slightly as he held the bronze throne in his hand. He felt as though his soul was almost sucked out of his body. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he heard an incomparably shocking scream from behind him. Xianxia turned around abruptly, but it was already too late. The 3rd Mansion Master had actually killed Yan Shiquan and Qi Haifei in a thunderous manner. No one had expected that the 3rd Mansion Master would be so ruthless. He didn't care about his fellow disciples at all. The 2 mentors of Tongxian Mansion had actually died in the hands of the 3rd Mansion Master. 3rd Mansion Master, Yang Shiquan's face was deathly pale. Even in death, he was unwilling to believe that he had served Tongxian Mansion for millions of years. How could he be killed in such a merciless manner? It was a great mockery. Qianrenji also quickly retreated with an ugly expression. She had already felt that something was wrong with the death of Yang Shiquan and Qi Haifei. The 3rd Mansion Master was too ruthless. He didn't show any mercy to his subordinates. If Qianrenji hadn't escaped in time, she wouldn't have been able to escape. However, the 3rd Mansion Master's target was Qianrenji. 3rd Mansion Master, the 3rd Elder was also dumbfounded. It was completely unreasonable for the 3rd Mansion Master to be so ruthless. After all, they were all people of Tongxian Mansion. However, the 3rd Mansion Master's thunderous methods were too cruel. They know too much. They shouldn't continue to exist. The things that belong to Tongxian Mansion shouldn't be taken by others. They can only blame themselves for being greedy. I didn't see a trace of loyalty in their eyes. It's better to kill these people so that they won't cause me any trouble in the future. They might even want to betray me and leave. What do you think? 3rd Elder. Therefore, I have to nip this crisis in the bud. The 3rd Palace Lord said with a smile. His words had a double meaning, and were also meant for him to hear. The 3rd Palace Lord was actually this cruel, to the point where he wouldn't even spare his own subordinates. To the 3rd Palace Lord, the 3rd Palace Lord's value might be even higher. Their strength wasn't enough, and the only way was to kill them quickly. Only then would the 3rd Palace Lord be incomparably clear of his intentions. Loyalty was only because the bargaining chips for betrayal were not enough. However, what happened in front of him was unavoidable. I understand, 3rd Mansion Master. The 3rd Elder said in a low voice. Although he didn't care about those teachers back then, it was only because he didn't have the power to reverse the situation. However, the 3rd Palace Lord had truly crushed all of them. The meaning behind this was completely different. In his heart, was there still anyone he could trust? I'm just a chess piece, isn't I? The 3rd Elder couldn't help but raise his guard against the 3rd Palace Master. Once the cunning hare was killed, the hound would be cooked. When the birds were gone, the fine bough would be hidden. He didn't want to follow in the footsteps of Qi Haifei and Yang Shiquan. If he tried to escape at a critical moment, the 3rd Palace Master might not be able to kill him. Qianrenji's heart was beating faster. Qi Haifei and Yang Shiquan were her friends. They were mentors. However, they were killed by the third mansion master in an instant. Qianrenji felt sad. The Tongxian mansion couldn't accommodate anyone. Even a mid-hierarch realm expert like her was considered a burden. Now that countless treasures were right in front of him, the third mansion master had the intention to kill everyone. Only by killing them could he be at ease. The treasures here would not be taken away by outsiders. His despicable heart was colder than anyone else's. Do you want to kill all of us? Shuai Liang looked at the third mansion master and Leng Leng and said. So what? The current you shouldn't be a match for me, unless you take another gamble and use your life as the price. The third mansion master could see that Shuai Liang was able to achieve such terrifying power because of the Skyfrost sword in his hand. Shuai Liang's strength was only at the early stage hierarch realm. It was impossible for Shuai Liang to compete with him. Unless he was willing to sacrifice his life. That would not only consume his body but also his potential. He would be controlled by the Skyfrost sword and become a sword slave. No, brother Bai, Bingyun held Shuai Liang's hand tightly. She was afraid that Shuai Liang would become like that again. She would rather leave now. However, she knew that brother Bai would not give up so easily. Get out of here, or die. The third mansion master took a step forward. A strong force swept out. The reason why he did not attack Shuai Liang was because he was afraid of Shuai Liang. If Shuai Liang fought with his life, the outcome would be uncertain. Therefore, it would be best if he could force Shuai Liang to retreat. If Shuai Liang wanted to fight against him, he would have to pay with his life. As for you, go and accompany them. The third mansion master sneered. He formed a seal with his hand and struck with his palm. The weather changed and Qianrenji's face darkened. This palm was not something that Qianrenji could withstand. Qianrenji had never thought that she would die here. She had given her all for the profound connection divine palace, but what she got in return was such a miserable ending. She even died in the hands of her own people. The ninth saber. Xianxia was not afraid at all. He struck with his sword and leaped into the air. The Great Void technique teleported in front of Qianrenji. Even the ninth saber could not resist the third mansion master's attack. Xianxia was sent flying backward. However, the heavenly dragon sword had helped him to reduce most of the force. Although Xianxia had tried his best, he did not let Qianrenji die. He saved her at the last moment. Qianrenji was startled. Xianxia's mouth was already bleeding. Even she did not dare to block this attack, but Xianxia had blocked it. If you want to kill her, you may have to ask the sword in my hand. Xianxia said faintly. Qianrenji had helped him in Tongxian Mansion. Most importantly, she had a relationship with Ziqingtian. If he did not save her, how could he face Ziqingtian? His father still needed Ziqingtian's help in Linhe boundary. Xianxia had to save her. Not bad. To be able to receive this palm of mine, you've really surprised me. But, it's a pity that your strength is far, far too weak. Wanting to rescue someone from the hands of this palace master is simply a fantasy. The third lord looked at Xianxia with disdain. That sword strike just now was indeed shocking. But in his eyes, Xianxia's strength was too weak. It was hard for him to pay attention to Xianxia. Xianxia, get out of the way. You are no match for him. It's better for you to leave. Qianrenji said in a low voice. Want to leave? Could he leave? Humph. The third mansion master's eyes were cold. He had made up his mind to kill those he wanted to kill. No one could leave alive. Xianxia, let me help you. Shuai Liang shouted in a deep voice without fear. Even in the face of death, he did not give up on Xianxia. Xianxia was his only friend, his only enemy and confidant that he could respect. Only Xianxia could understand Shuai Liang's swordsmanship. Since you want to fight to the death with me, I will fulfill your wish. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Even if you have the Skyfrost sword, you are no match for me. The third mansion master seemed to have made up his mind. Since Shuai Liang wanted to have a life-and-death battle with him, he would not retreat. He had to kill Xianxia and Qianrenji. Otherwise, his position would be greatly threatened. He didn't like the feeling of losing control. He was the only one who could have the endless treasures. Third elder, I'll leave the other 3 to you. Kill them all and leave none alive. All right. The third elder said in a deep voice. Xianxia, Bing Yun and Jiangchen were middle hierarch realm experts. He could easily kill a guy who was not even at the hierarch realm. I'm sorry, Master Ji. It's hard for me to defy the orders of the third prefecture master. There's no point in talking anymore. Third elder, this battle will only end when one of us falls. Xianxia said faintly. Xianxia was not afraid of death. She was afraid that she would never see Xianxia again. If we both die here, will I never be able to see the sky again? I won't die, and neither will you. Jiangchen shook his head and said. Xiaoxin, you're so confident. It's a pity that you think you can stir up a storm? Today, I'll let you see how strong the elders of Tongxian Mansion are. The third elder snorted and said. He did not like Jiangchen's arrogance. Therefore, the 3 of them must die in this battle. Jiangchen, will brother by, Bing Yin said worriedly. Don't worry. If he really falls, we won't be able to live either. Therefore, he won't die. If he doesn't defeat the Skyfrost sword, he will never become the sword's owner. He will only be a sword slave. This is the only way for him to go. After saying that, Jiangchen pointed his sword at the third elder. The battle between the 3 of them and the third elder was not to be underestimated. This battle was related to their life and death. Jiangchen could not afford to be careless and he did not dare to be careless. Bingyun and Xianxia couldn't die in his hands. This was his promise and also his mission as a man. Penetrating cloud palm. The third elder's attack was as fast as lightning. His chi was able to swallow the mountains and rivers. Bingyun and Xianxia did not dare to underestimate him. The 3 of them were engaged in a fierce battle. The third elder had an overwhelming advantage, leaving no room for the 2 girls to attack. As Jiangchen had expected, the 2 girls were in a disadvantageous position. Jiangchen let out a dragon roar. Under the dragon transformation, his strength had reached the peak early hierarch realm. At least, he was not weaker than the other 2. On the other side, Shueliang glanced at Jiangchen and felt relieved. Jiangchen had never disappointed him. He hoped that Jiangchen could defeat the third elder this time. Shueliang could not figure out Jiangchen's strength, even at this moment. With the Skyfrost sword in his hand, it would be easy for him to defeat Jiangchen. However, he would definitely be controlled by the Skyfrost sword. Even if he defeated Jiangchen, it would be an unfair victory for Shueliang. However, with the Skyfrost sword in his hand, Shueliang's aura was no longer the same as before. It's all up to you to defeat this guy. Shueliang glanced at the Skyfrost sword in his hand. The sword chi was buzzing. Although the Skyfrost sword was under Shueliang's control, it was still too early to subdue it. If Shueliang wanted to become the sword's master, he must start from being a sword slave. If he could not make the Skyfrost sword submit to him, he might become a slave forever. Why? If you're afraid, you can choose to surrender now. I might spare your life. The third mansion master smiled and stared at Shueliang. You're thinking too much. Ask the Skyfrost sword in my hand first. Shueliang's eyes narrowed. The Skyfrost sword chi was oppressive as it shook the universe. He took the initiative to attack the third mansion master. The 2 of them were entangled with each other. A life and death battle was just around the corner. No one knew who would be the one laughing until the end. Although the third elder was strong and had reached the late hierarch realm, the 3 of them were no longer weaker than the third elder after Jiangchen intervened. Good. Kid, you've made me look at you in a different light. The third elder shouted in a low voice. His movement was not slow at all. A silver-white long spear was held tightly in his hand. The spear was emitting a dazzling light. In an instant, the third elder's chi rose by a huge margin. The divine spear rotated and became invincible. Under the suppression of the third elder's divine spear, Bing Yun and Xianxia were in a disadvantageous position once again. Jiangchen was the main attacker. His sword and spear collided with the third elder. Jiangchen was like a sharp spear among the 3 of them. He dashed forward while the two ladies protected Xianxia from the left and right sides. However, the third elder was experienced. He was a late hierarch realm expert after all. He knew that Xianxia's spear was too fierce. He had to break through them one by one. Bingyun and Qianrenji became the focus of his attack. The third elder had been avoiding Xianxia from beginning to end. Instead, he took the initiative to attack the other two. As expected, Bingyun and Qianrenji could not withstand the third elder's mad dog aura. The silver long spear, the red tassel, and the spear's radiance were unparalleled. Poisonous dragon cloud-piercing spear. Bingyun and Qianrenji were both forced back by him and suffered serious injuries. Only Xianxia was struggling. However, the third elder's overlord divine spear would not give Xianxia any chance. He must finish the battle quickly and kill the three of them as soon as possible to help the third mansion master. The third elder sneered. His attacks became more and more powerful. Wherever his spear passed, the void cracked. Bingyun and Qianrenji could not withstand the third elder's ferocious aura. After all, he was a late hierarch realm expert. His strength should not be underestimated. At this moment, the third elder's aura was fully displayed. Although Xianxia did not show any weakness, the two people beside him were completely defeated and heavily injured. Toxic Dragon Divine Drill. The spear's shadows changed again and swept across the sky and earth like a tornado. Bingyun and Qianrenji could not withstand such an attack anymore. The spear shadows turned into the wind and turned into quicksand. Xianxia held his saber horizontally and horizontally. His heavenly dragon sword slashed horizontally and horizontally. The starlight was fearless and sharp, cutting through all the thistles and thorns to avoid the toxic dragon divine drill. However, he also staggered. As for Bingyun and Qianrenji, they were not so lucky. The two of them were swept away again. Blood spurted out from their mouths as their injuries became more serious. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Die. The third elder's spear aura rose again. Unfortunately, Bingyun and Qianrenji did not have the strength to fight anymore. Only Xianxia dashed forward and fought with the third elder with his sword. Each of his moves was fatal. Xianxia advanced step by step, but he could not use his strength at all. After all, the third elder's strength was much stronger than his. More importantly, he had to protect the two people behind him. You guys retreat first. I will fight him. Xianxia shouted out angrily. The third elder even snorted disdainfully at Xianxia. The three of you can't do anything to me, so what can you do alone? But how can you fight him alone? Qianrenji was extremely worried. She was Xianxia's mentor and her strength was above Xianxia. Now, a man who was not even at the hierarch realm was standing in front of him. Qianrenji was extremely embarrassed. As a man, sometimes we have to stand up. Even if we can't win, we can't retreat. Moreover, what if there is a chance? Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. He looked at the third elder with a playful smile. Ha ha ha, this is the biggest joke in the world. Do you really think you are invincible? Do you really think that you are? Your strength has yet to reach the hierarch realm. You want to go against me? You're still weaker than me. If I don't teach you a lesson today, do you really think that you, the #1 Outer Mansion disciple, will dare to be arrogant in front of me? Traitors of Tongxian Mansion. Today, I'm going to clean up the house for Tongxian Mansion. The third elder spoke righteously and passionately, as if Xianxia and the others were heinous traitors, while he stood on the moral high ground. However, to Xianxia, the third elder was just a dog of Tongxian Mansion. He really didn't take him seriously. The only person who really moved him was the third mansion master. Xianxia, be careful. Qianrenji had already given up. After all, how could a late divine king and a late hierarch be compared? Perhaps it could be said that from the very beginning, they had been struggling on their deathbed. Wanting to defeat the third elder and the third palace master was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. No matter how talented he was, without room for growth, Xianxia was still no match for the third elder. Time was like a song, and time could change everything. If Xianxia was given 500 years, the result might be very different. However, the current Xianxia had almost zero chance of winning against the third elder. Even if there are millions of people, I will still go forward. If you want to kill me, you have to ask the sword in my hand first. Xianxia could feel that his sword had become even more powerful at this moment, especially the starlight. He had never thought that it would have such a huge increase in power. It was even more shocking than his sword chi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the third elder's desperate attack. The lonely sword once again made Xianxia see the hope of victory. Life was lonely, his sword had also become extremely lonely. Among those who had laughed with Xianxia, only Qingqing was left. Xianxia's heart was filled with worry and longing. Therefore, his sword intent had become even more lonely at this moment. If he couldn't walk out of this great sovereign's tomb, how could he comfort his heart? Qingqing was waiting for him, Sister Ning was waiting for him, Little Yu was also waiting for him. He couldn't fall, he wanted the world to open up, he wanted to be the person who could laugh proudly in the heavens. If the sword is not stained with blood, how can it be buried in the blue sky? Xianxia murmured. His heart was undefeatable. He couldn't be defeated, and he couldn't be defeated. You're not qualified to stain my blood. Next, it's time for you to die. The third elder and Xianxia met again. Xianxia did not hesitate and summoned all 12 fire god guards. At the same time, he also displayed the ancient soaring dragon technique to increase his strength. Although his strength had yet to break through to the hierarch realm, Xianxia was not afraid to fight against a late hierarch realm expert. As Xianxia's strength continued to rise, even the third elder's eyes became solemn. Bingyun and Xianrenji looked at each other, their eyes were filled with shock. Even they couldn't defeat Xianxia at this moment. His hidden strength was so terrifying. Now, Xianrenji finally understood what it meant to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Perhaps she, as a mentor, was also vulnerable in Xianxia's eyes. This is his real strength. Xianrenji said with a bitter smile. A peak divine king who could fight against a late hierarch realm expert was unheard of for millions of years. She had seen countless geniuses, but Xianxia was someone that even she was shocked by. Shuiliang looked back at Xianxia. Although he was shocked, he was used to it. Xianxia had never disappointed him. Even when he obtained the Skyfrost sword, Xianxia was still as calm as a mountain. At that moment, Shuiliang understood that Xianxia's strength was far more than what he had shown. Bingyun and Xianrenji were both 100 times stronger now. Xianxia's strength was finally forced out by the third elder. Xianxia's strength had greatly increased at this moment. With the help of the ancient soaring dragon technique, Xianxia was not weaker than the third elder. Even if his strength was still lacking, there was no difference in the battle between the two of them. Xianxia's sword shadows were crisscrossing. The Sword of Solitude. Each sword was stronger than the previous one, sharper than the previous one. Xianxia's sword essence was lonely. As he moved forward with his sword, the 10 miles horizon protruded loftily. Xianxia's eyes were like torches and his gaze was like a sword. As he fought with the third elder, spear radiance flashed and sword shadows blurred. His strength was not any weaker than the third prefecture master's. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the opponent. This was also the embodiment of Xianxia's strength. Facing a strong opponent, Xianxia would only face it head-on. Xianxia's sword energy shook the sky, causing the void to be hundreds of meters wide. Xianxia's energy covered the heavens and earth as he slashed through the heavens. As the third elder fought with Xianxia, he could feel how frightening Xianxia was. Every strike of Xianxia's sword seemed like it was stabbing into his chest. Although the outcome of the battle had yet to be determined, the difference between the two of them was clear. The Sword of Solitude finally launched a crazy attack on the third elder. Xianxia's expression was cold. His sword was like a ray of light, shining like the stars in the sky. The dreadful sword chi was sweeping across the sky, and the spear light was cut into many afterimages. Xianxia's expression was emotionless and calm. The Sword of Solitude had formed an unstoppable sword aura, completely oppressing the third elder, making it hard for him to resist. Xianxia's aura was getting stronger and stronger. The Sword of Solitude seemed to have the help of God. Xianxia's aura had also reached its limit. The third elder was overwhelmed and fell into a passive position. Every move and spear radiance had lost its initial elegance. What a terrifying fella. This fella is too strong. the third elder felt even more shocked. At such a young age, Xianxia's strength had not reached the hierarch realm yet, but he could be so terrifying. It was really frightening. However, the third elder could see that Xianxia was forcefully increasing his strength. He thought that Xianxia's current fighting condition would not last long. As long as he could drag this period of time, Xianxia's attack would definitely weaken. That would be his chance. However, the third elder did not know how fast Xianxia could recover. Although the ancient soaring dragon technique consumed a lot of his strength, Xianxia did not need to worry too much. At least, he did not need to worry about it as long as he could defeat the third elder. Starlight. The Sword of Solitude stirred up waves again. A sword shadow crossed the void and destroyed the third elder in an instant, causing him to lose his ability to fight. Firmament Divine Shadow. The third elder's spear pierced through the void and collided with Xianxia's Sword of Solitude. Xianxia did not expect that the Sword of Solitude could completely destroy the third elder. The starlight had completely suppressed the third elder's aura. No, the third elder roared in a low voice. His face was ferocious and terrifying, but Xianxia's sword intent had already reached his throat. The third elder's bloodthirsty silver spear was completely shattered by Xianxia's sword. Above the void, there were spear shadows, but it had already lost its body. The third elder was forced back by Xianxia's sword, but his chest had already been completely pierced. If he was not strong enough to protect his heart meridian, he would definitely be killed by Xianxia's sword. The Sword of Slicing Throat was defeated with a single strike. The battle between Xianxia and the third elder was completely under Xianxia's control. The ancient soaring dragon technique had raised Xianxia's strength to a terrifying level. No one had expected that his strength could rival a late hierarch realm expert. Xianxia had completely surpassed the third elder in this battle. Puff, blood kept spurting out from the third elder's mouth as he kept retreating. Meanwhile, Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. He had used almost all of his strength in that sword attack. After all, his opponent was a late hierarch realm expert while his strength was only at the peak Divine King realm. Not only did Xianxia deplete his physical strength, but his mental strength was also depleted as well. Third elder, I'm afraid that your strength is only SOSO. Xianxia said with a faint smile. Although his pale face was a little overloaded, the battle had given him a good understanding of his own strength. At least, Xianxia was not afraid of a late hierarch realm expert. The third elder's expression was getting uglier and uglier. Although he knew that Xianxia was probably an arrow at the end of its flight, he was still forced back by Xianxia and was heavily injured. His situation had become extremely dangerous. Bingyun and Qianrenji also let out a long sigh of relief. Although Xianxia's strength had not reached the hierarch realm, he was able to defeat a late hierarch realm expert. They had all underestimated Xianxia. His figure had become extremely huge in this battle. From Qianrenji's point of view, the number one genius of the outer mansion, no one could defeat him even in the inner mansion. He was not inferior to Tongxian mansion. Although the third elder was not the strongest, he was still one of the top 10 in Tongxian mansion. Among the elders, the great elder and the second elder could suppress him. Lin Yukong and the two guest elders could suppress him. The rest were almost invincible. A late hierarch realm expert of Tongxian mansion was defeated by Xianxia. It made the third elder feel extremely embarrassed. He had lost the face of Tongxian mansion. On the other side, danger was everywhere. The third mansion master's strength had completely suppressed Xueliang. Although he had the Skyfrost sword, it was still difficult for him to fight against the third mansion master. It was not easy for Xueliang to use the Skyfrost sword. However, he needed to at least reach the late hierarch realm or a half-step divine emperor in order to fully display the Skyfrost sword's power. Little bastard, you're still too young to fight against me. Humph. The third mansion master harumphed. At this moment, his face became extremely cold. Xueliang's strength was still a notch lower than his. If it was not for the Skyfrost sword, Xueliang would have been defeated in the crazy battle between the two. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Xueliang harumphed coldly. He advanced step by step, but he had already fallen into the third mansion master's absolute suppression. Xueliang's situation could be said to be very difficult. He was completely holding on against the third mansion master. He was indeed a little arrogant with the Skyfrost sword in his hand. This battle made Shueliang truly understand the importance of strength. Xianxia had endless tricks up his sleeves. He needed to suppress Xianxia with his strength. Although the Skyfrost sword was very strong, he would fall into a passive position if he relied on external forces. Triple Yuan Qi. The third mansion master's eyes were filled with killing intent. Between his hands, the aura rose and the divine origin Qi continued to gather into two. Between his palms, the aura was unstoppable. The third mansion master turned around and attacked. The triple Yuan Qi swept across the sky, causing the surrounding void to become chaotic. Shueliang's strength was enough to split Mount Hua and slash the heavens. However, he was still not weaker than the third mansion master. Once again, he was sent flying by the third mansion master. Shueliang's aura had also weakened a lot. Even though he had a treasured sword, it was difficult for him to display the heavenly might. A mere early-stage hierarch dares to fight against me? Ha ha ha. You're overestimating yourself. The third mansion master's face was gloomy and he sneered continuously. The corner of his mouth was overflowing with killing intent. He wanted to kill everyone here, including Xianxia. Brother Bai, watch out! Bingyun exclaimed. The third mansion master was already approaching Shueliang. His ghostly movements were unstoppable. Sword Will of Solitude, worlds apart. Xianxia's sixth sword was also displayed at this moment. This sword had exhausted all of Xianxia's strength. The terrifying sword aura swept across all directions. At this moment, even the third mansion master was shocked by Xianxia's sword. The tip of the sword turned and the aura engulfed all directions, instantly blocking the third mansion master's path. However, the third mansion master was also forced to retreat by Xianxia. The terrifying aura under the Sword Will of Solitude had reached a mysterious realm. Even Xianxia was in a trance for a moment. His sword intent had actually sublimated at this moment. Yes, it was sublimation. If Xianxia's Sword Will of Solitude was just superficial, the current Xianxia's Sword Will of Solitude had already caused people's hearts to tremble. This sword intent could change the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The aura of solitude filled the void. It was a kind of desolation. Xianxia could feel that the earth was withering and the Yangtze River was drying up. The sword intent of solitude made one feel despair. Wherever the sword intent passed, one's heart would be filled with sorrow. The sword aura was graceful and invincible. In an instant, the third mansion master's long hair was disheveled as he landed on the void. His back was like a black lotus. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. This sword strike had repelled the third mansion master, but it had also exhausted Xianxia's strength. Shueliang stood with his sword and looked at Xianxia. That sword strike was too overbearing. If it was the third elder, he might have died. At this moment, he finally understood how big the gap between him and Xianxia was. His long hair was disheveled and his back was curved. At this moment, Xianxia felt an even more terrifying aura coming from the third elder. He finally understood where his doubts came from. You're not the third mansion master. How could it be? Qianrenji looked at Xianxia in astonishment. That guy was the third mansion master, but Xianxia said that he wasn't. What was going on? The third mansion master sneered. His voice was coquettish and ghostly. When he turned around, everyone gasped. Xianxia was right. He wasn't the third mansion master, but a ghostly woman. Her long hair danced in the wind. Her body was enchanting and charming. Her lips were as thin as a cicada's wings. Her beautiful eyes were bewitching and radiant. Her black hair was like an arrow, and her aura could conquer mountains and rivers. In her eyes, there was only an unparalleled domineering aura. There was only an arrogance of supremacy. It was so cold that it made people's hearts tremble. She was high and mighty like an empress. Her temperament was beyond the mortal world, as if she was isolated from the world. The black robe followed her like a shadow. Her gaze was like a sword that could pierce through people's hearts. Even when Xianxia used the sixth move, Separate the Heavens, he still couldn't defeat her. Even when his sword essence was sublimated and dazzled, he was still on par with her. Xianxia's eyes narrowed gradually. This person's identity had become a mystery. You've guessed correctly. I'm not the third mansion master. Who would have thought that my identity would be seen through by a brat like you? But, it doesn't matter, because all of you here are going to die. So, what's the difference between knowing or not knowing? Ha ha ha. The woman smiled like a flower. But who would have thought that this woman held the power of life and death in her hands? Xianxia was dumbfounded. The third elder was dumbfounded. They had helped her kill the people of Tangshan Mansion. But in the blink of an eye, she had changed. The third mansion master had disappeared. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be the third mansion master? The third elder said while gritting his teeth. He had been played like a monkey. How could he not be angry? Even though he knew that he couldn't defeat this woman, he still wanted to know why he died. You're not qualified to know who I am. I don't care about a mere Tangshan mansion. Apart from your prefecture lord, who has some ability, the rest are just a bunch of useless soldiers and crab generals. You are not worthy of touching the tomb of the 9 prefecture's ancient emperors. The woman said coldly. She seemed to be filled with hatred towards the third elder. Even the Tangshan mansion was worthless in her eyes? Jiang was also shocked in his heart. It seemed that this woman's background was not simple. She didn't even care about Tangshan mansion. How abnormal was she? You don't even care about the Tangshan mansion, so why do you need to pretend to be the third mansion master? Jiang Lin looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and asked in a deep voice. She was like a delicate and beautiful black rose. Her blue pupils were mesmerizing. It seemed that ordinary people would fall into her charm with just a glance. She was a red beauty and a peerless enchantress. This woman was really terrifying. It's just for fun. Isn't it fun to watch you guys being played around by me? Ha ha ha. The woman said with a charming smile. She looked harmless. However, everyone knew that their lives were in the hands of this woman. This woman is too scary. Qianrenji couldn't help but gasp. She didn't dare to imagine that the third mansion master was an imposter. Moreover, he had killed Qi Haifei and Yang Shiquan. Even the third elder had almost died because of his conspiracy. Now, everyone was seriously injured and he was the only one who could walk leisurely in the courtyard. It seems like this is my fate. Second mansion master, third mansion master, I have failed you. The third elder looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. At this moment, his eyes were filled with disappointment. He had been used by someone else and now he was on the brink of death. How could he face the 2 mansion masters? Moreover, he was now an arrow at the end of its flight. It was a struggle before his death. Madman. Jiang furrowed his brows and said in a cold tone. Facing this beautiful enchantress, he was extremely cautious. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. She was truly an unpredictable female devil. Madman? Ha ha ha, I like this title. Are you really not afraid of me? Lan Luo's beautiful eyes flickered. She stared at Jiang. This guy didn't show any signs of panic from the beginning. Even his eyes were as calm as a mountain. Doesn't he know that I can kill him with one move? His strength was almost depleted. What qualifications does he have to show off in front of me? Why should I be afraid of you? You won't be able to kill me. Jiang shook his head and said confidently. His confidence made Lan Luo extremely annoyed. Her pretty face became terrifyingly gloomy. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. You should be afraid of me. You're too naive. Even if my strength is depleted and I'm at the end of my flight, you won't be able to kill me. The two of them confronted each other. Jiang aura became calmer. Lan Luo could not believe it no matter what. She was furious. How could he ignore her? A mere divine king brat actually dared to strut around in front of him? Lan Luo was not afraid of Jiang. She just did not expect him to be so arrogant. Ha ha ha, Miss Luo, I never expected to see you here. It's fate. Everyone is fated to meet each other. Looks like our fate doesn't end here. A hearty laughter reverberated in the great emperor's tomb. A red-clothed young man appeared in the sky. His aura was extremely powerful as he had reached the peak late hierarch realm. He was on par with Lan Luo. Lan Luo's strength had not reached the half-step divine emperor realm. However, a peak hierarch realm was terrifying enough. With such strength, she could roam freely even in the northern cold divine region. Even in the central region divine land, she would be recruited by many great forces. Xianxia. Why are you here? Lan Luo's eyes squinted slightly, like the edge of a blade. The two of them clearly knew each other. However, even Xianxia had never thought that Lan Luo would actually lose to a God King kid, which made him extremely excited. The Nine Regions' ancient emperor, the northern cold divine region. His sword came from the east and destroyed everything. Do you think that only your clan knows who the Nine Prefectures' ancient emperor is? Xianxia said faintly. At this moment, Jiang and the others were completely ignored by the two of them. After all, they were two peak-laid hierarch realm experts. They were nothing compared to them. The Nine Regions' ancient emperor. No matter who it is, those who stand in my way shall die. Lan Luo said faintly. His eyes swept across the crowd. Everyone was filled with killing intent. I admire your courage. Kid, why don't you go first and let me see how strong she is? We'll work together to deal with this crazy woman. What do you think? You can have the treasures. I only want Miss Luo to help me comb my hair. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia looked at Jiangchen with a smile. I don't like people with the surname Xianyuan. I don't want to provoke you and this crazy woman. So it's better not to involve me in your matters. As for who the Nine Regions' ancient emperor is, that's your concern. It has nothing to do with me. A stone that causes 1,000 ripples. Jiangchen's words made Xianxua's face turn red. This guy dares to disobey me? Do you know who I am? How dare you disobey me? Xianxua looked at Jiangchen coldly. Obviously, he had given the order to kill Jiangchen. Xianxua, I didn't expect you to be defeated like this. This is not your territory. He. The Nine Regions' ancient emperor is not someone anyone can touch. Little brother, your courage is commendable. You're the first person to make Xianxua suffer like this. Lan Luo said with a smile. She looked at Jiangchen with interest. However, Jiangchen was not in the mood to join in their flirting. Are you going to kill yourself or should I do it? Qi Yandao Master, Xianxua's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Jiangchen's face was also filled with coldness. This guy's strength was just too strong. He was no different from Lan Luo. Moreover, both of them seemed to have some sort of relationship with each other. In this case, they would undoubtedly be pushed to the edge of life and death. However, Jiangchen was not an easy opponent. The myriad Qi body had restored more than 70% of his strength. Even if he could not defeat Xianxua, it would not be easy for Xianxua to kill him. You are too arrogant and conceited. Jiangchen Lungling said. Lan Luo obviously wanted to see them fight against each other. Xianxua only had killing intent in his eyes. He needed to show his power and let Jiangchen know who was the real expert. The great emperor's tomb was not a place that anyone could touch. It seems that you are not aware of your situation at all. I never like others to stand on the opposite side of me. In that case, I will be very angry. Of course, the consequences will be very serious. Xianxua smiled. The killing intent in his eyes did not diminish at all. Jiangchen was just an ant in his eyes. The only one who could threaten him was Lan Luo. Therefore, he wanted to teach these people a lesson first. After cleaning up the trash, he would be able to compete with Lan Luo. You are indeed arrogant, but unfortunately, you chose the wrong person. Jiangchen said. If this guy wanted to take his life, then it would depend on how capable he was. Boasting shamelessly. Eat my palm. Xianxua turned around. His palm covered everything in the world, destroying the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The power of a peak hierarch realm was unstoppable. Everyone's expression changed, but Jiangchen was not afraid at all. He used the divine golden bell and his blade to block Xianxua's attack. Jiangchen was forced to take a few steps back. His expression was solemn and his breath was unstable. However, he did not fall down. A peak divine king took on a peak hierarch's attack head-on. Jiang Chen had already shocked everyone. Even Xianxia and Lan Luo were in disbelief. This fellow's defense was impregnable. The divine golden bell had also blocked Xianxia's overbearing pressure. Interesting. It seems like I have underestimated you, Xianxia Lingling said. However, he did not choose to attack again because he might expose himself if he continued to attack. At that time, if Lan Luo wanted to attack him, he might be attacked from all sides. Although this divine king guy was not a threat to him, he could still cause a lot of trouble for Xianxia. The tripartite confrontation might be overestimating Jiang Chen and the others. However, even Xianxia did not dare to attack aggressively to avoid being killed. This time, his biggest mission was to obtain the Great Emperor's sword in the Great Emperor's tomb. It was what he really cared about. I'll keep you alive for now. However, how far you can go will depend on your own luck, Xianxia said. Lan Luo smiled disdainfully. This guy is afraid that I'll take advantage of him. That's why he said it in such a dignified manner. These treasures are just the tip of the iceberg. How could the real treasure be here? Lan Luo gave a faint smile that was filled with charm. However, a woman like her had a heart that was as poisonous as a scorpion. No one dared to look down on her. Even the third elder was fearful of her. When she killed someone, she did not hesitate at all. Jiang Chen, are you all right? Qianrenji and the others also came over. Jiang Chen was hit by Xianxia. None of them dared to take it head-on. It's not a big deal. Jiang Chen shook his head. He was getting more and more curious. What was the treasure in the tomb of the great sovereign? The great emperor's tomb. I'm late. Ha ha ha. The void trembled. Light and shadow rippled. A red-haired man holding a Buddhist staff appeared in the void. His strength had reached the peak hierarch realm. Another peak hierarch realm expert, Shui Liang's face became extremely solemn. Wasn't their situation even more dangerous now? The three of them might not be strong enough, but the appearance of this red-haired burly man had put them in danger. The great emperor's tomb is really unpredictable. There are several peak hierarch realm experts. We don't stand a chance anymore. Qianrenji glanced at Jiang Chen. Obviously, he was the strongest. Only he had the right to speak. Jiang Chen did not move. The best thing to do at this time was to stay calm. If he lost his footing, there would be no room for negotiation. Someone from the West Pole land? Lan Luo furrowed his brows. This fellow had once again reversed the situation. Perhaps, the relationship between them would become even more subtle. Immortal Qi Yan of Swan Goose Temple is here, the red-haired man said with a laugh. His face was full of excitement. His rough face gave people a feeling of a Jianghu bandit. However, his strength was not to be underestimated. Swan Goose Temple? It's one of the top 10 temples in the West Pole land. I wonder which Buddha from the West Heaven world is your abbot. Lan Luo squinted his eyes. He was so beautiful that even immortal Qi Yan coveted Lan Luo. Haha. You're right. There are many famous temples in the West Pole land. However, Swan Goose Temple is not to be underestimated. I wonder if a mortal can join hands with me to get rid of these people. They are an eyesore here. The Great Emperor's tomb is not a place where ordinary people can see its majesty. I'm Xianxia from the Xianyuan tribe of the Central Province Divine Land. Xianxia pointed the spearhead at Jiang Chen and the others. The ordinary people naturally referred to Jiang Chen and the others. Immortal Qi Yan looked at Xianxia in surprise. The Xianyuan tribe was a big tribe from antiquity times. Even in the post-emperor era, there were many experts. His Swan Goose Temple was quite famous in the West Pole land. However, in the Central Province Divine Land, where all kinds of people were mixed up, it was not worth mentioning. The Xianyuan tribe was well known even in the 9 states and 18 counties of the Divine Realm. The Xianyuan tribe had produced one of the most terrifying experts of the Emperor realm in antiquity times. Even now, with the passage of time, experts of the Emperor realm were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The Xianyuan tribe was still a force that could not be underestimated. It was extremely terrifying even in the Central Province Divine Land. Immortal Qi Yan could not help but look at Xianxia in a higher light. It would be better to form an alliance with him and negotiate. The great emperor's tomb was full of dangers. It was not easy to get the inheritance of the great emperor. Oh? This group of trash wants to see the glory of the great emperor? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Brother Xianyuan, why don't we fight together and get rid of these overconfident guys first? Then, we can prepare to enter the great emperor's tomb. Immortal Qi Yan looked at Jiang Chen and the others coldly. Most importantly, the strongest among them was only a middle hierarch realm. He could almost crush them with one hand. Jiang Chen knew that Xianyuan was trying to divert the trouble to Daoist Qi Yan. He wanted Jiang Chen to have a battle with Daoist Qi Yan to find out the real situation. Daoist Qi Yan was obviously not someone who was easy to deal with. If these two fellas were to attack together, even Jiang Chen would have to avoid them. That's great. Haha. Xianyuan and Immortal Qi Yan hit it off. Immortal Qi Yan also wanted to test Xianyuan's strength. Jiang Chen and the others were not a threat to him. The two of them attacked Jiang Chen and the others just to test Xianyuan's strength. Jiang Chen, what should we do? Sword Essence command. As for Lan Luo, she was just sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. She didn't seem to be moved at all. It was impossible for the two of them to work together. At least before the final battle, they would have their own plans and thoughts. Naturally, the fewer people who knew about the secret of the great sovereign's tomb, the better it would be. Jiang Chen and the others had just walked step by step into the abyss. Given their strength, they shouldn't have appeared here. Retreat. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He could not fight against two peak ultimate gods as the gap between their strength was too big. He could only avoid their attacks. Want to run? That's impossible. Spiritual Master Qi Yan sneered and said. The two of them instantly rushed towards Jiang Chen and the others. Qianrenji and Bing Yun did not have the slightest resistance and were sent flying. Jiang Chen and Shui Liang went up to meet them, but the result was not optimistic. Shui Liang had suffered a serious injury and it was impossible for him to withstand a peak ultimate god's attack. Retreat. Jiang Chen made Shui Liang retreat. At that moment, even Lan Luo was slightly startled. Did this guy want to fight against the two of them alone? What a joke. Lan Luo shook her head as if she could already see the scene of Jiang Chen being defeated and even killed mercilessly. What a reckless fellow. My Buddhist staff has long been thirsty for blood. I like the feeling of being drenched in fresh blood. Spiritual Master Qi Yan's eyes were gloomy as he bared his bloodthirsty fangs. Xianyuan also attacked strongly. Although the two of them only used 60% of their strength, it was enough to pose a great threat to Jiang Chen. 3,000 Li freeze. Starlight. Separate from the heavens. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword whistled crazily. If the sword soul had not fallen into a deep sleep, Jiang Chen would not have such a hard time. Although his sword of solitude was constantly improving, he was still facing two peak ultimate gods. Jiang Chen retreated step by step with messy footsteps. It seemed easy to fight against the two of them, but it was a struggle between life and death. Roar, accompanied by incomparably loud roars, 7 dragon shadows wreaked havoc as they broke through the void, directly charging towards Xianyuan and Daoist Qi Yan. The terrifying heavenly dragon riders had once again appeared. It's the dragon rider heavenly guards again. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. What he did not expect was that these dragon riders' heavenly guards seemed to be on the same side as him. 7 late hierarch realm dragon riders' heavenly guards crisscrossed with dragon shadows filling the air. Xianyuan and spiritual master Qi Yan were stunned. What a terrifying dragon knight. Even though he's been dead for millions of years, his strength is still as shocking as ever. Xianyuan didn't dare to underestimate them. The 7 dragon cavalry heavenly guards had almost instantly turned the situation around. Even Venerable Scarlet Flame found it hard to believe. Sword will of solitude, sword will, as Jiang Chen pointed his sword, the dragon cavalry heavenly guards seemed to have received an order as they madly charged towards Xianyuan. Xianyuan's facial expression changed drastically. Even he had to avoid the joint attack of the 7 dragon cavalry heavenly guards. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He knew that his sword will of solitude must have affected the dragon cavalry heavenly guards. Hence, the dragon cavalry heavenly guards had taken action to protect him. Moreover, the dragon cavalry heavenly guards did not hesitate to charge towards him. Damn it! Why are these dragon knights listening to him? Xianxia roared and tried his best to force the 7 dragon cavalry heavenly guards to retreat. Although Venerable Scarlet Flame did not stay idle, the 2 of them could not gain the upper hand against the 7 dragon cavalry heavenly guards. Firstly, they were holding back. Secondly, the dragon cavalry heavenly guards attacked and retreated at the same time. They were like puppets and did not know fatigue at all. The only thing supporting them seemed to be Xianxia's sword will. Not only Xianxia, but everyone also had doubts in their hearts. Xianxia was no exception. However, the sword will of solitude's sublimation had a great impact on the dragon cavalry heavenly guards. Xianxia's heart once again became solemn and even excited. He was looking forward to finding out who the supreme ancient emperor in the great emperor's tomb was. Although the dragon cavalry heavenly guards were strong, they were like puppets after all. It was impossible for them to fight against a peak hierarch realm expert. Moreover, there were 2 experts joining hands. Xianxia and Venerable Scarlet Flame had also displayed their best skills. After all, it would be too embarrassing if they were defeated by the dragon cavalry heavenly guards. However, the dragon cavalry heavenly guards' horrifying power had given Xianxia and Venerable Scarlet Flame a great impact. Xianxia's sword of solitude was displayed at this moment. Wherever the sword chi passed, the dragon cavalry heavenly guards would be crushed. Could it be that the sword of solitude was created by the 9 regions ancient emperor? Xianxia thought in his mind. Apart from this, there was no other explanation. The sword of solitude could actually command the heavenly dragon riders. This was something that no one could believe. Heavenly dragon sword, slash. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and slashed in the void. The dragon cavalry heavenly guards rose into the sky and intertwined with Xianxia and Venerable Scarlet Flame. 7 dragons hovered in the sky and the sword was terrifying. The great emperor's tomb seemed to tremble. Xianxia had won enough respect by commanding the dragon cavalry heavenly guards. At this moment, Xianxia shouted and took the initiative to stop the battle. It's useless to continue fighting. Kid, you can enter the great emperor's tomb with me. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said. Although he was extremely unwilling, Xianxia had the 7 dragon cavalry heavenly guards. Although he was relying on external objects, such a terrifying power made people not dare to act rashly. Xianxia could only choose to take a step back. After all, the dragon cavalry heavenly guards were very strange. He might not be able to use them. When they enter the core area, the dragon cavalry heavenly guards might not be able to protect him. It might not be a bad thing to let him enter first. Most importantly, he had the dragon cavalry heavenly guards in his hands. His understanding of the great emperor's tomb was far beyond theirs. You want to bargain with me now? Too late. Xianxia said indifferently. He was dismissive of Xianxia. At this time, he did not want to let Xianxia go. Kid, you're courting death. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Xianxia was furious. He did not expect Xianxia to be so unappreciative. Sword intent, cut for me. Xianxia knew that it was impossible to defeat Xianxia with the dragon cavalry heavenly guards. At this time, in order to not let himself fall into a passive position, he must teach Xianxia a lesson. Even if he could not kill him, he would not let him have an easy time. The dragon cavalry heavenly guards did not let Xianxia down. They charged forward unscrupulously, giving Xianxia a huge headache. His so-called ally, Venerable Scarlet Flame, had already withdrawn from the battle at this moment. Xianxia relied on the dragon cavalry heavenly guards to put Xianxia in a terrible situation. At this moment, the entire space of the tomb shook. The ground cracked. Countless treasures were buried in the ground. It was a great pity. In the space behind the bronze throne, a square blood-red stone platform rose from the ground at this moment. The trapezoidal stone platform was covered with blood-red inscriptions. It was stained with a terrible sword aura. It was just a stone platform, but it made everyone present feel incomparably oppressed. The third elder and Bingyun Qianren were shocked by the aura of the blood-red stone platform. This is the great emperor's divine weapon? The crimson stone platform was demonic and agile, like an insurmountable mountain. It was so heavy that it was hard to breathe. The crimson light permeated the space of the tomb. The appearance of the crimson stone platform forced them to treat it seriously. At this moment, even the 7 heavenly guards of the dragon riders slowly knelt down, facing the crimson stone platform. This scene completely shocked Xianxia and the rest. This crimson stone platform is probably not an ordinary object. At this moment, Immortal Qi Yan and Xianyuanqi's eyes were shining. They did not know what this crimson stone platform was, but its mysteriousness was suffocating. This is the commander execution stage. Bingyun's body trembled slightly, her expression extremely solemn. Commander execution stage? Jiangchen looked at Bingyun. That's right, this is the commander execution stage of the 9 prefectures' ancient emperors. Kill all 108 emperors as a blood sacrifice to the Eastern Royal Demon Lord. Bingyun's words caused everyone's expression to change greatly. Kill all 108 emperors? Was this a joke? 108 martial monarch realm experts. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Since ancient times, who could kill all 108 emperors? No one in the past, no one in the future. Kill all 108 emperors. No wonder. No wonder this commander execution stage is so terrifying. The blood of all 108 emperors is stained here. Its power is boundless. Lan Luo murmured, extremely shocked, 108 emperors. Isn't this 9 prefectures' ancient emperor too terrifying? Jiangchen smiled bitterly in his heart, but he had to admit that this ancient emperor, who might have come from the 9 prefectures' immortal world, was actually this powerful. I've heard of the Eastern Royal Demon Lord. He was a great god from the ancient world. The mount of the Eastern Royal Taiyu was a Kuan, a close relative of the Kuan. Its strength was even more terrifying than the dragon tribe. Ever since the ancient Eastern Royal Taiyu disappeared, the Eastern Royal Demon Lord has never been heard of again. Was he actually suppressed by the 9 prefectures' ancient emperor? Then who is this 9 prefectures' ancient emperor? Third elder muttered. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight, clearly knowing that he was going to die, yet he still struggled at death's door until now. Jiangchen didn't kill him. Instead, he kept him alive so that he could prepare for his return to Tongxian Mansion. At that time, he would definitely fall out with Tongxian Mansion. When he entered the Heaven Dragon prison, he would definitely have a fierce battle. The East Monstrous Demon Lord has been unstoppable for his entire life. East Monstrous Tai is a great god of the ancient world. No one can touch him. Even the Northern Liang ancient emperor is probably inferior to him. Daoist Qi Yan said. The Eastern Emperor Tai was a great god of the ancient world. There wasn't a single person who didn't know of him. Those who could rival him were few and far between. Jiangchen's heart trembled. So that Eastern Emperor Tai was actually so terrifying? It seemed that he had underestimated him previously. Even he himself couldn't believe that he still had the Eastern Emperor bell in his hands. However, the Eastern Emperor bell was already broken and didn't have a trace of spirituality left. To restore the Eastern Emperor bell would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If this blood-colored stone platform is really the general execution platform, it should have supreme power. Xianyuanqi's lips curled up slightly and his eyes became brighter. However, at that moment, the general execution platform changed again. The red light was like a rain of swords, crisscrossing thousands of times. Jiangchen and the others hurriedly retreated. Rays of blood-colored light were emitted from the general execution platform like starlight rain of swords. It was extremely terrifying. Jiangchen threw Third Elder into the Zulong Tower and used all his strength to resist the scarlet rain of swords. The rain of swords lasted for 10 minutes at the end of the month before it finally dissipated. However, Qianrenji and Bingyun were both injured by the rain of swords. Even Jiangchen and Shui Liang were only barely able to resist the rain of swords. They kept retreating. Xianyuanqi and the other two were relatively better off. After all, their strength was too strong. The scarlet rain of swords was naturally nothing to them. This general execution platform, I want it. Venerable Qi Yan's eyes lit up and he was the first to rush to the general execution platform. A monk should be compassionate. Venerable, do you really want to fight with me for such a ferocious object? Xianxia said with a fake smile. Ha ha ha, I only have one belief in my heart, and that is to kill my body to become a Buddha. I like this ferocious object. Venerable Qi Yan didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and directly rushed to snatch the general execution platform. Humph, old stinky monk. If you want the general execution platform, you have to get past me first. Xianxia naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. The terror of the general execution platform was self-evident. It had killed 108 emperors and suppressed the East Royal Demon Lord. This general execution platform had already become a treasure in everyone's heart. It seems like you intend to fight to the death with me? Venerable Qi Yan and Xianxia fighting head-on was the scene that Lan Luo wanted to see the most. When two tigers fought, one would definitely be injured. Only then would she be able to reap the benefits. If you give me the general execution platform, I might be able to disturb your life. Xianxia said. What arrogant words. This general execution platform is mine, unless you can crush my body, Qin Wendian said. Venerable Qi Yan snorted coldly and took the initiative to attack Xianxia. Xianyuan art, sword moves 8 directions. Xianxuan's first move was a killing move. The Xianyuan swordsmanship of the Xianyuan clan had been passed down for a long time and was revered by everyone. As a genius disciple of the Xianyuan clan, Xianxia naturally couldn't fall behind. He was determined to obtain the general execution platform. Prairie red flames. Venerable Qi Yan's hands were linked with the flames in his hands. His palms were like fire and each of his moves was ruthless. The battle between peak hierarch realm experts was extremely exciting. Xianxia stared at the scene without blinking. These two fellas were the best among the peak hierarch realm experts. Xianxia had already experienced the Xianyuan art, but Xianxuan's Xianyuan art was obviously better. Venerable Qi Yan came from the West Pole Divine region alone because he was well prepared. Both of their palms whistled and sword shadows intertwined, setting off a terrifying storm in the tomb. Aren't you tempted? Lan Luo stood with her arms crossed, looking at Xianxia with her beautiful eyes. She was quite shocked that this guy could command the Dragon Knights. Moreover, he could withstand several of her attacks with his peak Divine King strength. He's definitely not the same as before. She had seen peerless geniuses before, and she was even one of them. However, it was her first time seeing someone as monstrous as Xianxia. A hot potato. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. Xianxia said coldly. Lan Luo wanted to get him involved. Once he was tempted by the general execution platform, he would definitely be attacked by Xianxia and Venerable Qi Yan again. Xianxia would not be the one to take the blame. Moreover, he had the heavenly dragon guards with him. As long as he did not take the initiative to attack, Xianxia would not make things difficult for him. Ha ha ha, what an interesting little brother. I advise you to leave. Since you know you can't defeat them, what's the point of staying here? Lan Luo said as she waved her hand. Her slender fingers exuded a bewitching aura, and her demeanor was extremely enchanting. You're so pretty, can't you stay and watch? You're such a sweet talker. I like obedient little brothers like you. But I don't like venomous women. Lan Luo's expression suddenly changed, but she still had a smile on her face. No one could guess what she was thinking. Today, I'll let you know what a venomous woman is. Lan Luo soared into the sky and rushed towards Xianxia. It seemed that Xianxia had touched her reverse scale. She hated it the most when others said that she was venomous. What a crazy woman. I'm not fighting with you for the execution platform. Xianxia frowned. A woman's thoughts were always hard to understand. Facing Lan Luo's sudden attack, Xianxia could only fight back passively. This crazy woman was really hard to understand. However, Xianxia knew that she was worried that he would snatch the execution platform, so she attacked first to gain the upper hand. Xianxia had experienced Lan Luo's ruthlessness before. But this time, Xianxia commanded the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards. The situation might not be one-sided. At least, it was enough to contend against Lan Luo. He was not afraid at all. The Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards were exceptionally fierce, but Lan Luo was not easy to deal with either. Xianxia relied on the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards to completely block Lan Luo's attack. At this moment, everyone became incomparably solemn and did not dare to be distracted. The silver snake sword in Lan Luo's hand was invincible. Facing the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards, she also showed her terrifying elegance. On the other side, Spiritual Master Qi Yan and Xianxia also used all their skills. The battle between the two was even more shocking. Flames swept across, and flames rose to the sky. Xianxuanqi's swordsmanship was sharp, and his momentum was fierce, but he did not dare to say that he was at ease. This expert from the Swan Goose Temple of the West Pole Divine Land was also not easy to deal with. Shueliang did not show any weakness. He quickly joined the battle and helped Xianxia to attack Lan Luo. The silver serpent dagger, like a snake or a scorpion, forced Lan Luo to retreat again and again. Xianxia seized the opportunity to chase after Lan Luo, and the 12 fire god guards also attacked at this moment. Together with the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards, they almost completely surrounded Lan Luo. The sword essence of solitude in Xianxia's hand also exerted a very strong attack. Under the four-pronged attack, Lan Luo was almost instantly forced into a desperate situation. She could only retreat step by step to avoid the sharp edge. However, the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards and Xianxia's sword essence of solitude had greatly impacted her. It was quite difficult for Lan Luo to turn around. Snake-like chop. Lan Luo's sword shadow was blurred, sweeping the void. Shueliang and the 12 fire god guards were all repelled, but the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards and Xianxia faced the difficulty head-on. The sword essence of solitude and the destructive snake-like chop forced Lan Luo to retreat again and again, causing her to be seriously injured. However, Lan Luo's sword was indeed powerful enough. Even the attack of the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards was delayed at this moment. Xianxia and Lan Luo's swords merged together. Xianxia's sword essence was 10 points higher than Lan Luo's, but Lan Luo's strength was not what Xianxia possessed. In this life and death battle, one move determined the life and death of the two. Xianxia rushed forward again, chasing after Lan Luo. Lan Luo was completely in a desperate situation, unable to break out. Scorching Sun Venomous Fang. Lan Luo's sword slashed out again and again, like the fangs of a green snake, pressing towards Xianxia. Xianxia swept across the void fearlessly. As the two swords collided, Lan Luo was seriously injured and fell down. Her pretty face was filled with a gloomy expression. Bastard! Lan Luo clenched her teeth. Her expression was stern, and her pretty face was covered in frost. A furious expression also appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. Xianxia quickly seized the general execution stage. Shueliang shouted in a deep voice. Xianxia's eyes were cold. This was a rare opportunity. If he missed it, it would be hard for him to seize it again. Xianxia rushed towards the general execution stage. At this moment, Taoist Qi Yan and Xianxuanqi also saw the scene. Their eyes narrowed, and without any hesitation, they rushed towards the general execution stage as if they had a telepathic connection. Because the general execution stage was too tempting for them, none of them were willing to give it up. The two of them were evenly matched. After fighting for a long time, there was no clear winner. On the contrary, Lan Luo was the first to be defeated, and Xianxia, who was not in Xianxuanqi's eyes, actually dared to touch the general execution stage at this moment. Boy, how dare you! You're courting death. Xianxuanqi and Taoist Qi Yan attacked at the same time, but Xianxia ignored them and went straight for the general execution stage. At this moment, Shueliang was the first to attack, trying to stop Xianxuanqi and Taoist Qi Yan. However, he was already seriously injured, and at this moment, the two Peak God clan experts attacked at the same time, and he could not withstand it at all. With one move, he was sent flying, directly smashing into the general execution stage. Shueliang spurted out a mouthful of blood, directly onto the general execution stage. Immediately, Xianxia helped Shueliang up, but the general execution stage still could not be taken down. Xianxuanqi and Taoist Qi Yan had already arrived. Brother Bai. Be careful. Bingyun's expression suddenly changed. Except for her, no one knew that when blood dripped onto the general execution stage, it would be sucked dry by the stage. Shuiliang felt as if his whole body was being burned by fire. The horrible burning sensation spread all over his body. Shuiliang's face became extremely red, and a heatwave of aura rose from his body. So painful, so hot, Shuiliang felt as if he was burning, and his blood seemed to be boiling. The surrounding space became distorted. Brother Bai. Bingyun was extremely anxious, and she wanted to hold Shuiliang's hand, but she was forced back by the terrifying heat wave. Shuiliang's entire body was like an incomparably huge fireball. What's going on? Xianxia looked at Bingyun in shock. Bingyun bit her red lips, and her shoulders trembled as she murmured, "The general execution stage has the ability to devour blood. The general's execution platform has the ability to devour blood. It will devour all of Brother Bai's blood." The 108 generals were devoured by the general's execution platform and turned into nothingness. The demonic power of the general execution stage is incomparably terrifying. I don't know what's going on either. Bingyun's anxious expression was seen by Xianxia, and he was also extremely worried for Shuiliang. Xianxia stretched out his hand, and even though he could hold Shuiliang's arm, the extremely scorching aura was still attacking him. Xianxia was extremely shocked. This general execution stage was really too terrifying, and it actually possessed such a terrifying demonic power. Just the splattering of blood on the general execution stage had caused such a situation. The blood in Shuiliang's body was flowing out bit by bit, turning into streams of blood qi, and was absorbed into the general execution stage. Trying to gain an advantage only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. This is retribution. Xianxia's expression became solemn. Shuiliang's blood was being devoured by the execution platform and he could no longer fight. Moreover, his life was in danger. Xianxia had to save him first. Otherwise, Shuiliang might lose his life. Xianxia brought Bingyun and Xianrenji into the Zulong Tower instantly, leaving a dumbfounded Shan Yuanqi. Shan Yuanqi's attack landed on the spot where Xianxia was, but it did not stir up any dust because Xianxia had already disappeared. Spatial divine tool? Shan Yuanqi was startled. His facial expression changed slightly, but he was getting more and more excited in his heart. A spatial divine tool was extremely rare. Most importantly, it was a spatial divine tool that could allow people to enter it. It was impossible for this guy to leave this place. Once Xianxia was discovered, Shan Yuanqi would definitely kill Xianxia at all costs and seize the spatial divine tool. At the same time, Immortal Qi Yan was the same. Everyone knew how precious a spatial divine tool was. Even a divine emperor might not have one. How could this divine king kid be so lucky? What a great execution platform. It's so strange. Immortal Qi Yan liked the execution platform more and more. However, the only one who could compete with him now was Shan Yuanqi. Brother Shan Yuan, why don't you give this general execution platform to me? I'll let you have it when we find another treasure. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we'll have to fight until the heavens turn dark, and there won't be any results. What's the point? Why don't you join hands with me? Why don't you let me have the execution platform? If so, I'll give it to you if we find another treasure. How about it? Shan Yuanqi said with a smile. Sigh, it seems like one of us will fall. If you don't believe me, we're destined to lose together. Immortal Qi Yan shook his head and said. Both of them did not believe each other. It was impossible for them to stop fighting. On the contrary, Lan Luo was severely injured by Xianxia. She had lost most of her fighting strength. It was almost impossible for her to fight for the execution platform. Lady Luo, why don't you give me a hand? As long as I defeat this fellow, I will give you this executioner stage as my betrothal gift. How about you marry into my Shan Yuan family? Shan Yuanqi's eyes lit up as he looked at Lan Luo. Lan Luo's expression also became more and more serious. He was as still as a mountain. Silently looking at Shan Yuanqi, Ling said, I'm afraid that when you obtain the general execution platform, I won't be important anymore, right? Lan Luo's words caused Shan Yuanqi to be startled. This woman was truly too intelligent. Indeed, even if he wanted her to marry him, she wouldn't be worth a single coin in front of the general execution stage. However, she had actually sensed it. It seems like you've always been suspicious of my love. Alright, I will seize this general execution stage for you as a token of our love. Hee hee. Xianxia laughed. If Lan Luo was willing to give in, he would be very happy to be with her. After all, if she was willing to marry him, his status in the Xianyuan family would definitely rise. At that time, he would definitely be promoted to a true core disciple. However, it was a pity that it wasn't easy for someone as strong as him to gain a foothold in the Xianyuan family. In the ancestral dragon pagoda, Bing Yun and Qianrenji were slightly startled. Their hearts were in turmoil. Jiang Chen's ancestral dragon pagoda had shown them the true horror. It showed how powerful Jiang Chen's foundation was. But even so, they had to find a way to save Xue Liang. Jiang Chen felt that Xue Liang's body was getting hotter and hotter. If it wasn't for the 5-elemental divine fire, Jiang Chen might not be able to hold Xue Liang's hand. His blood was almost burning and boiling. If this continues, Xue Liang will be devoured alive by that strange general execution stage. Bing Yan said anxiously. She was so anxious that she almost cried, but there was nothing she could do. Is this general execution stage really so terrifying? Jiang Chen wanted to fight poison with poison by injecting the 5-elemental divine fire into Xue Liang's body. However, he gave up in an instant because the moment the 5-elemental divine fire touched Xue Liang's body, the burning waves in his body became even more terrifying. I can't. I'm going to explode. Xue Liang's face was blood red and his body was stiff. He was as thin as a stick and his blood kept evaporating. The blood-red light on the general execution stage was getting more and more terrifying. Cold River Stone. Jiang Chen pressed the Cold River Stone on Xue Liang's body. At that moment, Xue Liang felt extremely comfortable and even his expression became more relaxed. So comfortable, Xue Liang murmured. However, his lips had completely cracked and the blood-red light in his eyes was gradually extinguished. However, Jiang Chen felt that something was wrong because an even more terrifying burning wave was coming again. Even the Cold River Stone seemed to be unable to suppress the terrifying burning wave brought by the general execution stage. It still doesn't work. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. At this moment, no one could help Xue Liang recover. His face was completely emaciated and his blood was almost evaporated by the burning wave in his body. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Xue Liang's roar was deafening like thunder. Bing Yan's eyes were wide open. She did not expect Brother Bai to be swallowed by the general execution stage. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head. Xue Liang's body could no longer withstand such pressure. The combination of ice and fire would only make him feel more pain. Xue Liang's body became distorted and was gradually being sucked away by an extremely terrifying force. Jiang Chen held Xue Liang tightly but it was useless. The unknown force made Jiang Chen feel helpless. The power of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants was also unable to resist it. Xue Liang's body was completely sucked away by the strange energy in the general execution stage. He was sucked out of the Zulong Tower and under the despairing gaze of Jiang Chen and Bing Yun, he was sucked into the general execution stage. No, Bing Yun couldn't believe what had just happened in front of her. She fell limply onto the ground. Jiang Chen also fell into silence and took a deep breath. He was incomparably vexed and dejected. His confidant was actually devoured by the general execution stage at this moment, and he couldn't do anything about it. Human strength is limited sometimes. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Qianrenji looked at Jiang Chen and comforted him in a low voice. If I don't blame him, who should I blame? If he didn't forcefully snatch the general execution stage, Brother Bai wouldn't have been severely injured by those 2 bastards. How would he have died? How would he have left me? Bing Yan knelt on the ground and sobbed. She was extremely sad. Jiang Chen's heart was also touched. I will make them pay with their blood. Rushing out of the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen faced Xianyuan Qi and Taoist Qi Yin. Both of them were slightly stunned. They did not expect that Jiang Chen would come back. Since he had already disappeared, he still dared to come out and court death. He really did not know what was good for him. You still dare to come out? He, good, good. Hand over your spatial divine tool. Maybe I will let you die in one piece. Xianxia stood with his arms crossed and said confidently. He might not have full confidence in dealing with Taoist Qi Yan, but if he could not even take down this guy in the Divine King realm, it would be too shameful for him. Previously, it was just a small fight and there was no life and death battle. Xianxia just did not want to reveal his strength. However, it was different now. Jiangchen's spatial divine tool had completely attracted his attention. This spatial divine tool might not be weaker than the general execution stage. It was a complete waste of God's gift in the hands of this guy. Jiangchen's eyes were filled with endless anger. His aura became extremely cold and domineering. His will to conquer the heavens shot up to the sky. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. These two people killed Shuai Liang, he would not let them off easily. You still dare to stare at me? Haha, interesting. Boy, it seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you really think that you are invincible in the world. You always act like you are the best in the world. I don't like you. Xianxia grinned. His eyes were gloomy and terrifying. Spatial divine tool, I also want it. Taoist Qi Yan looked at Xianxia silently. Both of you come at me together. Whoever kills me may be able to get it. Jiangchen said faintly. Not only that, even Lan Luo was slightly stunned. Is this guy crazy? Even with the help of the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards, it was impossible for him to defeat these two people. Previously, they did not want to waste their energy to kill Jiangchen, so he was able to survive until now. However, the difference now was that the spatial divine tool that Jiangchen revealed had completely attracted their attention. Therefore, it was impossible for Jiangchen to escape unscathed. What a madman. Lan Luo curled her lips as she silently watched the scene unfold. However, what she hoped the most was for the three of them to mutually injure each other so that she could profit from it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for her to reap the benefits from this situation. You talk big. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Little guy, I will give you a quick death today. Taoist Qi Yan sneered and attacked almost at the same time as Xianxia. Whoever can kill this guy will get the spatial divine tool. Xianxuanqi's eyes narrowed slightly. Both of them were unwilling to be outdone, and they fought to get closer. Jiangchen casted the ancient soaring dragon technique once again, increasing his strength by a few levels. The Sword of Solitude activated the heavenly dragon guards. The 7 dragon knights were in front of Jiangchen, leading the charge. The 12 fire god guards stood on both sides of Jiangchen. Jiangchen wasn't afraid of fighting two enemies at all. The heavenly dragon guards and the 12 fire god guards were not afraid of the two enemies' attacks. No matter how terrifying the attack was, it would be easily blocked by them. The puppet took the lead and Jiangchen followed closely behind. The borderless sword and the Sword of Solitude were different but had the same effect. At this moment, Jiangchen's borderless sword had been deduced to the 9th sword. He was still figuring out the 10th sword, but he knew that the 10th sword was not far away. This guy is quite hard to deal with. Humph. Xianxuanqi's long sword swung. The Xianyuan sword technique was one of the most terrifying sword techniques in the world. It was even comparable to Jiangchen's Sword of Solitude. After all, it was created by great Emperor Xianyuan. He was the war god of the ancient world at the same time as Eastern Emperor Tai. Who could compete with Xianyuan? However, the current Xianyuan clan was no longer as glorious as before. However, the Xianyuan technique was still terrifying. The 12 fire god guards could not display their full strength in Xianyuanqi's hands. The 12 fire god guards could only fight against a late hierarch realm expert at most. They had no advantage against Xianyuanqi. Borderless sword, 9th sword. The soundless sword qi descended from the sky, as though it had traveled through the ages, twisting and turning hundreds of times. Xianyuanqi took his time and faced the sword aura with ease. However, he was forced to take 2 steps back. He managed to block the sword aura in the end. He was extremely shocked that Jiangchen could unleash such a terrifying sword aura. If it was an ordinary expert, even a peak late hierarch realm expert might not be able to block it so easily. Your sword is not my match at all. In terms of sword techniques, if my Xianyuan clan claims to be number 2, who dares to claim to be number 1? Ha ha ha. Xianyuanqi's killing intent rose again as he approached Xianxia. The 12 fire god guards were all severely injured by Xianyuanqi's sword aura. Although the puppets did not feel pain, the fire god guards were almost beaten up by Xianyuanqi. Hold on. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said. He started to set up the Supreme Great Divine Origin Stone step by step. At this moment, he could only use the formation to defeat the two of them. Fire Qilin, hold on. Xianxia growled, and the fire Qilin had already charged forward. Together with the 12 fire god guards, they were like a tiger that had grown wings and finally managed to block Xianyuanqi's attack. On the other side, spiritual master Qi Yan was fighting against the dragon rider's heavenly guards. It was obviously a one-sided suppression. However, the dragon rider's heavenly guards were much more terrifying than the 12 fire god guards. Hence, it was impossible for spiritual master Qi Yan to eliminate the dragon rider's heavenly guards in a short period of time. Xianxia wanted to entangle the two of them and give him the opportunity to set up the formation. This guy is actually setting up a formation? Lan Luo saw through Xianxia's intention at a glance as he was a bystander. Could the formation he set up really threaten the two peak ultimate gods with his strength? At least Lan Luo did not believe it. It was almost impossible for a Divine King Realm expert to fight against a peak ultimate god expert. Moreover, there were two of them. Even if he had endless means and had the help of the Fire Qilin, the Fire Qilin's strength was still too weak to take on such a big responsibility. You want to use a formation? Ha ha ha, you're too naive. Xianyuanqi was like a hot knife cutting through butter. He was fearless even in the face of the Fire Qilin's participation. He stepped forward step by step with an invincible momentum. You think you can use a formation? Dream on. It won't take long for me to completely defeat your dragon riders. Spiritual Master Qi Yan said sarcastically. Noisy. Xianxia's expression was as calm as usual. He did not care about Xianyuanqi and Daoist Qi Yan's ridicule. Instead, he concentrated on setting up the formation. The Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation was a formation formed by 108 Origin Divine Weapons. It was time to see how terrifying its power was. Xianxia was not in a hurry because the formation this time was not simple. 108 Origin Divine Tools were also a test of Xianxia's energy consumption. Who dared to try to control so many Origin Divine Tools in such a huge formation at the same time? It might be hard to control in an instant. Therefore, Xianxia had to be careful. The Azura shock absorption this time was likely to drain all the divine origin power in his body. However, Xianxia believed that the attack that burst out at the same time would definitely surprise him. Fire Qilin, the 12 fire god guards and the dragon rider celestial guards almost used up all their power to resist the two people. However, the 12 fire god guards were already in a mess. Fire Qilin was heavily injured, but he did not say a word. Because he knew that if Xianxia was given enough time, he would definitely not let him down. It's done. The light in Xianxia's eyes changed slightly and he said in a deep voice. Activate the formation. Xianxia shouted and the formation was activated instantly. 108 Origin Divine Tools were formed together with the Supreme Grade Divine Origin Stone in a moment. Xianyuanqi and Daoist Qi Yan's expressions changed. Although they did not believe that a divine king could be that capable, 108 Origin Soul artifacts were really frightening. So many Origin Divine Tools? Xianyuanqi's mouth twitched slightly. Even he only had 2 Origin Divine Tools. This guy was just a divine king, how could he be so terrifying? Moreover, it was a formation formed by 108 Origin Divine Tools. It must be quite terrifying. Just looking at the formation, Xianyuanqi frowned a little. So what if there are so many Origin Divine Tools? Can you really control it? Ha ha ha. Wishful thinking. So many Origin Divine Tools will drain all the divine origin power in your body. By then, let's see how you can support the formation. The formation will collapse by itself. Taoist Qi Yan sneered. He was extremely disdainful of Xianxia. How terrifying were 108 Origin Divine Tools? Could a divine king understand it? He couldn't imagine that even if it was them, it was practically impossible for them to control 108 origin divine tools. They couldn't even last for 10 breaths of time. I think you're here to deliver an essence divine artifact. Hee. Daoist Qi Yan became more and more delighted. On Xianxia's body, there were 108 origin divine tools, which were more than the number of origin divine tools in this tomb. Moreover, there was also a spatial divine tool. This guy was a real moving treasure house. Daoist Qi Yan didn't expect that his harvest this time would be so big. Lan Luo frowned. She had always felt that this guy was like a bottomless pit. She had no idea where his bottom line was, nor did she know what his upper limit was. However, he was able to break free countless times and charge upwards constantly. Even she was completely shocked by Jiang Chen, yet he was only a peak god king. Will he really counterattack? Lan Luo couldn't believe it. 108 origin divine tools were too terrifying. Even she was shocked. These 108 origin divine tools could even be compared to the divine tools of a small force in the central region divine land, or even more terrifying. She had seen the elder in her clan controlling the formation formed by 30 origin divine tools. It was earth-shattering. As for that elder, his strength had already reached the divine emperor realm, which was still too far away from her. Although the peak of the hierarch realm was already extremely powerful, it was extremely difficult to step into the half-step divine emperor realm. It would depend on one's luck to reach the emperor realm. The emperor realm was the true peak in this era where only a few emperor realm experts had died. The strength of a half-step divine emperor was far beyond the peak of the hierarch realm. It could even be said that even 20 peak ultimate gods would not be able to defeat one half-step divine emperor. This showed how terrifying the emperor realm was. It was just a half-step divine emperor. Once one stepped into the divine emperor realm, one would be able to leap across the vast world. Lan Luo had reached the peak of the hierarch realm for 2 million years, but she still couldn't break through to the half-step divine emperor realm. This time, she came to the northern cold divine land because of her clan's order. She wanted to obtain a trace of the great emperor's inheritance from the great emperor tomb. She might have the opportunity to enter the half-step divine emperor realm, but it was just an ideal idea. It was not easy to obtain the inheritance from the great emperor tomb. Xianyuan Qi, spiritual master Qi Yan, and Jiang Chen were her biggest obstacles. Even if she couldn't obtain the great emperor's inheritance, she could still obtain some great emperor's items to improve her strength. By then, she could obtain Tihu in the clan and perhaps even improve a little. Reaching the half-step divine emperor realm would mean that she had already surpassed the hierarch realm experts. Her status would also rise. Whether it was in the clan or the central region divine land, she would have some fame. Lan Luo was shocked. Even a divine emperor realm expert might not have such a method, but Jiang Chen did it. However, could he really gather such a terrifying formation? This was still an unknown. As expected by spiritual master Qi Yan, as soon as the ghost prison Ashura sword formation was activated, Jiang Chen felt that the divine origin energy in his body was almost drained. Controlling the true ghost prison Ashura sword formation required a huge amount of divine origin energy. However, Jiang Chen's current strength was limited. Although he could continuously recover his strength with the myriad qi, the most terrifying thing was that he couldn't make ends meet. Jiang Chen's ghost prison Ashura sword formation could only last for 50 breaths of time. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, but he was shocked. Even he had never thought that this would happen. However, 50 breaths of time depended on whether he could kill the two of them. This is the true ghost prison Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Xianyuan Qi and spiritual master Qi Yan's facial expression suddenly changed. Endless sword rain was hovering above their heads. Most importantly, it was the sword rain emitted by the origin divine weapons. The sword rain was dazzling with golden light, constantly intertwining in the formation without any blind spots. Break for me! Jiang Chen roared and used all of his strength. 108 origin divine weapons were completely activated at this moment. The operation of the formation caused the divine origin energy in his body to be drained faster. He knew that his mental strength was also greatly consumed and it was difficult to continue. What a terrifying sword formation! Daoist Qi Yan roared. Flaming silhouettes soared into the sky, but they were all slashed by the endless rain of swords. Wounds appeared on his body one after another. In just 10 breaths of time, the two of them were heavily injured and could only passively resist. The endless rain of swords pierced through their bodies. The might of the sword formation was like a tiger or a dragon, unstoppable. Xianyuan Juiying. One sword against 1,000. Xianyuan unwillingly displayed his strongest sword technique, but he still could not resist the endless sword rain. His injuries were also getting more and more serious. This is impossible. No. Xianyuan repeatedly cried out, but he could not do anything. He was hit by the sword rain again and again. The dazzling sword aura was so powerful that Daoist Qi Yan and Xianyuan could not resist it at all. Invisible sword shadow, 10,000 holy light. Jiang Chen's face also became more and more pale, and even the light in his eyes became extremely turbid. Because the Ashura sword formation was too terrifying, it was almost devouring his divine origin energy, causing his myriad Qi body to show stagnation in recovery. The terrifying consumption made Jiang Chen's face change. But there was no doubt that the horror made Xianyuan and Daoist Qi Yan instantly fall into despair. Bastard! You can't kill me, or the Xianyuan clan will never let you go. I am the top genius of the Xianyuan clan, you can't kill me, you can't. Xianyuan vowed to resist with his life, while blood was gushing out. His aura was extremely weak. He knew that he might not be able to hold on for more than 30 breaths of time. Boy, I surrender. As long as you remove the formation, I am willing to be your slave forever. In Daoist Qi Yan's eyes, aside from fear, there was nothing else. The ridicule from before had become a slap to his face. He and Xianyuan were practically forced to kneel on the ground by the peerlessly powerful sacred light, with no room to turn the situation around. In my eyes, the lives of the two of you are not as important as the life of my best friend. If I don't kill you, how can I comfort his soul in heaven? Jiang Chen coldly said as he spat out a mouthful of blood. In this battle, he had almost suffered a great loss. He had consumed all of his essence, qi, and spirit, and his divine origin energy was almost completely depleted. However, it was imperative to kill them. You lunatic, no, before Xianyuan's roar could stop, the rain of swords pierced through his heart. Daoist Qi Yan had no way to deal with it and could only be completely killed by Jiang Chen's ghost prison Azura sword formation. Their souls were also scattered by Jiang Chen's endless rain of swords. Their souls were completely destroyed, and there was no hope for them to be reborn. Jiang Chen looked at the figures of the two men who had lost all hope and fell to the ground. At this moment, he couldn't hold on any longer. He knelt down on one knee, and blood kept gushing out from his wound. Lan Luo was completely dumbfounded. No one could resist Jiang Chen's death sword formation. However, being devoured by the sword formation was also within her expectations. After all, it was almost impossible for Jiang Chen to control such a huge sword formation. It was already beyond Lan Luo's imagination to be able to hold on for more than 10 breaths of time. Jiang Chen's dreadfulness was completely indescribable. Even someone with peerless talent like her had to admit that she was not a match for Jiang Chen. Even if she pretended to be weak and deliberately lost to Jiang Chen, it could not change the outcome. In the end, it was still difficult for her to defeat Jiang Chen. This guy could even be said to be a real tiger. Xianyuan and Daoist Qi Yan were both defeated by Jiang Chen. It was not a loss at all, because the two of them were really not a match for Jiang Chen. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight. After killing the two of them, he no longer had the strength to fight anymore. He was just struggling to escape. Now, Lan Luo could take advantage of the situation and rise up. The final beneficiary of the tomb of the great emperor would be her. You're really dreadful. Lan Luo looked at Jiang Chen and said sincerely. It was unknown whether she was praising him or mocking him. After all, the current him had no strength to fight anymore. You're not bad either. I'm really surprised that you're able to endure so patiently. Jiang Chen's words made Lan Luo's delicate body tremble. You know about it? Even Xianyuan is afraid of you, especially your family background. If you're not strong enough, would you dare to step into this place alone? Moreover, you have the ability to deceive the battle of Tongxian Mansion. If I'm not careful, wouldn't I be killed by you? Jiang Chen shook his head and said. It's too late even if you know about it now. Lan Luo smiled and said. You can't kill me. Jiang Chen said confidently. He can't kill you, but what about me? A cold and familiar voice appeared behind Jiang Chen. A green-clothed man took a step forward and soared into the sky. His long hair was messy, his face rough and his aura was terrifying. It's you. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. Although he was only a middle hierarch, Jiang Chen knew that this guy was one of his strongest opponents. He was the one who almost defeated him in Linhe Boundary's Clearstream sect. That's right, it's me. Xianyuan Kanglin said faintly. Lunglin looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was his lifelong enemy. He had never lost to anyone in the younger generation. The only person he lost to was Jiang Chen. He almost lost his life in that battle and was even forced to leave Clearstream sect. I didn't expect that you're still alive. Jiang Chen smiled and said. Lan Luo's eyes slightly squinted. Who is this guy? To be able to make Jiang Chen pay attention to him. Although he was only a middle hierarch, he was not as simple as he looked. He might be a powerful expert. I won't die since you're still alive. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape today. Xianyuan Kanglin said. You've lost to me twice, and each time, you had to flee in a sorry state. Jiang Chen smiled and said. Yet, you failed to kill me every single time. Xianyuan Kanglin, do you think you can kill me this time? Jiang Chen said without batting an eyelid. Although he had lost all of his strength, it wouldn't take long for him to recover completely. It was just that his appearance was a little too timely. You're Xianyuan Kanglin? The peerless genius of the Xianyuan clan? Lan Luo was slightly stunned. This guy's strength was not any weaker than Xianyuan Qi. She had heard about him before. He was a peerless genius of the Xianyuan clan within 100 years. He was able to dominate the younger generation of the Xianyuan clan. He could almost enter the top 3 because even Xianyuan Qi was defeated by him. She did not expect him to be Xianyuan Kanglin. The most terrifying thing was that Jiang Chen had defeated Xianyuan Kanglin twice. How strong was he? So what? I don't like to kill women. You better leave. Lan Luo did not say anything because she was a smart woman. She knew that if she were to take action now, the situation would change instantly. Since he wanted to kill Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have to do it himself. Although I'm taking advantage of you, I'm afraid that I won't be able to defeat you after you recover. That's why it's best to kill him while he's still in the cradle. Xianyuan Kanglin was not an extraordinary person. Although he was arrogant, he knew how to judge the situation. Jiang Chen was able to kill Qi Yan Dao Master and Xianyuan Qi. It was already extremely terrifying to him. Now that Jiang Chen was unable to do anything, it was the best time for him to take action. You're indeed powerful, your talent is the best I've ever seen in my life. But you're too arrogant. In your eyes, no one is your opponent. But to me, I only need to become stronger. Xianyuan clan is my backing. Xianyuan Qi is already dead, he's just a pawn to me. So what if he's dead? You're strong, but you're just a brainless bastard. Xianyuan Kanglin continued. He was determined to kill Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to do so. Jiang Chen said coldly. At this moment, he retreated and his blood stained the stage. Lan Luo did not expect that Jiang Chen would take the initiative to drip his blood on the stage. He's courting death. However, Jiang Chen wanted to find out what this executioner's stage was and how it devoured Shuiliang. Otherwise, he would not be satisfied. You're still thinking of killing yourself? Lan Luo frowned. Jiang Chen's action made her confused. Could it be that this guy doesn't want to die in the hands of the opponent that he had defeated twice and feel ashamed? The general execution platform will devour you completely. You actually chose the path of death. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes were calm. Jiang Chen's action made him sigh. But death was death. No matter how he died, Jiang Chen, the demon in his heart, would disappear from his heart. All of a sudden, Jiang Chen felt the same heat that he felt on Shuiliang's body. But this time, it was much more real. A strong suction force was burning Jiang Chen's blood. His blood was boiling and his body was burning in pain. Jiangchen frowned. However, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was protecting Jiangchen's heart meridian at this moment. However, his blood was boiling and Jiangchen could not do anything about it. In the next moment, Jiangchen felt his body being sucked into the execution platform uncontrollably. Jiangchen's expression became solemn. The space of the commander execution stage was independent. He was also shocked. This commander execution stage was actually a spatial divine tool similar to the ancestral dragon pagoda. There were boundless blood pools and blood mountains around it. Around the blood mountains, there were rays of blood-red light burning. It was like fire, but also like an invisible emptiness. What was burning was not only the fire, but also the karmic fire within one's heart. Jiangchen's heart trembled. If it wasn't for the karmic fire of the Red Lotus protecting his heart, he might not be able to escape this fate. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus blocked the karmic fire from burning. Many spirits appeared in the surroundings. However, those spirits made Jiangchen's heart tremble. They were all Emperor Realm spirits. However, these spirits did not have any consciousness. They were like wandering ghosts, wandering around the space of the stage. Each of these spirits was extremely terrifying. They would collide with each other, and every time they collided, there would be boundless karmic fire rising. In the distance, Jiangchen's eyes narrowed. He saw Xueliang. At this moment, Xueliang was sitting cross-legged on the stone stage, bathing in the blood pool. The blood pool around him was gushing out continuously. The blood-red radiance and karmic fire attacked Xueliang again and again. It was as if they were cleansing his body and soul. Xueliang is not dead yet. Jiangchen's pupils shrunk. The surrounding space was too strange. Jiangchen could not believe it. Everything here seemed to have become extremely ordinary. The burning sensation of his blood rising gradually weakened. However, it did not disappear. Jiangchen used the karmic fire of the Red Lotus to protect his heart. The appearance of Xueliang gave Jiangchen a great shock. At least he could relax. Xueliang was not dead yet. Although his aura was a little weak, it was undeniable that his existence gave Jiangchen a peace of mind. In other words, the execution stage was not as terrifying as Bing Yun had described. However, he still could not release Bing Yun from the Zulong Tower. He and Xueliang were not devoured by the execution stage, but it did not mean that she could ignore the devouring of the execution stage. What kind of existence is this execution stage? How could it be so terrifying? Jiangchen's blood was rising and burning. However, the myriad chi body's recovery was still on par with Xueliang's. Under such circumstances, Jiangchen was in an invincible position. At least he managed to escape from Xianyuan Kanglin's pursuit and found out whether Xueliang was dead or alive. It was worth it for him to rush into the execution stage. The body bathed in blood, the devil is limitless. Xueliang murmured and suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot and blazing. His pupils were completely covered by the color of blood. Jiangchen felt that he was not looking at Xueliang, but an incomparably terrifying devil. How could this be? Is Xueliang possessed by the devil? Jiangchen took a step forward. However, Xueliang's aura suddenly skyrocketed at this moment. He even broke through the middle hierarch realm and his strength was still rising. His surroundings seemed to be burning with blood-red devil chi. Xueliang kept devouring the devil chi. His eyes became more and more scarlet, filled with bloodthirsty battle intent and murderous intent. This execution stage is too terrifying. It actually devoured his will. Once he loses control of his will, he will become a puppet. Jiangchen frowned. Xueliang seemed to be in a calm situation, but he was actually a bomb that could explode at any time. He seemed to be devouring the energy of the execution stage. I must not let him be possessed by the devil. Jiangchen's eyes narrowed. He wanted to stop Xueliang. At this moment, he released his Emperor Realm soul. However, Jiangchen did not expect that the surrounding unconscious Emperor Realm souls would start rushing towards him. Jiangchen's Emperor Realm soul made Xueliang frown. His bloodshot eyes stared at Jiangchen as if he was looking at his prey. Damn it. Why are those unconscious Emperor Realm souls rushing towards me? Jiangchen could not help but worry. Xueliang had already turned into a devil. Xianxia wanted to use the Emperor Realm's souls to help him get rid of the devil in his heart, but he did not expect that the unconscious Emperor Realm souls would rush towards him. This almost forced Xianxia into a desperate situation. Now he only had less than 20% of his strength left. The previous battle had almost consumed all the divine spirit in his body. Even if he had the myriad chi body, it was impossible for him to fully recover in such a short time. Xianxia wanted to escape into the Zulong Tower, but misfortunes never come. He found that the Zulong Tower could not be opened. It must be because of the general execution stage. Xianxia thought. The general execution stage was a space of its own, even the Zulong Tower could not be entered. Facing so many unconscious Emperor Realm souls, Xianxia was extremely anxious. Although those unconscious Emperor Realm souls could not attack him, under Shui Liang's control, those Emperor Realm souls began to surge towards Xianxia in an orderly manner. Shui Liang's blood-red eyes were filled with a cold killing intent towards Xianxia. It seemed that only by killing him could he calm the terrifying devil flame in his heart. Shui Liang's bloodthirsty demon eye gave Xianxia a great deal of pressure. This guy's strength seemed to become more and more strange and terrifying, especially the Skyfrost sword in his hand, which seemed to be completely under his control. Xianxia deeply understood how terrifying the feeling of being one with the sword was. He and the Sky Dragon sword were in the realm of being one with the sword. Shui Liang, do you still remember me? Xianxia said in a deep voice. The so-called Shui Liang has left. From now on, my name is Shadowstream. Shui Liang said faintly, the killing intent in his eyes did not diminish. He walked towards Xianxia step by step. You are not Shui Liang. Xianxia's pupils shrank. This guy's voice was a little hoarse, but the coldness in it made people's hearts freeze. He invaded Shui Liang's body and replaced him. Shadowstream? Who are you? Xianxia shouted coldly. If it wasn't for that stubborn old man who trapped me here, I might have already become the strongest emperor in the world. Yinglu said faintly. His blood-red demonic eyes were full of resentment. The old guy he was talking about was obviously the ancient emperor of Jiuzhou. I can sense the aura on your body, the source energy of all things. I like it very much. If I devour you, I'll benefit greatly. Although this body is barely passable, it is still inferior to yours. Even that old thing doesn't have such a terrifying physique. If it were in the ancient times, it would definitely be a treasure that everyone would drool over. Shadowstream suddenly grinned, completely regarding Xianxia as food in his mouth. You are indeed a ruthless person. No wonder the ancient emperor of Jiuzhou trapped you here. Xianxia frowned, not daring to underestimate him in the slightest. This guy's soul had also reached the emperor realm, but Xianxia had never expected it. Humph, if I wasn't controlled by the forbidden soul seal back then, even if that old fellow wanted to kill me, it wouldn't have been an easy task. How many years has it been? I've been trapped in this dark general's execution platform by him. He killed 108 generals all for the sake of sealing me. One day, I'll make that old bastard fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. The ancient emperor of Jiuzhou is dead. Xianxia said. But he was shocked. The ancient emperor of Jiuzhou killed all 108 emperors just to suppress the sky? How strong was he when he was alive? Impossible, I don't believe it. Shadowstream suddenly looked up and turned to look at Xianxia. Is he really dead? Ha ha ha, then who in this world can trap me? Ha ha ha. When I see the light of day again, I will dye the 9 heavens with blood. My name, Shadowstream, will reign supreme for all eternity. Shadowstream laughed wildly. Xianxia felt more and more that this guy was terrifying. It would not be easy to get out of here. The general execution platform was a space of its own. It was easy to enter, but difficult to get out. Xianxia looked at Shadowstream cautiously. His only chance now was the soul-snatching divine art. Only by catching him off guard could he seriously injure his soul power. Only then would he have a chance to turn the tables. Otherwise, he would not be a match for him. The current Shui Liang was not the same as before. Shadowstream's methods, as well as his terrifying fusion with the Skyfrost sword, made it so that even Xianxia did not dare to fight him head-on. If he was at his peak, he might be able to fight him, but now Xianxia had to be prepared. You are the capital that I need to break through the general execution platform. Shadow Stream approached Xianxia again. The terrifying demonic flame burned in his eyes, as if it could burn everything. That overbearing attitude of ignoring everything and being the only one in the world made people fearful. You are already an arrow at the end of its flight. Admit defeat, little guy. Haha. Shadow Stream rose with his sword while sweeping across, pressing towards Xianxia. An overbearing aura filled the air. Xianxia met the challenge head-on. At this moment, he had no other choice. There was nothing but endless blood pools and mountains of blood around him. Worlds apart. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. The sixth move of the Sword of Solitude was displayed. The terrifying sword will actually forced Shadow Stream to take a step back. Shadow Stream's expression was extremely cold. You actually know that old thing's Sword of Solitude? So this Sword of Solitude was really created by 9 provinces Solitude. Xianxia's heart trembled. If he could find the rest of the Sword of Solitude in this tomb of the great emperor, it would be his greatest gain. Are you also afraid of the Sword of Solitude? Xianxia sneered. Afraid? The world is vast. What is there that I, Shadow Stream, am afraid of? What a joke. Shadow Stream said disdainfully. He charged forward again. The Skyfrost sword raised the Skyfrost, and the cold air was oppressive. Ice and fire overlapped, and each move was fatal. If Xianxia's attainments in swordsmanship were not so strong, he would have been defeated long ago. However, after that move, his aura once again fell into decline. If he could not win for a long time, he would definitely lose. Most importantly, those unconscious Emperor Realm souls had already surrounded him. What he had to face was no longer just Shadow Stream. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. The only thing he could rely on was the soul-snatching divine technique. This is the moment. Shadow Stream recklessly charged forward. Xianxia found an opportunity. At the moment when Shadow Stream's sword momentum reversed, he instantly displayed the departed soul's killing technique. A soundless flowing light spread out like ripples on water. In an instant, Shadow Stream's expression changed dramatically. He spat out blood, and his figure became dim and lifeless. He staggered backward. This, you actually have an Emperor's soul? But Xianxia did it. He performed the soul-killing move in an instant. Shadow Stream couldn't predict it, and his soul was directly damaged. Xianxia was also gasping for breath. The aura of his soul and divine spirit power were almost exhausted. The soul-killing move was also not something he could fully control now, because his strength was still too weak. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be extremely painful and sad if he couldn't use all his skills. So what? Xianxia sneered. This guy had been seriously injured by Xianxia because he had underestimated Xianxia. Xianxia's soul was in more pain than Xianxia's. Xianxia had just consumed too much energy, and his body couldn't bear such a terrible load. But Xianxia had really suffered a huge blow. At this moment, Shui Liang's eyes became extremely painful. Sometimes they were clear, and sometimes they were full of blood. It's Shui Liang. He's not dead yet. His soul is fighting back. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He had seriously injured Shadow Stream, so that Shui Liang's soul began to regain the initiative. Shui Liang desperately wanted to regain control of his body, but the constantly changing colors in his eyes made Xianxia worried. If Shui Liang couldn't regain the initiative of his soul, he would definitely die. Xianxia couldn't help him at all. He could only rely on himself. He had seriously injured Shadow Stream's soul, which could be said to have bought enough time for Shui Liang. Whether he lived or died, or whether he succeeded or failed, it all depended on him. Don't let me down, Shui Liang. Xianxia murmured. No one could understand Shui Liang's pain at this time. His body and soul were both suppressed. If he hadn't taken the opportunity to fight back when Shadow Stream's soul was declining, it was estimated that when Shadow Stream's soul was completely integrated with his body, Shui Liang would really no longer exist. Xianxia stared at this scene intently. Shui Liang gained the upper hand again and began to crazily suppress Shadow Stream's soul. The clarity in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Xianxia knew that Shui Liang was about to succeed. As time went by, Shueliang finally gained the upper hand in the soul struggle with Shadow Stream and completely suppressed it, because the clarity in his eyes was something Xianxia had never seen before. "It's good to be alive," Shueliang murmured, looking at Xianxia in front of him. No one knew how much pain he had gone through in the soul struggle not long ago. At the moment when Shadow Stream occupied his body, he thought he would never see the light of day again, but now it seemed that he was lucky. Shueliang knew that Xianxia must have severely injured Shadow Stream's soul. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to fight against the soul of an Emperor Realm expert with his soul power. Xianxia had saved him again. "Although it's a little tacky, I still have to say thank you." "You don't have to thank me. The person who saved you is yourself. If you can't defeat Shadow Stream, no one can help you." Xianxia smiled. "He's not dead yet," Shueliang said. "What?" Xianxia said in a low voice. "It's already very painful to suppress him. It's almost impossible to kill him. His soul power is in my body. If I want to kill him, I have to kill myself. Moreover, the terror of an Emperor Realm soul is not something we can imagine. His soul is something I can't compare with. I can only suppress him temporarily. I don't even know how long it will take for him to make a comeback," Shueliang said with a wry smile. But he had survived the disaster and was not killed by Shadow Stream, which was a great fortune in misfortune. "So, he may make a comeback at any time?" Xianxia frowned. For Shueliang, he could fall into a passive position at any time, or even face a life-and-death situation again. "Yes, but there's nothing I can do. It depends on my luck. If he really makes a comeback and invades my soul again in the future, I'm afraid things will be more serious than now." Shueliang also looked helpless, but he couldn't change the fact. "Now we have to see how to get out of here," Xianxia said. "This commander execution stage seems to have a space of its own, which means that it must be a divine weapon. Moreover, there are hundreds of unconscious Emperor Realm souls in the commander execution stage. They should be the souls of the experts killed by the ancient emperor of the 9 provinces. Previously, Yinglu said that these 108 emperor-level souls were killed by the 9 regions' ancient emperor in order to suppress him. If we can destroy these emperor-level souls, maybe we can get out," Xianxia thought. But these are 108 Emperor Realm souls. That Shadow Stream has been powerless for hundreds of millions of years. How can the seal of the great Emperor of Jiuzhou be broken so easily? Shueliang was still in despair. He dared not imagine how they could get rid of the 108 Emperor Realm souls. "We can only fight with our lives on the line. Although these unconscious Emperor Realm souls have no power to attack us now, it's almost impossible to destroy them." Xianxia didn't know what to do at the moment, but he already had an idea. However, he wasn't sure if his Great You soul-forming light could control so many Emperor Realm souls. Although the Great You soul-forming light was terrifying, it still hadn't reached the level of a primal origin treasure. Once it couldn't bear so many Emperor Realm souls, it might be shooting itself in the foot. Even Xianxia couldn't imagine the result. 108 Emperor Realm souls. It was unimaginably terrifying. Although the Great You soul-forming light could devour billions of souls, these 108 Emperor Realm souls were like an insurmountable mountain. No matter how big the capacity of the Great You soul-forming light was, it might not be able to contain them. But now, Xianxia could only fight with his life on the line. The Great You soul-forming light was their only chance of survival. "It's up to you now. Life or death, success or failure, it all depends on a single thought." Xianxia held the Great You soul-forming light in his hand and activated the divine tool. A terrifying soul storm was formed in the general's execution stage. The unconscious Emperor Realm souls were instantly devoured by the Great You soul-forming light. Even Xianxia was dumbfounded. The Great You soul-forming light was just an essence divine tool. How could it be so terrifying? Xianxia finally knew how terrifying it was. After the Great You soul-forming light devoured 108 Emperor Realm souls, the wick of the Great You soul-forming light suddenly shone with green light. Even Xianxia didn't expect that. It actually advanced? Both Xianxia and Shueliang did not expect the 108 Emperor Realm souls to be absorbed by the Great You soul-forming light. It was unbelievable. It's too scary. I'm afraid that even an Emperor realm expert would be afraid of this magical lamp, Shuiliang said. No matter what, the 108 Emperor realm souls were all absorbed by the great Yu soul-forming light. How could Shuiliang not be shocked? Even though he knew that Xianxia had many tricks up his sleeves, it was still unbelievable. The changes in the great Yu soul-forming light made Xianxia value it even more. The great Yu soul-forming light had become a primordial treasure. To Xianxia, it was a great surprise. Most importantly, he could feel that the great Yu soul-forming light had been strengthened by the 108 Emperor realm souls. The 108 Emperor realm souls were not completely absorbed by the great Yu soul-forming light. Instead, it was the Juju that could not be devoured completely. The great Yu soul-forming light had been suppressed by the 108 Emperor realm souls. In fact, the great Yu soul-forming light had broken through because it had devoured the Emperor realm souls of the Juju. Xianxia felt that the 108 Emperor realm souls were extraordinary, but he could not figure it out. At this moment, a blue cocoon appeared on the wick of the lamp. The blue light was leisurely, and the green light flickered. The cocoon was burning under the wick. The cocoon started to crack slowly and finally disappeared. There was a blue long-eared elf jumping around in the wick as if it was playing. Is this the soul of the great Yu soul-forming light? Shuiliang was dumbfounded and looked at the scene silently. Not bad. I never expected the great Yu soul-forming light to have such a change. Xianxia was delighted. The great Yu soul-forming light had become so powerful. With the primordial treasure in his hands, he had nothing to worry about anymore. Moreover, the great Yu soul-forming light had given birth to a soul. The soul in the great Yu soul-forming light was only the size of a fingernail. However, it was extremely lively, like a fairy in the sky. Eh? I can control the general execution stage now? Shuiliang said in a deep voice. The general execution stage was not an ordinary item. It was a real primordial treasure, and it might not be weaker than the great Yu soul-forming light. This general execution platform was able to seal 108 Emperor-level souls and suppress the shadows. It definitely had its own terrifying aspects. Otherwise, why would the ancient Emperor of the 9 provinces value it so highly? We can go out. Shuiliang said happily. With a thought, Xianxia and Shuiliang left the general execution stage. But at this moment, Lan Luo and Xianyuan Kanglin were nowhere to be seen. You'd better let your little lover know that you're not dead yet. Haha, I bet she's worried sick. Xianxia said with a smile. Shuiliang blushed. Just as Xianxia had expected, the ancestral dragon pagoda could be accessed freely after leaving the general execution stage. Xianrenji and Bingyun were released by Xianxia. When Bingyun saw Shuiliang in front of her, she was completely stunned. She immediately threw herself into Shuiliang's embrace. Brother Bai, I don't want you to leave me anymore. Bingyun hugged Shuiliang with tears in her eyes. Xianrenji smiled. Fortunately, Xianxia and Shuiliang were safe. If it wasn't for Xianxia, I would have died long ago. Shuiliang said sincerely. Bingyun blushed. She felt that her words to Xianxia were inappropriate. She said embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Xianxia. I offended you. It's okay. Oh yes, do you know who Shadowstream is? Xianxia shook his head. He did not take it to heart. Shadowstream? Bingyun was stunned and shook her head. I've heard of this name before, but I can't remember. This person should be weaker than the Nai region ancient emperor, but I really can't remember. Xianxia, look, there's a blood-red door. It's opened. Xianrenji's eyes lit up when she saw the blood-red stone door. Looks like Xianyuan Kanglin and Lan Luo have entered. Xianxia said. This is the last door of the Nai region ancient emperor's tomb. The blood-red stone door was created by the great emperor himself. Bingyun said. Looks like the Nai region ancient emperor's true face is finally going to be revealed. Xianxia's eyes flashed. Who was this Nai region ancient emperor? He was filled with anticipation. A god emperor of the Nai region immortal world? Moreover, the sword of solitude that he cultivated was created by this great emperor. In order to obtain the last 3 styles of the sword of solitude, Xianxia must pay a visit to the last tomb of an ancient great emperor of the 9 provinces. But your injuries? Xianxia asked worriedly. It's all right. I'll be fine in half a day. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia entered the ancestral dragon pagoda. The three of them were already used to it, especially Shui Liang, who was able to control the execution stage after it had acknowledged him as its master. Naturally, he knew about Xianxia's unpredictable methods. Xianxia entered the Zulong Tower and started to heal his injuries. With the help of the myriad Qi body, his strength would be restored to its peak in no time. Now that Xianyuan Kanglin had reappeared, his strength must have increased by leaps and bounds. Moreover, he could ignore Xianyuan Qi, which meant that his strength was not any weaker than Xianyuan Qi. Lan Luo, on the other hand, was a woman with a heart like a snake and a scorpion. She was extremely ruthless, meticulous, and cunning. Both of them were extremely difficult to deal with. Jiang had to take precautions against them. He did not dare to take any risks before his strength was fully recovered. Moreover, he still had to deal with the dangers in the tomb. However, when Shui Liang tried to retrieve the platform, he realized that he couldn't do it at all. The platform was firmly embedded in the ground and he couldn't move it at all. No matter how many tricks Shui Liang used, it was of no use. Shui Liang tried to use his will to activate the general execution platform, wanting to keep it completely. Every attempt ended in failure. However, Shui Liang did not want to give up just like that. The power of the general execution platform was rather terrifying. If he gave up now, he would probably regret it for the rest of his life. Shui Liang persisted, but the execution platform was immovable. In the end, Shui Liang could only give up. If he could not keep the execution platform, his gains would be gone. Damn it. I don't believe it. Shui Liang tried to control the general execution stage with his will once again, but he still couldn't move it. At the critical moment, the general execution stage flew up in an instant, smashing a hole in the great emperor's tomb and soaring into the sky. Bingyan and Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. They looked at each other, finding it hard to accept. This. Half a day later, Jiangchen woke up from his cultivation. When he heard Shui Liang's words, he was extremely shocked. The general execution platform flew away by itself. This was too strange. Even Shui Liang, who was in control of the general execution platform, could not do anything about it. However, there was no turning back now. Not only Jiangchen, Shui Liang was also curious about the 9 regions' ancient emperor. Since the general execution platform has flown away by itself, let's go in and have a look. Although Shui Liang was unwilling, he could not change the current situation. All right. Jiangchen said. The 4 of them quickly went through the blood-red stone door. The huge blood-red door gave off a chilling aura. It's Xianyuan Kanglin. Shui Liang recognized Xianyuan Kanglin at first glance and was shocked. Why is he here? That guy is everywhere. Compared to before, his strength is much stronger. If I hadn't seized the opportunity to enter the general execution platform, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been his match. Jiangchen shook his head and said. However, if they were to fight again, Jiangchen would be fearless. Looks like the tomb of the 9 regions' ancient emperor is getting more and more lively. Shui Liang said faintly. His eyes narrowed slightly. Xianyuan Kanglin's participation had made this battle more difficult. That's an altar? Jiangchen's gaze fell on the black square altar. There were 8 of them in the shape of the 8 trigrams. Each altar was surrounded and protected by a blood-red silhouette with a broken sword in his hand. He was sitting on the altar with his long hair fluttering in the wind. It was a strange scene. His silhouette was like a huge mountain, filled with a vigorous feeling, giving off a heavy pressure. His aura was completely above all things. That kind of attitude of looking up and sweeping through the world, even though he was just sitting there, was enough to make people yearn for it. Even Lan Luo and Xianyuan Kanglin fell into deep thought. They looked at the blood-red silhouette silently. The ancient emperor of Jiuzhou? Bingyan exclaimed. Her expression became extremely solemn. At this moment, everyone looked at Bingyan, including Lan Luo and Xianyuan Kanglin. They waved their hands and saw Jiangchen and the others standing at the entrance. You're saying that he's the ancient emperor of the 9 states? Jiangchen and the rest took a deep breath and their expressions became more and more solemn. Was that silhouette really the ancient emperor of Jiuzhou? Following Bing Yan's exclamation, everyone silently stared at the back of the seated figure. It was as though he was one with the heavens and earth. Even the sudden appearance of the broken sword gave people the feeling that it was one with the heavens and earth. However, Xianxia kept having the feeling that he had seen that sword somewhere before, but he wasn't sure. That silhouette was thought-provoking. It even made people fall into a state of confusion. The man who was in the middle of the 8 trigrams altar was the center of the altar. He sat there as though he was looking at something. It also seemed like he had a kind of determination to face death calmly. It was thought-provoking. Especially that sword. When Xianxia walked in, the heavenly dragon sword in his hand began to tremble continuously. It was a sense of crisis, a kind of resonance. Xianxia was extremely cautious. To be able to resonate with his heavenly dragon sword, how terrifying would that divine weapon be? The craftsman god had sealed his heavenly dragon sword, but it still reached the level of a primal origin treasure. Even he could not create a primal origin treasure. Even the Emperor realm experts were shocked. Today, it was the first time that Xianxia had seen such a terrifying divine weapon. Even the broken Eastern Emperor bell only caused the heavenly dragon sword to tremble slightly. On that broken sword, a terrifying evil aura caused Xianxia and the rest's expression to change. It was a kind of arrogance and overbearingness. A bloodthirsty sword intent was emitted from the inside out, suffocating everyone. That silhouette and that short sword attracted everyone's attention. The silhouette was like a mountain, the spine was like a hook, and the 8 trigrams altar was growing and multiplying endlessly. However, that person did not have a trace of vitality. All of his vitality was on that incomparably terrifying broken sword. When Bing Yan shouted out the name of Jiuzhou Ancient Emperor, everyone knew that person must be the Jiuzhou Ancient Emperor. I didn't expect you to still be alive. This is interesting. Xianyuan Kanglin said Lung Lung while looking at Xianxia. You're really haunting me. This time I will not let you leave so easily. Shuiliang said. Really? Then let's see if you have the capability. If not, then all of you shall be buried together with the great emperor of Northern Liang. Xianyuan Kanglin glanced at Shuiliang. Even though Shuiliang's strength was on par with him, Shuiliang seemed to be weaker than Xianxia. This time, Xianyuan Kanglin would take care of Shuiliang. Your arrogance is very annoying. Shuiliang and Xianyuan Kanglin were also opposing each other. After all, both of them were no longer the monarchs of yesterday. When they meet again, there would definitely be a more terrifying battle. Unfortunately, the sword is broken. Lan Luo's eyes were filled with disappointment. Obviously, she came for the broken sword. Although the sword was still there, it was no longer as glorious as before. Even if it's a broken sword, I will not give up. Xianyuan Kanglin squinted his eyes and flew up. Previously, he and Lan Luo had to break through layers of obstacles to get close to the altar. However, the altar and the forbidden formation gave them a headache, causing them to fall into a predicament. The day the broken sword is reforged, the day the night returns. Even though the sword is broken, it doesn't mean that it can't be reforged, Shuiliang murmured. This scene felt familiar to Shuiliang. In the past, his golden saint sword was crushed and devoured. He swore that if the broken sword is reforged, it would be the day the night returns. At the same time, in Linhe Boundary, in the Forgotten Sword Tomb, countless broken swords were trembling and buzzing, as if they were awakened. The Forgotten Sword Tomb, which had been silent for millions of years, had countless divine weapons intertwining with each other. The broken swords danced in the sky, millions of broken swords. The broken swords were like broken souls, colliding with each other. The sound of metal colliding was ear-piercing. A grey-robed old man who had been guarding the ancient sword tomb for countless years suddenly stood up from the old chair made of ancient vines. He suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. It was as if he could not control his emotions. It's been 99,990,000 years. Master, are you really coming back? The old man's eyes were filled with tears, his heart was filled with excitement. The supreme heavenly venerative Northern Liang was finally coming back. It's not that easy to take back the broken sword. His current strength had reached the middle hierarch realm and his control over the Skyfrost sword had reached an extremely high level. He was like a completely different person now. Although Ying Lu had taken over his body, he had also left behind a precious treasure for Shui Liang. As long as Shui Liang could suppress Ying Lu's soul forever, Shui Liang would be able to benefit greatly from the Skyfrost sword. Your sword is not bad, but it's a pity that you're still not my match. Xianyuan Kanglin went straight for the broken sword. But at that moment, he was once again forced back by the 8 trigrams sacrificial altar. That was an ocean-like force that bounced both of them back. Shui Liang also quickly retreated as he did not expect to be hit by the 8 trigrams sacrificial altar. He and Xianyuan Kanglin retreated after one strike. Both of them were evenly matched, no one was able to gain the upper hand. This 8 trigram sacrificial altar itself is a forbidden formation. How can the sacrificial altar set up by the Northern Liang ancient emperor be taken lightly? Lan Luo sneered. It was ridiculous that both Xianyuan Kanglin and Shui Liang wanted to take the broken sword. There's something wrong with this sacrificial altar. Retreat! Jiangchen shouted. Shui Liang quickly retreated while Xianyuan Kanglin did not rush forward recklessly. As expected, a terrifying sword rain fell from the sky. The blood-red sword light pierced through the heavens and earth. If the two of them did not dodge in time, they would have been killed by the sword rain even with their strength. Shui Liang felt like he had just survived a disaster. That's Sword of Solitude? After the sword rain, Jiangchen saw an ancient parchment scroll under the 9 regions ancient emperor. There were 4 ancient characters written on it that only existed in the 9 regions immortal world. He was shocked. It's really him. Jiangchen was shocked. The Sword of Solitude was created by the 9 regions ancient emperor. Jiangchen finally understood why his Sword of Solitude was so compatible with the Sword of Solitude. It was because their solitude came from the same place, the immortal world of the 9 prefectures. Jiangchen's Sword of Solitude was able to command the heavenly guards of the Dragon Knights in the tomb of the martial monarchs. Just at this moment, the rain of swords came to an end. Rocks fell from the surrounding stone walls, and blood-colored inscriptions appeared, filled with endless sorrow. That's the great emperor's diary. Bingyan looked at the words and exclaimed. Time flowed by, spanning from the past to the present. I became the emperor for countless years, defeating the Northern Liang imperial monarch, sweeping through the lands without a single opponent. I stopped the war in the central prefecture. The heavens moved, the earth mourned. Only then did I realize that I was a frog in a well, with no cultivation. Even if the light of the great Tao swallowed the universe, it could not allow the 9 fairies to kill all the emperors of the ages. Their might could not cover the Tao of the heavens. Feng Xingzhan could understand the Tao, but it was an extraordinary Tao. My Tao is to take from those who have too much and make up for those who have not. Thus, I walked in the sky, killing to prove my Tao. My sword was broken, and my heart died. I killed all the ancients, and was defeated by Zhou Shan. My sword was broken, and my heart died. I killed all the ancients, and was defeated by Zhou Shan. Jiangchen murmured. It was so tragic, so powerful, but also so lonely. The life of this great emperor could be said to be extremely exciting. He fought with people, with the heavens, with the earth, and it was amazing. The immortal slaying sword was broken. How lamentable. Lan Luo said in a low voice, shaking his head and sighing. It's the immortal slaying great emperor. Jiangchen's expression became extremely serious. The immortal slaying sword was the life-divine weapon of the immortal slaying great emperor. Was that sword really the immortal slaying sword? The sword was broken, and his heart died. It must be the immortal slaying great emperor. You know of the immortal slaying great emperor? Lan Luo also did not expect Jiangchen to know of the immortal slaying great emperor. The history of the immortal slaying great emperor's era was almost erased. No one knew of the existence of the immortal slaying great emperor. Even they only knew about it because their clans had existed for too long. They knew that the tomb of the great emperor was opened every billions of years, when his seal was at its weakest. However, Jiangchen actually knew of this great emperor. How could Lan Luo not be shocked? Because he and I came from the same place. Jiangchen could not help but sigh in his heart. Perhaps he had climbed up the social ladder, but the immortal slaying great emperor was indeed a great emperor that he deeply respected. There were countless legends about the immortal slaying great emperor in the 9 regions immortal world. Who would have thought that the immortal slaying great emperor who came from the 9 regions immortal world would be even more terrifying, becoming such a terrifying existence in the divine world. The might of the immortal slaying great emperor was world-shaking. Even though billions of years had passed, his aura still remained. Everyone looked at Xianxia in shock. What he said was really shocking. However, since he came from the same place, could it be that Xianxia and the immortal slaying great emperor were related? Not only Xianyuan Kanglin and Lan Luo, even Shuiliang thought so. However, it was not the case. Xianxia and the immortal slaying great emperor both came from the 9 regions immortal world. However, the only thing that they had in common was the sword of solitude. This was also the reason why Xianxia had always been troubled. Only he could comprehend the sword of solitude. All along, Xianxia thought that the immortal slaying great emperor might be an expert from the 9 regions immortal world. However, he never thought that it was the immortal slaying great emperor. No wonder the immortal slaying sword could resonate with the heavenly dragon sword. Only a powerful divine weapon like the immortal slaying sword could resonate with the heavenly dragon sword. However, the immortal slaying sword was already broken at this moment. Then, do you know how to activate the 8 trigrams altar? Lan Luo looked at Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head. He did not have any connection with the immortal slaying great emperor. This 8 trigrams altar was quite strange, even he did not know about it. In the middle of the 8 trigrams altar, the black altar would occasionally turn pitch black, and occasionally turn scarlet. The 8 trigrams altar, the immortal slaying great emperor wants to kill everyone. Xianxia said in a deep voice. His expression changed. The 8 trigrams altar corresponded to the 5 elements of heaven and earth, while the universal 8 desolation formation corresponded to the heaven, earth, human, gods, ghosts and spirits. The universal 8 desolation formation was a gathering formation, while the 8 trigrams altar was a sealing formation. From the beginning to the end, the universal 8 desolation formation was not broken. At this moment, Xianxia finally felt the endless killing intent in the last layer of the tomb. What? How is this possible? Shuiliang's face was full of shock, and his body trembled. Everyone looked at the person who was holding the sword. At this moment, the immortal slaying sword was blooming with blood light. The finger of the person in the 8 trigram sacrificial altar actually moved slightly at this moment. However, no one noticed that the back of the person, who was as tall and majestic as a mountain, was holding the broken sword in his hand like an eternal lion. The blood light continued to rise like mist, but Xianxia's prediction came true. They felt that the surrounding space seemed to be shrinking rapidly, and the sense of danger was born. Xianxia also felt suffocated in the space of despair. This is not the tomb of the great emperor, this is obviously a peerless killing formation. The universal 8 directions formation and the 8 trigrams altar formed a terrifying life and death formation. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. The 8 trigrams altar was formless, while the 6 directions formation was tangible. The 8 trigrams altar was the core of the formation. This formation has formed its own space and has completely sealed us in the universal 8 directions formation. The immortal execution great emperor is really ruthless. Xianxia smiled bitterly, but the terrifying power was already closing in on them. The invisible pressure was terrifying. Even Xianxia, who was well versed in the formation Tao, could not continue. If the 8 trigrams altar was a formation, then it was a formation. If it was an altar, then it was an altar. It was not easy to break it. Moreover, the universal 8 directions formation was not something that he could break. Xianxia knew about the formation, but it was as easy as ascending to the heavens for him to break it. On the 8 trigrams altar, streams of blood flowed out from the altar and spread in all directions. The blood flow was extremely strange, flowing out from each of the 8 altars. It was like 8 soul-locking bloodlines, causing one's breath to stop. Does the immortal execution great emperor want to trap and kill us all here? I thought that this would be a journey of fortune, but I didn't expect that I would be trapped in it. Fate really makes a fool out of us. Ha ha ha. Lan Luo smiled bitterly and shook her head. Facing this hopeless situation, her face was filled with despair, because their soul power seemed to have been sealed and suppressed. Moreover, the divine origin power in their bodies was disappearing bit by bit. The blood flowing out from the altars made them feel that death was approaching. My soul power seems to be restricted. Xianxia's face became extremely ugly. Her soul was restricted, which meant that her throat was being strangled. Everyone looked at each other, except for Xianxia. The soul of an emperor realm expert was not that easy to be restricted. Although this was a peerless killing formation left by the immortal execution great emperor, it was not without loopholes. At least, the soul of an emperor realm expert could not be restricted at all. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to escape this universal 8 desolation formation now, Xianxia said. None of them dared to act rashly, but the blood flowing out of the altar had already gathered towards them. Let me see if I can break the formation, Xianxia said in a deep voice. Right now, the only way was to break the universal 8 desolation array. However, breaking the array was not an easy task. The 8 trigrams altar was there, intertwined with the universal octaterra formation. It was very likely that it would activate the altar. Xianxia had an ominous premonition. If the universal octaterra formation was destroyed, or if the altar was activated, then the figure sitting on the stone platform, which was the immortal Slayer Emperor, would very likely stand up and start a massacre. Although that person had been dead for tens of thousands of years, the means of a great emperor couldn't be measured with common sense. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin was the only one who remained silent and looked at Xianxia silently. He was like a cunning eagle that was vigilant against his surroundings at all times. Xianxia held a corner of the no-beginning formation and began to search for ways to break the universal 8 desolation formation. Although his spiritual energy wasn't weakened or restricted, the consumption of his spiritual energy was extremely exaggerated. His spiritual energy was devouring the universal 8 desolation formation continuously, but he still couldn't find anything. Although the universal 8 desolation formation wasn't the best formation, it wasn't far from it. Most importantly, the person who set up the formation would determine the strength of the formation. A heavenly god realm formation master might not be able to break through the formation that was set up by a great emperor. This was the reason why the formation was set up casually by a great emperor. Since we can't break the formation, let's end it here. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin pointed his sword at Xianxia. No one would have thought that this fellow was not afraid of death. In his eyes, only a battle could satisfy him. He's a madman. Bingyan and Xianxia looked at Xianyuan Kanglin in disbelief. Their lives were in danger now, but this fella's eyes were still filled with killing intent. Xianxia had already expected Xianyuan Kanglin's battle intent. He was not surprised that Xianyuan Kanglin wanted to fight him. After losing to him twice, Xianyuan Kanglin's obsession was more important than anything else. Just like Shui Liang, even though he was close to Xianxia, he still had the obsession to defeat Xianxia. An expert did not need a reason. Only by defeating the experts and the obsession in their heart could they reach the peak. The surrounding blood was getting thicker and thicker. That kind of silent fear was suffocating. Because no one knew what was going to happen in the next second. In the universal 8 desolation array, they kept retreating, trying to escape, but it was futile. The universal 8 directions 8 desolation formation and the 8 trigrams altar could change at any time. Their soul strength was restricted, and their divine origin energy was constantly being compressed. The fear of losing their strength was truly despairing. If you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. I hope that you won't run away like a drowning dog, Xianxia said with a smile. You were just lucky earlier. Now, you won't have that chance again. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes turned solemn. A terrifying aura was released from his body. His strength was not restricted at all. To think that you're not restricted at all. Xianxia looked at Xianyuan Kanglin in surprise. Aren't you the same? You don't have much time left. Die. Xianyuan Kanglin roared like a mad beast. His roar was deafening. Xianxia dared not to be careless because his opponent was Xianyuan Kanglin, the one who was defeated by him twice. Undeniably, Xianyuan Kanglin's talent was on par with Xianxia. Xianyuan Kanglin's strength and talent were all based on his own strength. To be able to be discovered by the Xianyuan clan of the Central Region Divine Land in the Linha boundaries border, it was already the best recognition for his strength and talent. Jiang Chen had to be on guard. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's strength was facing Xianyuan Kanglin directly. His middle hierarch realm cultivation realm was not to be underestimated. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. Each of their attacks was lethal. The thrill of flesh and blood colliding with each other made the spectators feel satisfied. Jiang Chen and Xianyuan Kanglin fought barehanded. That kind of feeling of brushing past death made the spectators' blood boil. Xianyuan Kanglin's attacks were extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen's dragon-human body was much stronger than Xianyuan Kanglin's. Xianyuan Kanglin looked at Jiang Chen furiously. His grudge with Jiang Chen had reached a point where only one of them could survive. Hence, he only had one goal, to kill Jiang Chen. Both of them were not afraid of death. They would fight till the end. Whoever took a step back would be crushed by the other. Jiang Chen was not afraid even if he was facing Xianyuan Kanglin. However, Jiang Chen had to admit that Xianyuan Kanglin was too strong. Although the difference in cultivation realm was not the deciding factor, it still gave Jiang Chen a headache. Xianyuan Kanglin was also determined to fight to the death. The two of them fought for a long time. Their punches and kicks could shatter the heavens and earth. "Let me help you," Shueliang said in a deep voice. As soon as he took action, he was forced back by Xianyuan Kanglin. Shueliang's soul power and divine origin energy were suppressed. At this moment, he was no longer a match for Xianyuan Kanglin in terms of strength. Shueliang felt a little depressed, but he could not change the fact. "Our strength is being suppressed. You don't have to blame yourself, brother Bai." Bingyan comforted Shueliang. Shueliang could only smile bitterly. He initially wanted to help Jiang Chen. Although his situation was not that bad, Xianyuan Kanglin's attacks were too overbearing. Jiang Chen had fallen into a disadvantageous position to some extent. Since he did not have any effective counterattack, he could not change the fact that he was being suppressed even when he was charging towards Xianyuan Kanglin. Two sick fellas. Lan Luo was shocked to see how Xianyuan Kanglin and Jiang Chen were able to fight to their heart's content. With their strength, the result would not be good no matter which one of them he fought. Moreover, Jiang Chen and Xianyuan Kanglin were still fine when the four of them had their soul and cultivation realm suppressed. This was the scariest part of it all. 3000 Flame Heavenly Seal. Jiang Chen merged the 5 elemental divine fire and the 3000 Flame Heavenly Seal. The terrifying flame engulfed Xianyuan Kanglin, shattering mountain and splitting earth. Xianyuan Kanglin was extremely ferocious. He threw a punch and intertwined with Jiang Chen's seal. Both of them could not gain the upper hand. 5 elemental divine dragon seal. Jiang Chen unleashed one move after another. His terrifying technique forced Xianyuan Kanglin to retreat again. However, it was difficult for him to defeat Xianyuan Kanglin. Fallen Petals Perfusion, sword / 10 directions. Xianyuan Kanglin finally could not hold it anymore. He raised his sword and attacked Jiang Chen again. With the heavenly dragon sword in hand, why would Jiang Chen be afraid of Xianyuan Kanglin? Seeing the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand, Xianyuan Kanglin coveted it even more. Sooner or later, he would take the heavenly dragon sword from Jiang Chen. The Xianyuan clan was also famous for their swordsmanship, and the Xianyuan art was one of the strongest techniques in the world. Jiang Chen did not dare to underestimate him. He raised his sword and the sword of solitude slashed at the heavens again. Xianyuan 9 slashes. Xianyuan Songlong's attack was filled with killing intent as he slashed the heavens with his sword. Unfortunately, his sword was incomparable to Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen's sword, coupled with the sword of solitude sword intent, was on par with Xianyuan Kanglin. There's more and more blood. Lan Luo knitted his eyebrows tightly, a hint of worry could be seen in his charming eyes. However, no one could change the current situation. The four of them had actually been suppressed to the Divine King realm. To them, this was a fatal blow. Looks like we can't break the immortal execution Great Emperor's peerless killing formation. Are we going to be killed here? Shueliang was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Jiang Chen could not do anything else. It was almost impossible for them to change the situation. Even if I die, I want to die beside you. Bingyun hugged Shueliang tightly and looked at him tenderly. Xianxia could not help but sigh. Where was the person that she once loved? Ziqing Tian, you bastard. Why don't you have the courage to stand together with me? Xianyuan Kanglin pressed forward. His Xianyuan sword technique had reached perfection. His aura was much more terrifying than before. Even the dead Xianyuan Qi could not be compared to him. Because Xianyuan Kanglin was not just a human anymore. He had inherited the will of the Tao Tai. The heaven-devouring Tao Tai was one of the 9 sons of the dragon. It was a fearsome beast in the ancient times. The reason why Xianyuan Kanglin could reach this stage was because he had merged with the Tao Tai. Moreover, Xianyuan Kanglin's physique was not any weaker than Jiang Chen. I'll let you have a taste of my heavy sword technique. Jiang Chen, you will die in my hands one day. Xianyuan Kanglin held the long sword in his hand and shouted. His sword rose into the sky and his aura was extremely heavy. Every strike of his sword had the power to suppress the void. The heavy sword technique was based on the word heavy. The invisible heavy sword carried a terrifying inertia. It was even stronger than Mount Tai. The heavy sword technique made Xianyuan Kanglin invincible. Coupled with the Xianyuan sword technique, Xianyuan Kanglin was like a fish in water. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all. He quickly retaliated with the limitless sword. It was not easy for the heavy sword technique to suppress Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pulled out his sword one after another. 7th sword technique, 8th sword technique, 9th sword technique. However, they were all blocked by Xianyuan Kanglin. Jiang Chen's heavy sword technique pressed towards Xianyuan Kanglin again. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with the unstoppable sword shadow. Jiang Chen was going to be defeated in the end. Puff, spurting out a mouthful of blood, Jiang Chen was unable to avoid the attack. The heavy sword technique came crashing down on him. He had no strength to defend himself and could only receive the attack. However, Jiang Chen did not want to show any weakness. He would not let Xianyuan Kanglin have a good time. Soul Separation Soul. Jiang Chen seized the chance to unleash the Soul Separation Soul. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin was hit by the attack. However, he did not suffer any serious injuries or even death. He managed to react in the shortest time possible and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Xianyuan Kanglin's expression changed drastically. He stared at Jiang Chen. He had underestimated Jiang Chen. Because Xianyuan Kanglin possessed an Emperor Realm soul. How could a Divine King Realm expert do that? Jiang Chen was ready to unleash the second departed soul extermination. However, he held it back in the end. If he were to forcefully unleash it, Xianyuan Kanglin would be on guard against it. He might suffer from the backlash of the Emperor Realm soul. Jiang Chen was also shocked. Xianyuan Kanglin had also reached the Emperor Realm soul realm. This fella's dreadfulness was beyond his expectation. However, it made sense when he thought about it. Xianyuan Kanglin was able to fuse with the Tao Tai and fuse their souls into one, reaching the Emperor Realm soul realm. However, even though Jiang Chen was shocked, Xianyuan Kanglin was even more shocked. It was like a fairy tale. Both of their eyes were filled with fear. Instantly, none of them continued to fight. Right at this moment, 8 pitch-black devilish figures appeared on the 8 pitch-black sacrificial altars. Every single devilish figure held the death god's scythe, and they were ghastly, terrifying, and imposing like a tiger. These demon shadows have reached the peak hierarch realm. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Among those demon shadows, there were 2 green eyes staring at them. This 8 trigrams altar, is it finally going to unleash its power? Lan Luo said. The 8 trigrams altar corresponds to 8 people. It should be diluting the divine origin energy and soul of 8 people. These 8 demon shadows are actually the demon shadows in our hearts. However, there are only 6 of us. How can there be 8 demon shadows? Bingyun looked at the 8 altars in confusion. There should be the 3rd elder and the fire Qilin. These 8 demonic shadows are too powerful, we can't resist them at all. Qianrenji said with a frown. Even when they were at their peak, they still couldn't fight against them, let alone now. These 8 demonic shadows are formed by our soul and divine origin energy. Looks like there are inner demons. Jiang Chen said. You guys can enjoy yourselves here, I'm not going to keep you company. You'll only be qualified to fight me if you can come out alive. Xianyuan Kanglin smiled and slowly retreated. Under the gaze of Jiang Chen and the others, he retreated from the universal 8 directions formation. How did he? Bing Yin covered her mouth in disbelief. Damn it. This fella, could it be that the universal 8 directions formation can't trap him? Shueliang said. To be more precise, the heaven, earth, man, god, ghost, and demon formation can trap all the people and things within the 6 directions. However, he has jumped out of the 3 realms and is not within the 5 elements. This is because he has fused with the Taoya's soul. Only the 9 sons of the dragon, this kind of heaven-defying divine beast, can do this. Out of the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements, the 9 sons of the dragon are heaven-defying creatures. They're considered as the evildoers left behind by the ancestral dragon emperor. That's why the 9 sons of the dragon were punished by the heavens and almost went extinct. Even the dragon clan could not escape from the 3 realms and 5 elements. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and looked at Xianyuan Kanglin Lingleng. Undeniably, this fella is really lucky. You're smart, but it's useless. These 8 demonic shadows are formed by the inner demons. You guys are not their match. The universal 8 directions formation and the 8 trigrams altar are a perfect match. But it's a pity that it can't trap me. Xianyuan Kanglin roared. At this moment, his gaze fell upon the blood-colored sarcophagus in the deepest part of the palace. That might be the final location of the treasure. Out of the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements. Lan Luo murmured in a low voice. This wasn't something that just anyone could do. Since the ancient times, there were only a few divine beasts. Yet, that fellow managed to fuse with the soul of the Tao Tai. It could be said that he was lucky, but it was an undeniable fact. Although she had thought of countless ways to escape, it was all to no avail. The 8 demonic figures held the death god's scythe in their hands and stepped toward them step by step. Xianyuan Kanglin left the universal 8 desolation formation, leaving Jiang Chen and the others trapped inside. Danger lurked everywhere. 8 demonic figures followed one after another. Terrifying scythes sliced through the air, emitting a dark aura. Jiang Chen was fighting against 4 demonic shadows by himself. As for the other 4, each of them was fighting against a demonic shadow. However, it was still difficult for them to do anything. Their strength was greatly suppressed, and they were practically no match for the demonic shadows. It was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to fight against 4 demonic shadows. The demonic shadows were even more powerful than Xianyuan Kanglin. Most importantly, these demonic shadows were formed by their own soul and divine origin energy. Hence, they might die in their own hands. Under such a dangerous situation, Jiang Chen could not turn the situation around by himself. The 4 of them exerted their full strength, but they were still injured by the demonic shadows. The situation was extremely grim. Xianyuan Kanglin retreated from the universal 8 directions formation without any fear. He was the only one left in the great sovereign's tomb. Wouldn't all the treasures belong to him? Xianyuan Kanglin stared at the blood-red sarcophagus in the deepest part of the tomb. The aura it emitted was terrifying. However, Xianyuan Kanglin still walked towards the sarcophagus. Ancient Sovereign's aura. On the blood-colored stone coffin, there were 4 bold and powerful words. Each word carried an incomparably majestic aura, and each word seemed to prove the vicissitudes of thousands of years. Open! Xianyuan Kanglin moved his palm and the sarcophagus flew away. Inside the sarcophagus, there was a person lying on the ground. On the person's body was a set of incomparably precious armor. Feather. Immortal Execution War Armor? Xianyuan Kanglin was surprised. He had investigated the Immortal Execution Great Emperor before he came here. Although he could not find anything from the outside, it was still recorded in the ancient records of the Xianyuan clan. Crimson battle armor, able to defend against thousands of soldiers and horses. Violet cloud feather, able to evade the peerless heavenly lightning. It's a treasure that even great sovereigns fear. Xianyuan Kanglin held the Immortal Execution War armor tightly in his hand. Xianyuan Kanglin was extremely curious about the person lying in the sarcophagus. I would like to see the true face of the Immortal Execution Great Emperor. Xianyuan Kanglin reached out his hand, but he was forced back by a sharp light. It was a cold-faced man holding a 9-foot green cherry spear. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. His aura was even more terrifying than Xianyuan Kanglin, especially those fearless eyes, giving off an unparalleled battle intent. He wore a spotless white robe. His face was cold and handsome, even more so than a woman. His long hair fluttered in the wind, his mouth was filled with arrogance and disdain. "Put down the thing in your hand." The man holding the green cherry spear said faintly, as if the thing in Xianyuan Kanglin's hand already belonged to him. Such arrogance. You want to reap the benefits of the third party? You're not qualified to make me, Xianyuan Kanglin, surrender without a fight. You're too full of yourself. Xianyuan Kanglin said coldly. He wanted to snatch the immortal execution war armor effortlessly. But he did not expect this fella to know about the existence of the immortal execution great emperor. Then only death awaits you. The man holding the green cherry spear, Lung Lung, said. The 9-foot spear radiance and the green cherry flashed. Xianyuan Kanglin felt the pressure. This fella was not an ordinary person. Within the Universal 8 Directions formation, Jiang Chen and the others were forced into a desperate situation. The 4 of them were like arrows at the end of their flight. Jiang Chen was also being pressured by the demonic figures. The situation was extremely dangerous. Jiang Chen helplessly tried to bring them into the Zulong Tower. Unfortunately, the Universal 8 Directions formation was the same as the space within the General's execution stage. The Universal 8 Directions formation was a shrunken space. Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower was completely ineffective here. Even he could not enter the Zulong Tower. Soul-seizing divine art, soul extermination. Jiang Chen unleashed his final technique. The dreadfulness of a sovereign realm's soul was not to be underestimated. In an instant, the 7 devil shadows were all slashed by Jiang Chen and turned into nothingness. The 4 of them fell down on their butts, losing the dignity of an expert. What happened just now was a matter of life and death, it was a matter of life and death. Jiang Chen slashed the 7 demonic figures but he could not slash his own. At this moment, he was extremely weak, even weaker than Shui Liang and the others. At the last moment, Jiang Chen slashed the 7 demonic figures and consumed a lot of his soul energy. Facing the last demonic figure, Jiang Chen and the others could not withstand it. Moreover, Jiang Chen could feel that the last demonic figure was his own demonic figure. As the Tao rises 1 foot, the devil rises 10. Although Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm soul was diluted, the 8 trigram sacrificial altar had created his own inner demon. I, Jiang Chen, have been unstoppable all my life. I have risen to the sky and walked on the sky. I have no inner demon. Jiang Chen's eyes were burning like torches and he kept roaring in his heart. He stared at the terrifying demonic figure that was approaching him step by step. I walk on the sky and walk on my own path. Where is the inner demon? Jiang Chen closed his eyes. At the moment when the sickle of death in the hand of the inner demon figure slashed down, he turned into a blade of quicksand and dissipated in the void. Walking on the sky? Ha 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 ha. What I am looking for is someone like you. I did not expect that you were also from the 9 states immortal world. It seems that my inheritance will not be extinguished just like this. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at the back of the figure in the 8 trigram sacrificial altar. However, the voice came from all directions and finally echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. You don't have to look for me. I've already been annihilated. The person talking to you is just a remnant of my will. You're the only one who can hear me. The source of the voice came from the back of that figure. You're the ancient emperor of the 9 provinces? The great emperor Mortal Slayer? Jiang Chen asked in shock. He did not expect the voice to belong to the great emperor Mortal Slayer. It was simple, leisurely, and had a hint of dominance and arrogance. That's right. My immortal Slayer sword is broken, but my inheritance is still there. I didn't waste my efforts to find someone like you to inherit my legacy. The immortal Slayer Martial Emperor said with a hint of relief. So, the 8 trigrams altar and the 6 directions 8 wastelands formation are not supreme killing formations, but tools for you to find your successor? Jiang Chen finally understood the reason behind it. In fact, the Heart Devil shadow was left behind by the immortal execution great sovereign in order to find his successor. It wasn't a true killing formation. Of course, it couldn't escape from the Heart Devil shadow. As such, to the immortal execution great sovereign who had killed countless people and cut down the heavens and earth, he deserved to die. That's right. If you can't get my inheritance, so what if you die? The great Emperor Mortal Slayer's cold voice made Xianxia sigh. The great Emperor Mortal Slayer was too cold. In his eyes, the weak had no right to speak except for life and death. Yu Zongheng had never met a match in his life, but he was not as good as the 9 heavens. I thought that an era had passed and my inheritance was no longer karmic, but in the end, I managed to wait for it. Ha ha ha, I believe that when the broken sword is reforged and the night returns, the disciple of the immortal Slayer King will bring my glory back to the divine world. What a pity, what a pity. Your strength is still too weak. A little brat who hasn't even reached the immortal emperor realm. I wonder if you will be able to inherit my legacy. However, this might be the only choice I have. The great Emperor Mortal Slayer's sigh echoed in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia's mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, although he was very strong, he was just a drop in the ocean in the eyes of a real expert. It would be easy for them to kill him. He had a long way to go on the path of cultivation. A 9th great Emperor Heavenly King can create a divine being with a thought. I don't know how long it will take to reach the Emperor realm, but since you have an Emperor realm's soul, you should not disappoint me. Once again, Xianxia heard these words, a 9th grade sovereign king conferred the title of Heavenly King, a single thought can create a god. But he didn't know the meaning of this sentence. The first time he heard it was from Zhuangzhouzi the Nanhua immortal. He only knew that this sentence was closely related to cultivation. Senior Immortal Slayer, what is the meaning of a 9th grade Emperor Heavenly King can create a divine being with a thought? Xianxia asked. Ha ha ha, it's normal that you don't know. Even I don't dare to say that I can understand the meaning of this sentence. It's just that this is a supreme realm that even Emperor realm experts can't reach. In your opinion, Emperor realm experts are the strongest in this world, above the divine world, right? Are there more powerful existences above the Emperor realm? Xianxia asked. The Emperor realm is just another step for a cultivator. It can be said that only after reaching the Emperor realm can one be considered a true cultivator. Before the immortal Emperor realm, one could only be considered as a cultivator. And to reach the immortal Emperor realm, one had to be born with Tao accumulation. Cultivating the Tao, cultivating one's own Tao, a Tao that no one had ever walked before. This was the foundation of the immortal Emperor realm. The Emperor realm is divided into 9 grades, each of which represents a heaven. After the 9th grade Emperor realm is the Heavenly King realm. That Heavenly King realm is the true dominator of the world. There are stronger existences above the Heavenly King realm, namely the Rebirth realm and the Divine Spirit realm. At least, in my era, the Heavenly King realm experts no longer exist. Even I haven't seen the real Rebirth realm and the Divine Spirit realm. The great Emperor Mortal Slayer's words made Xianxia yearn for it, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. What a 9th grade Emperor Heavenly King, creating a divine being with a thought. It turned out that the Emperor realm was just the beginning of a cultivator. The real peerless experts were born from Tao. Remember, without Tao, you can't become an Emperor realm expert. No matter how strong you are, if you can't condense your own Tao, then the Emperor realm expert is just empty talk. Only by condensing your own Tao can you be called a first-grade Emperor realm expert. Although it's a little early to tell you this now, you have to understand that even I haven't reached the Heavenly King realm. As for the even more ancient existences, I don't know. This divine will was left behind by me 100 million years ago. Although I don't know about it, thousands of years ago, during the primordial era, those heavenly kings, rebirth realm, and gods were the true rulers of this world. However, those experts are long gone. This is also the reason why I chased after the heavens. Although I lost, I believe that you will be able to inherit my mantle. The great Emperor Mortal Slayer's words revealed great depression and emotion. The great feat that he had not accomplished could only be continued by his successor, carrying on the past and opening up a new path. Without Tao, you can't become an Emperor realm expert. Without Tao, you can't become an Emperor realm expert, Xianxia murmured, repeating the words of the great Emperor Immortal Slayer, which shocked him greatly. To become an Emperor realm expert, one had to create their own Tao to become a first-grade Emperor realm expert. By the way, Senior Immortal Slayer, do you know what the Bronze Throne is? Xianxia suddenly remembered the bronze throne he had obtained before. So far, he had 4 bronze thrones. The bronze throne? I only know that it doesn't belong to this world. Don't touch it. At least, before you become an Emperor Realm expert, those things are not something you can know about. Xianxia could hear a trace of fear in the great Emperor Mortal Slayer's words. Obviously, the bronze throne was not something he could control. Now, I don't have much time left. An era is exactly 100 million years. After this era, even my divine thought will disappear. However, at this last moment, I managed to wait for you. It's my good fortune, ha ha ha. If the heavens don't destroy me, then I, the immortal slayer, will take advantage of the heavens. Come and accept my inheritance. My Tao is the Tao of killing. Exterminating all of eternity, only I am supreme. An extremely strong and overbearing aura was instilled into Xianxia's head, but in the next second, the aura collapsed in Xianxia's body and disappeared without a trace. The embryonic form of a Tao, great sovereign immortal execution hadn't thought that Xianxia's body had already formed the embryonic form of Tao. This also meant that Xianxia had already opened up his own Tao, but it wasn't complete. Or perhaps, he didn't even know about it. Before reaching the martial emperor realm, the immortal execution emperor had never heard of anyone who could condense a Tao. It was a mysterious thing, but it was also a real existence. Everything originated from Tao and was formed from Tao. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. This was the beginning of Tao, and it was also the key to achieving Tao. The Tao in Xianxia's body was not complete yet. It was only in its embryonic form, but it already had the aura of Tao. No matter what, the immortal execution emperor would not pass his inheritance to Xianxia. Tao could not coexist. As long as one defined a Tao that belonged to him, it would be his lifelong pursuit and cultivation. For the rest of his life, he would only be cultivating this Tao. The Tao in Xianxia's body carried an indomitable and domineering aura. It soared into the sky, soared into the sky, and soared into the sky. The domineering aura of Tao shocked the immortal execution emperor. How terrifying would it be to condense the embryonic form of a Tao in the divine king realm? The immortal execution emperor condensed his own immortal execution Tao after becoming an emperor, but Xianxia was able to silently condense the embryonic form of a Tao at this moment. How could they not be shocked? Most importantly, Xianxia's inheritance might be completely broken now that he had formed the embryonic form of his own Tao. Xianxia's original Tao could not be destroyed. If it was destroyed, it would be equivalent to destroying Xianxia. Although the immortal execution emperor was bloodthirsty, he could not help but admire Xianxia's amazing talent. Moreover, they were both from the 9 provinces immortal world, so the immortal execution emperor would not kill Xianxia. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to have your own Tao. Kid, one day, you might even surpass me. Who knows? Who knows? You might surpass me one day. Remember, you must never tell anyone that you've already condensed your own Tao. Otherwise, it'll definitely bring death upon you. Even those supreme figures of the primordial era might not be able to condense their own way at God King. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The immortal slayer great emperor looked at Xianxia with satisfaction. Although he couldn't continue his legacy, the immortal slayer great emperor was still very excited to see Xianxia's Tao. Xianxia's heaven-dominating Tao was definitely not weaker than his own. The embryonic form of the Tao? Xianxia frowned slightly. Even he didn't know that he had condensed the embryonic form of the Tao. Xianxia was very puzzled that the immortal slayer great emperor could see through his Tao at a glance. Does the Tao really exist in my heart? Xianxia didn't know. However, he didn't know if it was a good or bad thing that he couldn't obtain the immortal slayer great emperor's legacy. At least he didn't feel that much pressure anymore. The immortal slayer great emperor didn't pass the legacy to him, which showed that he was an extremely responsible person. If he forcefully destroyed Xianxia's Tao and forced his Tao onto Xianxia's body, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's right. When you reach the hierarch realm, you should be able to feel the existence of the Tao. It's the ultimate Tao for us cultivators. Different paths lead to the same destination. The true Tao is the same, but also completely different. Since you've already cultivated the embryonic form of the Tao, I can only lament my inadequacy. There was a trace of loneliness in the immortal slayer Great Emperor's voice. He thought that he had found an inheritor, but unfortunately, it was all for naught. He had waited for 990,000 years, but in the end, it was still to no avail. This kind of pain was not something that anyone could understand. Damn it. Shuai Liang held the Skyfrost sword in his hand and knelt on one knee. His face was extremely pale. At that moment, his soul was attacked again. Shadow Stream reappeared and wanted to seize control of Shuai Liang's body. Shuai Liang's strength and soul were both extremely weak, so Shadow Stream's choice to attack at this time couldn't be any safer. He seized this opportunity to launch a strong attack. His purpose was to prevent Shuai Liang from reincarnating, and he wanted to control Shuai Liang's body forever. Once the fusion was completed, Shuai Liang would have no chance. "Brother Bai, what's wrong with you?" Bingyun asked anxiously. She grabbed Shuai Liang's hand, but Shuai Liang shook her off. His eyes were bloodshot, and he struggled desperately. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, and Shuai Liang's momentum also changed greatly. Shuai Liang constantly competed with Shadow Stream for control of his soul. After Shadow Stream had recuperated, he was more confident than Shuai Liang now. "It's impossible for you to defeat me, lowly guy. It's your good fortune to be controlled by me. I will make you famous in the divine realm." Ha ha ha. Shadow Stream's voice echoed in Shuai Liang's mind again and again, but Shuai Liang never gave up. The only thing left in his belief was the sword. He was born for the sword. He held the Skyfrost sword tightly in his hand, and a terrifying sword essence arose spontaneously. It was born from the heart sword, and that sword essence became the last trump card for Shuai Liang to fight against Shadow Stream. His incomparably persistent sword essence grew endlessly in his heart, and it was also this sword essence that prevented Shadow Stream from erasing Shuai Liang's soul. Persistent, born from the heart, unstoppable sword essence, immortal and indestructible. Because of this, Shuai Liang persisted in the sword essence of the Skyfrost sword, allowing him to fight against Shadow Stream as an equal. He struggled painfully, and this was his last chance of survival. If he was defeated, Shuai Liang was very clear that he would no longer exist in this world, and Shadow Stream would definitely devour him completely. Previously, he had Xianxia's help, but at this moment, he had nothing but himself. "Oh no, it's Shadow Stream again." Xianxia suddenly turned his head and looked at Shuai Liang, who was kneeling on one knee with a pained expression. "Sigh, thousands of years have passed, and he still doesn't repent. 108 Emperor Realm souls can't suppress him. What a vile creature." The sigh of Great Emperor Mortal Execution echoed in Xianxia's ears, and it seemed that he was exasperated that Shuai Liang didn't live up to his expectations. "Senior Immortal Execution, can you save my friend?" Xianxia asked in a deep voice. Of course, he couldn't tell Great Emperor Immortal Execution that he had already absorbed the 108 Emperor Realm souls into the Great Yu soul-forming light. Not bad, not bad. Great Emperor Immortal Execution did not reply to Xianxian, but looked at Shuai Liang, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he had seen a gem. "Maybe this is God's will. Evil creature, I didn't expect you to change even after hundreds of millions of years. You deceived your master and destroyed your ancestors. I didn't kill you because I wanted to preserve my only inheritance. That's why I killed the 108 emperors and suppressed you, hoping that you could turn over a new leaf one day. I didn't expect you to still do such a despicable thing." The voice of the immortal Slayer Emperor made Shuai Liang raise his head abruptly and stare in shock at the figure with the broken sword in his hand. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. "An old man who doesn't die is a thief. You keep saying that it's for the inheritance, but you trapped me in the general execution platform. What are your intentions?" Shadow Stream roared. Shuai Liang was also shocked. The control of the soul was sometimes in his hands, and sometimes it was taken away by Shadow Stream. "In the end, you were unable to inherit my Tao. You lost because you believed yourself to be infallible. I, Immortal Slayer, have been invincible all my life. My only disappointment is that I made an error of judgment. You, a lowly disciple, actually dare to blame me? It seems that I shouldn't have kept you alive until now." The Immortal Slayer Emperor said coldly. "So what? Kill me if you can. Let's see who else can inherit your inheritance after you kill me." The immortal Slayer Emperor of ancient times has no one to inherit his inheritance. What a pity, ha ha ha. Shadowstream said disdainfully. I, Immortal Slayer Emperor, have never been threatened by anyone, and I will never be threatened by anyone. To me, you're just a drop in the ocean. I only treated it as a small mistake I made back then. The body you want to seize is the best successor. His sword intent is stronger, more domineering, and more stable than yours. The heart of the sword is facing death. This is the inheritance that I, Immortal Slayer Emperor, have been looking for. Kid, it seems like I've made a wise choice not to forcefully impart my inheritance to you. The Immortal Slayer Emperor said indifferently. Soul, come. After a low roar, Ying Lu's hoarse scream reverberated in Xianxia's ears. Ying Lu's soul soared into the sky, directly coming out of Shui Liang's body by the sucking, and directly heading for the 8 trigrams altar. Master, don't. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Only I can inherit your legacy. Master, no, Ying Lu's desperate growl still couldn't change the will of the Immortal Slayer Great Emperor. The moment Ying Lu's soul entered the altar, it was almost instantly torn to pieces by the sword intent. Xianxia couldn't help but gasp. Was this the power of the Great Emperor? Even though he had been dead for tens of thousands of years, he was still so powerful. Moreover, he was only a strand of divine sense left behind by Great Emperor Immortal Execution billions of years ago, yet he was already so terrifying. Shui Liang slowly raised his head. He knew that the Immortal Slayer Emperor had saved him. Ying Lu, who was invincible in his eyes, was completely destroyed in the 8 trigrams altar. It was really incredible. However, Lan Luo and the others were completely unaware of all this. The 3 of them hadn't heard the voice of the Immortal Slayer Emperor from beginning to end. Silly boy, why don't you come and worship me? I'm the Immortal Slayer Emperor, and I want to pass on my lifelong inheritance to you. Are you willing? The voice of the Immortal Slayer Emperor reverberated in Shui Liang's mind. Shui Liang's face was filled with joy, but he still couldn't believe it. Did the Immortal Slayer Emperor choose him to accept his inheritance? Xianxia also looked at Shui Liang with relief. He already had the embryonic form of the Great Tao, so he was not suitable to inherit the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Emperor. Even the inheritance of Zhuangzhouzi the Nanhua the Enlightened was not something that Xianxia could inherit. At that moment, Xianxia finally understood that he was different from everyone else. He needed to create his own Tao, an unprecedented Tao. The Immortal Slayer Emperor and Nanhua the Enlightened did not know about it, but he had to rely on himself to explore and create a Tao that truly belonged to him. The Immortal Slayer Emperor's Immortal Slayer Tao was not what he had in mind. It was completely different. Even the Immortal Slayer Emperor said that when Xianxia broke through to the hierarch realm, he might be able to explore the existence of the Tao. For ordinary people, they would have to at least become an emperor before they could do so. However, Xianxia's pace was far faster than everyone else's. There might not be anyone who could comprehend the Tao in the Divine King realm since ancient times. At this moment, Shui Liang knelt at the feet of the Immortal Slayer Emperor and kowtowed 3 times. These 3 kowtows were his gift for becoming a disciple and also his gratitude to the Immortal Slayer Emperor. If it was not for the Immortal Slayer Emperor, he might have died in the hands of Shadowstream. Although his sword essence was strong and his obsession was strong, Shadowstream was much stronger than him after all. He could not compete with Shadowstream at all. At the critical moment, the Immortal Slayer Emperor saved him from disaster and was ready to impart the Great Tao to him. Shui Liang's fortune was extremely great. Even Xianxia was secretly envious of him. To be able to obtain the teachings of the Immortal Slayer Emperor was undoubtedly the biggest winner. No matter what one obtained, it was not as important as the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Emperor because it was his lifelong effort. It was equivalent to Shui Liang opening a broad road to the Great Emperor, which would accompany him as he grew until he completely comprehended and inherited the Tao of the Great Emperor. For ordinary people, this was simply an unparalleled wealth. Even the countless powerful disciples of the Central Region Divine Land were envious of it. Those Divine Emperor experts also flocked to it. The inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Emperor was different from the inheritance of others. It was self-evident how terrifying such a peerless ancient emperor was. To be able to obtain the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Emperor was equivalent to being the second Immortal Slayer Emperor. Moreover, in the current post-divinity era, the number of Emperor realm experts was so low that it was even thought to not exist in the world. To be able to obtain the inheritance of the immortal Slayer Emperor was undoubtedly the greatest treasure in the world. Do you know what I value about you? The immortal Slayer Emperor asked Shuiliang. Sword heart. Shuiliang said seriously. That's right, it's your sword heart. However, although your sword heart is strong enough, it's not ruthless enough. I, the immortal Slayer Emperor, dominated the ancient times and killed countless people. My sword was unstoppable and my heart was invincible. Therefore, my sword heart was as stable as a mountain and no one could shake it. The true sword will is born from the heart. You already have the sword will and sword heart. This is the most precious thing. From now on, you are the inheritor of the immortal Slayer Emperor. Don't let me down. I will impart all my inheritance to you. I hope that you can recreate my glory in the 9 heavens divine realm. The immortal Slayer Emperor said earnestly. At that moment, the figure slowly turned around. A figure with sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes was sitting cross-legged, holding a dagger in his hand. The ancient and leisurely aura was suffocating. Truly worthy of being an ancient great emperor. Xianxia praised sincerely. The immortal slaying sword is broken. My inheritance is in this half of the immortal slaying sword. I will guide you to the Tao of the great emperor. The half of the immortal slaying sword that was in the hands of the great emperor silently appeared in Shuiliang's hand. The immortal slaying Tao is the Tao that you will cultivate in the future. However, the depth of the Tao is not something that you can comprehend now. When you break through to the emperor realm in the future, you will be able to comprehend the true power of the immortal slaying Tao. Slaying all the ancient times, I am the only immortal. This is the immortal slaying Tao. The immortal slaying great emperor's solemn voice made Shuiliang even more solemn. The inheritance of the great emperor was something that not even Xianxia could obtain. Shuiliang's heart was in turmoil. It seemed that the day when he surpassed Xianxia and fought with Xianxia was not far away. Shuiliang was not happy or sad. Not everyone would be chosen to inherit the great emperor's inheritance. If he was not qualified enough, the immortal slaying great emperor would not pass it to him even if the inheritance was broken. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the immortal slaying great emperor. Shuiliang thought silently. His sword intent would definitely reach a higher level after obtaining the inheritance of the immortal slaying great emperor. Kid, you have cultivated my sword of solitude. Since we are from the same world, I will also give you a good fortune. Your Tao is only in its embryonic form. I will give you a trace of Tao essence to help you break through to the hierarch realm. Whether you can comprehend the true origin of the Tao will depend on your luck. Thank you, senior. Xianxia's eyes were filled with gratitude as he nodded silently. A ray of white light was emitted from the immortal slaying great emperor's head. It was misty and it floated directly towards Xianxia. Xianxia closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. A wisp of Tao essence flowed into his mind. Xianxia held his breath and focused his mind. At this moment, he entered the state of cultivation. Xianxia calmed his state of mind, and his entire body entered a state of selflessness. This tranquility and transcendence caused Xianxia's body and heart to completely condense within his dantian. His Tao was the Tao of ascending the heavens. He was above the heavens, above all living things. Only by ascending to the heavens could he achieve the Tao of ascending the heavens. Xianxia emptied his mind and soul. His soul entered the Tao. Waves of Taoist connotation rose into the sky and rushed to the 9 levels of heaven. This is, Lan Luo and the others looked at Xianxia silently because an incomparably powerful aura suddenly appeared from his body. His aura was like a heavenly dragon soaring up into the sky, as if thousands of dragons were roaring in the sky. Even the expressions of Xianyuan Kanglin and the man with the green cherry blossom spear slightly changed. What a terrifying aura! The overbearing Tao of ascending the heavens. This aura is a little too strong. Xianyuan Kanglin and the man with the green cherry blossom spear never thought that there would be such a terrifying aura within the 8 trigrams altar. It soared into the sky, causing everyone to tremble in fear. This was an unparalleled domineering aura. This fella's Tao is actually so terrifying? Even the immortal slayer great emperor murmured. At this moment, Shuiliang had also entered the inheritance of the great emperor. The immortal slayer great emperor was even more shocked by Xianxia's Tao. His Tao was just a guide for Xianxia. It wouldn't take long for him to break through the Tao. Moreover, this Tao was truly terrifying. The Tao of ascending the heavens, reversing the universe, this was a Tao that no one had ever cultivated before. Just think about it, one did not even put the heavens in his eyes, ascending the heavens, how terrifying it was. This kind of fearless overbearing Tao was extremely rare since ancient times. If he really attained the Tao, then where was the end of this Tao? The immortal slayer great emperor couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Xianxia's Tao was too terrifying. Xianxia had entered a mysterious state. There was nothing around him, but he felt like he was standing on a boundless sea, holding the heavenly dragon sword. Thunderstorms and storms were gathering, and a 5-colored golden dragon appeared in the sky. The dragon's eyes flickered as it stared at Xianxia, as if it wanted to kill him. Xianxia was fearless. He looked up and stared at the 5-colored golden dragon. In the next moment, the 5-colored golden dragon rushed towards Xianxia like a hot knife through butter. Xianxia's heart froze because this 5-colored golden dragon was too powerful. Xianxia did not know how terrifying it was. Divine Emperor Realm Expert? Emperor Realm Expert? Or was it the Emperor Realm Expert that the immortal slayer great emperor mentioned? Xianxia did not know, but the pressure coming from all directions made Xianxia's aura shrink. Even if I know I can't beat it, so what? My Tao is ascending the heavens, defying the heavens. I am the master of the 3,000 great Tao. My Tao is unstoppable. The Tao of ascending the heavens, who else but me? Such a voice sounded in Xianxia's heart. His Tao was to break through the shackles of the heavens. So what if it was the heavens? So what if it was the earth? He didn't care about it either. Great Tao is simple. I want to ascend the heavens. Xianxia raised his sword. Even in the face of the invincible 5-colored golden dragon, Xianxia did not retreat half a step. Instead, he fought fearlessly. Xianxia's sword Qi soared to the clouds, shattering the mountains and rivers, roaring all living things. The sea surged. Wherever his sword pointed, he would ascend the heavens, invincible. At that moment, the 5-colored golden dragon was destroyed by Xianxia. At the same time, 8 dragon shadows appeared in the sea and pounced towards Xianxia. They wanted to end Xianxia's life. I want to ascend the heavens, who can stop me? Even the heavens are no exception. Xianxia swept out with his sword, and the 8 dragon shadows were once again destroyed by him. Xianxia soared into the air, his sword cleaving through the dome of heaven, parting the layers of clouds and mist as he stepped onto the peak of the 9 heavens. The 9 dragon silhouettes continued to circle around Xianxia, eyeing him covetously and breathing out terrifying dragon breaths. At this moment, the dragon silhouettes were intertwined, but they were still unable to block Xianxia's domineering aura. That kind of domineering aura was simply not something that anyone could resist. Especially the path that Xianxia cultivated, the path of conquering the heavens. How arrogant and domineering was that? How domineering was that? Xianxia stepped on the 9 dragon silhouettes. The dragon silhouettes struggled, ferocious and terrifying. The dragon breaths were like a rain of swords, closing in on Xianxia. Xianxia was awe-inspiring and fearless. He had always worshipped beyond the 9 heavens. At this moment, he felt that his own Tao seemed to have condensed into a Qi that looked down on the 9 heavens, ignoring all living things in the heavens, ignoring the ages, and ignoring all the Taos in this world. In Xianxia's dantian, a dense Qi appeared spontaneously, bringing with it endless domineering aura. It constantly transformed into signs of time, like flowing clouds, like green cotton, like the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, surpassing the Taiji universe. This was a supreme Tao, a ravine in the heart, a single Qi that could shake the heavens and earth. This is my Tao, the path of conquering the heavens. Xianxia finally had a hint of enlightenment. He had to admit that the Tao connotation of the immortal execution great emperor had indeed helped Xianxia a lot. Otherwise, it would have taken him a long time to fully master the heaven ascending Tao and comprehend the Tao connotation. Even if he had reached the hierarch realm, he might not be able to comprehend it so quickly. However, the Tao connotation of the immortal execution great emperor had directly helped Xianxia to connect his inner enlightenment and the embryonic form of the great Tao. Without him, Xianxia could still build his Tao, but it might take a long time for Xianxia to take some detours on the foundation of building his Tao. Roar, roar, terrifying dragon roars could be heard incessantly. Xianxia looked disdainfully at the 9 dragon shadows, accompanied by bolts of lightning. At that moment, 9 bolts of heavenly lightning appeared above the 9 dragon shadows, as if to destroy Xianxia's Tao. Even the immortal execution great emperor himself did not expect that Xianxia would build his Tao so quickly, because he only wanted to help Xianxia stimulate his understanding of the Tao as soon as possible. Although the embryonic form of the great Tao already existed, it was unknown how long it would take for him to build his Tao completely. Even so, Xianxia was the most terrifying person that the immortal execution great emperor had seen since ancient times. His talent was absolutely heaven-defying. The dragon shadows were mottled and colorful, and the lightning surged. Its aura was like a tiger that could devour thousands of miles. Between the clouds and mist, the 9 dragon shadows brought along 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, almost completely covering Xianxia's path in all directions. The thunder was deafening. The 9 dragons had been entangled for a long time, and between the flashes of lightning, it could fall at any time. The 9 bolts of heavenly lightning were extremely terrifying, and the aura of destruction permeated the air. Xianxia's expression became extremely solemn, but he knew that he had to merge the Tao at this moment. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. No one could stop him. The embryonic form of the great Tao must be completed quickly, or it would become a real regret, and he would never be able to build his Tao successfully again. It's their aura, immortal slayer great emperor murmured. But at this moment, Xianxia couldn't hear it. He was completely immersed in his own Tao and didn't notice the outside world. How many years has it been? It's them again. The immortal execution great emperor seemed a little excited. No one knew who the person he was talking about was, but the familiar aura made him excited. However, he was silent at this moment. Although he didn't know how difficult it was for Xianxia to reach the great Tao Foundation establishment realm, his heaven-conquering Tao had already made them wary. The heaven-conquering Tao was a heaven-defying path. After all, what Xianxia had experienced was not an easy path. Let bygones be bygones. The path of the great Tao begins with a single step. Tao establishing in the God King realm was something that not even great Emperor Immortal Slayer had ever heard of. Furthermore, they had appeared, and he couldn't be more familiar with their auras. Xianxia stepped on the 9 dragon shadows and the heavenly lightning flashed. However, he had no way to retreat. He could only move forward with an indomitable will. Only in this way could he complete his Tao and build his Tao. No one can stop me from building my Tao. Xianxia's eyes were filled with disdain. The 9 dragon shadows were filled with anger, and thunder rumbled towards Xianxia. Xianxia held his sword and fought with it. A terrifying sword intent appeared in his hand. Even Xianxia didn't expect that his limitless sword would make such a huge leap at this moment. Xianxia's sword was even trembling and buzzing. The excitement of the heavenly dragon sword was something that Xianxia had never felt before. The realm of the sword finger made him feel infinite changes. The limitless sword was formed by the sword Saint Feng Bai, used by Xianxia, and returned to the great Tao. Xianxia had finally found the direction of the great Tao in the sword. The unparalleled sword intent was sublimated and transformed again and again. The 7th sword, the 8th sword, the 9th sword. The long-lost carefree and unparalleled sword intent rippled in Xianxia's heart. The intertwining of the Tao and the sword, the collision of the heart and intent, made Xianxia in the great Tao smoother and smoother, like a fish in water. 10th sword. 11th sword. 12th sword. 13th sword. One sword was better than the one before, and each sword was more terrifying than the one before. The great Tao was simple, and Xianxia's limitless sword had a huge sublimation. The sword realm was almost unstoppable. The silent sword realm had also brought the heavenly dragon sword to an unbelievable realm. It merged with the limitless sword, and wherever it went, heaven and earth would mourn. When he released the 13th sword, the 9 dragon shadows were all destroyed, and the thunder above the void also turned into a little starlight. Xianxia walked with his sword, and the momentum of the sword realm was sublimated by the Tao. His great Tao became more and more solid at this moment. Xianxia raised his eyes and looked at the direction of the Tao that he was pursuing. He still couldn't see the end, but his Tao already had the embryonic form, and it was not the embryo of the Tao. No matter who it is, no one can stop me from soaring to 90,000 miles. My Tao, even if there are thousands of thorns, I will walk step by step. Where the Tao leads, I, Xianxia, must go to the heavens. Xianxia's domineering aura was overflowing, and his eyes were like torches. The 9 dragon shadows collapsed, and the sky also showed a clearer color. Above his head, a faint shadow appeared between his eyes. It seemed to be the appearance of his Tao, but it was unfathomable. Xianxia's aura also rose rapidly at this moment. The dragon marks in his body also skyrocketed in an instant and directly jumped to 5 million dragon marks. From the peak divine king realm, he directly broke through to the ultimate god realm. The great Tao was completed, and Xianxia's strength also had a qualitative change. As an ultimate god expert, Xianxia was now a real peerless ultimate god. There were 4 dragon balls on the Zulong Tower, including the one given to him by Bingyun. Xianxia embedded the dragon ball on the Zulong Tower, and the dragon marks in his body changed again. However, it did not make Xianxia's physical strength much stronger. All the power in the dragon ball was absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Xianxia was also quite puzzled. At this moment, the 91st floor of the Zulong Tower was finally opened. The 91st floor's opening shocked Xianxia greatly because there was only a bluestone jade slip in the space of the 91st floor. This is, Xianxia stretched out his hand and grasped the bluestone jade slip tightly in his hand. As he scanned it with his divine sense, Xianxia was shocked. It turned out to be a magical seal technique? I am the Divine Father, and I call myself the Heavenly Secret. I step on the 9 extremes, open heaven's seal. The first seal, open heaven's seal. The ancestral dragon emperor has been silent for so long. Why don't I ask him? Xianxia suddenly thought of the ancestral dragon emperor, but the ancestral dragon emperor was still in a deep slumber. Xianxia did not wake him up as it would definitely affect him if he woke him up now. It was better to wait for him to wake up on his own. Xianxia opened the heavenly torrent seal with a thought, wanting to see what was inside. The current Xianxia had just completed his great Tao. Although it was impossible for him to have supreme Tao essence, he would know the benefits when he becomes an Emperor realm expert. The great Tao had been formed. Xianxia understood the heavenly howling seal in the blink of an eye. The dreadfulness of the heavenly howling seal was beyond Xianxia's imagination. It was even more dreadful than the 3000 burning sky seal because it was going to consume the origin of the great Tao. Only the origin of great Tao could cast the howling heaven seal. The howling heaven seal was only the first seal of Father Tianji. Wouldn't the second and third seal be even more terrifying? Xianxia tried to activate the heavenly howling seal, but he found out that his origin of great Tao was almost 0. The heavenly howling seal was too useless for him now. In other words, the howling heaven seal could only be cast with the origin of great Tao. This howling heaven seal might be a peerless technique of an Emperor realm expert. Xianxia calmed himself down and no longer thought about it. However, he must study it after he had a certain amount of origin of great Tao. Xianxia took a deep breath. With the strength of a hierarch realm expert, the feeling of boundless strength made Xianxia extremely excited. His battle intent was unparalleled. He had finally reached the hierarch realm. Now, he could definitely ignore Shunyuan Kanglin's attack. At this moment, Shui Liang had inherited more than half of the great emperor's inheritance in the immortal execution sword. His strength had also reached the late hierarch realm. The most terrifying part of the immortal execution great emperor's inheritance was the immortal execution Tao, followed by the immortal execution sword formation and the immortal execution sword. Shui Liang had to slowly explore and understand the rest of the inheritance. After all, it was almost impossible to fully comprehend the immortal execution great emperor's inheritance in a short period of time. As one of the great emperors of the northern Liang, immortal execution great emperor naturally had his own pride and means. The inheritance of the immortal execution great emperor finally came to an end when the immortal execution sword's brilliance faded into nothingness. Shui Liang had been meditating since then. In the end, it's all for someone else's benefit. Sigh, what a failure. Lan Luo said with a bitter smile. At this moment, she knew that the person who inherited the immortal execution great emperor's inheritance was undoubtedly Shui Liang. Xianxia was also meditating. Lan Luo was slightly surprised that Xianxia did not inherit the immortal execution great emperor's inheritance. In her opinion, the only one who was qualified to inherit the immortal execution great emperor's inheritance was Xianxia. However, Xueliang took the opportunity to obtain it. Lan Luo tried hard to obtain some treasures in the immortal execution great emperor's tomb, but she got nothing in the end. Even the immortal execution great emperor's inheritance had found its true owner. What else was worth fighting for? Be willing, be willing. You can only gain by giving up. If you don't give up anything, you might be dead by now. Qianrenji said. Lan Luo was stunned and nodded silently. It was true. If you couldn't let go of anything and wanted to fight for everything, you might really be involved in a life and death situation. Xianxia did not kill her, but saved her life at the critical moment. Lan Luo was grateful. I hope so. However, it's a problem for us to get out of the Universal 8-direction formation now. I hope they can leave here when they wake up, Lan Luo said in a low voice. Lan Luo said in a low voice. No matter what, she still felt extremely uncomfortable being trapped inside. That feeling of being restrained made her feel extremely stifled. On the contrary, Bingyan looked at Xueliang with anticipation. Even she did not expect that the person she had chosen would be able to inherit the inheritance of the immortal execution great emperor. This was too shocking. Bingyan was brought up by the immortal execution great emperor. She listened to the Tao essence of the immortal execution great emperor and was able to cultivate successfully. No matter how cold and bloodthirsty the immortal execution great emperor was, to her, the immortal execution great emperor was the closest person to her. You've already obtained most of my inheritance. You'll have to slowly comprehend the rest. I've already planted the seed of great Tao in your dantian. One day, when you reach the emperor realm, you'll be able to open up the immortal execution great Tao. I hope you won't let me down. One day, you'll be able to bring the immortal execution great Tao to the northern cold divine region, the central region divine land, and even the entire divine world. The voice of the immortal execution great emperor sounded in Xueliang's ears. At this moment, Xueliang opened his eyes and looked at the back of the figure that had never turned around. The broken immortal execution sword in his hand made him ponder. I'll remember it. I won't let you down. Xueliang said in a deep voice. When the broken sword is reforged, the night will return. If one day you can reforge the immortal execution sword, perhaps you'll surpass me. Don't worry, master. One day, I'll let the light of the immortal execution sword shine on every inch of the divine world. Xueliang's eyes were filled with confidence. Although he had not completely comprehended the Tao of the great emperor like Xianxia, his strength had a qualitative leap. Moreover, how could the inheritance of the immortal execution great emperor be so simple? Even if Xianxia did not know, he knew that Xueliang must have carried all the hopes of the immortal execution great emperor. Alright, you've already understood my will. At the end of the great Tao, there's always the other shore. The immortal execution king is finally coming to an end. He. The bitter voice of the immortal execution great emperor made Xueliang sigh in his heart. However, the end of an expert was destined to be inevitable. Billions of years ago, in that turbulent era, the immortal execution great emperor was able to look down on the heroes and rule over the northern Liang. This was enough to show his strength. However, no matter how strong an expert was, there would be a day when the hero would be in his twilight years. There would always be someone stronger than him. The era of the immortal execution great emperor had passed, but he would never let him be buried in the long river of history. Xueliang will not let down the name of the great emperor. From now on, Xueliang's Taoist name is Immortal Execution, and I'll pass on the Tao to your master. Good. You're worth teaching. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Ha, my divine will can't hold on for much longer. I'll pass this to Xianxia. This is the sword of solitude. It's the biggest regret of my life and also the sword technique that I'm most proud of. Only Xianxia can read my sword essence. Take good care of that little girl. She's listened to my Tao for 10,000 years and will definitely be of help to you in the future. Alright. Shui Liang took the sword of solitude, and in the next second, the aura of the immortal Slayer Emperor's spiritual sense disappeared in the void. Shui Liang knew that the immortal Slayer Emperor had left with the wind. The moment he lowered his head, the seated figure instantly turned into quicksand and disappeared into the 8 trigrams altar. The surrounding universal 8-directional desolation formation also slowly withdrew at this moment, returning to nothingness once again. He's gone. The immortal execution Great Emperor has left. Bingyun murmured with a trace of tears at the corner of her eyes. The immortal execution Great Emperor was like her father and mother who gave her life. Although they had never talked before, in Bingyun's heart, the immortal execution Great Emperor was a huge gift. Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. When Shui Liang and Xianxia looked at each other, their eyes were filled with unparalleled battle intent. However, they smiled at each other. Even if they wanted to fight, they would have to wait until they left this place. However, they could feel that each other's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If it wasn't for the inheritance of the immortal execution Great Emperor, Shui Liang would never dare to challenge Xianxia again. You're awake, Xianxia. This is the sword of solitude that the immortal execution Great Emperor left for you. Shui Liang said. The immortal execution Great Emperor has left. Xianxia said and nodded silently. The great sovereign of a generation vanished into thin air, falling into the mortal world. That lonely but domineering figure had also turned into sand in the wind. Xianxia held the sword of solitude in his hand. Only he could understand the loneliness that the immortal execution Great Emperor once felt. The sword of solitude was not left for the enemy, but for himself. The sword intent was inevitably lonely. At this moment, the 8 trigrams altar was broken and the universal 8 directions formation had disappeared. They finally regained their freedom. Go and find Xianyuan Kanglin. Shui Liang's eyes turned cold as he said. Xianxia and the others quickly went deeper and saw Xianyuan Kanglin's silhouette. A silhouette holding a green cherry spear also attracted their attention. You guys are still alive. You're really lucky. Xianyuan Kanglin sneered as he forced the green cherry spearman back. The expression of the man holding the green cherry spear suddenly changed when he turned his head. It was the same for Xianxia. The moment their gazes met, it was as if they had traveled through the ages. However, it wasn't a rare feeling of friendship. Instead, it was an unending rage and killing intent. It's you. I didn't expect you to appear here. Lung Lung said as he stared straight at Xianxia. His gaze was locked onto Xianxia with killing intent. I didn't expect that to only be a clone of yours. Looks like you're very capable to be able to leave behind such a powerful technique in the immortal realm. Xianxia said faintly. He was shocked when he saw the green cherry spearman for the first time. He didn't expect to meet this guy in the divine world. It seemed like the enmity between them would be intertwined once again. This guy was Jun Tianzhou, who was killed by Xianxia in Saint Origin World. That was only a part of my body. However, you've destroyed a part of my body. Today, I'll take it back with interest. If it wasn't for you, I would have stepped into the Emperor realm a long time ago. Jun Tianzhou and Xianxia stared at each other. None of them had thought that there was enmity between them. However, Jun Tianzhou's strength was much stronger than Xianyuan Kanglin. Xianyuan Kanglin had suffered many setbacks in Jun Tianzhou's hands. Then you're really unlucky to meet me. Xianxia said. You're lucky too. The divine world is vast and boundless. Isn't it heaven's will for us to meet each other here? Ha ha ha. This means that the heaven wants me to kill you to vent my hatred. Jun Tianzhou's murderous intent had already spread out. He was even more furious than when he faced Xianyuan Kanglin. That was his eternal shame. His 9 revolutions golden body had lost one of its reincarnations. That was why his strength had stopped at the peak hierarch realm. Otherwise, he would have broken through to the divine emperor realm or even higher. He would never forget this guy even if he died. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. I can kill you once. I think I can do it again. Xianxia said confidently. Ha ha ha. This is the biggest joke in the world. You think you can fight me with your strength? Pathetic and ridiculous. Today, I'll send you to the Avicii hell. It's not your fault that you're ignorant. It's your stupidity to treat ignorance as confidence, Jun Tianqiu said coldly. Xianxia was only an early hierarch realm expert. Killing him was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Don't forget how you died in the past. Xianxia crossed his arms and said indifferently. Jun Tianqiu was so angry that his face turned pale. This guy was too arrogant. Your good days have come to an end. Jun Tianqiu took a step forward, causing the void to tremble. The terrifying aura he exuded was incomparable to spiritual master Qi Yan and Xianyuan Qi. Although they were in the same realm, Jun Tianqiu's current strength was much stronger than the two of them. No wonder Xianyuan Kanglin was defeated by him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Why don't we join hands? Xianyuan Kanglin took the opportunity to look at Jun Tianqiu and said with a smile. All right. Although Jun Tianqiu was incomparably arrogant and disdained to team up with others, it would be a good thing if he could get a free helper. It wouldn't be too late to kill him after killing Jiang Chen. It seems like they're not convinced, Jiang Chen. Shueliang looked at Jiang Chen and said. Then let's fight. Life and death are decided by a single thought. Only the living have the right to speak. Jiang Chen smiled and said. Your aura? You've broken through to the hierarch realm. No wonder you're so arrogant. You've broken through too? Xianyuan Kanglin looked at Shueliang. His strength was stronger than him, reaching the late hierarch realm. This made Xianyuan Kanglin extremely serious, especially when Shueliang could make such a huge leap in such a short period of time. Xianyuan Kanglin had to be cautious. He had prepared a method to deal with Jiang Chen, but now it seemed like he could not hide it anymore. Leave Xianyuan Kanglin to me. You take care of that guy, Shueliang said. He had wanted to fight Xianyuan Kanglin for a long time. Now that his strength had made a qualitative leap and he had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor, his strength was even stronger than Xianyuan Kanglin. If he still could not defeat this guy, he would be too ashamed to say that he was the successor of a mortal execution great emperor. All right. Jiang Chen nodded and looked at Jun Tianqiu. Jiang Chen was confident that he could defeat his old friend a second time if he could defeat him once in a battle for revenge. Arrogant brat, a barbarian from the immortal world dares to fight against me, Jun Tianqiu? I was just a reincarnated body back then. Now, I'm not someone you can resist. In this world, those who go against me will not have a good ending. Only by killing you can I get rid of my heart's devil and broaden my vision on the great Tao. Today, I will get rid of my heart's devil. Jun Tianqiu looked at Jiang Chen silently, his eyes full of determination. In the past, due to all kinds of coincidences, he had fallen into Jiang Chen's deadly trap and died with regret. His reincarnation was almost invincible, but he was still defeated by Jiang Chen. Back in the immortal world, Jun Tianqiu was indeed in the limelight, but the current divine world wasn't a place where he could dominate. Noisy guy, if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Jiang Chen shouted and took the initiative to attack. His hierarch strength had boosted his confidence. Even when facing a peak late hierarch expert like Jun Tianqiu, Jiang Chen was not afraid. Terrifying attacks were launched one after another, many times stronger than before. Although there might not be a qualitative change, the Tao essence contained in the attacks made Jiang Chen deeply feel how terrifying it was. Good, today is the day you die. Jun Tianqiu was not shocked but happy. His face was ferocious, holding the green cherry spear in his hand. He did not expect to meet Jiang Chen in this trip to the tomb of the great sovereign. This was the reason why he could not break through to the divine emperor realm. There was a lingering devil in his heart, and it was Jiang Chen. He had reincarnated 9 times, but only Jiang Chen killed one of his reincarnations. One could imagine the despair and anger he felt. But today, Jun Tianqiu could take his revenge. Compared to him, Jun Tianqiu's strength was like heaven and earth. Jun Tianqiu's spear momentum was like a dragon, dancing in the air and shaking the universe. Jiang Chen didn't use any fancy moves. He punched out one punch after another, surging towards Jun Tianqiu with supreme divine might. The battle between the two was astonishing. Every time his explosive fists were thrown out, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth would be stirred up. Although Jiang Chen couldn't display his Tao at this moment, the great Tao of heaven and earth contained within his punches had steadily improved his strength. Experts at the same level as him were no match for him. Even a peak hierarch like Jun Tianqiu wouldn't be afraid of death as he continued to charge forward. "Kid, I didn't expect your strength to be so terrifying." Jun Tianqiu did not care at first, but after fighting with Jiang Chen, he realized how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen fought the heavenly dome realm alone with his bare fists. Although Jun Tianqiu's strength was still far from a half-step divine emperor, almost no one below the peak ultimate god realm could match him. Only those who had fought with him knew that Jiang Chen's strength was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The difference in strength was not something ordinary people could compare with. Some people even said that his strength was infinitely close to a half-step divine emperor. However, only Jun Tianqiu himself knew that there was still a gap between his strength and a half-step divine emperor. Jiang Chen's strength is too terrifying. Lan Luo was slightly shocked. An early-stage ultimate god had such a supreme divine power. It was almost impossible to defeat him even if Lan Luo used all her skills. Even a peak ultimate god could not break through such peerless power. Lan Luo knew this guy. He was the 8th generation ultimate god of the Jun family. What surprised her even more was that this 8th generation ultimate god who had inherited the ancient will was supposed to be a divine emperor of 9 generations. However, he was killed by someone, and it was Jiang Chen who killed him. This was too shocking. The Jun family of the Central Plains Divine Land had an 8th generation ultimate god. They originally wanted Jun Tianqiu to become a 9th generation ultimate god emperor, but they were still one step behind. Jun Tianqiu's body was cut off, which became one of the biggest regrets of the Jun family. However, in the Central Plains Divine Land, the Jun family's 8th generation ultimate god was quite powerful. Lan Luo had to admit that he was no match for him. On the other side, the battle between Xue Liang and Xianyuan Kanglin was also thrilling. Xue Liang's strength had been further improved and he had also obtained the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance. He seemed to have the upper hand against Xianyuan Kanglin and was no longer the Xue Liang of the past. Xianyuan Kanglin was getting more and more shocked as the battle went on. That guy's strength had completely crushed him. Moreover, why did he suddenly become so terrifying? Until now, he still did not know that Xue Liang had inherited the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance. Xianyuan Kanglin kept retreating and was extremely passive. The current Xue Liang had fully displayed the power of his Skyfrost sword. There was no longer any grudge between him and the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance, and Xianyuan Kanglin's strength had completely acknowledged Xue Liang. Immortal execution sword rain. Xue Liang slashed the sky with his sword, creating a huge wave that caused a terrifying sword rain. Under the immortal execution sword rain, even Jun Tianqiu could not help but look at Xue Liang. The sword rain was too terrifying. Xianyuan Kanglin could only avoid it and was being suppressed by Xue Liang. Xianyuan Kanglin had no choice but to use his ability to judge the price. "You actually obtained the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance?" Xue Liang said in shock. "It's too late to know now." "Humph," Xue Liang said with a smile. "You forced me to do this." Roar the light in Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes became even brighter. Since this guy had obtained the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance, then he must teach him a lesson. His Tao Tai physique was his greatest trump card. As long as he devoured Xue Liang, he would be able to inherit the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance. Xue Liang had made a gift for him. As long as he inherited the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance, who would be his match? Whether it was Jiang Chen or the man with the green cherry spear, who would dare to compete with him, Xianyuan Kanglin finally revealed his terrifying fangs and clashed with Xue Liang's immortal execution sword rain. True Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen struck out with the True Dragon Seal, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The True Dragon Seal was like a dragon that had transformed into a dragon. A terrifying dragon shadow soared into the sky. Divine Spear of Chaos. Jun Tianqiu bellowed. The shadow of his spear pierced through the dragon's shadow and soared into the sky. Jiang Chen's hand changed again. The 5-elemental divine dragon seal collided with the dragon's shadow. The shadow of the spear and the dragon's shadow intertwined, producing a series of terrifying explosions. Jun Tianqiu and Jiang Chen were evenly matched. Neither of them had the upper hand. "Is that all you've got?" Jun Tianqiu said indifferently. The show has just begun. Jun Tianqiu did not expect Jiang Chen to be so difficult to deal with. His strength was 3 levels higher than Jiang Chen's, but it was still difficult for him to defeat Jiang Chen easily, which made Jun Tianqiu very depressed. 3000 Burning Sky Seal. The divine fire changed again as the 3000 burning sky seal turned into 3000 dragon shadows that filled the sky and crushed down. Jun Tianqiu immediately raised his sword and pointed his divine spear at the void. The 3000 burning sky seal forced Jun Tianqiu to retreat dozens of steps, but his spear's shadows were also extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pursued Jun Tianqiu. Kid, you've made me very angry. I won't give you any more chances. Jun Tianqiu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Being forced back dozens of steps by Jiang Chen was a great humiliation to a proud expert like him. He thought that he could easily kill Jiang Chen, but who would have thought that Jiang Chen could even force him back? Sky-dominating divine spear. Supreme divine light. The green cherry spear in Jun Tianqiu's hand changed again and again. The spear shadows shot out and pierced through the starry sky. Layers of spear shadows covered the sky and the earth. That kind of supreme divine power forced Jiang Chen to go all out. Limitless sword, 10th sword. Jiang Chen swept his sword and the impact of the 10th sword directly turned Jun Tianqiu's supreme divine light into nothingness. However, what followed was Jun Tianqiu's spear shadows. The terrifying limitless sword once again made Jun Tianqiu suffer, but his sky-dominating divine spear was not to be underestimated as it completely blocked the peerless divine power of the 10th sword. The sky full of phantoms shocked Lan Luo and the others. Jiang Chen's terror was once again revealed because he was facing a real peak ultimate god, the 8th generation ultimate god of the Jun family in Tianfeng Divine Land. The 8th generation ultimate god was supposed to be a divine emperor of 9 generations, but unfortunately, one of his generations was destroyed. The 8th generation ultimate god was an extremely powerful existence in the entire Jun family. For Lan Luo, Jiang Chen's ability to repel the 8th generation ultimate god Jun Tianqiu was enough for him to laugh proudly for the rest of his life. The battle between Jiang Chen and Jun Tianqiu could be said to be quite intense. Neither side gave way to the other. Terrifying waves of qi rose higher and higher, dazzling the onlookers. However, the battle between the two didn't show any signs of stopping. Jiang Chen switched from defense to offense and began a life-and-death battle with Jun Tianqiu. Jiang Chen had been suppressed by Jun Tianqiu previously, but now he displayed the ancient soaring dragon technique again. His aura was no different from Jun Tianqiu's, and his battle strength had reached the peak hierarch realm. Jun Tianqiu was furious, but there was nothing he could do. How could an early hierarch be on the same level as him? How could he have such terrifying aura and power? It was his aura. Jiang Chen's aura had completely crushed Jun Tianqiu's. The great emperor's Tao accumulation did not bring any substantial benefits to Jiang Chen, but his aura had already surpassed all living beings. No one could overwhelm him in terms of aura. Jiang Chen's charge had also caused Jun Tianqiu a lot of trouble. After displaying the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Chen seemed to have become a different person, suppressing Jun Tianqiu to the point where the latter could hardly breathe. The heavenly dragon sword soul also became extremely excited at this moment. Wherever the sword soul pointed, coupled with the terrifying limitless sword, Jun Tianqiu was almost unable to resist. Under Jiang Chen's fierce attacks, he seemed to be a little exhausted. It was unbelievable that Jiang Chen could suppress Jun Tianqiu despite the gap of 3 minor realms. Jun Tianqiu was incomparably depressed. He was stronger than Jiang Chen in the past, but he was still killed by Jiang Chen. But now, Jiang Chen was no longer the same as before. Jiang Chen had almost surpassed the entire hierarch realm and was still able to suppress him. What did this bastard eat to grow up? Jun Tianqiu was furious. He knew that his chances were running out. If he was suppressed by Jiang Chen, it would become more and more difficult for him to stand out. He must find a chance to fight back. Jun Tianqiu swore that this was the most useless battle he had ever fought in his life. Jiang Chen's sword intent was like a lone goose flying in the sky. The domineering aura of his sword qi was displayed at this moment. The way of dominating the heavens and the sword intent made Jun Tianqiu feel the pressure of life and death. The limitless sword in Jiang Chen's hand became more and more skillful. Its powerful aura soared to the sky. There was not much time left for Jun Tianqiu. Under the pressure of Jiang Chen's unparalleled aura, Jun Tianqiu finally roared and was about to explode. Jiang Chen, I'm going to tear you into pieces. 8 Supremes gather, heavens will reincarnation. The 9th transformation golden body can break anything. Jun Tianqiu's spear momentum changed. 8 afterimages converged into one. This was his most powerful technique, the 9th transformation golden body. Jun Tianqiu, who had inherited the will of the ancient times, thought that he could reach the power of a divine emperor expert by combining his 9 reincarnations into one. He never thought that Jiang Chen would kill one of them. Even so, his strength could not be underestimated. Although the 9th transformation golden body was lacking by one, it still had the power to destroy heaven and earth. What a 9th transformation golden body! Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed and his face turned cold. This guy's strength had climbed to the extreme. Even Jiang Chen felt a great pressure. The 9th transformation golden body was so terrifying. His strength had reached an unprecedented level. The moment Jiang Chen and Jun Tianqiu exchanged blows, he was already on the passive side. With the power of 8 Supremes, Jiang Chen already felt a great pressure. The terror of the 9th transformation golden body had transformed his strength once again. This guy is really not easy to deal with. Jiang Chen frowned. He retreated in order to advance. With the Sword of Solitude, he could command the 7 Dragon Cavalry Heavenly Guards and the 12 Fire God Guards. As for the strength of the 9th transformation golden body, he would have to test it with his Ashura sword formation. Want to run? You won't have the chance. Jun Tianqiu sneered. The Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards and Fire God Guards stood in front of Jun Tianqiu. The 12 Fire Gods were almost destroyed by Jun Tianqiu. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face turned extremely cold. However, he had to arrange the Ashura sword formation to deal a fatal blow to Jun Tianqiu. This was his most terrifying technique. However, it was not easy to arrange the Ashura sword formation. Moreover, every time he used the Ashura sword formation, it consumed a lot of energy for Jiang Chen. Now that he had just used the ancient soaring dragon technique, he had consumed nearly half of his divine origin energy. If he used the Ashura sword formation again, it would definitely increase the pressure on him. However, this was the only way to kill Jun Tianqiu. Let's see how long you can hide. Jun Tianqiu attacked one after another. Although the Dragon Cavalry Heavenly Guards were strong, they still couldn't withstand Jun Tianqiu's might. 4 of the 12 Fire God Guards were torn to pieces by Jun Tianqiu. The 9th transformation golden body. It seems that Jun Tianqiu is really angry. Rumor has it that the 9th transformation golden body allowed him to withstand a blow from a half-step divine emperor and come out unscathed. This shows how terrifying the 9th transformation golden body is. Lan Luo said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen fell into a passive position. Is this guy really so terrifying? Although the Jun family of the Central Region Divine Land is not the most powerful force in the Central Region Divine Land, it's not to be underestimated. They're considered a famous family in the northern part of the Central Region Divine Land, and they even have Emperor Realm experts. The most dreadful thing about the Jun family is that they can inherit the ancient will. Jun Tianqiu's 9 transformations golden body was cultivated by inheriting the ancient will. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't be so terrifying. However, his 9 transformations golden body should not be complete. One of his reincarnations was destroyed by Jiang Chen, which caused great damage to him. Otherwise, Jun Tianqiu would have been able to kill everyone here. Lan Luo said solemnly. What about you? Who are you? Qianrenji looked at Lan Luo. This woman's identity was mysterious. Qianrenji couldn't help but think more about it. Furthermore, she knew the Jun family like the back of her hand. Shen Yuanqi treated her with respect, and even the Scarlet Flame Sage was somewhat afraid of her. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. Me? A defeated general doesn't talk about bravery. Compared to Jiang Chen, I'm just a drop in the ocean. Lan Luo said with a wry smile. Qianrenji nodded silently and did not ask any more questions. However, this Lan Luo was too shrewd. She knew everything. she couldn't help but think more about it. At this moment, Xianxia was advancing step by step. Finally, the Ashura sword formation was completed after Jun Tianqiu had destroyed 9 of his fire god guards. "Let's see how long you can hide, you coward." "Ha ha ha." Jun Tianqiu roared madly. His roar was as loud as thunder as he continued to chase after Xianxia. However, Xianxia was setting up the formation at a leisurely pace. At this moment, Jun Tianqiu's counterattack was coming. "Let's see if your 9 transformations golden body is more powerful or if my Ashura sword formation is better." Xianxia looked at Jun Tianqiu coldly. He was furious that 9 of his fire god guards were destroyed by Jun Tianqiu. "It's time for you to die. Don't struggle anymore. The 9 transformations golden body is invincible. You want to use a formation to trap me? You must be dreaming." Jun Tianqiu harumphed coldly. However, the moment Xianxia activated the formation, the corners of Jun Tianqiu's mouth twitched. 108 Origin Divine Tools? What a big deal. These 108 Origin Divine Tools, I'm definitely going to get them. Jun Tianqiu didn't retreat. Instead, he rushed to the top of the formation. However, at this moment, Xianxia completely activated the Ashura sword formation. Terrifying sword rain filled the air, completely submerging Jun Tianqiu's 9 transformations golden body. However, the 9 transformations golden body actually resisted Xianxia's Ashura sword formation. "Your sword formation is only SOSO." Jun Tianqiu sneered. However, in just 10 breaths of time, Jun Tianqiu's 9 transformations golden body began to crack. The smile on Jun Tianqiu's face also disappeared. The current Xianxia might be able to hold on for 60 breaths of time, but the Ashura sword formation consumed too much of his strength. If Xianxia wanted to perfectly control the Ashura sword formation, he would need to be at least a mid-hierarch realm expert to not be so cautious. Even so, 60 breaths of time was already terrifying enough. Even Jun Tianqiu, who had activated the 9 transformations golden body, couldn't hold on for more than 10 breaths of time before his 9 transformations golden body was broken. This showed how terrifying the sword rain of the Ashura sword formation was. Every breath was a choice between life and death for Jun Tianqiu. At the 30th breath, Jun Tianqiu finally couldn't hold on any longer. The 9 transformations golden body was completely broken and he also suffered a great injury. Jun Tianqiu fought with his life on the line. The 9 transformations golden body was destroyed under the attack of the Ashura sword formation. Jun Tianqiu was furious, but he also panicked. He wanted to fight back, but it was too late. The 9 transformations golden body was broken. Jun Tianqiu couldn't withstand the terrifying sword formation at all. He still had his spear, but his aura had dropped to a very low level. "Get lost." Jun Tianqiu roared furiously. The sword rain pierced through his body. Jun Tianqiu swung his spear in all directions, but he still couldn't withstand the sword rain. Finally, under everyone's gaze, he knelt down on one knee and slowly fell to the ground. Jun Tianqiu actually lost, and in such a miserable way. Lan Luo couldn't believe it, but Xianxia was still standing proudly. At this moment, Xianxia's divine origin strength was almost depleted. It was impossible for him to continue the battle. "Do you think it's that easy to kill me? Xianxia, there will come a day when I will make you pay with your blood." Jun Tianqiu's voice reverberated in Xianxia's ears all of a sudden. The fallen figure stood up abruptly, turned around and fled at a terrifying speed. Xianxia didn't expect that Jun Tianqiu could survive the Ashura sword formation. Jun Tianqiu has the 9 transformations golden body. Although he only has 8 doppelgangers, it's comparable to 8 lives. It's understandable that you didn't crush his soul, so he could be reborn in another body. It's a pity that he escaped. Lan Luo said faintly. Xianxia felt relieved. Jun Tianqiu wasn't easy to deal with. It was already not easy for him to kill one of his doppelgangers and severely injure him. After all, the gap between their strength was too big. Xianxia didn't have the strength to continue the battle. On the other hand, Shanyuan Kanglin and Shui Liang were evenly matched. Both of their auras were extremely terrifying. Shui Liang had broken through to the late hierarch realm and inherited the immortal Slayer Great Emperor's inheritance. He was no longer the same Shui Liang of the past. Xianyuan Kanglin roared furiously. His Tao Tai body swept across the sky, engulfing the earth. He was entangled with Shui Liang for a long time, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Xianyuan Kanglin's Tao Tai body was so terrifying. He was able to fight against Shui Liang time and time again without being at a disadvantage. Xianyuan Kanglin, who had the advantage of being a divine beast, was quite overbearing. Even Shui Liang's Skyfrost sword could not do anything to him. This was also related to the fact that he had just received the inheritance. He had yet to fully comprehend and master the inheritance of the immortal Slayer Great Emperor. Although Jiangchen didn't have the strength to continue the battle, he could help Shui Liang suppress Xianyuan Kanglin and recover his strength during the battle. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill Xianyuan Kanglin. Xianyuan Kanglin also felt a great sense of crisis when Jiangchen joined the battle. At this moment, he already had the intention to retreat. 2 against 1, what kind of hero are you? Xianyuan Kanglin gritted his teeth and said. There's a saying in the ancient times. Regardless of whether it's a black cat or a white cat, it's a good cat as long as it can catch a mouse. Ha ha ha. You're right. Do I need a reason to kill you? Shui Liang harumphed. Both of them advanced and retreated at the same time. Xianyuan Kanglin instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. Xianyuan sword concealment. Activate. Xianyuan Kanglin shouted and quickly retreated. This is the Xianyuan clan's blood escape technique. It will greatly damage his vitality. Lan Luo said. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin had already run for his life. If he continued to fight, he would definitely suffer a great loss. He might be trapped here forever by Jiangchen. Hence, Xianyuan Kanglin could only leave. Trying to leave? Not so easy. Leave the item behind. Jiangchen's sword slashed through his immortal execution armor and purple cloud feather. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes were filled with hatred. However, he dared not stay any longer and left the blood shield. Shui Liang wanted to give chase but was stopped by Jiangchen. He shook his head and said, "Don't chase a cornered enemy. You might not be able to catch up to him anyway. Now that you've obtained the inheritance of immortal execution Great Emperor, the rest is not important." Jiangchen smiled. Although Shui Liang had obtained the inheritance of immortal execution Great Emperor, he had also opened up his own Dao. The immortal execution Dao was different from his heaven domination Dao. Jiangchen believed that one day, the heaven domination Dao would become the ruler of the divine world. The immortal execution Dao was bloodthirsty. It was not suitable for him. It was not the Dao that he had been pursuing. Compared to Shui Liang, Jiangchen was the most suitable person. Holding the immortal execution armor and purple cloud feather, Jiangchen passed them to Shui Liang. He was not a greedy person. Since the immortal execution Great Emperor had given the inheritance to Shui Liang, it should belong to him. What you've obtained is yours. The legacy of the immortal Slayer Grand Emperor is more suitable for you. But you gave it to me. I can't think of anyone else who could be so indifferent in the face of such a terrifying legacy. Shui Liang smiled. Jiangchen nodded and put away the immortal execution armor and the purple cloud plume feather. Jiangchen already had a candidate in mind for the most suitable person for it. However, it wasn't that Jiangchen didn't want the inheritance of the immortal Slayer Emperor. It was just that he wanted to walk a unique path that belonged to him. It wasn't something that the immortal Slayer Emperor could help him with. He had to rely on himself for everything. Jiangchen's smile froze as he turned around. At this moment, Qianrenji and Bing Yun were under Lan Luo's control. I didn't expect that a woman's heart is really unfathomable. Jiangchen shook his head. Release Bing Yun. Shui Liang growled with a gloomy face. Lan Luo smiled faintly as her beautiful eyes flickered. Her flirtatious demeanor was captivating. My request is not high, I only want the Zhu Xian sword, even if it is broken. Impossible. Shui Liang said in a deep voice. From the looks of it, you want the sword and not the person? Ha ha ha, do you see that, little girl? I don't care about you. Lan Luo said with a smile as she turned into the charming demonic fox again. Don't believe her, brother Bai. Don't worry about me. You can't give her the Zhu Xian sword. Bing Yan said while gritting her teeth. Liang's aura became extremely gloomy at this moment. Xianxia patted Liang's shoulder and gestured for him to calm down. This was what Lan Luo wanted to see the most. How about exchanging your Zhu Xian armor for her? Lan Luo and Xianxia looked at each other and smiled elegantly. You're thinking too much. Xianxia shook his head. Really? Then I'd like to see if these two women are more important than those two treasures. Ha ha ha. Lan Luo's eyes were instantly filled with cold-killing intent. No. I'll give you the Zhu Xian sword. Liang couldn't help but nod heavily in the end. That's right. Be obedient and I'll like it. Ha ha ha. Little brother, it's your turn. What do you think? I didn't want to kill you because you're not a threat to me. But you insist on seeking death. Alas. Xianxia let out a sigh. Lan Luo narrowed his eyes and sneered. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. What else can you do? Besides, they're both in my hands now. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Fine. Here's the Zhu Xian armor. Come and get it. Xianxia said. Want to blow me up? Throw it over. Okay. Catch. Xianxia threw the armor to Lan Luo without hesitation. However, the moment Lan Luo tried to catch it, Xianxia directly launched the soul-stealing technique. Soul separation technique. In an instant, Lan Luo's soul seemed to have suffered a huge shock. His body swayed and he directly knelt on one knee, paralyzed. Seizing this opportunity, Qian Renji and Bingyan quickly escaped from Lan Luo's control. After a short moment, when Lan Luo slowly raised his head, his eyes were filled with regret. He was incomparably furious, but even more than that, he was filled with boundless fear. You have the soul of an Emperor realm expert? Lan Luo knew that she had made a huge mistake. She hadn't expected that her soul would be severely injured by this guy. Her strength had also been greatly damaged. She had initially thought that she would be able to reap the benefits from the fight, but she hadn't expected that Xianxia would still have such a trick up his sleeve. This guy was too terrifying. Many things aren't as simple as you think. Xianxia said indifferently. Can you spare my life? Lan Luo said while gritting her teeth. She knew that she had taken a wrong step, but it would be extremely difficult to reverse the situation. Previously, Xianxia hadn't intended to kill her, but now it wasn't the case. There's nothing wrong with thinking twice before you act, but you insist on taking a path of no return. Xianxia had no intention of letting Lan Luo go. I'm begging you, please let me go. Lan Luo's gaze gradually became gentle as she looked at Xianxia with tears welling up in her eyes. The charm in her eyes seemed to have penetrated through Xianxia's past and present lives, entering his heart. At this moment, Lan Luo's appearance changed slightly. She actually looked like Yan Qinyu. At that moment, Xianxia was in a daze. He had actually fallen for this woman's charm technique. However, he recovered in an instant. After all, his soul strength was far beyond what Lan Luo could imagine. Xiaoyu's appearance lingered in Xianxia's mind. Especially when she had turned into Xiaoyu, it had almost entered his heart. However, his mind instantly became clear, because the person in front of him wasn't Xiaoyu at all. Your charm technique is actually so powerful. He, I still couldn't escape from your palm, right? Xiaoyu, there's actually such a stunning woman in this world. Lan Luo murmured. Her smile was full of bitterness, because she knew that she couldn't escape from Xianxin's palm. Xianxin stared at Lan Luo, her eyes full of resentment and shame. Xiaoyu's appearance was still changing between her and Lan Luo. At this moment, Xianxin's sword was raised and slashed once again. Go. I don't want to see you again. Facing Lan Luo, who had turned into Xiaoyu, Xianxin ultimately didn't slash down with his sword. Men are indeed strange creatures. He, since you don't want to kill me, this lady will go. Lan Luo laughed delicately, turned into a ray of light, and quickly disappeared in front of Xianxin. Little man, this lady will remember today's kindness. If I catch you one day, I won't kill you. He. Xianxin took a deep breath. Her eyes were filled with endless sorrow and worry. Xiaoyu, where are you now? The trip to the tomb of the immortal execution emperor had been completed, but Xianxia was still worried about San. At this moment, San was still imprisoned in the Heaven Dragon prison. How could Xianxia feel good? San was his dearest brother. This time, after returning to Tongxian Mansion, Xianxia must rescue San from the Heaven Dragon prison. What's your next plan? Shueliang looked at Xianxia and asked. Go back to Tongxian Mansion. My brother is imprisoned in the Heaven Dragon prison. This time, I'm afraid that I'll have a falling out with Tongxian Mansion. Xianxia said. Are you really ready? Xianrenji glanced at Xianxia and said. Based on his current strength, he must be quite powerful. However, she was worried about Tongxian Mansion. After all, Tongxian Mansion had existed for tens of millions of years, and its foundation was profound, which ordinary sects couldn't compare with. At this time, if Xianxia acted rashly, he would probably die. That was why Qianrenji asked Xianxia if he was ready, because this was a road of no return. Tongxian Mansion? I've heard about it. I've always heard that Tongxian Mansion is quite powerful. I also want to see how powerful it is. Shueliang said with a smile. This time, it's likely to be a life and death battle. I'm afraid it'll be more difficult than the tomb of the immortal execution emperor. Xianxia said in a low voice. You're treating me like an outsider. I've never admired anyone in my life, including you. But you're the only one who helped me regain my sense of self. My life is for the sword, and my sword is fighting for you. Fighting against you, and everywhere. Shueliang said seriously. All right. Xianxia didn't say much, because Shueliang had made it clear enough. If he continued to be polite to Shueliang, he would really regard him as an outsider. With the help of Shueliang, Xianxia was more confident when he returned to Tongxian Mansion this time. After all, Shueliang had inherited the impartation of immortal execution emperor. There were less than 5 people in Tongxian Mansion who were stronger than him. Master Ji, you don't have to go back with me this time. Xianxia said. He didn't want to get Qianrenji into trouble. This time, he would fight to the death with Tongxian Mansion, and Qianrenji would be stuck in the middle. I, Qianrenji, am not a coward. With your current strength, you don't need to call me Teacher Ji anymore. But I know how to repay kindness. This time, I will put an end to the relationship between me and Tongxian Mansion. If I can survive, I will go to Qilian Boundary. Qianrenji smiled faintly. Her calm and elegant look was very touching. Xianxia even doubted why Ziqing Tian would give up on Qianrenji and return to the Qilian Boundary alone. Alright, as long as Xianxia is here, Teacher Ji is here. Xianxia promised Qianrenji. He knew that she didn't need such a promise. She had died several times in the tomb of the great emperor, and all of them were saved by Xianxia. If Qianrenji still didn't understand, she didn't deserve to be a teacher in Tongxian Mansion for millions of years. I still need to refine a medicinal pill. This time, let's go to Blissful City first. I need to prepare some medicinal pills. Xianxia said. Alright, let's go to Blissful City first. Our whereabouts must not be exposed to Tongxian Mansion. Otherwise, Tongxian Mansion will be suspicious. If we don't return to Tongxian Mansion immediately after we finish the task, we will definitely be suspicious. Qianrenji said. I understand. Xianxia nodded. The 4 of them rested and prepared to leave Blissful City. They did not return to Tongxian Mansion. The clear lake was thousands of miles long, and the river flowed down from the sky. The bamboo forest was covered with grass and red lotuses. Birds were chirping. The white-robed lady sat at the head of the bamboo raft, gazing afar. Her soul power was severely damaged. Even a divine emperor expert would not have a chance to save her now. Jiangzhu's expression was leisurely as she danced in the air. Her grace was unparalleled. She was an absolute beauty who stood aloof from the world. I'm sorry, Jiangzhu. I couldn't help you. Yu Qinglong said in a low voice. He landed on the bamboo raft like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water and sighed faintly. I know you've tried your best. Brother Yu, it's not your fault. I can only blame myself for being unlucky. It's enough for me to live for 100 years. Xianxia said with a smile. Where is the person you've been waiting for? I don't understand. Why are you searching for him? Is he really that obsessed with you? Yu Qinglong asked in a low voice. Is it really dangerous ahead? I don't know. Perhaps waiting is the most gentle thing. Even if we can't meet, I'm willing to protect him and remember his existence. You won't understand that kind of mutual help. Xianxia shook her head. Her heart was filled with expectation. She knew that he would not appear in the next moment. Yu Qinglong sighed. His eyes were filled with helplessness. What kind of outstanding man could be worthy of the beauty of the north? Perhaps only someone like Jiangchen could be worthy of her. Oh right, you haven't been here for a long time. How's the outer disciple competition at Tongxian Mansion? Jiangxia asked. The outer disciple competition. Sigh. Let's not talk about it. My strength is still not enough. When I become a hierarch realm expert, perhaps I'll be qualified to be arrogant. Even a hierarch realm expert was defeated by that fella, wasn't he? Yu Qinglong shook his head and said with a bitter smile. Who's so powerful that brother Yu of the outer sect's 3 dragon heads is so afraid of him? He's just a new disciple who entered the inner sect for over 100 years. It's really shameful. Thousands of divine king realm experts couldn't suppress that new disciple. In the end, even Qianlong, who had broken through to the hierarch realm, was defeated by him. I've met him outside of Tongxian Mansion. But his strength wasn't that terrifying. But now, he's not the same as before. I think only a peerless genius like him is worthy of you. Brother, you must be joking. The person I like is just an ordinary person. Jiangxia shook her head. Sigh. Success belongs to Jiangchen and failure belongs to Jiangchen. However, a peerless genius like him is not someone I can catch up to. Yu Qinglong said. He was relieved of Jiangchen's strength because Jiangchen was like a mountain that was difficult to surpass. Jiangxia suddenly raised her head and looked back at Yu Qinglong. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a sparkling luster. Brother Yu, tell me. What's his name? Jiangxia asked in a trembling voice. She couldn't believe her ears. Jiangchen. The outer sect's #1 disciple, Jiangchen. As soon as Yu Qinglong finished speaking, crystalline tears began to flow from Jiangxia's eyes. Her body began to tremble violently. It was as if the world in her heart had completely collapsed at that moment. Sister Zhu, Yu Qinglong looked at Jiangxia in disbelief. He had not expected that Jiangxia would be crying like a child at this moment, with tears and snot flowing down her face. Jiangxia did not respond and continued to cry. Yu Qinglong did not know what to do and did not know what was going on. Jiangxia's heart was filled with shock, anger, joy, and excitement. When Yu Qinglong said Jiangchen's name, she almost broke down, because she had waited for too long. Finally, he appeared in her life. If he didn't appear, she might really disappear from this world. Jiangxia's heart was filled with shock, anger, joy, and excitement. She did not dare to mention this name. She was afraid that she would not be able to control the sadness of missing him. She was afraid that she would not be able to stop herself from thinking about him. However, the divine world was vast. Where should she go? How could she find Jiangchen? She did not know what to do. However, she knew that as long as their hearts were connected, he would appear in front of her one day. Time passed and 100 years had passed. Her soul was heavily injured and she was faced with the choice of death. She thought that she would never see Jiangchen again. She thought that the world was going to abandon her. Her loneliness, helplessness, and longing. No one could share her worries and difficulties. From the moment Jiangchen left the 9 regions immortal world, her heart and 9 shadows followed him. However, when she entered the divine world, she knew how terrible the pain and cruelty was. Along the way, she only had one belief in her heart. That was to find the little Chenzi that she had been longing for. And she was Wu Ningzhu. The infatuated Wu Ningzhu. The Jiangxia who only had Jiangchen in her heart. Suddenly, Jiangxia stopped crying. She was afraid. She did not even dare to ask Yu Qinglong again. What if that person was not Jiangchen? What should she do? There were millions of people with the same name in the world. Although she had a hunch that that person was Jiang Chen, she was afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He used a sword. The sword was like a dragon and its power was like the wind. Hence, the name Heavenly Dragon Sword. Wu Ningzhu whispered. He should be the person you've been looking for. Yu Qinglong took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression. Although it was too much of a coincidence, he had to believe it because he felt that only a peerless monstrous genius like Jiang Chen could be a match for Jiang Zhu, a peerless lady who was aloof from the world. Yu Qinglong took a deep breath and said solemnly. A lifetime of elegance, a lifetime of songs, a lifetime of ambition, unparalleled in the world, a perfect match, ha ha ha. Yu Qinglong shook his head. He was unwilling, but he knew that he was not good enough for Jiang Zhu. Thank you for telling me this, brother Yu. My real name is Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu said. Qinggu Qingshuang, Lingzhu stands proudly. What a good name. There's no need to write it down. It's all fate. If I had told you his name earlier, you might have been able to reunite a long time ago. Unfortunately, I'm afraid it's not possible now. Yu Qinglong said. Wu Ningzhu's heart tightened. Her pretty face was filled with worry. She quickly asked, why not? Previously, Tongshan Mansion had a secret operation. No one knew about it. It was said to be an experiential learning. But I heard from Elder Dan that it was to explore the tomb of a great emperor. It has been more than 5 years, but no one came back. So, it's very likely that there was a huge change in that experiential learning. As for the result, it's still hard to say. After all, 5 years is not long, but it's not short either. Yu Qinglong said in a dignified manner. I believe that he will come back. Wu Ningzhu lightly bit her pearly white teeth and said. Her eyes were bright and kind, like a fairy from the heavens. Yu Qinglong knew that the fairy would leave one day, and he was just a passerby in her life. Jiang Chen, will you really come back? The blissful city was quite lively. As the hub connecting all the major forces around Tongshan Mansion, the prosperity of the blissful city was far beyond anyone's imagination. This time, when Jiang Chen returned to the blissful city, it was even more lively than before. Now that the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was about to be refined, Jiang Chen could not afford any mistakes. If he succeeded, his strength would definitely have a qualitative leap. If he failed, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. After all, he only had one chance. Now that he had the great emperor's skeleton, the ethereal flower, and the purple fragrance devil taro, he only lacked a few supplementary herbs. Therefore, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. Once he gathered the herbs, he could wholeheartedly refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. In the Lihuan sect's blissful city's branch palace, a gloomy old man with an unconcealable gloominess in his eyes said to the 2 subordinates beside him in a deep voice, quickly go and inform the patriarch. This time, we must not let him escape. This guy is the one who killed the young patriarch. Yes, Lord. The 2 subordinates received the order and went straight to the Lihuan sect. Jiang Chen only stayed in the blissful city for a total of 3 days and gathered the herbs. However, he would definitely not refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill in the blissful city. If he did, it would probably attract experts from all directions to snatch it and watch. Once the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was successfully refined, it would definitely cause a terrifying change in the heaven and earth. At that time even Jiang Chen would not be able to conceal it. Therefore, he had to find a remote mountain. Looks like the pill you're going to refine this time should be extraordinary. Shueliang said. It definitely won't work in the blissful city. If it's discovered, it'll probably be very difficult to refine it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. The few of them found a relatively secluded mountain. The surroundings were filled with withered trees. Even birds and beasts rarely appeared. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there was not a single trace of human. Jiang Chen was finally satisfied and carved out a cave to refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. Monkey, don't worry. I will definitely save you. I will kill the 2nd Mansion Master and the 3rd Mansion Master to relieve the hatred in your heart. In this world, no one can offend my brother, Jiang Chen. Tongshan Mansion, I will definitely annihilate you. Jiang Chen held the myriad qi cauldron in his hand tightly. The success or failure of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill depended on this. After refining the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill, he had more confidence to rush to the Tongxian mansion. Rescuing Longshan was urgent. However, Xianxia had to make sure that everything was in order. Otherwise, it would be a pointless sacrifice. If he fell, who would be able to save Longshan? Are you sure it's here? It's here. Sect Master, I've been watching for a long time. That guy must have gone in. It seems like he's going to break through. A tall and mighty man appeared on the peak of the mountain range. He silently stared at the towering mountain range. His eyes were filled with fury. His only son had been killed. No one could understand the pain of him sending off his son. He had been searching for traces of this person for over 100 years. However, there was not even the slightest news of him. At this moment, he had finally found news of him. He must crush his bones and scatter his ashes. Although the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill had yet to reach the level of a divine-grade pill, it was not far from it. It was extremely difficult for Xianxia to refine a peak immortal-grade pill. Therefore, Xianxia was extremely cautious in order to refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. He did not dare to be careless in the slightest. He was afraid that if he did not do it well, it would greatly affect the process of refining the pill. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill, one pill turned into 9. For a hierarch realm expert, it was like a cloning technique. Moreover, the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was even scarier than a cloning technique. It was 9 identical copies of oneself with the same strength and techniques. That was the scariest part of it. Xianxia's expression was solemn and he did not dare to be careless. Although he had not refined a pill for a long time, he was not messed up at all. He methodically threw every medicinal ingredient into the myriad qi cauldron. Purple aromatic konjac, ethereal flower, great emperor's bone essence and several other precious medicinal ingredients were continuously condensed. Xianxia concentrated and gradually condensed all the medicinal ingredients. Finally, it was time to condense the pill. He did not dare to try before as he was worried that he would fail at the last step. After all, the medicinal ingredients were too difficult to gather. If he really failed this time, he did not know when he would be able to gather them again. Therefore, Xianxia did not dare to take any risks. He only dared to try now that his strength had reached the hierarch realm. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill is too difficult to refine. Although I have never refined a divine-grade pill before, I guess a divine-grade pill is just like that. Xianxia thought. The reason why the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill could have such a powerful effect was naturally related to the difficulty of refining it. However, Xianxia was now 70% confident. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to refine it at this time. Moreover, the situation was urgent, so Xianxia had to succeed. The essence of the 9 kinds of medicinal herbs in the myriad qi cauldron had been completely refined by Xianxia, and the elixir congealing began. Streams of terrifying essence surged and converged. A golden light shone from the myriad qi cauldron. The surroundings were also dazzled by this light. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out. Even Shui Liang and the others were slightly shocked. I wonder what kind of pill Xianxia is concocting for it to be so terrifying. Bingyun said doubtfully. To be able to choose to go into seclusion at this time, the pill he concocted must be incomparably terrifying. Let's just wait patiently. Shui Liang said. Qianrenji was also shocked. Xianxia's mysteriousness made it hard for them to guess. Moreover, his strength was also shocking. How could an ordinary early hierarch realm expert have such a technique? He wanted to return to Tongxian Mansion. At that moment, he was no longer the teenager he used to be. He wanted to become the enemy of Tongxian Mansion. Xianxia, come out quickly and accept your death. A deep shout made Shui Liang and the others feel a great sense of crisis. A powerful force came crushing down from the void. The surrounding heaven and earth became extremely gloomy and cold. Who dares to act rashly? Shui Liang flew up to the sky and looked coldly at the man in the void. There were tens of thousands of people behind him. The skinny old man made Shui Liang feel pressured. This guy is so powerful. Who are you? Shui Liang asked coldly. It doesn't matter who I am. But you are not Xianxia. Today, I must kill Xianxia. Anyone who stands in my way will die. The skinny old man said faintly. His cold aura permeated tens of thousands of miles. It's the Lihuan sex people. Is it Hun Wanshan? Xianrenji's expression changed as she said in a deep voice. When she rushed out, her face finally turned gloomy. Sure enough, it's really him. Sect Master Lihuan, how have you been? Hehe, I am Xianrenji, a mentor of Tongxian Mansion. 1,000,000 years ago, we met in Tongxian Mansion. Oh, it's Tongxian Mansion's mentor. But this time, I'm here to deal with my family's affairs. I hope you won't make a mistake. Otherwise, I will not give face to Tongxian Mansion. Hun Wanshan said in a deep voice. Even though he recognized Xianrenji, he would not give face to her. This matter was related to his son. With such deep hatred, even if Tongxian Mansion was in front of him, he would not let Xianxia go. Xianrenji's heart moved. It seems that there is such a deep hatred between Hun Wanshan and Xianxia? She asked in confusion. Sect Master Lihuan, Xianxia is my student. How did he offend Sect Master Lihuan? There's no need for a big shot like you to stoop to his level. Xianrenji knew that they would be at a disadvantage if they fought. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of disciples of the Lihuan sect behind them. Hun Wanshan must have sent out all his people. Was it just to kill Xianxia? Wouldn't that be too much of a ruckus? Hehe, it seems like you're not done yet. My only son died in the hands of Xianxia. Tell me, what should I do? It's the teacher's fault for not being strict enough. Looks like you're also to blame for Xianxia killing my son. Today, even if I have to offend Tongxian Mansion, I will kill you too. Hun Wanshan's eyes turned cold as he said with a gloomy expression. Xianrenji's expression changed. Xianxia killed Hun Wanshan's son? Was it Hun Xiaoqian who was on par with the 3 dragon heads of the outer sect? But Xianxia was in Tongxian Mansion all the time. Did he kill Hun Xiaoqian before he entered Tongxian Mansion? Hun Xiaoqian seemed to be much weaker than he was now. He was only an early divine king. This fella is too terrifying. He's good at causing trouble. It seems like there's no turning back today. Sect Lord Hun, do you really want to start a war with Tongxian Mansion? At this moment, Xianrenji had no other choice. Xianxia was still refining the pills. It was impossible for the 3 of them to fight against the entire Lihuan sect. Hun Wanshan was already very difficult to deal with. The entire Lihuan sect was one of the greatest sects around the blissful city. Now that all the elders and disciples were here, there shouldn't be many people who could fight against such a force. Don't use Tongxian Mansion to pressure me. Do you think I'm that stupid? I think Tongxian Mansion won't fall out with me for a mere disciple. The one who died was my only son. Don't tell me that I don't deserve to take revenge for this enmity. I'm not even going to let you go. Today, I, Hun Wanshan, will let the entire blissful city know that I, Hun Wanshan, am not someone to be trifled with. My son won't die in vain. Hun Wanshan snorted coldly. He stared at Xianrenji and the others with killing intent. Xianrenji did not expect Hun Wanshan to be so firm. It seems like it's going to be difficult to make him retreat in the name of Tongxian Mansion. Xianxia is the #1 freshman, the most powerful genius in the outer mansion. Tongxian Mansion may not take action against you even if you kill me. However, if you kill Xianxia, Tongxian Mansion may not let it go so easily. Xianrenji said faintly. Ha ha ha, do you think that my son's death is in vain? Humph, you're too naive. There's no one in this world who could command me, Hun Wanshan. Even if the Palace Lord of Profound Connection Divine Palace is here, I will still kill Xianxia. Hun Wanshan was thoroughly enraged. Xianrenji's threat did not work. Xianrenji did not expect Hun Wanshan to be so determined. But thinking about it, it was reasonable for Hun Wanshan to be so angry because his son had died. However, it would not be easy for him to kill Xianxia. Hun Wanshan's eyes lit up. If that's the case, there's no need to talk anymore. If you want to touch Xianxia, you'll have to go through me first. Shuiliang stepped forward and stared coldly at Hun Wanshan. As their gazes met, a terrifying aura spread out. Hun Wanshan squinted his eyes. Shui Liang's strength was the strongest among them. Only by killing him would he be able to eliminate all future troubles. Just you alone? Late Hierarch Realm? You're not weak. However, you're not strong enough to fight against me. Hun Wanshan sneered and said. How do you know if you don't try? Lihuan sect, I've heard of it. If I destroy your Lihuan sect today, will my name be known throughout the blissful city? Shui Liang's expression changed. Hun Wanshan's face became even colder. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. How shameless. It seems like if I don't teach him a lesson, he'll really think that our Lihuan sect can be bullied by others. Sect leader, we can just take care of such an arrogant person. Why do we need to trouble you? That's right. Do you really think my Lihuan sect is a pushover? A few fellows who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth dare to strut around in front of the sect master. They must be tired of living. Behind Hun Wanshan, more than a dozen Hierarch Realm elders were eager to join the fight. They did not put Shui Liang and the others in their eyes at all. So what if their mentor from Tongshan Mansion was here? Their young sect master was killed by the people from Tongshan Mansion. They had to settle the score with them. A group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals dares to speak of bravery? Shui Liang sneered. Little brat, you are too arrogant. Sect leader, I must kill this bastard today to relieve the hatred in my sect's elders' hearts. An elder with a cold expression stepped forward and said. Hun Wanshan shook his head and said, leave this guy to me. Elders, back me up. 300 elite disciples, follow me to battle. Hun Wanshan did not let the elder attack Shui Liang directly. Although Shui Liang's strength might not be comparable to him, he should not be underestimated. None of the elders might be a match for him. To be safe, Hun Wanshan must end the battle quickly and get rid of these guys. As for Jiang Chen, he was not afraid that Jiang Chen would not come out after killing all of them. Mighty! 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 Deafening shouts could be heard. Tens of thousands of Lihuan sect's disciples came out to kill Jiang Chen and show off the Lihuan sect's might. Shui Liang, be careful. The sect leader of Lihuan sect, Hun Wanshan, is not a pushover. He has been around Blissful City for millions of years and no one has been able to shake him. This time, Jiang Chen has killed his son. Looks like we won't be able to avoid this easily. Xianxia said in a low voice. Since Jiang Chen is not here, I shall stop the Lihuan sect for him. Shui Liang did not hesitate at all. He was not afraid of the Lihuan sect at all. He can only blame himself for not being strong enough to be killed. He killed the little one and the old one came out to take revenge. Today, I shall not stop until one of us dies. Shui Liang was in high spirits. With the strength of a late Hierarch realm, he could disregard many people. Even the third elder was no match for him. So what if it was Hun Wanshan? His strength was at most on par with Shui Liang. If he could not stop Hun Wanshan, it would be too shameful for Jiang Chen. Arrogant and conceited fellows, all of you will eventually pay the price. I shall kill you first and then kill Jiang Chen. I, Hun Wanshan, shall start a massacre today. Hun Wanshan said in a deep voice. He pointed his blood-red long saber at Shui Liang. Bloody light shot up to the sky and a violent dark aura surged. Good timing. Shui Liang laughed coldly. His eyes were cold as he held the Sky Frost sword in his hand and pressed towards Hun Wanshan. The two of them were like two crazy rays of light, one black and the other red, which exploded with an unimaginable might. Brother Bai, be careful. Bing Yan said worriedly. On the other side, 10 Hierarch Realm experts and 300 elite disciples of the Lihuan sect rushed over, targeting Bing Yan and Xianxia. You too, be careful. These people of the Lihuan sect are not simple. Xianxia and Bing Yan had also fallen into a passive situation at this moment. Although both of them were middle Hierarch Realm experts, the people they were facing were not easy to deal with. The Lihuan sect had come out in full force. The 10 Hierarch Realm experts were all top experts. In addition to those elite disciples, their situation was even more dangerous than Shui Liang's. Shui Liang fought Hun Wanshan alone. However, Hun Wanshan's strength was much stronger than Shui Liang's. After all, Hun Wanshan was the leader of a sect. There was a reason why the Lihuan sect could survive for millions of years around the blissful city. Han Wanshan's ruthlessness had been forgotten by many people after so many years. However, the true experts would never forget that Han Wanshan had slaughtered millions of people in a city by himself. His ruthlessness made people's hair stand on end. But at the same time, his strength also made people flinch. Immortal fighting soul. Wherever Han Wanshan's long saber pointed, the soul would move 3,000 miles. The deafening soul sound was getting closer to Shueliang. Every time the saber light slashed down, it was like an unparalleled killing weapon, forcing Shueliang to retreat. Immortal execution sword essence. Shueliang struck out a terrifying sword essence. How could the inheritance of a great emperor be ordinary? The immortal execution sword essence was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, colliding with Han Wanshan. The ripples of Yuan Qi caused the surrounding people to be blown away. Not bad? Such a terrifying sword essence. However, you're still too weak compared to me. Fighting soul flame, burn. Han Wanshan's long saber slashed towards Shueliang, shaking the heavens and earth. Even Shueliang could only avoid Han Wanshan's indomitable killing intent. Although the inheritance of a great emperor was powerful, Shueliang had yet to fully comprehend the Tao of a great emperor. Moreover, he needed time to slowly comprehend the Tao of a great emperor. Currently, Shueliang had only obtained 10 to 20% of the inheritance of immortal execution great emperor. Even so, it was enough for him to be successful in every endeavor. However, his opponent was Han Wanshan. Han Wanshan was too cunning and terrifying. An ordinary half-step divine emperor might not even be able to kill him. Han Wanshan's strength had once again shown Shueliang the true terror of Han Wanshan. Immortal execution sword essence, domineering of the heavens and earth. Shueliang's eyes were like torches as his sword qi surged. The immortal execution Tao cultivated the domineering of the heavens and earth. It required one to press forward with unparalleled battle intent to display the domineering aura of killing the 9 heavens deities and Buddhas. Interesting, but it's a pity that your strength is far from enough. Han Wanshan sneered as his burning fighting soul fused with his long saber. That unstoppable peerless sharpness forced Shueliang to retreat again and again, causing the latter to suffer a great impact. At this moment, Xianxia's progress in alchemy finally had a qualitative change. His 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was about to be successfully refined. Once the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was successfully refined, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative change. Such a domineering elixir essence. Xianxia was shocked. At this moment, he was completely unaware of what was happening outside as he was wholeheartedly refining the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. The embryonic form of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill had been formed, but the domineering elixir essence within it was still extremely violent. Xianxia had to constantly suppress it. Otherwise, the elixir essence would explode and the embryonic form of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill would cease to exist. Right now, the embryonic pill was like an unyielding dragon, seemingly wanting to break free from Xianxia's embrace, but how could Xianxia allow the pill to escape from his grasp? If not for his strength, it would have been extremely difficult for Xianxia to suppress the terrifying power of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. If he had hastily refined it when he was still a peak divine king, Xianxia would have definitely failed. But today was different from the past. At this moment, the 5 elements divine fire was constantly refining the embryonic pill, extracting the essence and removing the impurities. The embryonic pill was constantly changing and becoming more and more refined. Up in the sky, a series of terrifying lightning bolts began to gather at the top of the mountain. Han Wanshan's face was grim as he stared at the terrifying heavenly lightning in the sky. Even if it was him, it wouldn't be easy for him to block it. He must be refining some kind of pill or divine weapon. Han Wanshan's eyes were filled with excitement. If he could capture this fella, he might be able to reap some unexpected rewards. But it's a pity that his son wouldn't be able to see this anymore. Thinking of this, Han Wanshan's killing intent surged. He wanted to kill everyone here. Hold on, Xianxia will be able to refine it soon. Qianrenji said while gritting her teeth. She and Bingyun were in a worrisome situation. Their injuries were severe and they were already exhausted. Soon, when those fellas swarmed them, the two of them would suffer a fatal blow. But Xianxia believed that Xianxia would definitely be able to refine it. At this crucial moment, she couldn't let Xianxia's efforts go to waste. It's impossible for you to defeat me. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as pie. But what I'm more curious about is what Xianxia is doing right now. Why are you guys risking your lives to protect him? Han Wanshan sneered. By the time you find out, it'll be too late. Because at that time it'll be your death. Although Shui Liang was being suppressed by Han Wanshan, he didn't show any signs of defeat. In this life and death battle with Han Wanshan, Shui Liang used all his skills. The terror of the Skyfrost sword was completely out of Han Wanshan's expectation. It wasn't easy for Han Wanshan to suppress him at this moment. Let's see who will fall first. Reckless fella. Han Wanshan looked at the rolling sky lightning above his head and said coldly. His fighting soul rose again and a cold and eerie aura filled the sky. Shui Liang risked his life to fight for time for Xianxia. Although he wanted to defeat Han Wanshan, this fellow was too weak. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier. This fellow was not only experienced in battle but also had no flaws. He didn't give Shui Liang any chance at all. In the Zulong Tower, the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was about to be formed. As long as Xianxia could withstand the terrifying sky lightning, he was confident that the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill would be successfully concocted. So what if the wind is coming from all directions? No matter how strong the sky lightning is, what can it do to me? Xianxia was fearless. However, this sky lightning came at the right time for Xianxia. It's just that the sky lightning was unusually ferocious. Xianxia didn't know how strong it was. Rumble, a sky lightning descended, shocking everyone. Countless lights and shadows filled the sky. Xianxia flew up and faced the sky lightning head-on. As the sky lightning passed through his body, Xianxia's body trembled and his expression turned solemn. The sky lightning was very terrifying. It seemed to be stronger than his dawn sky golden lightning and 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. However, it wasn't important to him anymore. He had 2 sky lightning in his hands, how could he be defeated by it? Perish! Xianxia held the 2 sky lightning source in his hands and fought against the pill lightning. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly realized the terrifying battle around him. Bingyun and Xianxia were in danger and Shui Liang was also greatly restricted. Who was it? Who would attack him while he was concocting the pill lightning? Xianxia frowned, but he didn't dare to be slow. He had to deal with the sky lightning first. I'll use the last of the sky lightning source as a sacrifice to you guys who don't want to live. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. The 2 sky lightning source intertwined with the pill lightning. Finally, the 3 sky lightning source converged together. Xianxia perfectly balanced them to the point where they could fuse at any time. The 3 sky lightning source balanced each other. In Xianxia's hands, the sky lightning was like a toy. He devoured all the sky lightning source. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill that was originally filled with violent energy was slowly forming. Golden light shone brightly, the pill fragrance lasted for 10 miles, refreshing the mind. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was finally concocted by Xianxia. What a terrifying elixir! This fella is actually refining elixirs? It's really shocking to attract such terrifying elixir lightning. Han Wanshan said with a shocked face. His heart was in turmoil. This elixir lightning is really terrifying. How strong is this fella? To be able to refine such a terrifying heavenly lightning, it's really shocking. It was no wonder that his son would die in his hands. Han Wanshan's eyes were filled with greed. No one could stop his determination to take revenge for his son. Now, he had to end the battle as soon as possible. He had no idea how strong Xianxia was. Although he was extremely confident in himself and the entire Lihuan sect had come out, he still believed in one thing: it's better to be safe than sorry. This was also the reason why he could stand tall in the death zone around the blissful city. That was to never underestimate any opponent. Only then could you be invincible. Lad, you don't have a chance anymore. I hope that when Xianxia wakes up, he won't find you so weak. Ha ha ha. Han Wanshan said with a cold smile. At the same time, he finally used his real peerless technique, the soul-stealing divine art that he was so proud of. Although he had yet to refine the 3rd level, no one under the Divine Emperor realm could remain undefeated under his soul-stealing divine art. Then, let's see how strong you are. It won't be long before Xianxia finishes refining the elixir and it'll be your death. Shuiliang looked at Han Wanshan and said. Ha ha ha, how strong can the disciple of Qianrenji be? Not to mention her, she doesn't even put you and me in her eyes. How strong can that Xianxia be? Han Wanshan squinted his eyes and snorted coldly. Suddenly, a terrifying divine soul was released. Soul-stripping technique. Bingyun and Qianrenji were both severely injured and were sent flying. Even Shuiliang was greatly suppressed and spurted out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for the great Tao inheritance in his body, he might have been hit. Even so, Bingyun and Qianrenji were severely injured. Shuiliang was also suppressed by the soul separation technique. He was far behind Han Wanshan in terms of soul control. Moreover, Han Wanshan was suppressing him. However, Shuiliang still managed to hold his ground. At least, he wasn't completely defeated by Han Wanshan. This showed his great confidence. After all, Han Wanshan's name was well known in half of Daming Prefecture. It wasn't an undeserved reputation. Soul extermination. Shuiliang was forced back by Han Wanshan once again. This time, his soul suffered great damage. But with the immortal execution sword intent, Shuiliang managed to protect his soul. The inheritance of immortal execution great sovereign protected his soul. However, he had already lost all of his will to fight. I told you, you can't defeat me. Who else can be my enemy after I kill you? Xianxia, this kid, is still refining pills. He's just making a wedding dress for me. Ha ha ha. Han Wanshan had already expected this scene. He had the strength to defeat anyone below the Divine Emperor realm with the soul-stealing divine art. As long as the opponent's strength was not at the Divine Emperor realm or his soul realm was not much higher than his, then he would not be a match for the soul-stealing divine art. Am I really going to be killed by this fella? Shuiliang murmured. However, he would not let Han Wanshan stop Xianxia from refining pills even if he had to risk his life. Xianxia, when will you be able to finish your cultivation? Qianrenji was incomparably distressed. They were now in a hopeless situation. Han Wanshan had defeated Shuiliang, which meant that they couldn't hold on any longer. If Xianxia still didn't wake up, they would probably be killed by him. Accept your fate. Your lives will be ended by me, Han Wanshan. You should be happy about that. Han Wanshan sneered. As he raised his hand, his long saber had already slashed down with boundless radiance. You're not qualified to touch my friend, Xianxia. Xianxia swept his sword. Sword chi spread across 800 zhang. The sword pierced through the void and the saber radiance and the sword shadow finally condensed and turned into nothingness. Xianxia? You're finally awake. Qianrenji said excitedly. Xianxia did not let them down at the critical moment. Sorry, it's a little late. Xianxia said with a smile. I'm relieved that you're here. Shuiliang let out a long sigh of relief. He was not a match for Han Wanshan, but with Xianxia around, he was inexplicably sure that he would never be a match for Xianxia. Now, it seemed that if he wanted to surpass Xianxia, he would have to fully comprehend the inheritance of immortal execution great emperor to be on par with Xianxia. Han Wanshan's eyes were cold as he stared at Xianxia. He knew that the person in front of him was the murderer of his son. You're the murderer of my son. Han Wanshan's face was gloomy and his words were cold. He wanted to kill and rob, so he naturally had to be prepared to be killed. So what if he died because he was weaker? Xianxia said coldly. So what? Ha ha ha, I'll tell you what you should do. A life for a life. I'll use your blood to pay for the soul of my son Xiaoqian in heaven. Han Wanshan roared furiously. I'm afraid that you don't have the capability to do so. Since you've hurt my friend, you shall stay here today and accompany your son forever. Xianxia said. Overconfident fella, I'll give you a good lesson to let you know if you should pay for the sins you've committed with your blood. Han Wanshan did not expect Xianxia to only be an early hierarch realm. How dare he challenge me with such little capability? Han Wanshan's heart was beating fast. He knew that he could not underestimate this fella. Even the late hierarch Shuiliang seemed to have absolute trust in him. One should never judge a book by its cover. Hun Wanshan must not let his guard down in this battle. As the saying goes, even a lion needs to go all out to catch a rabbit. An early hierarch realm cultivator was able to refine such a terrifying pill. It was enough to be taken seriously. Let's do it. I don't want to waste too much time on you, Xianxia said proudly. Brat, you're courting death. Hun Wanshan did not hesitate at all. Since Jian Wushuang wanted to die, then he'll fulfill his wish to comfort his son's soul in heaven. Soulless extermination. Hun Wanshan did not hold back at all and directly used his soulless extermination on Xianxia. Jian Wushuang was not simple. Hun Wanshan must not give him any chance. What he valued the most was the nameless pill refined by Xianxia. Although he did not know if it was a divine-grade pill, it was definitely not an ordinary pill. Your soulless extermination doesn't seem to be that great. At that instant, Hun Wanshan's face changed drastically as he realized that his soul-stealing divine art was facing an unprecedented resistance. At the same time, his soul was also facing the crazy counterattack from Xianxia. You also know the soul-stealing divine art? Hun Wanshan's face changed as he realized that Xianxia's soul-stealing divine art was stronger than his. Hun Wanshan didn't expect this guy to gain the upper hand in the battle between two soul-stealing divine arts. Furthermore, the most despicable thing was that his soul-stealing divine art didn't suppress Xianxia at all. On the other hand, Xianxia's departed soul annihilation had left him in a terrible state. Even though he knew his opponent's technique, it was still hard for him to defend against the attack of the soul-stealing divine art. The overwhelming spiritual pressure from Xianxia had made him lose his ability to resist. You dare to learn my soul-stealing divine art? Xianxia, I'll definitely kill you. Hun Wanshan was infuriated. It was too shameful for him to be heavily injured by his famous technique. He didn't expect Xianxia to be able to execute his soul-stealing divine art to such perfection. It was even better than his own. The soul-stealing divine art is simply a waste in your hands. You can't unleash the true power of the soul-stealing divine art, Xianxia said coldly. Hun Wanshan was infuriated. This was a blatant humiliation. His own method had become someone else's method to punish him. Who would be able to stand it? Hun Wanshan retaliated at lightning speed. However, Xianxia wasn't someone easy to deal with. At this moment, Xianxia naturally wouldn't give him a chance to turn the tables. Battle soul awakens, soul shakes the 9 heavens. Hun Wanshan roared in rage as his aura once again rose to its peak. The other hierarch realm elders also took the opportunity to defend Hun Wanshan. The 10 hierarch realm experts could not even withstand a single blow from Xianxia. Xianxia only needed to raise his hand to send a late hierarch realm grand elder flying with a punch. Everyone was in disbelief. Not only that, 2 early hierarch realm elders' bodies were penetrated by Xianxia's punch and their souls were destroyed. Such power was like a peerless god of death. Even Hun Wanshan could sense how terrifying Xianxia was at this moment. This fellow was the true Azura god of death. Hun Wanshan's soul power continued to rise and he even reached the mid-divine emperor realm. He once again used the soul-stealing divine art to attack Xianxia. However, it was useless this time. The only difference was that he was more injured than before. The backlash from the soul-stealing divine art had almost destroyed his soul in an instant. Damn fella. His soul power is actually so powerful. Just how did he cultivate it? While Hun Wanshan was hesitating, Xianxia had already arrived. His dreadful fist aura soared up to the sky and landed on the surrounding area. Hun Wanshan took a few steps back, but Xianxia's mightiness only increased. Hun Wanshan was instantly suppressed by Xianxia to the point where he could hardly breathe. This is the real Xianxia. Looks like it's impossible for me to surpass you within 100 years. Shuiliang murmured. But he didn't give up. With the inheritance of a great sovereign in his hand, all he needed was time. Once he was given enough time to grow, he would surely surpass Xianxia. Once his path to becoming a great sovereign was fully developed, no one in the northern cold divine region or even the central region divine land could suppress him anymore. Therefore, Shuiliang wasn't in a hurry. One day, he would be able to see the light of the moon. At that moment, he would become a peerless sovereign. Xianxia was the only target he wanted to surpass. However, Jiang Chen's talent was too strong and his speed was too fast. Shuiliang was still not a match for Jiang Chen even though he had been cultivating so hard. Xianxia was very confident in Jiang Chen. If Hun Wanshan couldn't handle Jiang Chen, then Jiang Chen would be courting death by entering Tongxian Mansion. Since Jiang Chen had such a thought, he must be confident. At least, he wouldn't act recklessly. "You've forced me to do this. I would like to see how strong your soul energy is." Hun Wanshan grunted with a gloomy look and murmured incantations. "All disciples, listen to my command. Leave your soul and return to the universe. Only I can use it." 10,000 souls returned to one, soul shaking the heavens. As soon as Hun Wanshan finished his incantation, tens of thousands of disciples of the Lihuan sect looked stupefied. Their souls were all devoured by Hun Wanshan at this moment. Their soul energy was filled with endless anger, fear, panic and despair. Under the devouring of Hun Wanshan's soul energy was strengthened and instantly skyrocketed. This was out of Jiang Chen's expectation. Hun Wanshan was willing to use the entire sect's strength to stabilize his soul energy, allowing his strength to skyrocket. "Sect leader, you can't." "Sect leader. Sigh, the Lihuan sect is going to perish. This is simply digging his own grave. You don't understand at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the sovereign was at the end of his life, he would never do such a thing. Where there's life, there's hope. As long as the sovereign is still alive, the Lihuan sect will have the possibility to rise again. But if the sovereign falls, the Lihuan sect will be in real danger." On the entire mountain range, only the 10 great elders were left. All the disciples of the Lihuan sect had their souls devoured by Hun Wanshan. Even Shuiliang, Qianrenji, and the others couldn't help but gasp. This Hun Wanshan was way too cruel. To think that he would treat his own people so cruelly. This was basically equivalent to the destruction of the sect. The strength of the sect was completely devoured. Who could have imagined that in an instant, thousands of people would be annihilated under the control of Hun Wanshan? This was simply killing people, Jiang Chen frowned. This fella was even scarier than the devils from hell. To devour his own people just to increase his own strength. What was the difference between him and a devil? Cruel and heartless. The Lihuan sect was destined to be annihilated. Those pitiful innocent souls didn't even have the chance to seek justice. They thought that they could rely on a powerful backer. Who knew that their lives would be ended by the sect leader himself? The resentment of the soul continued to gather. Tens of thousands of souls were gathered. Hun Wanshan's eyes were filled with bloodlust. Compared to before, he was even more violent, bloodthirsty, and insane. It seemed like he wanted to devour Jiang Chen as well. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. You're digging your own grave. Jiang Chen bellowed. As long as I can kill you and take revenge for my son Xiaoqian, so what if I have to kill the entire world? Humph, die, kid. Tens of thousands of souls were flying around in the sky, forming a formation with resentment. With the control of Hun Wanshan, Shuiliang's expression changed drastically. The 10,000 soul resentment formation made them feel like they were being oppressed by tens of thousands of souls. The power of resentment was fully unleashed. Even a half-step divine emperor expert would have to avoid it. Hun Wanshan had been looking forward to this scene for a long time. This was the first time he used it. With such terrifying power, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Jiang Chen. Most importantly, his soul energy had also reached the late divine emperor realm. He had been cultivating his soul energy for so many years. His soul energy had already reached the early divine emperor realm. Now, with the help of the boundless energy of vengeful spirits, his soul energy had undergone a qualitative change. In this way, it was absolutely safe for him to deal with Jiang Chen. You want to suppress me with just the power of 10,000 souls? Aren't you being too delusional? Jiang Chen said coldly. He waved his hand and the great Yu soul-forming light was instantly thrown into the void by Jiang Chen. Tens of thousands of souls were devoured by the great Yu soul-forming light and the soul power was purified by the great Yu soul-forming light. The great Yu soul-forming light was no longer the same as before. It was just a piece of cake for Jiang Chen to subdue the souls. The scene shocked everyone once again. The elders of the Lihuan sect were dumbfounded. Tens of thousands of resentment spirits were wiped out by Xianxia in an instant? Most importantly, tens of thousands of people had died because of this, and it was as if it had not even caused the slightest ripple. Wasn't this too not worth it? The one with the worst expression was Hun Wanshan. The 10,000 soul resentment formation that he had spent so much effort to set up was destroyed by Xianxia in an instant. It was too shocking. I'll fight you to the death today. Third style of the soul-stealing divine art, soul-stealing technique. Hun Wanshan was truly furious. Even he himself had not fully comprehended the third style of the soul-seizing spirit. Even if he cast it with his late divine emperor soul strength, it was still a drop in the bucket. Because the third style could only be cast with the soul strength of an emperor realm expert. Hun Wanshan had lost his chance to cast the third style of the soul-seizing spirit. He knew that if he did not try his best, he would die a horrible death. Xianxia was too terrifying. Not only did he completely suppress him, he did not even give him a chance to breathe. Even the myriad soul grievance formation could not do anything to him. The third style of the soul-seizing spirit would be his final masterpiece. Digging your own grave. You asked for it. Xianxia said Lung Lung. At the same time, Xianxia didn't use the soul-stealing divine art but used absolute soul power to resist Hun Wanshan. The Emperor Realm soul was released at this moment. The terrifying soul power covered Hun Wanshan. At that moment, Hun Wanshan was in complete despair. He had never thought that Xianxia's soul power would be this terrifying. How could an early hierarch kid have such a powerful soul power? Why, the Emperor Realm soul was a goal that he could never reach in his life. He had forcefully used the soul-stealing divine art. It meant that he had to risk his life to fight for it. However, he failed to predict the end. He was completely devoured by Xianxia's Emperor Realm soul. He would never forget that despair. Emperor Realm soul, this is impossible. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Hun Wanshan's heartbreaking roar was deafening. However, he had completely fallen into the soul's devouring. He hadn't reached the realm to use the third style. Forcefully using it was equivalent to digging his own grave. At this moment, he had lost the ability to fight against Xianxia. The Emperor Realm soul had completely sealed him. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He could only accept the judgment of death. Hun Wanshan's soul was already full of holes. He didn't even manage to injure himself. At this moment, Hun Wanshan was defeated by himself. He succeeded because of the soul-stealing divine art, but he failed because of the soul-stealing divine art. You only have yourself to blame for all of this. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Hun Wanshan was like a mad bull. He had lost his initial peerless demeanor. At this moment, death was the only way for him to escape. Xianxia didn't give Hun Wanshan any chance. With a sweep of his sword, the treacherous hero fell. One had to admit that Hun Wanshan was strong. He could be considered as a treacherous hero of his generation. However, it was a pity that he had no chance to fight back against Xianxia. At this moment, the elders of the Lihuan sect exchanged glances. All of them wanted to escape. However, they didn't have the slightest chance to do so. The terrifying Emperor Realm soul of Xianxia had completely sealed them within. Help me do one thing. Once it's done, your life and death will be determined by fate. If you're still alive, you'll be free. If you're dead, it'll be the will of the heavens. Xianxia looked at the remaining 8 elders of the Lihuan sect coldly and said faintly. Everyone had the desire to live. Plus, they weren't loyal to the Lihuan sect. What Hun Wanshan had done previously had already made them disheartened. At this moment, they had to compromise in order to survive. Otherwise, Xianxia would kill them without hesitation. Xianxia looked at the 8 elders of the Lihuan sect coldly. This is an intestine-piercing bone-rotting pill. As long as you do this for me, the grudge between us will be settled. You can choose to leave, I will not stop you. With a flick of Xianxia's finger, everyone received a red elixir. After hesitating for a moment, they directly swallowed it. This was because they had no other choice but to obey Xianxia's orders. Live or die. No matter how dangerous it was, at least for them, there was still hope of survival. What do we need to do, or rather, where should we go? The great elder of the Lihuan sect asked in a low voice. Xianxia looked to the east and said indifferently, "What you need to do is to follow me to Tongxian Mansion." "Why are we going to Tongxian Mansion?" "We don't belong to Tongxian Mansion. I'm afraid they won't accept us." Everyone was puzzled. "We're going to Tongxian Mansion, not to stay there, but to flatten Tongxian Mansion." Jiang Chen's words made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Their faces turned as red as a pig's liver. Needless to say, how powerful was Tongxian Mansion? It was the most terrifying existence in Fengyun County. Tongxian Mansion had stood for thousands of years and was unreachable. Today, he actually threatened to destroy Tongxian Mansion. He was simply digging his own grave. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. However, since they had already taken Jiang Chen's poison, they had no other choice. Jiang Chen and the others rested for a while and finally prepared to go to Tongxian Mansion to rescue Long Shisan. But this time, Jiang Chen needed to adjust himself to his best condition. Moreover, he needed to be careful. Otherwise, he would be walking right into a trap if he alerted the others. Although he was ready to fight the Profound Connection Divine Palace, he was not sure how strong they were. Although the Great Mansion Master isn't here in Tongxian Mansion, the Second Mansion Master and Third Mansion Master are both half-step Divine Emperors. It's too difficult for you to fight against them, Xianxia said seriously. She was worried about Jiang Chen. After all, he had decided to break off his relationship with Tongxian Mansion. There was no room for negotiation. 2 half-step Divine Emperors? Give me enough time, I might be able to fight against them, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Xianxia and the others were shocked. Since Jiang Chen dared to say such words, he must have his own plans. It was definitely not groundless. Apart from that, Master Lin has more than 10 subordinates, all of them are late Hierarch Realm. There are more than 50 Middle Hierarch Realm mentors, dozens of early Hierarch Realm disciples and thousands of Divine King Realm experts. These are the mainstays of the entire Tongxian Mansion, Xianxia said. Obviously, she recognized the strength of Tongxian Mansion. After all, it was a super force that had existed in Fengyun Prefecture for millions of years. These were just the surface strength. No one knew what kind of foundation they had. It's indeed a headache. I will try my best. Xianxia nodded silently. These terrifying experts made one's scalp numb, especially the 8 Hierarch Realm Elders of Lihuan sect. They could only smile bitterly. Now, they could only follow Jiang Chen and fight to the death. This guy was seeking his own death. However, they had already boarded the pirate ship. Jiang Chen would not give them a chance to retreat. I'm coming. Damn monkey, I will not let you be trapped here for so long. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, lung, and looked in the direction of Tongxian Mansion. In the Heaven Dragon prison, the Third Mansion Master said with a smile, "Second brother, you should be able to completely refine this fellow in no time, right?" "I still need a little more time, but it should be soon. Although this fellow is stubborn, I only need time to refine him. When he is completely refined by me, his soul will also be completely destroyed," said the Second Palace Master with an indifferent tone. His expression was filled with pride and confidence. However, during this period of time, that demonic monkey had caused him to suffer greatly. That fellow's soul was unyielding even in death. No matter how much he interrogated it, he was unable to make it submit. If it wasn't for the fact that he was powerful enough, refining that demonic monkey wouldn't be that easy. Then I'll have to congratulate you, second brother. Hee, it's really a double blessing for you. Now that you've subdued this demonic monkey, your strength will definitely rise to another level. Now that the origin of lightning is almost completely condensed, you'll be able to break through to the Divine Emperor realm soon. The Third Mansion Master could not help but exclaim. Don't worry. Once I break through to the Divine Emperor realm, I will definitely help you take down the demonic beasts in the Ghost Valley as soon as possible so that you can break through again. Now that Big Brother is alone, we need to help each other to become stronger. The Second Mansion Master nodded and said. The Third Mansion Master's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, then I'll thank Second Brother first. Hee, you should seize the time to break through, then I can also follow Second Brother and soar to the sky. It can't be said to be a double blessing. However, once I subdue that demonic monkey and control his spiritual strength, he will definitely have great achievements in the future. As for that fellow in the thundercloud space, it won't be easy to deal with him. We have already made those students cultivate the heavenly lightning essence for a few million years, and we finally have some progress. When we completely refine the heavenly lightning essence, there will definitely be a life and death battle between me and the heavenly lightning essence. Even so, the heavenly lightning essence has been completely weakened after losing the majority of the heavenly lightning essence. It won't be a match for me, the second mansion master said proudly. Everything was ready now. Now, he would be able to refine the lightning origin in no time. By then, the heavenly lightning on the lightning gathering peak would be completely under his control, completely devouring the lightning origin that had been fighting against him for millions of years. By then, he would be able to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Second Mansion Master, outside the Heaven Dragon prison, there's a woman, Wu Ningzhu, asking to see you. A low voice reverberated in the Heaven Dragon prison. The Second Mansion Master frowned. Who is this person? He doesn't know her, but is he someone that anyone can see? I won't see her, the Second Mansion Master said coldly. She wants to ask about the Second Mansion Master about Xianxia and the others leaving the Heaven Dragon prison. The old man's words were passed to the Second Mansion Master again. Wait. You said she wants to ask about Xianxia? Alright, let her wait for me outside the Heaven Dragon Tower. The Second Mansion Master squinted his eyes and said. Third brother, go and cultivate first. That damned monkey is already at the end of his rope, you don't need to guard him day and night. I understand your intention. 3 days later, protect me. I'm going to fight against the lightning origin. Whether I can break through to the Divine Emperor realm or not depends on this. Alright, I'll listen to you, second brother. After saying that, the two quickly disappeared from the Heaven Dragon prison. Little Xianxia, I didn't expect that we would be separated forever. Ha ha ha, what a pity. I can't even find my father. I can't accept this. On the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison, the person tied to the stone frame was Xianxia. At the moment, Xianxia was in a mess. He was covered in blood and his eyes were blurred. Apart from persevering as usual, his entire body was badly injured by the Second Mansion Master. What had supported him for more than 100 years until now was only an obsession. He wanted to live and fight alongside his brothers. He wanted to live and find the truth about his father. However, from this moment onwards, Xianxia finally couldn't hold on any longer. This guy kept devouring his soul power and compressing his body, weakening his soul in the end. It wouldn't take long before his soul power was completely exhausted. His soul would perish and he would probably become the Second Mansion Master's puppet at that moment. Little Xianxia, you must avenge me. You must. Xianxia let out a heart-wrenching roar. The pain of despair was constantly being released in his heart, filling him with despair. Lingji, Xianxia, am sorry for what I did to you. Xianxia murmured. His soul fire was constantly being weakened and was on the brink of death, as though it could vanish at any moment. In the Zulong Tower, Xianxia said to the third elder in a deep voice, how can I pass through the barrier of the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison? As a high-ranking elder of the Tongxian mansion, you should know how to pass through the barrier of the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison, right? The third elder took a glance at Xianxia and asked in astonishment. What do you want to do? Save my brother. Xianxia said. You want to break into the Tongxian mansion by force? Are you crazy? Even if I'm no match for you, do you think you can do whatever you want? You have no idea how powerful the Tongxian mansion is. You're courting death. The third elder sneered. I don't need you to tell me whether I'm courting death or not. You just need to tell me what I should do to pass through the barrier of the 17th floor. Otherwise, I'll kill you with my own hands. Xianxia's calm voice made the third elder panic. After all, his life was in Xianxia's hands now. It would not be easy for him to escape. He had no choice but to obey Xianxia. Will you let me go if I tell you? The third elder said anxiously. He was really afraid that this guy was a madman who killed people without batting an eyelid. If that was the case, he might be killed mercilessly. He might be used now, but he would be abandoned mercilessly when he lost his value. I, Xianxia, am a man of my words, but I don't like it when people lie to me. Otherwise, I don't need to explain the consequences. Even before I die, I can easily crush you to death. In this Zulong tower, I am the only true god. Under Xianxia's pressure, the third elder could only grit his teeth and give in. He couldn't be blamed for not being able to do anything. He could only choose to take a step back and hope that Xianxia wouldn't go back on his word. The barrier on the 17th floor of Tongxian Mansion is at its weakest every time the guards change shifts. It won't cause too much of a ripple if you take action at that time. It shouldn't be difficult for you to kill the Hierarch Realm Guards and save them. After this is done, I hope you can do as you say. The third elder said solemnly. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Moreover, I don't have any deep grudges against you. You'll have to help me stall the second mansion master. Otherwise, there's no need for you to exist. This is a bone-perforating pill. Don't think about how to get out of my control. It's impossible for you to cure this bone-perforating pill. After this is done, I'll give you the antidote. Even if you find the best alchemist, he won't be able to cure the poison in your body. Every alchemist has absolute confidence in this. Xianxia flicked his finger. The third elder's hands trembled slightly, but he still received the bone-piercing pill. If he didn't eat it, his life would be taken away. The reason why Xianxia restricted him like this was because he was afraid that the third elder might have the intention to rebel. The third elder also understood the methods of these alchemists. Unless it was a pill that could defy the heavens and change one's fate, the pills refined by different alchemists could only be solved by themselves. This was also the reason why many people were unwilling to offend or even be controlled by alchemists, because their ability to restrict others was too strong. Xianxia left the Zulong Tower. At this moment, Shui Liang, Qianrenji, Bing Yun and the 8 Hierarch Realm experts were ready to set off at any time. They were only waiting for Xianxia's order. You should enter my Zulong Tower first. I'll sneak in first. If the situation changes, I'll be able to react accordingly. Xianxia said. But, don't I need to go back to Tongxian Mansion first? I can help you stall the second mansion master first. It'll be easier for you to save the others. Qianrenji said worriedly. No need. I have someone else in mind. Xianxia said. Qianrenji nodded. She knew that it must be the third elder, but the main reason was that Xianxia didn't want Qianrenji to be involved in this matter, because the situation was too dangerous. Xianxia wouldn't let any of them lose their lives because of this. He must save Longshan first. Only then could he start a war with Tongxian Mansion. Xianxia would never let Longshan suffer such humiliation for nothing. No matter who it was, Xianxia would make them pay with blood. Xianxia took everyone into the Zulong Tower. However, at this moment, he followed the third elder back to Tongxian Mansion. Everyone knew the third elder. Although Xianxia had won the first place in the freshman competition, not everyone knew him. I can't hold on for too long. Once the second mansion master asks about it, I'm afraid I'll be exposed. You must finish it as soon as possible. The third elder said in a deep voice. I understand. Just do what you should do. I hope you can keep your promise, said the third elder. He didn't want to die. The desire to win was very strong, especially for someone like him who had lived for millions of years. He didn't want to die in the long river of history. His fame, his strength, his desire, none of them could make him disregard life and death. Xianxia disguised himself and directly entered the Heaven Dragon prison. The Heaven Dragon prison was still the same as before. Some people were quietly condensing heaven fire crystals, while others were painstakingly cultivating. After entering the 10th floor, there was almost no one else. In the 15th floor of the Heaven Fire Purgatory, Xianxia once again met the little girl called Baiyun. Ah, isn't this Hei too? I haven't seen you for a long time. I really missed you. The little girl instantly opened her eyes from her meditative state and looked at Xianxia, who had already put on a disguise. She was still able to see through his disguise at first glance. Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart. Why did he have to meet this little girl at this time? Moreover, she actually recognized him at a glance. Although his disguise was very hard to discover, Xianxia had forgotten that there were not many people who could enter the 15th floor of Heaven Fire Crystals. I have something to do today. I don't have time to play with you. Xianxia turned around and directly entered the 16th floor of the Heaven Fire Purgatory. No. You have to play with me. Hey. If you leave just like that, won't I lose face? There were 2 Hierarch Realm experts guarding the entrance of the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon Prison. Without any hesitation, Xianxia used the soul-snatching divine technique to instantly kill the 2 of them. The 2 guards fell to the ground silently. Hey 2, what are you doing? Bai Yun's delicate face slightly changed, but there was a hint of slyness in her eyes. Bai Yun, what I'm doing now has nothing to do with you. You'd better not get involved. Otherwise, it'll be too late to regret it when you realize it. Xianxia shook his head and said. The more you don't want me to know, the more I want to know. Hee hee. Bai Yun showed a proud expression and thought, let's see what you can do to me. Do whatever you want. Just don't get in my way. Xianxia frowned. This girl was a little difficult to deal with. Moreover, her strength was strange. Xianxia did not want to be entangled with her too much. Okay. I'll definitely not disturb you. I'll just watch and not say a word. Bai Yun smiled and walked behind Xianxia. Xianxia quickly entered the 17th floor of Heaven Fire Purgatory. At that moment, his eyes were wet. He never thought that the dispirited, disheveled, and bloody man on the stone shelf in front of him was Xianxia, the arrogant and peerless demon monkey. Xianxia's heart slightly trembled. It was so painful that he found it hard to breathe. He took a deep breath and his face became extremely cold. Even Bai Yun behind him could feel the majestic murderous intent from Xianxia. He hated himself for not being able to come earlier. He hated himself for not being able to save Xianxia. That was why Xianxia had to suffer so much. He hated himself for being incompetent. The visible scars on Xianxia's body were so deep that his bones could be seen. It was a ghastly sight. Xianxia could not even bear to look at it because he was his dearest brother. No one knew what he was feeling at that moment. He could not wait to cut the second mansion master and everyone in Tongxian mansion into 1,000 pieces. He wanted to avenge Xianxia. Although he might not have the chance to fight against Tongxian mansion, he wanted to avenge Xianxia even if he knew he would die. Damn monkey. Little Chenzi. The moment Xianxia called out to Xianxia raised his head almost at the same time. He could feel his brother appearing in front of him when he was at his weakest and most painful moment. The excitement he felt was indescribable. His friendship was as strong as gold. Xianxia's blood-red eyes were slightly moist at that moment. He could not believe what he was seeing. He had endured too much pain and suffering for more than 100 years. He was on the verge of breaking down. No one knew what he had gone through in the past 100 years. However, from his scarred face, Xianxia could feel Xianxia's undying will and unswerving faith. Otherwise, he might have collapsed and would not be standing in front of him alive. A man does not easily shed tears unless he is deeply hurt. A cold glint flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He knew that he would have a chance to see the light of day again if little Chenzi was here. He would never let Tongxian mansion have an easy time. He would carve out the second mansion master's flesh bit by bit to pay for the 100 years of torture he had endured. In this world, the only person that Xianxia could hope for was Xianxia. When he was on the verge of despair and death was approaching, he only had one thought in his mind. As long as little Chenzi was here, he would be satisfied. He would not regret it even if he had to die 9 times because little Chenzi would definitely avenge him. Xianxia had thought that he was on the verge of death. However, he did not expect that little Chenzi would reignite his vitality when he was on the verge of despair. No one could understand how it felt. Xianxia had been shouting non-stop. Because of this, Xianxia had sensed the desperate vitality. He had been struggling on the verge of death. That was why he had felt an extremely strong call in the Heaven Dragon prison. That call was telepathic. Otherwise, Xianxia would not have had the opportunity to pursue his curiosity and see Xianxia's desperate face. The injuries he had suffered were unimaginable. I'm here. No one can bully you anymore. Xianxia's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Leng said. When he had said those words, he had blamed himself and felt so much pain. Long Shan had also held back his tears. However, he was sobbing in his heart. The brotherly friendship and deep affection was the greatest wealth of his life. Jiangchen was his only family. Little Xianxia, we can fight side by side again. Ha 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 ha. Long Shan roared and held back his tears. His heroic fighting spirit were once again ignited by Jiangchen. His blazing anger was also ignited. The second palace master used his soul to seal your strength? Jiangchen furrowed his brows and his expression became extremely ugly. Long Shan was heavily injured and on the verge of death. His soul was also suppressed to the limit by the second palace master. If Jiangchen did not show up in time, he might not be able to hold on for much longer. Yeah. I was heavily injured by the lightning tribulation when I was breaking through to the late Divine King realm. Coincidentally, that bastard appeared and suppressed me. From now on, I will never be able to make a comeback. He wants me to submit to him and become his demonic beast. What a joke. I, Long Shan, will never submit to anyone even if I have to die. Long Shan said while gritting his teeth. His anger made Jiangchen feel the anger and despair he had felt in the past. My recovery ability is very strong. Don't worry. As long as I can escape from that bastard's control, I will definitely recover quickly. Soul suppression. Your strength is injured and your soul realm is not as good as the second palace master. You can only be suppressed. Jiangchen slightly frowned his brows. A terrifying soul energy was released and instantly broke through the soul shackles left by the second palace master. In an instant, Long Shan was freed. What a terrifying soul energy. Little Xianxia, your strength, Long Shan looked at Jiangchen in shock. Just an early hierarch realm. Compared to you, there's still a gap. Jiangchen said with a smile. You bastard. Long Shan smiled bitterly. However, his eyes were filled with an unparalleled battle intent. Long Shan's body was on the verge of collapsing. He knelt down on one knee with a ferocious expression. He slowly raised his head and his blood-red eyes flickered. His gaze was like a rainbow that pierced through the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens, rising up to the sky and looking down upon the world. I, Long Shan, am back. I, Long Shan, am back again. Long Shan Lingling said. He stretched out his hand and grasped the unparalleled divine staff. A monstrous demonic flame shot out from his eyes. That kind of arrogance and haughtiness that disregarded everything was insufferably arrogant. So cool. Baiyin exclaimed. Her small face was full of shock. She covered her small mouth and her eyes were full of little stars of worship. You are injured too badly. I will protect you and restore your strength as soon as possible. Today, we will turn the Tongxian mansion upside down. Jiangchen Lingling said. Great! Great! Baiyin cheered for Jiangchen and shouted happily. Who is she? Long Shan glanced at Baiyin and asked. My name is Baiyin. Are you Long Shan? Can I call you Brother Shan? He he he. Baiyin squinted her eyes and chuckled. Her pretty face was full of excitement. I don't know her at all. Black lines appeared on Shan's forehead. Isn't this girl being too friendly? You don't know me and I don't know you, but you are very cool. That's how we know each other. Baiyin said in a serious tone. What logic is this? Long Shan said coldly. Brother Shan, are you going to turn the Tongxian mansion upside down with He too? Count me in, count me in. It sounds like fun. Baiyin said eagerly. If you like it, let's play together. But if you fail, you may face a choice of life and death. Jiangchen smiled slightly. This little girl was quite interesting. However, Jiangchen had to guard against her because he had not figured out her background yet. I will pass the myriad qi to you first to help you recover. Jiangchen said. Long Shan nodded silently. Brother Shan, let me give you a hand too. Baiyin said happily. You? Long Shan said faintly. Bai Yun's strength was about the same as Jiang Chen's, an early hierarch realm. However, he knew Jiang Chen's strength was not something an ordinary person could compare with. Don't look down on me. Bai Yun pouted. If you have the heart, help him recover his strength with me. Jiang Chen said. Good, good, good. You know me well. White Cloud revealed a pair of beautiful canine teeth and was in high spirits. Long Shersan's body was simply too weak. The damage done to it by the second master was simply too horrible to look at. Jiang Chen could only heal his divine origin energy as quickly as possible, but the injuries to his body wouldn't heal so quickly. Passing the myriad qi to Long Shersan could only achieve this result. Not long after, Long Shersan recovered his strength. At this moment, his body was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even Jiang Chen was completely shocked. Since when did this guy have such a terrifying recovery ability? Isn't this comparable to my myriad qi body? At this moment, Jiang Chen turned his head and saw Bai Yun's red face was filled with seriousness. Bai Yun was constantly transferring his myriad qi into Long Shersan's body. She's not human. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. If it was a human's myriad qi, Long Shersan might not be able to withstand it. However, Bai Yun's myriad qi allowed Long Shersan's body to recover at such a terrifying speed. Even Jiang Chen was a little shocked. Of course, he wasn't completely sure because Shersan's recovery ability was also very strong. Perhaps it was his own recovery ability, but he wasn't sure. Not long after, Long Shersan's body had completely recovered. Moreover, the domineering aura that soared to the sky had once again appeared on his body. His eyes were cold and bloodthirsty, his domineering aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. With the peerless divine staff in his hand, that kind of aura that could reach the sky was really unstoppable. Shersan's fearless and awe-inspiring aura was especially so. His heroic spirit was like a raging bull. Suddenly, Long Shersan opened his eyes. His aura made Jiang Chen excited. With the strength of a late hierarch realm, no one below the half-step divine emperor would be a match for him. He might even be able to put up a fight against a half-step divine emperor. Why do I feel a little dizzy? Bai Yun said in a daze. The rosy color on her face had been replaced by paleness. Long Shersan looked at Bai Yun in surprise. Bai Yun was the main reason why he could recover so quickly. Because her origin qi had such a terrifying recovery ability. Even Long Shersan could not catch up to her. Thank you. Long Shersan said in a low voice. He was not good with words, but the word thank you came from the bottom of his heart. As long as Brother Shersan can recover. Hee hee. Bai Yun chuckled. Her cheeky face was once again filled with mischief. Even Jiang Chen sighed. The mischievous Bai Yun had become an obedient girl. Everything has its vanquisher. She seemed to be very close to Long Shersan. Bastard, I will take back the mark you left on me bit by bit. I will crush your bones and scatter your soul, never to be reincarnated. Long Shersan was enraged. He wanted to turn Tongxian Mansion upside down. He wanted the so-called second mansion master to be punished for his sins. Us brothers can finally work together again. So what if he's a half-step divine emperor? I will fight with my sword. Who dares to stand in my way? Jiang Chen roared. At this moment, his aura became extremely terrifying. His eyes met with Long Shersan's. At that moment, there was only endless battle intent in both brothers' eyes. This is the Immortal Execution Battle Armor. The purple cloud feather belongs to the Immortal Execution Great Emperor. It has the effect of protecting one's life. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen threw the Immortal Execution Battle Armor to Long Shersan. Long Shersan did not stand on ceremony. He naturally knew how terrifying the Immortal Execution Great Emperor was. His things were naturally treasures. There was no need for him to stand on ceremony with Jiang Chen. All right. Long Shersan wore the Immortal Execution Battle Armor and the purple cloud feather on his head. His aura was even stronger, like a peerless god of war. At this moment, Long Shersan's sharpness had reached a peak. He really had the ambition to compete with the heavens. So cool, so cool. Bai Yun said with an infatuated look. Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless. This little girl was definitely Dragon Shersan's worshipper. Even Xianxia's brilliance was overshadowed by Dragon Shan. However, Xianxia was not sad but happy. His brother's strength was also his strength. If anyone dared to touch him, Dragon Shan would certainly repay them tenfold or 100-fold. Really overestimating yourself. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to really come back. Xianxia, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You came just in time. Even if you didn't appear, I would have gone to look for you. Shan squinted his eyes and stared at the second mansion lord at the entrance of the 17th floor of purgatory. That kind of enmity was irreconcilable. Loser, I'm about to succeed. Unfortunately, it's all because of that bastard Xianxia. Otherwise, you would have become my pet. Sigh. The second mansion lord looked at Shan and sighed. Dream on, bastard. Today, I, Shan, will kill you to avenge my blood feud. Shan said in a deep voice. The moment he saw the second mansion lord again, the anger in his eyes had reached the highest heavens. You're overestimating yourself. Humph, the profound connection Divine Palace gave you such a good opportunity, but you didn't even let go of the third elder. If it wasn't for the fact that I've set up an inescapable net, I'm afraid you would have escaped. The second mansion lord harumphed. You killed the third elder? How did you know about this? Xianxia frowned. Because I'm still alive. Shangguan Yenyun's figure stepped out from behind the second mansion lord. Xianxia's eyes slightly narrowed. So it's this fella. You didn't expect it, right? I didn't die in the great emperor's tomb but was sucked into an absolute space. Shangguan Yenyun said proudly. What about Shenkuan? Xianxia said. Such a useless person is under your control just like the third elder. What's the point of keeping him alive? The second mansion lord said faintly. His eyes were filled with disdain and coldness. Xianxia was like a turtle in a jar. He set up a formation to seal Xianxia and wait for him to walk into the trap. It seemed like he had made the right bet. What a good plan. But do you think you can make us submit just like that? You're too naive, second mansion lord. Xianxia said coldly. A mere hierarch dares to go against me? Looks like you're really bold. I can crush you like ants if I want to. The second mansion master glanced at White Cloud and continued. Xiao Baiyun, could it be that you also want to be my enemy? Big brother didn't bring you back to betray Tongxian Mansion. I don't care. I'll be wherever brother Shan is. Baiyun snorted coldly, his face full of indignation. Good, good, good. Since that's the case, I'll send you all to hell together. The second palace master bellowed furiously, his face completely darkening. In order to kill Xianxia, this unknown outer palace disciple, he, as the palace master, had schemed and schemed for a long time. Boundless primordial chaos array. Activate. The second mansion master said coldly. The entire Heaven Dragon prison, the 17th floor, was completely sealed at that moment. Along with the endless flames of the inferno hell, the boundless primordial chaos array was instantly activated, trapping Xianxia, Shan, and the others within it. After 49 days, the people in the boundless primordial chaos array will be completely refined by the flames of the inferno hell. The chaotic heaven fire is born from the boundless primordial chaos. You'll die miserably and miserably. Ha ha ha. The second mansion master saw Shan and Xianxia's angry eyes, but the smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more excited. Xianxia, this arrogant outer palace disciple, dared to challenge his dignity. The second mansion master had always abhorred evil. Naturally, he would not let go of someone who dared to challenge him. Moreover, these two fellas turned out to be sworn brothers, which really surprised him. However, if he wanted to kill them, he would kill them together. In his opinion, it was not a pity. However, it was extremely difficult to kill the spiritual stone monkey. After 49 days, he could at most refine that human, but spiritual stone monkey might not be able to completely refine him. By that time, even if he was still alive, he would be an arrow at the end of its flight. It was just the right time for him to subdue him. At that moment, his strength would increase once again. As one of the 4 chaotic monkeys, spiritual stone monkey was even stronger than the ancient divine beasts, the dragon phoenix and the black tortoise. Jumping out of the three realms and not within the five elements, there were only one or two spiritual beasts that surpassed the divine beasts. Now that he had gotten his hands on it, it would not be difficult for him to surpass his big brother in the future. What a terrifying formation! Xianxia squinted his eyes. He knew nothing about formations. Whether or not he could break the formation depended on Xianxia. Aren't you too arrogant and confident? Do you think a mere fire formation can trap us? Xianxia was disdainful. Although this chaos element everlasting formation looked extremely terrifying, requiring at least a half-step divine emperor to have any hope of breaking the formation, it was a piece of cake for him. Xianxia's eyes moved. A corner of the no-beginning formation in his mind started to deduce the chaos element everlasting formation. The formless flame in the chaos element everlasting formation gushed out. This was formed by the flames of the 17th level of Hell of Earth Fire. It was rather terrifying. That depends on whether you have the capability to do so. How arrogant. The second prefecture master did not believe that Xianxia could really break the formation. He said that this formation was worthless. Could it be that he was mocking me? Death was at hand and he did not know it. This was the saddest thing. How long do you need? Xianxia looked at Xianxia and asked. He believed that little Qinzi could definitely break the formation. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Xianxia said. Conservatively, breaking the chaos element everlasting formation in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn would not be a problem. As expected, after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the chaos element everlasting formation began to show signs of disorder. However, at this moment, the second prefecture master's face finally became solemn. This chaos element everlasting formation was left behind by his elder brother. It was extremely powerful. Even if he wanted to break the formation, he would need at least 100 years to do so. Moreover, he might not be able to escape unscathed. However, this fella actually used the time it took for an incense stick to burn to make a hole appear in the chaos element everlasting formation. It was even on the verge of collapse. Damn it. He really broke the formation. This fella is really strange. The second prefecture master knew that his chaos element everlasting formation could no longer cause any damage to Xianxia and Xianxia. It seemed like he had to take action himself. Break for me. Xianxia's fingertip lightly tapped, and the chaos element everlasting formation that was originally shrouding them dissipated like water ripples, turning into nothingness. The chaos element everlasting formation was easily broken by Xianxia. The second prefecture master's face did not look too ugly. Xianxia, Xianxia, and White Cloud turned into 3 streaks of light and rapidly charged out of the Heaven Dragon prison. Looks like I won't be able to suppress you guys if I don't personally take action. Many people who were cultivating in the Heaven Dragon prison and Heaven Dragon pagoda were shocked. At this moment, they were all watching this scene. Xianxia's return had greatly shocked them. Xianxia. It's Xianxia. He's finally back. It's been 100 years. Xianxia is finally back. I wonder what kind of surprise he will bring us after he enters the inner mansion. Haha, this fella's strength is unparalleled in the outer mansion. He could already kill Hierarch realm experts when he was still a divine king. Now that his strength has broken through to the Hierarch realm, I wonder who else in the inner mansion can beat him. Haha. More and more people looked at Xianxia, the most terrifying genius in Tongxian Mansion in the past 10,000 years. Who's that? His strength has reached the late Hierarch realm? He seems to be even stronger than Master Lin. Yeah, he's wearing golden armor and has feathers on his head. He's really domineering. And that little girl, she's also a Hierarch realm expert? The appearance of Xianxia and the others made everyone solemn as they watched the scene in silence. Xianxia, the Manor Lord will make an example out of you today. You must die. The second mansion master shouted with a thunderous voice that shook the entire Tongxian mansion. His voice was like a great bell that could be heard for thousands of miles. How is this possible? The second mansion master wants to kill Xianxia? Gumalu looked at Xianxia in shock. His strength had reached the Hierarch realm, but the second mansion master regarded him as a thorn in his side. Who could stop the second mansion master from killing? It's really him. Is he really going to go against Tongxian Mansion? Going against the second mansion master is no different from digging his own grave. Bai Ying frowned. At this moment, they also did not want to see this scene happen. However, the second palace lord's aura was soaring and his sword was pointing at Xianxia. This scene made everyone's heart sink. How did the number one genius of the outer prefecture offend the second palace lord? The second mansion master was going to exterminate a student. Bai Ying and Gumalu exchanged glances. Neither of them had expected that the situation would develop to such an extent. Xianxia was practically doomed to die. If the second palace master wanted to kill him, who could disobey him? Where did Xianxia go when he disappeared? This was the issue that concerned them the most. After all, Xianxia could be considered a good friend of theirs. If he was killed by the second palace master just like that, it would be somewhat regrettable. Brother Jiang, could it be that you found out about the second manor lord's secret? That's why the second manor master wants to silence them. Gumalu said with an ugly expression. Not necessarily. During the outer palace battle royale, Xianxia had somewhat offended the second mansion master. Killing Qianlong in front of everyone was equivalent to giving the second mansion master a vicious slap. From the looks of it now, the second mansion master should be harboring a grudge in his heart. The enmity between the two of them is definitely not that simple. If it wasn't for the deep enmity between them, why would the second mansion master use his status to attack a genius disciple of the outer palace? Bai Ying shook his head and said. At this moment, the people in the outer palace of Tongxian Mansion, those who came from the same place as Jiangchen, silently watched the scene. They felt sorrow and despair for Jiangchen. Dong Huang Tai A, Mo Qihan, Lu Dong, and Zishi were all present. Jiangchen felt pity for Jiangchen. He clenched his fists and felt sorry for Jiangchen. However, they could not do anything. Jiangchen's early hierarch realm was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of the second mansion master. They were not even at the hierarch realm, they could not even be considered as cannon fodder. Little Chenzi. Yan Qingqing silently watched the scene. Her heart was tightly squeezed together. She could only pray silently. She saw Shirsan. Shirsan's strength had already reached the late hierarch realm. However, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to the second mansion master's strength. Shirsan's strength had already reached the late hierarch realm. Yan Qingqing had also broken through to the hierarch realm. As long as Jiangchen took action, she would not hesitate to rush forward. Regardless of life or death, success or failure, she would stay with him. She would not separate from him even if she died. You want to go against me with your strength? Ridiculous. Tongxian Mansion has stood strong for millions of years. Do you really think a few thieves can go against it? The second mansion master sneered disdainfully. Jiangchen waved his hand. Shuai Liang, Qianrenji, Bing Yun, and the 8 hierarch realm experts appeared behind him. Master Ji? Even you want to betray Tongxian Mansion? Second mansion master Leng Leng stared at Qianrenji and said. I only know that Tongxian Mansion did not care about me when I was facing death. The third elder did not care about me. It was my student, Jiangchen, who saved me. Qianrenji shook her head and sighed. Many people's hearts turned cold. Countless disciples of the Profound Connection Divine Palace looked at her silently. Even Teacher Ji had changed sides? Did Jiangchen really want to go against the second mansion master and become the enemy of Tongxian Mansion? Fine, fine, fine. Today, I will let you know the consequences of betraying me. All of you must die. Second mansion master said coldly. It's still uncertain who will die. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Today, I will let you know that you will regret offending me, Long Shirsan. Long Shirsan said while gritting his teeth. The peerless divine staff in his hand was ready to strike. Behind the second mansion master, several figures appeared. The third mansion master, Lin Yukong, and more than 10 elders were all above the middle hierarch realm. Among them, Lin Yukong, the great elder, and the second elder had reached the peak of the late hierarch realm. Needless to say, the third mansion master was also a half-step divine emperor and was not much weaker than the second mansion master. Second brother, this guy really dares to go against Tongxian Mansion. looks like we have underestimated him. The third mansion master sneered. They're just clowns. Don't make a fuss. Do they think they can fight against me with just a few useless soldiers? Hee hee hee. What a joke. Second mansion master shook his head. Second brother, looks like we have to clean up the house. Of course, we have to kill the traitors. Otherwise, others will think that Tongxian mansion has fallen. All of them must die. The third mansion master said coldly. I could have left, but you almost tortured my brother to death. I, Xianxia, can't take this lying down. Today, I will make you pay even if I have to risk my life. No one can touch my brother, Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes were cold. He turned into a terrifying sword rain and soared into the sky with unparalleled battle intent. They must fight to the death in today's battle. Moreover, the people behind him were not easy to deal with. This time, he must deal a heavy blow to Tongxian mansion. You've made a big mistake by not leaving. Otherwise, you might still have a chance to live. But now, even a fly will not fly out of my Tongxian mansion. Accept your death. You have no other choice. Monkey, we must take revenge. With a brother like this, what more could I ask for? Longshan looked at Xianxia with a determined look. The two of them would rush up to the 9 heavens and destroy the Tongxian mansion. To vent their hatred. Ha ha ha. What a joke. You're just a grain of rice and you dare to compete with the moon. You're overestimating yourself. The second mansion master sneered. His eyes were cold and murderous like 1,000-year ice. Bastard. Give me your life. Longshan stepped on the clouds and soared up to the sky. He held the peerless divine staff in his hand. Everyone was shocked by his unparalleled might. Even Shuiliang was shocked. He admitted that he was no match for Longshan. Xianxia's brother was really terrifying. His strength was unparalleled and unparalleled. With the peerless divine staff in his hand, the world was his. In an instant, the shadows of the staff danced in the sky. The battle saint technique was earth-shattering. The experts from all directions were shocked. The second mansion master did not hold back. The might of a half-step divine emperor was not something an ordinary person could achieve. An emperor realm expert was a supreme expert even in the central region divine land. In a blink of an eye, the two of them were fighting. Waves of terrifying wind swept across the sky. The entire Tongxian mansion seemed to be shaking. Longshan was fighting against a half-step divine emperor as a late hierarch. Many people were stunned. Even the experts from Tongxian mansion could not believe it. They were also late hierarch realm experts, but their chances of winning against Longshan was almost zero. Lin Yokong's face was solemn. However, he did not dare to be careless this time. As a member of Tongxian mansion, he had to take care of the Tongxian mansion. If someone wanted to mess up the Tongxian mansion, he would not stand by and do nothing. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He did not show any weakness and rushed up to the 9 heavens. At this moment, his sword was filled with killing intent. I'll fight you. The third prefecture master sneered. Xianxia wanted to help Longshan, but the third prefecture master, who was far away in the void, did not give Xianxia the chance to do so. The third mansion master could tell that Xianxia was the core of the group. Although his strength was only at the early stage hierarch realm, he was able to make a late stage hierarch realm surrender to him. He was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Even Qianrenji had joined his side, which was a great humiliation for Tongxian mansion. Another half-step deity emperor. The third mansion master might not be as strong as the second mansion master, but he was still a half-step divine emperor expert. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. No ordinary hierarch expert could bully him no matter how weak he was. Moreover, he was one of the mansion masters of Tongxian mansion. How could the third mansion master be a nobody? All right. The corner of Xianxia's mouth became colder. At this moment, the third mansion master's attack was coming towards him. The silver serpent halberd pierced through the void with a soaring battle intent. The third mansion master's aura pierced through the 9 heavens, aiming at Xianxia. The heavenly dragon sword's sword intent buzzed, the heaven-splitting sword swept across, the sword's soul also let out a series of explosive sounds at this moment. The sword soul returned, Jiang Chen's sword aura became even more ferocious. However, he did not dare to be careless at this moment. He used all his skills, the limitless sword broke through the void, using defense as offense. Jiang Chen's sword and the third mansion master's silver serpent halberd clashed against the nine heavens. The sound of metal clashing was accompanied by the power of thunder. Jiang Chen was eventually suppressed by the third mansion master. The silver serpent halberd danced wildly in the sky, its aura was strong and terrifying. After all, the third mansion master was a half-step divine emperor expert. Even though Jiang Chen used all his skills, he still could not gain the upper hand against the third mansion master. Moreover, his dragon transformation body was also suppressed. After all, the gap between the two of them was too huge. Jiang Chen had just broken through to the early hierarch realm. He might not be afraid of fighting against a peak late hierarch realm expert, but to be able to remain undefeated in the face of a half-step divine emperor expert was really shocking. The third mansion master's attack was swift and fierce, his aura was peerless, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Jiang Chen seemed to be in a mess, but he was actually orderly. Although the third mansion master's attack was extremely terrifying, Jiang Chen was still able to stabilize his body. At least, he was undefeated. However, once he was suppressed, he would be in a miserable state. Not bad, to be able to withstand my attack. Kid, you've surprised me. The third mansion master sneered and said. His attack did not slow down at all, instead, it was even stronger. Under the strong attack, Jiang Chen was already a little tired from dealing with the attacks. However, it was impossible for him to defeat Jiang Chen. The limitless sword was displayed a few times, forcing the third mansion master to defend against it. Jiang Chen's recovery ability was extremely heaven-defying. In addition to his defense, the third mansion master was extremely furious at that moment. In Jiang Chen's eyes, his attack seemed to be lacking momentum. The third mansion master had given Jiang Chen a lot of pressure. However, Jiang Chen's ability to withstand the pressure was too strong. The battle between Long Shan and the second mansion master was extremely fierce. It was not easy for Long Shan to withstand the second mansion master's pressure with his late hierarch realm technique. The peerless divine staff kept striking the void while the second mansion master looked calm. He was extremely calm when fighting against Long Shan. However, Long Shan's peerless divine staff shocked the world again and again. No one dared to imagine that this was an attack from a late hierarch realm expert. The battle saint technique was unparalleled in the world. His battle intent soared to the heavens and broke through 10,000 caddies. Long Shan's eyes were filled with endless anger. He had been tortured by the second mansion master for 100 years. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he might have fallen into the cycle of reincarnation and disappeared from this world. After regaining his freedom, the rage and battle intent of Long Shan skyrocketed, causing the second mansion master to feel pressured. An ordinary late hierarch realm expert could be easily killed by him. Old fart, take this. Long Shan's battle intent soared to the heavens. The battle saint technique had increased his strength to another level. The second mansion master, who was a half-step divine emperor, was also extremely angry. This fellow was like a war machine. He did not know how to defend himself at all. He only attacked and attacked. Even the second mansion master was extremely angry. It seemed that if he did not teach him a lesson, he would really think that his strength was enough to turn the situation around. Reckless fool, I will refine you sooner or later. The second mansion master roared and charged towards Long Shan. He was not afraid at all and displayed the peerless majesty of a half-step divine emperor. The second mansion master's iron fists swung around with enough strength to destroy the heavens. Both of their figures clashed continuously. The intensity of the battle left everyone speechless. However, the second mansion master's strength had just been revealed. Everyone could see that the second mansion master was just debating with Long Shan. He had not shown his true strength yet. Even so, being able to fight against a half-step divine emperor with a late hierarch realm cultivation was shocking and frightening. Jiang Chen, let me help you. Shuai Liang took action and was ready to join the battle. However, he was stopped by Lin Yukong. If you want to fight, you have to go through me first. Very well, I'll kill you first. Shui Liang was not in a hurry as he started to fight with Lin Yukong. The battle between the two late hierarch experts was extremely exciting. Everyone in the Tongxian mansion was paying attention to the terrifying battle. All of them were hierarch experts, the divine king experts could not help at all. The great elder of the Tongxian mansion looked solemn as he looked at Qianrenji and the others with cold eyes. He was ready to fight at any time. Qianrenji, you traitor. The Tongxian mansion has never mistreated you. How dare you go against the Tongxian mansion? You deserve death. Qianrenji sneered and said with a gloomy face. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The third elder has abandoned me. Is this how the Tongxian mansion treats a teacher who has served them for millions of years? I have already died once, I am not afraid of death. However, the one who pushed me into the abyss was the third elder of the Tongxian mansion, and the one who saved me was Jiang Chen. You are a stubborn and wicked person. You have betrayed the Tongxian mansion. Kill her without mercy. The great elder shouted angrily. The 10 great elders behind him also rushed towards the void, trying to kill Qianrenji. At this moment, the 8 great elders of the Lihuan sect did not hold back and were ready to fight to the death with the Tongxian mansion. They were restricted by Jiang Chen. If they did not fight to the death, they would never be able to reincarnate. They would rather die than suffer such pain. Han Qianxia, it's you? You are all from the Lihuan sect. Could it be that Jiang Chen is colluding with the Lihuan sect? Is Han Wanshan here too? The great elder was shocked when he saw the elder of the Lihuan sect, Han Qianxia, who had fought with him a few million years ago. Time waits for no one. The Lihuan sect no longer exists. The sect lord of the Lihuan sect has returned to the earth. Now, we will only follow Jiang Chen. Han Qianxia said in a deep voice. Fine, fine, fine. Since you don't know the difference between life and death, I'll fulfill your wish. He's just a hierarch brat, I don't know why you chose to follow a trash like him. It's ridiculous, shameful, and pathetic. Ha ha ha. The great elder roared. His heart was burning with anger. He never thought that this little bastard would actually summon so many experts to attack the Tongxian mansion. It seemed that he was well prepared. The great elder led everyone to attack Han Qianxia and the others. Qianrenji was not willing to be outdone. She was prepared to fight to the death with her former colleagues. However, there were more hierarch experts in the Tongxian mansion. In the blink of an eye, the inner disciples of the Tongxian mansion, teachers, and the deacons of the Tongxian mansion swarmed towards the Tongxian mansion. The scale of victory seemed to have tilted towards the Tongxian mansion's side. Countless disciples were extremely shocked. Thousands of divine king realm disciples of the Tongxian mansion were silently watching the scene. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen, who was on the same level as them 100 years ago, would stand on the opposite side of the Tongxian mansion after 100 years? Moreover, he was so terrifying. There were a few late hierarch experts around him and such a powerful formation. It was truly unbelievable. This Jiang Chen is really terrifying. He can actually mobilize so many experts to fight for him. He's really not simple. That's right. It's hard for us to catch up to him. During the Battle of Outer Prefecture, he was the only one who stood out and took the lead. Even Chen Long was killed by him. It seems like we have underestimated Jiang Chen's strength. You can't judge a book by its cover. He's a real expert. But I think he's a little too arrogant. He won't have a good ending if he goes against the Tongxian mansion. The Tongxian Club has been standing in the Fengyin County for so many years. It's not something that an early hierarch kid can shake. That's true. Jiang Chen is quite talented. Unfortunately, he's too arrogant. He won't have a good ending if he goes against the Tongxian mansion. Let's just wait and see how he'll be suppressed by the second and third prefecture lords. He's destined to fall in the Tongxian mansion. Many of the outer disciples of the Tongxian mansion snorted. None of them were optimistic about Jiang Chen's decision. Because Jiang Chen was going to face the entire Tongxian mansion. How strong was he? Could he really change his fate? Anyway, they didn't believe it. Although he was talented, it was impossible for him to go against the Tongxian mansion. How could a puny early hierarch like him shake the foundation of the Tongxian mansion? Although Xianxia had found a lot of helpers, how many of them could really fight? It was almost impossible for him to win against the second and third prefecture lords who were both half-step divine emperors. This was no different from courting death. Xianxia really didn't know what this guy was thinking. He didn't expect Xianxia to be such a brainless guy despite his great talent. There are so many hierarch experts here. Xianxia is going to lose. Bai Ying sighed. He and Gu Maolu didn't want to see such a scene. However, Xianxia's strength was insignificant at this moment. Wasn't he courting death if he compared himself to the Tongxian mansion? Who in the entire Xingyin county would dare to go against the Tongxian mansion? Xianxia had to pay the price for his arrogance. Hundreds of hierarch experts joined hands once again. Xianxia would be in a difficult situation again until he was completely crushed by the second prefecture lord. Xianxia, oh Xianxia. Why are you so stubborn? Why do you have to go against the second prefecture lord? Sigh. Gu Maolu couldn't do anything about it. With their current strength, they couldn't change the outcome of the battle. All he could do was sigh for Xianxia. Xianxia's talent was enough to make him a true elite in the inner palace. However, he chose a path of no return. Sigh. It's such a pity. Xianxia is a genius, why does he have to seek his own death? Zixi's face was filled with helplessness and bitterness. It could be said that all of them who came from Lone Dragon County were indebted to Xianxia. If it wasn't for Xianxia's strong suppression, they might not even have the chance to cultivate. Xianxia had done too much for them. Is Xianxia really going against the Tongxian mansion? How could he be a match for the Tongxian mansion? This might be Xianxia. His brother, Longsher-san, must have a deep grudge against the second mansion master. This might be the reason why there's such a terrifying battle. Aokihan said in a low voice. His heart was filled with guilt. If his strength had reached the hierarch realm, he would have taken action without hesitation. However, he was useless now. Even if he joined the battle, he would only be a cannon fodder. He was not afraid of death, but it would be stupid if he died for nothing. Lu Dong also looked at Aokihan. Both of them knew Xianxia the best. If it was not for Xianxia, they would not even have the chance to enter the divine world. It was fate. However, in the end, Xianxia did something that made them sigh. Would Tongxian Mansion lose? Could Xianxia rise and defeat the second mansion master, third mansion master, and the hundreds of hierarch realm experts? There was no need for them to explain the answer. It was already known to everyone. Tongxian Mansion had many opponents, but none of them dared to fight against Tongxian Mansion. However, Xianxia dared to fight against the heavens. His majestic aura was something that they could never achieve in their lives. However, in the eyes of many, Xianxia was just trying to hit a rock with an egg. His death might be more thought-provoking. Yan Qingqing's eyes were filled with anxiety. With hundreds of hierarch realm experts joining the battle, Xianxia's situation would become even more dangerous. However, Xianxia was not panicking. He looked at the hundreds of hierarch realm experts and the corner of his mouth became colder. Those who block me, die. Xianxia's sword of solitude was unleashed. 7 dragon cavalry heavenly guards descended from the sky. All of them were late hierarch realm experts. Their momentum was incomparably great. Even the hundreds of hierarch realm experts were shocked when they saw the 7 dragon cavalry heavenly guards. Xianxia's sword of solitude commanded the dragon cavalry heavenly guards to rush out and attack the hundreds of hierarch realm experts. In an instant, the hundreds of hierarch realm experts were scattered by the 7 dragon cavalry heavenly guards. Xianxia's peerless appearance once again shocked everyone. What a terrifying dragon knight. He's even more ferocious than our mentors. That's right. These dragon knights are all puppets. This is simply unbelievable. This Xianxia, no wonder he's so confident. He's prepared for this. These 7 dragon knights are probably capable of defeating hundreds of hierarch realm experts. The dragon cavalry heavenly guards' dragon prestige was unparalleled. It was not a problem for them to fend off hundreds of early and middle hierarch realm experts. They even formed a crushing momentum, causing the entire Tongxian mansion to be in an uproar. Limitless sword, 10th sword. Xianxia's sword skill was like a hook, invincible. The shadow of the sword filled the air. The third palace lord swept across the void with his silver serpent halberd, not giving Xianxia any chance. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Xianxia once again displayed the ancient soaring dragon technique. It could be said that he had used all his skills. At this moment, he was gradually gaining a firm foothold in the battle against the third mansion master. The third mansion master's attacks were getting more and more difficult to take down Xianxia. Sky-splitting sky snake. Sky-white snake shadows filled the void. Xianxia was pushed back by the sky-white sky snake shadows. The 10th sword's attacks were not enough to push the third mansion master back. Moreover, the third mansion master's aura was getting stronger. 11th sword. Xianxia's attacks were fierce and his sword momentum was extraordinary. If it was an ordinary peak hierarch realm expert, he would have been defeated by him. However, the third mansion master was an expert who had surpassed the emperor realm. Even if he was far from the divine emperor realm, the emperor realm was still not to be underestimated. The 11th sword was like thousands of swords returning to their origin, intertwining with the silver-white snake shadows. Xianxia retreated as he fought. He had already started to set up a formation. To defeat the third mansion master, he must display the Ashura sword formation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat him. With his current strength, he could only display the 11th sword. If he displayed the 13th sword, he might have a chance. However, although he had comprehended the 13th sword, he could not display it. That was because Xianxia was in the void at that time. Therefore, his sword momentum could be displayed. It was a state of nothingness that surpassed the great path and was different from reality. Therefore, Xianxia could only display the 11th sword. However, the 11th sword was still inadequate to fight against the third mansion master. Xianxia retreated as he fought. With his supreme sword essence, he forced the third mansion master to retreat. However, the third mansion master was not easy to deal with. Xianxia could only settle for the next best thing. As long as he could not be defeated, it would be fine. I'm counting on you, Fire Qilin. Block him for me. I only need half an hour. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said. He once again forced the third mansion master to retreat. However, he was in a dangerous situation. All right. The Fire Qilin did not say anything as he knew his duty. If Xianxia died, he would not be able to live either. He and Xianxia share the same fate. The Fire Qilin's strength had reached the peak middle hierarch realm. Ordinary late hierarch realm experts would not be a problem for him. He might even be able to fight against a peak hierarch realm expert. However, it was unknown how long he could last. Xianxia knew that it was hard for the Fire Qilin to face the third mansion master's attacks. However, he needed time to set up a formation. Half an hour would be enough. It all depended on whether the Fire Qilin could complete his task. It's a Fire Qilin? Ha ha ha, second brother has the spiritual stone monkey to tame. Then, I'll tame this Fire Qilin for fun. The third mansion master laughed out loud. A divine beast like the Fire Qilin was quite rare. Even a divine dragon might not be rare. At this moment, the third mansion master did not expect Xianxia to have such a trick up his sleeves. The Fire Qilin's strength was not bad. It had already reached the peak middle hierarch realm. As long as the third mansion master took care of it, it would definitely be a great help to him. It would not be a problem for it to become his mount. However, Xianxia did not deserve to have a Fire Qilin. He was also very surprised. He did not expect that Xianxia could make the Fire Qilin, who was stronger than him, submit to him. He had to admit that Xianxia was quite capable. However, in the eyes of the third mansion master, the Fire Qilin was already his exclusive property. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. 108 primordial divine tools were displayed at this moment. The Ashura sword formation was quickly formed in his hands. However, to the Fire Qilin, the time it took for half an incense stick to burn was too long. The might of a half-step divine emperor was not something that the Fire Qilin could withstand. The Fire Qilin's attacks were all hit by the third mansion master's attacks. He was completely in a passive position. Resisting with all his might would only make things more difficult for him. His chances of survival were extremely slim. Fortunately, the third mansion master did not intend to kill the fire Qilin. Otherwise, the fire Qilin would have been dead by now. Mother Ker, hold on. Fire Qilin, looks like I'll have to use the thing I prepared for the second mansion master on you. Xianxia squinted his eyes. 3 types of red, yellow, and blue lightning appeared in his hands. The heavenly thunder rumbled and shook the surroundings. At this moment, Xianxia was finally going to fuse the lightning and get ready to fight the third mansion master. Although the Ashura sword formation was not completed yet, Xianxia was not afraid at all. This time, he would make the third mansion master pay. The tricolored heavenly lightning continued to converge together. The lightning energy in Xianxia's palm was getting more and more terrifying. When the 3 types of heavenly lightning were about to fuse together, that kind of dreadfulness was unimaginable to ordinary people. What is he doing? Is that the sky lightning? Is he able to control the sky lightning? No wonder he wasn't affected by the sky lightning at the lightning gathering peak. No. Is he trying to fuse the 3 sky lightning together? Gosh, this Xianxia is a lunatic. He is playing with fire. Once the heavenly lightnings fuse, the energy that will erupt is simply not something that an ordinary person can withstand. Furthermore, I have never heard of heavenly lightnings being able to fuse together. This guy is truly tired of living. Is he trying to perish together with the third mansion master? The students of Tongxian Mansion were in an uproar. Even the second mansion master squinted his eyes at Xianxia. Did this guy really dare to fuse the 3 sky lightning together? This was unbelievable. The sky lightning was the most terrifying lightning punishment between the heavens and earth. It was born out of the will of the heavens and earth. It was extremely fierce, violent, and ruthless. It was almost impossible to fuse the sky lightning together. No one had ever attempted it before, because those who had tried had all died and vanished from the world. Damn it, what is this guy doing? Can the sky lightning be fused too? The third mansion master stared at Xianxia. However, in an instant, the 3 different sky lightning, which were incomparably violent, were actually fused together. The terrifying destructive energy had completely fused into one. A 5-colored lightning halo rotated continuously in Xianxia's hand, like a lightning ball that could explode at any time. Xianxia's eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light as he stared at the third mansion master. Accept the judgment of death. Xianxia sneered. The terrifying lightning ball gradually formed in his hand and was thrown towards the third mansion master at a strange speed. The injured fire Qilin was sucked into the Zulong Tower by Xianxia. The third prefecture master's pupils shrunk as he squinted his eyes. Of course, he knew how terrifying the lightning ball was. However, he was a half-step divine emperor after all. Facing such a terrifying fusion of heavenly lightning, the third prefecture master still managed to remain calm. Heavenly Snake's Wrath. The third mansion master held his silver serpent halberd and slashed towards the incoming lightning ball. However, he had underestimated the terrifying lightning ball. In an instant, the third mansion master's silver serpent halberd was turned into dust by the lightning explosion. His figure was also pushed back by the terrifying lightning. The 5-colored lightning ball was like a death lotus that bloomed. Everyone around was affected and kept retreating. The third mansion master, who was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, was heavily injured by the death lotus. Even though he had used all his skills and managed to escape from the desperate situation, it was undeniable that the third mansion master was severely injured by Xianxia. The terrifying sky lightning fusion had everyone trembling in fear and shocked them to the extreme. Xianxia was only an early-stage hierarch, yet he was able to fight against a half-step divine emperor and even severely injure him. Who could believe that? The terrifying 5-colored lightning blossomed in the sky like a beautiful lotus of death. Who could believe that even the third palace master would be so afraid of it as if it was a tiger? Anyone below the half-step divine emperor realm would definitely die from the blooming death lotus. Even the late hierarch realm elders like Lin Yukong and the others were speechless. They thought that the talented young man was only not bad. However, even the third mansion master was severely injured by him. What kind of experience was that? It felt like a lifetime ago. If they were to face Xianxia, they would have been killed by him. We can't let this young man live. Lin Yukong squinted his eyes and was shocked. This young man was too terrifying. He did not put anyone in his eyes. However, he did have the ability to look down on everyone. Those Divine King Realm experts who thought that Jiang Chen was digging his own grave were completely dumbfounded. They stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Without reaching Jiang Chen's realm, they would not know how strong Jiang Chen was. The fusion of lightning had taught everyone a lesson. They felt the fear that Jiang Chen brought to them. Those who looked down on Jiang Chen kept their mouths shut. Because Jiang Chen, who had severely injured the third mansion master, had given everyone a slap in the face. The third mansion master's clothes were torn, his hair was messy, and his face was extremely gloomy. He had underestimated Jiang Chen's Death Lightning Lotus and Jiang Chen's means. He thought that an early-stage hierarch would not be able to defeat him. However, he was wrong. Very wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. Jiang Chen's power had reached a level where he could balance him. This was the reason why he was so proud. The third mansion master's strength had been greatly suppressed. After being severely injured, he could not recover in a short period of time. Not everyone had Jiang Chen's myriad chi body. Jiang Chen had consumed nearly 60% of his strength after fusing with the three heavenly lightnings. In addition to the Ashura sword formation, he had also consumed a lot of his strength. From the third mansion master's point of view, Jiang Chen was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Jiang Chen's fatal blow did not kill him, so it was time for him to fight back. You should be proud of yourself for injuring me. However, boy, you can't kill me. Now, your time is up. Let me end you. The third mansion master sneered. Although the silver serpent halberd in his hand had turned into dust, his strength was still there. He threw a punch that shook the mountains and rivers. Everyone thought that Jiang Chen was on the verge of death. Although his previous scene had shocked everyone, he still could not escape from the third mansion master's attack. Such a fate might be the best ending for Jiang Chen. However, just as the third prefecture lord was about to rush towards Jiang Chen, something strange happened. Jiang Chen moved his palm and the sword rose up into the sky. 108 origin divine tools flew up into the sky and trapped the third prefecture lord within it. That kind of mightiness shocked the world. The entire Tongxian mansion was in an uproar. 108 primordial divine tools. It was unknown whether all the experts in Tongxian mansion had that many primordial divine tools. However, Jiang Chen, an early hierarch boy, had so many primordial divine tools and could even gather them into a formation. The terrifying formation instantly trapped the third mansion master. The third mansion master's facial expression changed drastically. The formation was formed by the gathering of 108 primordial divine tools. The terrifying pressure of the divine tools made him feel like he was going to die if he was still in his peak condition. However, he was only left with 40 to 50% of his strength. He immediately faced the terrifying sword formation with a serious expression. How many more tricks does this guy have? Yeah, it's unbelievable. How did he get so many primordial divine tools? There's only one explanation. He's a master of craftsmanship. Otherwise, not even the treasury of Tongxian Mansion could have so many primordial divine tools. Jiang Chen's sword formation once again shocked everyone. No one could believe that Jiang Chen had so many primordial divine tools. Those Divine King Realm students instantly felt inferior when compared to Jiang Chen. 100 years ago, they were still at the same level. However, Jiang Chen had now become a peerless expert who could compete with Tongxian Mansion. Such a difference made them feel extremely unbalanced. Ashura sword formation, kill without mercy. Bastard, I'll sacrifice you to my sword today. Then, I'll kill the second mansion master. Damn it, this bastard is actually able to arrange such a terrifying formation. Third brother, be careful. This sword formation is not simple. The second palace master's expression changed. He was somewhat worried for the third palace master. After all, this guy's formation was truly terrifying. Even he could not take out 108 origin divine weapons. Moreover, this guy's terrifying sword intent made even him feel threatened. However, the second palace master also understood that Jiang Chen would not be able to withstand this terrifying sword formation for too long. Even so, once the formation was formed, the attack would gradually take shape. Usually, it would only take an instant to complete the killing. The sword formation was like rain, and thunder rumbled in all directions. The third palace master's expression changed drastically in the sword formation as he constantly resisted the endless sword rain. "Your opponent is me." Xianxia bellowed angrily. Layers of rod shadows smashed the void as he chased after the second palace master. However, Xianxia's strength was still a notch lower. The second palace master had already injured him 3 times in a row. However, Xianxia's attack did not weaken at all. This guy was like an unkillable puppet. Even the second palace master had a headache dealing with him. However, he could no longer hold back at this moment. He had to defeat Xianxia before he could kill Xianxia. Otherwise, the third palace master would not be able to hold on for too long. "Get lost." The second palace master moved his hand and forced Xianxia to retreat. The world energy that erupted almost instantly made Xianxia lose his ability to fight. He was severely injured. However, Baiyun, who had been watching the battle from afar, finally made her move. "Brother Xianxia, let me help you," Baiyunfei called out. An extremely powerful energy erupted from her petite body, forcing the second master back. She reached out with a single hand, and a terrifying strand of origin energy fused with Xianxia's body. Xianxia's complexion immediately recovered quite a bit. Even he had no idea how Baiyunfei could recover so quickly. Her origin energy was just too monstrous. He could feel his wounds healing at an extremely terrifying rate. "Baiyun, even you want to go against me?" The second mansion master snorted coldly. His face was terrifyingly gloomy as he stared at White Cloud. "I won't allow you to touch Brother Xianxia," Baiyun said solemnly. "Why? Do you know him?" The second mansion master bellowed. "Because he's handsome," White Cloud said lightly. "You," the second mansion master almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Isn't this reason a little too far-fetched? Big Brother didn't leave you in Tongxian Mansion to make you a traitor. Do you really think that I won't dare to touch you?" The second mansion master said in a deep voice. "So what if I do? I'm on Brother Xianxia's side anyway. Do whatever you want. Don't use that guy to pressure me. If it wasn't for him, would I have ended up in this state?" Baiyunfei curled her lips and said. "If it wasn't for Big Brother, you would have died long ago and disappeared in the long river of history. Not only do you not know how to repay kindness, but you're also trying to make a false accusation. Now that Tongxian Mansion is at its most critical moment, you're still trying to help an outsider. You've really disappointed me. Even if Big Brother was here, he wouldn't blame me. Little girl, you asked for it. Don't blame me for being ruthless." As soon as the second mansion master's voice fell, he charged forward. He must force Xianxia to retreat before he could defeat the third mansion master. Otherwise, his third brother would be in big trouble. He always felt that Xianxia was not someone easy to deal with. It was impossible for an early hierarch to defeat a half-step divine emperor, but he did it. How could the second mansion master not be shocked? However, his third brother did not defeat Xianxia immediately, which made him hesitate. Originally, he was waiting for an opportunity to kill Xianxia and the others in one fell swoop. But in the end, he didn't manage to wait for that moment. Xianxia had already found the opportunity to kill Lao San, causing the second master to be extremely furious. On the contrary, Shui Liang had the upper hand between him and Lin Yukong. However, that was all. Except for him, everyone else was in a passive state. The 7 Dragon Riders' heavenly guards were not real people after all. Gradually, they were besieged by hundreds of Hierarch realm experts and lost their initiative. The Great Elder and the others were also suppressing Hun Qianxia and the others. Qianrenji was injured several times and was being targeted by the people of Tongxian Mansion. In the whole battle, Shui Liang was the only one who had the upper hand. It was not easy for Dragon Xianxia to stall the deputy mansion master with his fearless spirit and the help of the battle saint method. On the other side, Jiangchen's Ashura sword formation had completely sealed off the third prefecture lord's escape route. The terrifying sword rain was like the summoning of the Grim Reaper. The third prefecture lord's strength was heavily injured, He could not withstand Xianxia's terrifying sword rain at all. The Ashura sword formation, 108 origin divine tools were fully unleashed. Each of the sword chi was enough to kill a late hierarch expert. It was not easy for the third mansion master to hold on for 30 breaths. However, this time, Xianxia did not give up. For Star's Do formation technique. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. He must kill the third mansion master first. Otherwise, he would be in a more dangerous situation. The second mansion master was fighting against Xianxia. It was impossible for the stinky monkey to defeat the second mansion master. Xianxia was extremely surprised that the Xianxia's strength had improved so fast that even Xianxia could not catch up to him. However, it was extremely difficult for him to kill the second mansion master. It was already a blessing that he was not killed by the former. Xianxia used the Do formation technique on the basis of the Ashura sword formation. The Heartless sword rain was even more terrifying. The Do formation technique and the Ashura sword formation consumed Xianxia's divine origin energy in just 10 breaths. However, it was too terrifying. The third mansion master did not even have the chance to fight back. The Do formation technique was so powerful and terrifying that it shocked Xianxia. However, it also consumed a lot of his divine origin energy. 10 breaths of light shone brightly in the void. Everyone broke out in cold sweat for the third mansion master. Because the formless killing intent had made them feel despair. No one could understand how Xianxia was able to set up the formation of 108 primordial divine tools. Because they did not need to experience how terrifying the formation was. They knew that it was a peerless killing formation. Even a half-step divine king would not dare to approach it. Xianxia was arrogant. He did have the right to be arrogant. At this moment, they still could not believe that Xianxia could force a half-step divine emperor to such a state. However, the truth was right in front of them. They had never seen such a formation before. Including the Great Elder, Lin Yukong and the others, they looked at the formation in despair, looking at the only person in the formation. It's too terrifying. This Xianxia is really going against the heavens. A half-step divine emperor. I don't believe that he can kill the third mansion master. Even if you don't believe it, the third mansion master is already an arrow at the end of its flight. There's no way for him to resist. Everyone was looking forward to the battle to the death between the third manor lord and Xianxia. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. The second mansion master wanted to take action, but he could not even take care of himself. Moreover, Xianxia's killing formation changed too quickly. In just a moment, when the 4 stars Do formation technique was activated, the ghost prison Ashura sword formation could no longer turn back. The third mansion master's eyes were filled with despair. He had given his all. Even though he had lived for thousands of years, he had never encountered such a crisis. At this moment, he finally felt the attack of death. The peerless sword rain was pressing down on him. Compared to the first moment, it was more than a few times stronger. Xianxia's face was getting uglier and uglier. He had reached the limit of the terrifying energy used to support the 4 stars Do formation technique and the Ashura sword formation. No! The second mansion master shouted hysterically. His expression changed drastically. However, Xianxia had already made up his mind to kill the third mansion master. The support of the Do formation technique was completed within 10 breaths. However, the third mansion master's life force disappeared instantly. Xianxia held the great Yu soul-forming light and sucked the third mansion master's soul into it. After all, the third mansion master was a half-step divine emperor expert. It was not easy to kill him as his soul was extraordinarily strong. The third mansion master was struggling in the great Yu soul-forming light. However, he did not have any chance to get out. His body floated down and his aura died instantly. His eyes were dull and lifeless. The third mansion master died on the spot. Xianxia! Go to hell! The second mansion lord roared, the clouds rumbled and the sky changed color. The third mansion lord was the closest person to him. No matter how ruthless a person was, he had a soft side to him. They grew up together, step by step until today. The third mansion lord was like a younger brother to him. The three of them had dominated the northern domain and founded the Profound Connection Divine Palace, shocking the world. They had promised to explore the world together, but he was killed by Xianxia, the sky darkened and the Tongxian mansion became quiet. Countless genius students were afraid of Xianxia. Because this guy was too abnormal. He was the model of arrogance and conceit. However, he was also the symbol of great wisdom. Killing a half-step divine emperor. Who would believe such a feat? Who could do it? However, Xianxia had done it. The insufferably arrogant third prefecture lord had been reduced to ash by his sword formation. Blood sprayed everywhere, and his flesh and blood were mangled and mangled. His life force had been severed, and he was nowhere to be seen. Xianxia's strength had reached the point where they could only look up to him. This was war, this was passion, this was the terror and despair that Xianxia brought to them. Was the Tongxian mansion going to be overturned by Xianxia? Xianxia stood proudly. Although his aura had weakened to the extreme, his silhouette was like a mountain that pressed down on the peak of the void, pressing down on everyone's hearts. Xianxia was like an insurmountable mountain. Some were happy, some were sad, some were excited, and some were happy for Xianxia. However, the battle was far from over. Baiyun, even if Big Brother is back, he won't be able to save you. Today, I will make everyone die together with my third brother. The second prefecture lord's cold face became like the god of hell in everyone's eyes. The second prefecture lord's momentum swept across the sky, and directly sent Baiyun and Longshan flying. The momentum of a half-step divine emperor was completely unsealed. His terrifying momentum did not stop there. It was close to the emperor realm. In addition to the death of his brother, the second prefecture lord was completely enraged. The second prefecture lord approached Xianxia with a terrifying technique. He struck out a palm strike, and the sound of an explosion in the air was ear-splitting. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, Divine Golden Bell, God Sealing Prohibition. Xianxia displayed the Divine Golden Bell, the absolute defense of the Eastern Emperor Bell, and withstood the second prefecture lord's attack. However, his figure was also sent flying in an instant. The Divine Golden Bell blocked the second prefecture lord's first wave of attack, but it could not block the aftershock. Xianxia's strength was too weak, so weak that he did not know how to defend himself, and was directly injured by the second prefecture lord. Xianxia gritted his teeth, and his face was cold. However, at this moment, Longshan and Baiyun appeared again, and blocked in front of Xianxia. The three of them were severely injured, but the second prefecture lord's momentum was getting stronger. You dared to kill my third brother, Xianxia. If you force me, I will grind your bones into ashes. The second prefecture lord's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he clenched his fists tightly. The veins on his face were popping out. This was the first time in a million years that he was so angry. His own brother was killed, and he could not stay calm anymore. However, at this moment, he had to stay calm. Although the third prefecture lord's body was destroyed, Xianxia knew that his third brother's soul was trapped in the great soul-forming light by Xianxia. This meant that his third brother's soul was still alive, but it was severely injured. If he and his elder brother could break through to the Emperor realm in the future, it would not be impossible for them to revive his third brother. However, if Xianxia destroyed his third brother's soul, everything would turn to dust. Even if I don't do this, will you let me go? Even if you don't let me go, do you think that I will let you go? Xianxia said faintly. Lunglin looked at the second prefecture lord, and their eyes met. Give me my third brother's soul. Second prefecture lord Lunglin said. You're dreaming. Xianxia said. That's what you said. If I let you meet someone, perhaps, you won't think so, right? The second prefecture lord's lips curled into a smile, and the coldness in his eyes became even more terrifying. What do you mean? Xianxia frowned, and his expression was cold. He seemed to have a bad premonition, and that feeling shrouded his heart, making Xianxia feel extremely depressed. Come out, your old lover. Do you still know her? The second prefecture lord said faintly. In an instant, two hierarch realm elders appeared in the void with a green-clothed lady with messy long hair. Xianxia's eyes suddenly shrunk, and his expression became cold at this moment. His heart was trembling. When his eyes met the lady's, his heart was filled with endless anger and longing. Little Chinzi. The green-clothed lady was Jiangzhu, the one Jiang Chen had been searching for, Wu Ningzhu, the sister Ning that he missed so much. At that moment, Jiang Chen could not believe his eyes, but she was really standing in front of him. Their eyes met. Wu Ningzhu's tears gushed out like a fountain. She was already satisfied to see her beloved husband before she died. Sister Ning, Jiang Chen murmured. However, he knew that this was not the time for them to reminisce, because Wu Ningzhu was caught by the second prefecture lord. Now, can we have a good talk? The second prefecture lord smiled mockingly, and looked at Jiang Chen with contempt. Jiang Chen's body trembled at this moment. His eyes were filled with the flames of anger. His heart became cold. The divine origin energy in his body was recovering rapidly. Jiang Chen stared at the second prefecture lord and said word by word, "You're a heavenly monarch, you're a heavenly monarch." Sister Ning, Yan Qingqing murmured silently. When she looked at Jiang Chen's eyes, she knew that Jiang Chen was thoroughly enraged. She had never seen him this angry before. It was like a raging fire that couldn't be extinguished. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with an incomparably cold light. It was like a monstrous flame that soared to the 9 heavens. That terrifying aura continued to spread. Jiang Chen's anger was completely unleashed. He could tolerate being bullied, he could tolerate being weak, but the only thing he couldn't tolerate was anyone touching his woman, especially his most beloved sister Ning. This was his taboo, the only thing that he couldn't touch. Once someone touched it, Jiang Chen would definitely erupt. The second palace master didn't know, nor did he understand how important Wu Ningzhu was to Jiang Chen. In his opinion, she was just a woman. At most, Jiang Chen could be considered as someone who valued friendship. Using her to exchange for his brother's soul was too worthwhile. He didn't even think that Jiang Chen would care about Wu Ningzhu so much. How could a true expert be shackled by love? When one's strength had reached a truly unparalleled realm, wouldn't he be able to choose any woman under the heavens? On the path of cultivation, the second palace master had never seen someone who placed women first. Jiang Chen's ice-cold murderous intent made the second palace master frown. This fellow was really different from others. He actually valued Wu Ningzhu so much. Wasn't she just a woman? If it wasn't for the fact that she could be used to exchange for his brother's soul, he would have killed Wu Ningzhu long ago. Although he couldn't use Wu Ningzhu to threaten Jiang Chen, this fella had become one of his most important weaknesses. Don't believe him. I don't have long to live. Little Chenzi, you mustn't be led by the nose by him. Wu Ningzhu said while gritting her teeth. Her blood-red eyes were filled with tears. She was already satisfied to be able to see her beloved before she died. She originally thought that she would be separated from Jiang Chen forever after she came to the divine world. However, God had opened his eyes and allowed her to reunite with Jiang Chen here. She wouldn't expect anything else, because this was her destiny. Moreover, if she became Jiang Chen's shackles, she would regret it for the rest of her life. She could die, but Jiang Chen couldn't be defeated. She couldn't allow her man to be restrained by him. In Wu Ningzhu's heart, she had imagined countless times the moment the two of them would meet again. She would hug and cry, throw herself into his arms and act like a spoiled child. She would blame him for not looking for her after so many years, and for not treating her well enough. However, the moment she saw Jiang Chen, everything turned into tears. There was only one thought left in her heart: as long as he was here, everything would be enough. Jiang Chen suppressed the rage in his heart. No matter what, he wouldn't let Wu Ningzhu come to any harm. If the second palace master dared to touch a single hair on her, Jiang Chen would make sure that he would never be able to reincarnate. He would suffer in the cycle of reincarnation forever. But I can't live without you. Although Jiang Chen couldn't suppress the rage in his body anymore, he still managed to remain clear-headed. Even if you die and disappear, to the ends of the earth or the underworld, I will still find you. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Wu Ningzhu cried like a tearful person. She didn't want to die. She wanted to be with the person she loved. She wanted to give birth to their child for Jiang Chen. She wanted to be with him for the rest of her life. However, fate was so unfair. It caused her to be trapped in a prison, and she wouldn't be able to live for long. You only have this one choice. The second palace master frowned and said coldly. Fine. I promise you. Xianxia took a deep breath. As long as Sister Ning was safe, Xianxia wouldn't hesitate to make his move. He would definitely kill the second palace master. He would definitely turn his bones into ashes and kill him as soon as possible. Great! Release my third brother. The second palace master said. Don't you think that your sincerity isn't enough? You were the one who proposed the conditions. You should be the one to release him first, right? Xianxia said in a deep voice. Since we don't trust each other, let's release him together. I'll count to 3. I don't want to break my promise, but I don't want others to deceive me either. The second palace master squinted his eyes and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded silently. 1, 2, 3. The moment the second palace master counted to 3, both of them released Wu Ningzhu at the same time. Xianxia immediately used the Zulong Tower to keep Wu Ningzhu. The second palace master was even faster. When he obtained the third palace master's soul and wanted to capture Wu Ningzhu again, she was already rescued by Xianxia. The second palace master's pupils contracted. He stared at Xianxia and said in a deep voice. You will pay for my third brother's death. You dared to use my woman to threaten me. From that moment on, you were destined to die. Xianxia said faintly. However, the bloody light in his eyes became even more sinister. Xianxia hugged Wu Ningzhu with one hand. It was a familiar feeling, a familiar aura, and a familiar gaze. Xianxia had been waiting for this moment for far too long. However, he never expected that it would be at this moment. They were facing a life and death situation. What he could give her was simply too little. What he owed her was still far in the future. Little Chinzi, I missed you. Wu Ningzhu's words made Xianxia speechless. This sentence had already filled his heart with satisfaction, but it was also filled with guilt. From today onwards, no one will be able to hurt you, not even by a hair. Xianxia said firmly. Wu Ningzhu smiled and nodded silently. Sister Ning, it's great to see you again. Yan Qingqing also appeared beside Xianxia. Wu Ningzhu was also very surprised. She held Yan Qingqing's hand, the joy in her heart was overflowing. Gentle as water. It's really enviable. It's a pity that an indecisive man will never be able to enter the Hall of Elegance. The second palace master said with a cold smile. His gaze was directed at Xianxia. Take good care of Sister Ning. Xianxia looked at the two girls and said softly. Xianxia, be careful. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing said at the same time. They both hoped that Xianxia could return safely. However, the second palace master was really too strong. If Xianxia went, it would be a battle of life and death. It was a battle of life and death. At this moment, when Xianxia turned around again, his aura had reached its peak. His anger had been completely unleashed. There was only one thought in Xianxia's mind, and that was to kill the second palace master. Tongxian Mansion must be destroyed. Sister Ning, don't worry. Our man is the strongest. Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. She was also comforting herself with this sentence. If he's in trouble, how can I live alone? Wu Ningzhu smiled faintly. No matter what he does, no matter what the outcome is, she will always be the woman who will stand behind him and support him silently. Yeah, he's our one and only. We have reason to believe in him. In this world, he's the only man that we can trust unconditionally. Yan Qingqing nodded. At this moment, Xianxia and the second mansion master were staring at each other. Their aura was rising constantly, especially Xianxia. The divine origin energy that he had consumed previously was recovering at a terrifying speed. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become the strongest person in Tongxian Mansion. He wanted to use the second mansion master's blood to comfort Sister Ning's wounded heart. Touching the reverse scale of a dragon would result in death. To Xianxia, the one he loved was his reverse scale. When a person was in despair, he would be able to unleash his incredible potential. At this moment, the anger in Xianxia's body was completely ignited. Compared to despair, he was even more furious. He would not let his beloved woman get hurt. So what if the second mansion master was a half-step divine emperor? Didn't the third mansion master still get killed by him? You should be proud that I can kill you with my own hands. It's a pity that my third brother's life was ended by you. One day, I will let him see the light of day again. As for you, you must be buried with him. If I can't defeat you, how can I be a hero? Tongshan Mansion deserves to die. And you shouldn't have used Sister Ning to threaten me. Jiangchen shook his head. The surging blood and qi in his body had already turned into rays of blood light, soaring into the sky and pointing at the second mansion master. Brother Shursan, is he confident? The second mansion master is a half-step divine emperor. He's much stronger than the third mansion master. Bai Yun looked at Long Shursan and asked softly. Long Shursan was stunned. He then shook his head and said, I'm not sure how many tricks little Chenzi has up his sleeves. But since he could kill the third mansion master, it means that his strength has grown to an unimaginable level. He has always liked to fight against those who are stronger than him. Even if he can't defeat the second mansion master, he shouldn't be too far away. Dragon Shursan was still full of confidence in Jiangchen. He was paying close attention to Jiangchen at all times, because he didn't know when the second master would kill Jiangchen. He couldn't let the second master get what he wanted. Once Jiangchen was in danger, he would be the first to rush to Jiangchen's aid. If it wasn't for him, Jiangchen wouldn't have ended up like this. However, Dragon Shursan wouldn't say this because they were brothers. Let's see what you're capable of. The second mansion master waved his hand and a silver feather fan appeared in his hand. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. Even if this silver feather fan wasn't a primal origin treasure, it had already reached the level of a peak essence divine weapon. This fella seems to have a lot of treasures. I'll kill the danger before it's in the cradle. So, you won't have a chance. The second master knew that Jiangchen was able to counterattack and kill his third brother. There was no doubt about Jiangchen's strength. If he showed the slightest bit of negligence, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that he would be able to kill Jiangchen quickly. Therefore, he had to end the battle as soon as possible. He immediately took out his divine weapon, the Mo feather fan. He wanted to kill Jiangchen as fast as possible. You're thinking too much. What can a half-step divine emperor do to me? Jiangchen sneered. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and slashed through the thorns. The shadow of the sword cut through the void and Jiangchen slashed down without hesitation. The 11th sword was swift and fierce, and the sword of solitude was fully displayed at this moment. Jiangchen could even kill a peak hierarch realm expert without mercy, however, it was nothing in front of the second mansion master because his strength was not an ordinary half-step divine emperor. He had comprehended the opportunity of the divine emperor realm. As long as he was given enough time, it was possible for him to break through to the divine emperor realm and reach his eldest brother's realm. However, it wouldn't take long for the second mansion master to achieve this. Trash, your attack is just a joke to me. The second mansion master looked at Jiangchen with disdain. He swung the Mou fan fiercely. A terrifying aura shook the void. Jiangchen couldn't even walk in the void. The Mou fan disturbed the turbulence of the void and even produced countless wind blades. Jiangchen frowned at the terrifying Mou fan. However, his sword qi intertwined with the terrifying wind blades and eventually turned into nothingness. Jiangchen's other hand held the upturned drum tightly and punched out. Thunderous roars shook the sky. Experts from all directions covered their ears as a powerful sound wave attack spread out. The upturned drum was comparable to the second mansion master's Mou fan. Jiangchen used the power of the upturned drum to counter the Mou fan. However, the countless wind blades and sonic booms kept advancing. Jiangchen's sonic booms seemed insignificant because the wind blades of the second mansion master's Mou fan were too terrifying. The surrounding void was torn apart. That was the difference in strength. If Jiangchen was a half-step divine emperor, he would not be any weaker than the second mansion master when he used the upturned drum. However, his strength was greatly restricted. However, at this moment, Jiangchen's upturned drum could not suppress the second mansion master at all. I've said it before. You're not my opponent. The second mansion master was still indifferent towards Jiangchen. It was too easy for him to kill Jiangchen. Jiangchen focused his gaze and held the Cold River Stone in his hand. Currently, he could use the Cold River Stone. As soon as the primordial origin treasure weapon appeared, everyone was shocked. Countless people fixed their eyes on Xianxia's hand. Even the second mansion master was no exception. Because Xianxia's cold river stone was too terrifying. That kind of terrifying cold chi made everyone shudder. The meaning that came from the depths of their hearts was the scariest. This is a primordial origin treasure? This Xianxia is too scary. This primal origin treasure is so scary. That's right. The cold chi is overwhelming. This is definitely a peerless emperor weapon. Otherwise, how could an ordinary divine weapon have such terrifying power? This Xianxia is simply a super abnormal monster. He's a monster. If we don't kill him, Tongxian Mansion will definitely be implicated. Tongxian Mansion will be in danger. Look, that great emperor divine weapon actually withstood the second mansion master's attack. Everyone fixed their eyes on Xianxia. The cold river stone in his hand had also become the focus of everyone's attention. The second mansion master's eyes also became extremely cold after the cold river stone made 2 seals in a row. What a good cold river stone. It's indeed a peerless emperor weapon. It seems like you've specially come to give me a treasure. The second mansion master's facial expression changed as he continued to use the Moyu fan's power. However, it was to no avail. Xianxia struck out another seal and the heavens and earth changed color. After reaching the hierarch realm, Xianxia was able to use the cold river stone much more effortlessly. After all, the cold river stone was the destructive ice god's natal divine weapon. Xianxia was not surprised at all that it had such power. However, the second mansion master was not an easy opponent. The Moyu fan was completely useless in front of Xianxia's cold river stone. At this moment, the second mansion master was even more determined to use his true strength. I must get this cold river stone. The second mansion master swore in his heart. The cold river stone was too terrifying. Even he had to avoid it. Extreme 5 lightnings. The second mansion master's eyes were cold. His palms were constantly changing. The thunderbolt palm print broke through the sky like a divine palm descending from the heavens. One palm after another, the thunderbolts shook the mountains and rivers, causing great pressure to Xianxia. Even though the second mansion master could control the heavenly lightning, he still did not dare to be careless. After all, the second mansion master's strength was much stronger than his. The extreme 5 lightnings was like a divine palm that could destroy the heavens. It descended from the heavens and forced Xianxia to retreat. Even the cold river stone in his hand was trembling. Xianxia only managed to stabilize his body after he had dissolved most of the 5 lightnings. The might of a half-step divine emperor was fully revealed at this moment. The second mansion master did not show any mercy. He began to use the extreme 5 lightnings to bombard Xianxia. At this moment, Longshan finally took action. He could not let Xianxia handle it alone. Bastard, don't be so arrogant. Longshan had turned into a battle maniac. He swept his staff horizontally and smashed down. Streaks of extreme 5 lightnings were smashed down by Longshan's giant stone staff. However, Longshan and Xianxia's staff shadows and sword shadows continued to overlap, but they were still unable to block the second mansion master's attack. The swift and fierce extreme 5 lightnings were even more bizarre than the descent of heaven's lightning. The extreme 5 lightnings was one of the second mansion master's most powerful techniques. Loser, I didn't kill you because I wanted to lure Xianxia here. Do you still want to act so arrogantly in my hands? Dream on. The deputy prefecture lord's palm winds rose again, and the sound was thunderous. Longshan, clad in his immortal-slaying battle armor, took 3 palm strikes from the deputy prefecture lord. He was barely able to stand up straight, but he had already suffered another serious injury. Layers upon layers of staff shadows were not to be outdone. Even though he knew that he was no match for the deputy prefecture lord, he still wanted to cause him a lot of trouble. Xianxia's expression darkened. Longshan was injured, which made his anger rise again. 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill, 1 pill turning into 9 Supremes. At this moment, Xianxia activated the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill in his body. Xianxia's strength rose to the peak at this moment, and split into 9. 9 Xianxias appeared at this moment. Everyone was dumbfounded. 9 Xianxias, 9 incomparably powerful auras soared to the sky. 9 Jiangchens, the real Jiangchen. Even Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing couldn't tell which one was the real one. All 9 of them held the heavenly dragon sword in their hands, and their silhouettes were exactly the same. 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill, 1 pill turning into 9 Supremes. The power of 9 Supremes surpasses the heavens. Doppelganger? You're still too inexperienced to play this game with me. Second Palace Master snorted coldly. From his point of view, Jiangchen only created a few doppelgangers. However, the 9 doppelgangers had already turned into 9 rapid silhouettes. Wherever Jiangchen passed, his body and mind would become a prophecy. 9 doppelgangers wasn't accurate, because every single one of them was his original body. This was the power of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill. Every single doppelganger was the original body, and every single doppelganger was the same as Jiangchen's. Just think about it, there were 9 Jiangchens. Their techniques and auras were like dragons. At this moment, he was completely unafraid of the Second Palace Master's powerful attack. 9 doppelgangers as 1 doppelganger as 9. Every single doppelganger was the same as Jiangchen's. The Extreme 5 Lightning's transformation rumbled, and a terrifying aura swept over. Jiangchen was as unmoving as a mountain, and the 9 doppelgangers attacked at the same time. The most important thing was that when the 9 doppelgangers stacked together, they were like one entity. Because he knew that Jiangchen had a little weakness, he knew that Jiangchen was strong and weak, and he also knew how much power each doppelganger could unleash. 9 Jiangchens shattered the Second Palace Master's Extreme 5 Lightning's transformation. At this moment, the Second Palace Master already felt a trace of danger. This fellow, there was definitely something strange about him. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill was equivalent to 9 doppelgangers of himself. They were not weakened at all, and it was not something that could be changed by a doppelganger. The superposition of 9 Jiangchens was enough to change many things. Not only did it increase his strength, but it was also a kind of unparalleled aura. Jiangchen could feel that he could transform into 9 doppelgangers. With just a thought, the 9 doppelgangers could combine into one. The 9 doppelgangers possessed all of his strength and techniques. This was the most terrifying thing. However, the 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill could only be used 9 times. Moreover, every time it was used, his strength would be greatly damaged, and it would take a very long time to recover. He did not know how long it would take for him to recover his strength. The most depressing thing was that it could only be used in the hierarch realm. Once Jiangchen stepped into the hierarch realm, the medicinal effect of the pill would disappear. Although the 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill was terrifying, it was not invincible. However, at this moment, when Jiangchen faced the Second Palace Master again, his strength had reached an unprecedented level. He was full of battle intent. Wherever he looked, his chi could control the universe. The prestige of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill made everyone's expression change. Today is the day of your death, Jiangchen said coldly. The 9 doppelgangers soared up to the sky. That kind of powerful aura made Jiangchen feel a trace of great Dao aura. 1 doppelganger might not be enough to form great Dao aura, but 9 doppelgangers were different. Although Jiangchen's Dao aura was negligible, when the 9 doppelgangers overlapped, it could still make Jiangchen feel a trace of Dao aura. That trace of Dao aura was the foundation that supported Jiangchen's great Dao cultivation. However, the 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill turned into 9 doppelgangers. It was no longer 1 + 1 + 1. The impact of the aura gave the Second Palace Master a great pressure. 9 doppelgangers against a half-emperor, their aura was enough to swallow mountains and rivers. Jiangchen's oppressive aura had already made the Second Palace Master breathless. To Jiangchen, the 9 doppelgangers were just one person, but he could control the power of the 9 doppelgangers. If it was a doppelganger, it would not be able to perfectly coordinate with each doppelganger's changes to the original body. However, with these 9 doppelgangers, Jiangchen was the real ruler. Each doppelganger was a ruler. The 9 doppelgangers of Jiangchen did not have any formation. They kept bombarding the Second Palace Master, forcing the Second Palace Master to retreat. Such a terrifying scene had shocked everyone. Even Long Shersan, Shuai Liang, and the others were speechless. 9 Supreme Saint Bones repelled a half-emperor. It was too shocking. Moreover, Jiangchen's strength was only at the early hierarch realm. Jiang Chen's storm-like attacks overwhelmed the second palace master, causing him to fall into a passive position. Jiang Chen did not show any mercy. With the power of the 9 doppelgangers, he fought against the peak of the firmament. His murderous intent was unstoppable. 9 clones. What kind of demonic technique did Jiang Chen use? How could it be so terrifying? Yeah, it's hard to imagine that he has such a powerful technique. Early Hierarch Realm. Is he really just an early Hierarch Realm expert? His cloning technique is so terrifying that even a half-step Divine Emperor is afraid. It's not easy. Is Tongxian Mansion going to be defeated? Believe in the second Mansion Master. He will definitely be able to turn the situation around. How can a mere Jiang Chen reverse the situation of Tongxian Mansion? Countless people silently watched the scene. The second Mansion Master was in a critical situation. Tongxian Mansion was in a precarious situation. Many people did not know what would happen to Tongxian Mansion. Many people were even worried about the second Mansion Master's current situation. Jiang Chen's powerful attack had greatly shocked them. The invincible image of Tongxian Mansion had gradually shaken the hearts of the students. They could only see Jiang Chen's unstoppable attack. 9 clones had shaken the world. This was a real battle. Domineering, invincible. This is definitely not a clone. If it's a clone, it's impossible to defeat the second Mansion Master. Lin Yokong's heart was extremely solemn. Only true experts like them could see that these were not Jiang Chen's clones. Each of Jiang Chen's strength was perfectly compatible with each other without any weaknesses. Their attacks were completely different, but they were all the same. Each of these 9 clones could kill him. How could Lin Yukong not be shocked? This was a technique that he had never seen before. He could only sigh and hope that the second Mansion Master could find a way to fight back in this desperate situation. Shui Liang squinted his eyes and the smile at the corner of his lips became even more brilliant. Only he knew that this was the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill that Jiang Chen had concocted previously. He didn't expect this divine pill to have such an effect. No wonder even Jiang Chen wasn't sure if he could successfully concoct it. At the last moment, despite Han Wanshan's attack, Jiang Chen still persisted until he finished concocting the pill. 9 Supreme Saint Bones Dan, 1 Dan turning into 9 Venerables. A half-step deity emperor, who says he can't fight? Shui Liang knew that at this moment, Jiang Chen's victory was already in his grasp. This was his true technique. Everyone thought that Jiang Chen would definitely lose, but Jiang Chen's technique had shocked everyone once again. Shui Liang felt that there was an insurmountable moat between him and Jiang Chen. It was no different than ascending to the heavens for him to defeat Jiang Chen, who had refined the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. But Shui Liang was happy for Jiang Chen. They finally saw the hope of winning this battle. 3000 Flaming Sky Seal. 11th Sword. 5 Elements Divine Dragon Seal. Sword of Solitude, separate from the world. Cold River Stone, freeze heaven and earth. Heavenly Lightning Fusion. The 9 original bodies of Jiang Chen continued to attack. Even a deity emperor would be defeated. The second Mansion Master's expression changed continuously. The 9 Jiang Chens attacked together. That kind of power made the heavens and earth tremble. The second Mansion Master was exhausted. The second Master was exhausted from dealing with Jiang Chen's attacks. He was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen. If he wanted to counterattack, he would be forced into a passive position. Lightning flashed, flame soared to the sky, and the divine dragon roared. Jiang Chen's momentum was like a peerless god, incomparable. What a good Jiang Chen. Today, I will fight you to the death. 5 Thunder's Sacrifice. The second Mansion Master's expression was solemn. The aura in his hands had also condensed to a terrifying peak. That kind of invincible power made the experts in all directions look gloomy. They kept retreating. The collision between Jiang Chen and the second Mansion Master was like a meteorite exploding. The brilliance was dazzling. Your power is not enough to destroy my 9 supreme strength. Jiang Chen sneered. He did not care about the second Mansion Master's momentum at all. Instead, he charged forward bravely. Because Jiang Chen gradually realized the true horror of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones elixir. Although it could not increase his supreme strength, it was already quite terrifying to have 9 supremes. After all, this was not something a clone could compare to. The 9 supremes had the complete thoughts and techniques of Xianxia, so it was incomparable. However, the most terrifying thing was the 9 supremes formation. The 9 supremes formation, as the name suggested, was the fusion of formations. One of Xianxia's most powerful techniques was formations, and the 9 supremes could fuse into a formation. This formation was different from puppets. If it was a puppet, Xianxia could control it with a single thought. However, the 9 supremes formation could perfectly accommodate all the flaws of Xianxia's formation. It could be said that under a situation where the opponent's strength far exceeded his own, the 9 supremes formation was the best way to attack and defend. However, the consumption was also abnormally high. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones elixir consumed Xianxia's divine origin energy and the medicinal effects of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones elixir. Therefore, he could still bear such a huge consumption. Otherwise, the 9 Supremes formation would naturally be powerful, but the terrifying power required would also require Xianxia to support it alone. 9 Supremes Demon Subduing Formation. Xianxia's formation was at his fingertips. He had already comprehended a lot of the no-beginning formation. However, if he wanted to fully comprehend the no-beginning formation, he would at least need to reach the Divine Emperor realm. Now, Xianxia could only say that he had comprehended 30% of the no-beginning formation. However, 108,000 formations was just too much for Xianxia. The 9 Supremes Demon Subduing Formation had unleashed the power of the 9 Supremes to the extreme. The second Mansion Master could not resist it at all. The 5 Thunders ritual was also suppressed by the 9 Supremes Demon Subduing Formation. The second Mansion Master retreated step by step and his injuries became more and more serious. His long hair was disheveled and fluttered in the wind. Blood stained the sky. If this goes on, the second Mansion Master will definitely lose. Could it be that my Tongxian mansion is really going to be defeated? This is impossible. This guy is a monster. How could the second Mansion Master lose to him? The second Mansion Master's decline was extremely obvious. Now that Shui Liang and Long Shisan were fighting against the people of Tongxian Mansion again, their aura was greatly suppressed. Lin Yukong, the Great Elder and the others were very passive because they did not know if the second Mansion Master would be defeated. If the second Mansion Master were to lose, they would lose the initiative and become prisoners of war. Who would have thought that their insufferably arrogant Tongxian Mansion would be defeated by an early Hierarch Realm kid? Although the Great Mansion Master was not here, the second Mansion Master and third Mansion Master's strength was not to be underestimated. However, they were still losing and the situation was very dangerous. Die. Xianxia took a step forward and performed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, walking in the void. The 9 Supremes were oppressing and the second Mansion Master was once again besieged by Xianxia. He was forced to retreat with one palm strike. The second Mansion Master had already lost his initial battle intent and was now completely restrained by Xianxia. 9 Supremes returned to 1. Xianxia struck 9 palm strikes in a row and the second Mansion Master was forced to retreat continuously. Blood spurted out from his mouth and he was finally defeated. His face was pale and a little ugly. Because he was heavily injured and could not do anything. The entire Tongxian mansion was in an uproar. They did not know how to describe Xianxia's strength. They did not know how to describe their feelings at that moment because Xianxia had defeated the second Mansion Master and the third Mansion Master. He had defeated the strongest expert of Tongxian Mansion. Their ending would definitely not be good. My man is always the strongest. Yan Qingqing's eyes brightened. Xianxia managed to injure the second Mansion Master with the power of the 9 Supremes. Now, Xianxia's face was pale. Although the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pellet was extremely powerful, the side effect was that his strength was being devoured too much. Even if it was only a part of his divine origin energy, Xianxia would not be able to hold on for long. Yeah, he has never let us down. Wu Ningzhu smiled faintly, calming herself down. At that moment, her heart was at ease. Knowing that he was still alive and safe, she was satisfied. You've lost. Tongxian Mansion must perish. Xianxia looked at the second Mansion Master Lin Leng. You're strong indeed. You've transformed into 9 Supremes. I've never heard of it before. You've surpassed your doppelgangers and are extremely powerful. Looks like I've underestimated you. However, do you really think that you can destroy my Tongxian mansion? You're too naive. The second mansion master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly. Although he had lost, he was not willing to admit that everything was over. You don't have a chance anymore. A loss is a loss. You will die just like your third brother and become an eternal part of history. The profound connection divine palace will also be washed away in the long river of history and eventually be erased. Xianxia said in a deep voice. The second mansion master and Tongxian mansion had long lost their qualification to be strong. Everyone in Tongxian mansion was in danger, but he only cared about his own benefits. The existence of Tongxian mansion was just a pretense for his own benefit. Their goal was to fuse the heaven thunder crystal and the earth fire crystal completely. Only then could their strength be enhanced. And the price was to let the students of Tongxian mansion continue to refine the origin crystal for them for millions of years, providing them with endless origin energy. Is that so? I think it's too early for you to be happy. The second mansion master sneered. His eyes were cold as he looked at the void above the ninth heaven. Do Qing, since you're already here, just come out. Why do you have to wait until the moment of life and death? Could it be that you'll only be satisfied after I die? Jiangchen's eyes narrowed. Everyone's hearts trembled. The second palace master's words made them feel that something was amiss. Ha ha ha, I haven't seen you for so many years, but you're still the same. You still have that indignant look on your face. It's not like I owe you anything. Ha ha ha. A hearty laughter reverberated in the sky. A green-robed figure appeared in the sky. His eyes were like torches as he glanced at the surroundings. He smiled calmly. The azure-robed man was the Do Qing that the second mansion master had mentioned. Battle God clan? Jiangchen frowned. He could already feel the opponent's terrifying aura. This guy's strength was definitely not weaker than the second mansion master. The most terrifying thing was that there were two people behind him. Their strength had actually reached the half-step divine emperor realm. Haha, even an early hierarch realm fella defeated you. Looks like you've really regressed over the years. Do Qing said with a smile. He looked at Jiangchen without any joy or sorrow, because he did not put Jiangchen in his eyes at all. Don't be sarcastic. Do Qing, help me kill this guy first. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied even in my dreams. The second mansion master said in a deep voice. Haha, don't say it if you don't want to say it. But this time, we've gained a lot. Thanks to you for reminding me, the ancestors of our Battle God clan have returned to their homeland. Do Qing smiled faintly, showing that he was a madman. The second mansion master sneered in his heart. If I knew that was the tomb of the immortal execution great emperor, would I have told you? However, at this moment, it was too late to say anything. The only thing they could do now was to kill Jiangchen, the bastard. Otherwise, the second mansion master would not let it go as the third mansion master had already died in Jiangchen's hands. He should be the one who secretly learned our Battle God clan sect guarding treasure, right? Do Qing looked at Jiangchen again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. The people of the Battle God clan prohibited the spread of their clan's secret technique, the Do formation technique. This was also the secret that allowed the Battle God clan to prosper for so many years. Although they could not be compared to the Battle God clan in the ancient times, in the era when countless experts and clans were gradually declining, the Battle God clan relied on the Do formation technique to pass down to this day. It was irreplaceable. Therefore, the people of the Battle God clan attached great importance to the Do formation technique. No one was allowed to learn the Do formation technique. When the Battle God clan got the news, they were quite angry. Even the people of the Battle God clan had died in the hands of Jiangchen several times. This made them even angrier and more hateful towards this guy who secretly learned the Battle God clan's secret technique. At this time, Do Qing's friend, the second mansion master of Tongxian mansion, happened to appear in his sight. It was also because of their relationship that the people of the Battle God clan were able to enter the tomb of the great emperor. In the end, it could be said that the people of the Battle God clan had a great harvest in the tomb of the great emperor. The corpses of the supreme experts of the Battle God clan were of great significance to the Battle God clan. At this moment, they naturally would not let Xianxia go. Moreover, this time, they were helping the people of Tongxian Mansion. It could be said that they were killing two birds with one stone. The Battle God clan would never allow anyone to swindle people under the guise of the Battle God clan. Obviously, he came for Xianxia. The Battle God clan should not have any good things. Xianxia said Lung Lung. You are about to die, but you are still so arrogant and despotic. What a pity. Hee, people like you are destined to die soon. Douqing shook his head and sighed. I am afraid that you do not have the ability to do so. Xianxia and Douqing looked at each other. Both of them were not willing to show weakness. Douqing laughed and the coldness in his eyes became even colder. Arrogant boy, even if the gods come down to earth today, they will not be able to save you. Douqing suddenly released his aura. Terrifying thunder exploded in the clear sky. Countless people at the peak of the void stopped in their tracks. The experts of the Battle God clan were the greatest saviors of their Tongxian mansion. Xianxia, you should just surrender. Humph, otherwise, you will die a graveless death and your soul will be destroyed. At this moment, the second mansion master was getting colder and colder. Since the reinforcements had arrived, why would he be afraid of Xianxia? Could a guy who was struggling at death's door turn the situation around in Tongxian Mansion? What a joke. This bastard actually found such powerful helpers, and there are 3 of them at once. Oh my, 3 half-step divine emperors. This is heaven-defying. Looks like Tongxian Mansion will not be destroyed. Ha ha ha. This is too shocking. Another 3 half-step divine emperors. Our Tongxian Mansion is finally saved. Damn you, Xianxia. So what if you are strong? With the help of the experts of the Battle God clan, let's see how you are going to escape. To the experts of Tongxian Mansion, Xianxia's strength was definitely not satisfactory. Because once Tongxian Mansion falls, they would all scatter. This was their base. If Xianxia failed, it would not affect them at all. Every man for himself. So what if Xianxia was strong? No one hoped that Xianxia would be stronger than them. For half-step divine emperors, 4. Shueliang said with a bitter smile. Shueliang said with a bitter smile. He felt a sense of helplessness and despair. For half-step divine emperors were not something that they could fight against. 1 half-step divine emperor was enough to make them anxious. Moreover, the second master's strength was undeniably strong. Even though Xianxia had defeated the second master, his strength had been greatly reduced. Now that there were 3 experts that were not weaker than the second master, their situation was getting more and more dangerous. Qing Tian, from today onwards, perhaps we will never see each other again. Xianrenji murmured. That kind of despair came from the bottom of her heart. Who could fight against 4 half-step divine emperors at the same time? Even Xianxia could not do it. Even if he could transform into 9, how many of them could he fight against? Xianxia was strong, but what about them? Once Xianxia failed, they would be wiped out mercilessly like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Tongxian Mansion's strength was on par with theirs. Once external forces joined in, they would not stand a chance at all. The appearance of the 3 experts of the Battle God clan gave the second mansion master a boost of confidence. It also made Xianxia and the others' mood fall to the bottom. This kind of strength was not something that Xianxia could turn around and turn the tide. Brother Shersan, Baiyan looked at Long Shersan and said in a low voice. She did not want Long Shersan to die here. However, she could see that the relationship between Long Shersan and He Tu was very good. They were brothers who could go through life and death together. It was absolutely impossible for Long Shersan to leave at this moment. However, she could not change Long Shersan's mind. At this moment, she was struggling in the depths of her heart and it was extremely complicated. If Xianxia is here, I will be here. If Xianxia is not here, I, Long Shersan, will fight till the last moment, even if I die. Long Shersan said coldly. He looked at Xianxia. This was his trust towards his brother. This was his last promise. This was his unwavering determination. Baiyan knew that she could not change the current situation. She would accompany him through thick and thin. that was her thought. As long as she was here, she would not let Longshan fall so easily. The second palace master did not expect the Battle God clan to send out 3 half-step Divine Emperor experts at the same time. Initially, Do Qing was the only one who came to support the Profound Connection Divine Palace. However, there were 3 of them. The second palace master was shocked. If it wasn't for his big brother, the Profound Connection Divine Palace would be helpless in front of the Battle God clan. Brat, your time of death has come. We will take back everything that belongs to the Battle God clan. Do Qing harumphed coldly with a serious expression. He was selfish. He did not believe that Xianxia did not bring anything out from the great emperor's tomb. As long as he killed Xianxia and brought him away, he would definitely get a great harvest. According to Do Tianhuang's report, Xianxia's foundation was very deep. Although he was not an hierarch, he had a lot of things in his hands. Let's see how you are going to defeat me. Xianxia stood proudly, facing the 4 half-step divine emperors. Even though he knew that his chances of survival were slim, he still could not afford to fall down. Because once he fell down, the people behind him would be in danger too. Accept your death. Don't be arrogant in your next life. Do Qing's attack was as fast as lightning, approaching Xianxia. Xianxia held his saber horizontally. Even though he knew that he was no match for Do Qing, he still wanted to fight until the last moment. He turned into 9 Supremes and the 9 Supremes formed a formation to fight against Do Qing. Do Qing's expression changed when he saw the scene. However, he knew how powerful Xianxia's 9 Supremes were. Previously, the second prefecture master was defeated by Xianxia's 9 Supremes. Do Qing's terrifying palm technique was like a bolt from the blue, clashing with Xianxia's 9 Supremes. The heavens and earth trembled, and the wind howled. Xianxia and Do Qing were evenly matched. The mightiness of the 9 Supremes made Do Qing feel pressured, and this was under the condition that Xianxia's strength was still damaged. Although Do Qing had yet to unleash all of his skills, a series of waves surged in his heart. The shock that Xianxia had given him was too great. Everyone, act quickly and suppress this fiend. Do Qing said in a deep voice. The second prefecture master and a half-step divine emperor behind him joined the battle without hesitation. Xianxia was instantly suppressed by the trio's attacks. The might of the 9 Supremes was strong, but it was like a cup of water in the face of 3 half-step divine emperors. Xianxia's strength was greatly restricted, even reduced. It was difficult for the 9 Supremes to display their godly prowess. His situation was getting more and more dangerous. 5 Thunder Sacrificial Rite. Battle God Destructive Strike. The trio continued to press forward. Xianxia's heavenly dragon swords might soared in the sky, shattering the sword in all directions. However, it still could not stop the 3 half-step divine emperors. Xianxia was forced into a passive position. Finally, the 9 Supremes were all repelled. Xianxia also felt powerless. Little Qinzi. Wu Ningzhu bit her red lips and said. She held Yan Qingqing's hand tightly. Both of their hearts were gripped tightly, fearing that Xianxia would be in danger. Little Qinzi, I'm here to help you. Longshan roared. The anger in his heart turned into unparalleled battle intent as he charged towards Do Qing and the others. However, the other half-step divine emperor came forward and repelled Longshan with his unparalleled divine staff. Longshan did not give way at all. Their battle became fiercer and fiercer. The unparalleled divine staff was invincible, but he still could not withstand the might of a half-step divine emperor. Longshan was forced back step by the half-step divine emperor. White Cloud quickly joined in and fought with Longshan against the half-step divine emperor expert of the Battle God clan. However, the opponent was too strong. Longshan was already severely injured and could no longer display his heaven-defying might. Although the unparalleled divine staff and the battle saint technique were unparalleled, the opponent did not give him a chance. If this goes on, although Longshan would not be completely suppressed, it would be impossible for him to save Xianxia. Xianxia's situation was getting more and more dangerous. At this moment, the second palace master turned around and attacked Shui Liang and the others. After all, with the help of the second palace master, the 2 half-step divine emperors were crushing everything in their way. No one could withstand the might of a half-step divine emperor. Perhaps only the 7 heavenly guards of the dragon riders were able to hold their ground. The rest of the people had suffered varying degrees of injuries. At this moment, everyone's life was hanging by a thread. Xianxia was completely pinned down by the 2 half-step divine emperors. The 9 supremes were forced back and merged into one. Under the severe injuries, Xianxia's divine origin energy was not enough to make up for the loss. However, the ones he was most worried about were Long Shisan, Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, Shui Liang, Qianrenji, and those who should not have been involved in this life-and-death battle. Only Long Shisan, Bai Yun, and Shui Liang were able to maintain their condition. However, this time, the second palace master's target was once again Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. Boy, let's see how you are going to save your lovers. Ha ha ha. The second palace master sneered and rushed towards the 2. Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu were severely injured by the second palace master's attack. They were not a match for the second palace master at all. Bastard! Long Shisan rushed towards Xianxia, Wu Ningzhu, and Yan Qingqing. They were the people that little Qinzi cared about the most. If they died, little Qinzi would regret it for the rest of his life. This matter started because of him. Long Shisan would never let anyone hurt them. Get lost. Xianxia looked at this scene silently, but there was nothing he could do. He had tried his best, but the opponent was too strong. If it was the second prefecture master or the third prefecture master, Xianxia wouldn't have been defeated so easily. However, who would have thought that the second prefecture master had called for reinforcements? 3 half-step divine emperors of the Battle God clan. This was even stronger than the Tongxian mansion, at least before the great prefecture master returned. Xianxia was already struggling to move forward, but the situation of Shui Liang and the others was even more dangerous. Xianxia knew that he had to make a decision now. Otherwise, everyone here would be dragged to death, which was not what Xianxia wanted to see. Xianxia was constantly being pushed back by the 2 half-step divine emperors. His face was extremely pale, but he was worried about Long Shisan, Wu Ningzhu, and the others. Otherwise, if he was defeated, everyone here would become history. Damned monkey, run! Xianxia glanced at Long Shisan. Long Shisan also looked at Xianxia and replied, I'm not leaving. If we don't leave, everyone will die. Bring Sister Ning and Qingqing along. Leave now. Xianxia shouted. Long Shisan was slightly stunned. He had mixed feelings. Xianxia's words were filled with helplessness. He knew that Xianxia had tried his best, but the opponent's half-step divine emperor was too strong. They had no chance to turn the situation around. The experts of the Battle God clan had joined in, which was the greatest pressure on them. The second prefecture master was like a fish in the water. The third prefecture master was killed by Xianxia. He would not let anyone off. Want to leave? Can you? Humph, the second mansion lord sneered. He no longer planned to give Long Shisan and the others any chance. This time, he was going straight for Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu, because he knew that these 2 women held an extraordinary position in Xianxia's heart. How could he achieve great things with such sentiments? However, it was impossible for him to achieve anything even if he wanted to. This is the moment. The second mansion master's palm, the extreme 5 thunders, locked onto Wu Ningzhu. Xianxia executed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps and the Great Void technique to the extreme, clashing directly with the second mansion master. He withstood the second mansion master's palm and saved Wu Ningzhu. Little Qinzi. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing cried out in alarm, grabbing Xianxia's hands. Their faces were filled with worry. If Xianxia had been a second slower, Wu Ningzhu might have become a ghost in the hands of the second mansion master. Want to run? You won't have the chance. Doqin shouted angrily and chased after Xianxia. Even he was shocked by the Great Void technique. However, no one expected that Xianxia could block the second mansion master's path with such a ferocious speed. Go. I'll stop them. Xianxia said in a deep voice, staring at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. No, if we leave together. If we die together. Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu said in unison. They would rather die than abandon Xianxia. How can I bear to let you die? Xianxia smiled and sent the 2 of them into the Zulong Tower. At the same time, Qianrenji, Bingyun, and the people of the Lihuan sect were also sent into the Zulong Tower by Jiangchen. No. Little Chenzi, don't. Yan Qingqing's tears fell like rain, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Jiangchen, you bastard. Wu Ningzhu's body trembled and almost fell to the ground. Everyone in the Zulong Tower was looking at this scene. They didn't expect Jiangchen to be so decisive. Damned monkey, don't let me down. Take them away. Jiangchen pushed the Zulong Tower towards Long Shersan at lightning speed. At that moment, Long Shersan's eyes were filled with tears. His bloodshot eyes were constantly enlarging in his pupils. Long Shersan and Jiangchen looked at each other. Jiangchen knew that he would do that. Long Shersan also understood that he had no other choice. If he was alone, he would stay without any hesitation. However, there were still Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing in the Zulong Tower. If he couldn't leave with Jiangchen's will, how could he be considered as Jiangchen's brother? However, if he were to leave now, he would have to bear an unparalleled pressure. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of losing his brother, Jiangchen. Okay. Long Shersan nodded silently. However, he felt that his words were extremely heavy. This was their only chance, and also the time when they had to do this. Shuai Liang glanced at Jiangchen with eyes full of indifference. Did he really make up his mind? Shuai Liang, protect them and leave for me. I can't let them die here with me. Shuai Liang could see the helplessness in Jiangchen's eyes. However, he had no other choice. He wanted to stay and fight side by side with Jiangchen. However, how could Long Shersan resist the waves of attacks from behind Tongshan Mansion? You are the only person that I admire in my life. Shuai Liang looked at Jiangchen. He could leave easily and no one could stop him. With the help of the Zulong Tower, he was at least invincible. With the Great Void technique, he could shake off the half-step divine emperors. However, if he left, the rest of them would all die. Shuai Liang and Long Shersan suddenly looked back at Jiangchen and left resolutely. The 7 dragon-riding heavenly guards guarded their backs, but the second mansion master and Do Qing were still chasing after them, not giving them a chance to escape. Killing Jiangchen alone was not enough to dispel the hatred in his heart. If you want to escape, you will have to see if I will let you escape. The second mansion master's eyes were as sharp as swords. He waved his hand and Lin Yukong and the great elder followed. Long Shersan and Shuai Liang were surrounded by enemies. Soul-snatching divine technique, soul-killing soul. Jiangchen's mind moved and the Emperor Realm's soul burst out in an instant. Even the 4 half-step divine emperors were shocked and quickly retreated. Jiangchen's soul ripple was like a storm. Lin Yukong, the great elder, and the other late hierarch realm elders were all severely injured. Their soul fire was dying. Hundreds of experts below the mid-hierarch realm were all killed by Jiangchen's soul-killing soul. Their souls were extinguished and the 100 experts died in an instant. However, Jiangchen had used up too much of his sovereign realm soul this time. Because he had just killed 100 venerables. It was a terrifying scene. A terrifying spiritual storm once again shocked the 4 half-step divine emperors. Such a terrifying soul power. If I wasn't prepared, I would have suffered serious injuries. Do Qing took a deep breath and could not believe the scene in front of him. Of course, the one with the darkest expression was the second mansion master. Hundreds of hierarch realm experts were killed. In other words, none of the inner mansion experts of Tongshan Mansion were spared. The mentors and elders were all killed by Jiangchen except for a few late hierarch realm elders. They thought that Jiangchen was already extremely weak. Who would have thought that he could instantly kill hundreds of hierarch realm experts with his sudden burst of power? It was absolutely horrifying and shocking. Those divine king realm experts were shocked speechless at this moment. Jiangchen could kill them as easily as taking something out of his pocket. Is this the power of a peerless expert that stands above the 9 heavens? As for him, he was just a student of Tongshan Mansion 100 years ago. Jiangchen's attitude of being above the 9 heavens made everyone tremble. Jiangchen. No, Yan Qingqing screamed with all her might. Her face was covered in blood and tears. When she saw the scene in the Zulong Tower, she had already cried her eyes out. Jiangchen had turned the tide and brought everyone into the Zulong Tower. He asked Long Shan and Shui Liang to send them away. However, at this moment, her heart seemed to have fallen together with Jiang Chen. Wu Ningzhu was the same. She fell into the Zulong Tower and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale and her eyes were filled with despair. Sister Ning. Yan Qingqing held Wu Ningzhu's hand. The despair in the two women's heart was different. They were both depending on each other. Jiang Chen's current situation was even more painful than death to them. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Why did this happen? Since I met little Chenzi again, why are you so unfair? Why? Wu Ningzhu's heart-wrenching voice made everyone feel the same way. That kind of sadness infected everyone. Bing Yun and Qian Renji felt the same way. Wu Ningzhu had been waiting for this moment for so long. However, they met in a hurry and left in a hurry. Time passed quickly and they parted in a hurry. No one could feel the despair in their hearts. They would rather be the one who fell than to see Jiang Chen bear everything alone. After losing the ancestral dragon pagoda, he had lost his last means to save his life. He had left the hope of survival to everyone else, but he was the only one who had embarked on a path of no return. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Do you think you're a hero? Jiang Chen, I will never forgive you. I will never. Yan Qingqing roared furiously. However, she could not change the despair and sadness in her heart. The last scene they saw was Jiang Chen being crushed by the 4 half-step divine emperors. His injuries were getting worse and worse. Even though he had used the 9 Supremes transformation, he could not resist the overwhelming momentum of the 4 half-step divine emperors. However, Jiang Chen was determined to hold everyone back. He even used his life to resist the attacks of the second mansion master and Do Qing without hesitation. Jiang Chen said that the pills you guys took were not poisonous. It was just a smokescreen. I hope you guys will take care of yourselves in the future. Qian Renji said in a low voice. She was also extremely sad. Jiang Chen rushed forward for them. Even a divine emperor expert might not be able to defeat the 4 half-step divine emperors easily. Jiang Chen's chances of survival were extremely slim. There was not even the slightest bit of hope left. Those elders of the Lihuan sect who were severely injured looked at each other. They had been scheming and plotting their whole lives. However, they never thought that they would be fooled by a brat in the end. However, at this moment, there was no resentment in their hearts. There was only admiration for Jiang Chen. It meant that Jiang Chen did not really want to take their lives. For them, it was like a dream. It seems like we have underestimated Jiang Chen. Han Qianxia sighed. He did not have the ability to save Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's greatness made them admire him for their whole life. Long Shan and Shui Liang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They could only watch as Jiang Chen was mercilessly attacked. However, they could not do anything because they had to send Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, and the others away. In this way, Jiang Chen would be able to stop the 4 half-step divine emperors. Otherwise, they would only die in front of so many people. It was supposed to be a bloody battle of life and death. However, the 3 great experts of the Battle God clan had obstructed them, causing them to fail. Of course, this could not be blamed on anyone. It could only mean that this second mansion master was too sinister and cunning. The Tongxian mansion unexpectedly invited other people to help them. What they did was extremely stupid. Long Shan's eyes were bloodshot. He had come together with Jiang Chen and entered the divine world. They had met each other several times, but it was difficult for them to be together. They spent less time together than they were apart. They cultivated on their own. However, he did not expect that he would personally send his brother to his death. Long Shan's heart was filled with anger and despair. However, he had to do what Jiang Chen said. He could not continue making mistakes. This is not your fault. Brother Shan, don't blame yourself. Bai Yun said in a low voice. If it wasn't for my stubbornness, if it wasn't for my overestimation of my abilities, perhaps today's scene would not have happened. Long Shan's breathing was heavy and rapid. Bai Yun saw the determination in his eyes. Her heart was filled with worry. Shui Liang, take care of them for me. I can't watch Jiang Chen disappear in front of me. Long Shan said in a deep voice. But, Shuiliang's face tightened. At this moment, Longshan rushed out without hesitation toward the Tongxian mansion, which was already like a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. However, before Longshan could get too far, Baiyin attacked him from behind. She directly used a secret technique to knock Longshan unconscious. You. Shuiliang looked at Baiyin in shock. Baiyin shook her head and murmured, I'm sorry, Brother Shan. I can't watch you die. Perhaps this is also because Xianxia does not want you to bear the burden with him. Shuiliang remained silent because he did not know what to say. Longshan should not turn back. Xianxia used his life to exchange for their safety. If he turned back without taking responsibility, it would be a waste of Xianxia's kind intentions. Most importantly, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were still in danger. If he turned back, it would mean that he did not fulfill Xianxia's promise. I know that you'll blame me when you wake up, but I won't hesitate because even if you go back, it's useless. With your current strength, you won't be able to fight against 4 half-divine emperors. Baiyun's words were true. But she knew that with Longshan's character, he would never forgive her when he woke up. But being alive was far more important than that. Xianxia had used his life and death situation to exchange for their chance to live, resisting the attacks of the 4 half-step divine emperors. How tragic was that? Xianxia was on the brink of death just for this chance to live. If it was Xianxia, he would never allow Dragon Shan to do that. Longshan had already fainted. No one knew what he would do when he woke up. But at this moment, Baiyun could not allow him to continue doing stupid things. All of this was exchanged with Xianxia's life. Hey too, I will always remember you. Baiyun turned around and left. Shuiliang and Longshan quickly left the Tongxian mansion. Puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Xianxia's mouth. His body was in a terrible state. His strength had been greatly damaged. He couldn't use the 9 venerables anymore. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. All he could do was to keep retreating to buy time for Dragon Shan and Wu Ningzhu to escape. In the end, he used the soul exterminating technique, but it weakened him to the extreme. Currently, it was difficult for him to make any progress in terms of strength or soul realm. Xianxia was struggling to stand with his sword. He knelt down on one knee and his face was pale. He had already expected this scene. No matter how strong he would not be a match for the 4 half-step divine emperors. Even the Zulong Tower, his last resort, was gone. Xianxia had no way out now. However, he had no choice but to do so. If he could not even protect his lover and brother, then what was the point of cultivating? Xianxia never thought that he had done anything wrong. On the contrary, this was his style. Although Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing might blame him, he had no other choice. You are truly courageous and extremely righteous. Ha ha ha, looks like I have really underestimated you. You would rather use your death to exchange for your beloved and your brother. Even I am a little touched by this. Douqing smiled and looked at Xianxia. At this moment, Tongxian Mansion was in a mess. Although everyone managed to escape, they only had one target, Xianxia. As long as he was still alive, they would not lose the battle. It's not that easy to kill me. There are many people who want me dead. Who do you think you are? Xianxia stretched out his finger and gently wiped off the blood on the heavenly dragon sword. His cold eyes shone with a radiance as if he was facing death calmly. It was a battle with his back to the river. A fighter is a hero. Even if he were to die, he would drag someone down with him. You're still so stubborn when you're at death's door. If you hand over the inheritance of the immortal execution great sovereign, I might leave you with a whole corpse. Douqing said coldly. You're dreaming. Xianxia shook his head and looked at Douqing as though he was looking at an idiot. Good, good, good. Second master, if we don't kill him, we won't be able to quench our hatred. Douqing's words made the second master solemn. What he wanted was Xianxia's immortal execution's inheritance. However, this fella also wanted to snatch it away from him. The second master had made a mistake by telling them about the great sovereign's tomb, allowing them to find their ancestor. However, they were still not satisfied. These fellas obviously coveted the profound connection divine palace. If it wasn't for his big brother, they would have already taken action against the profound connection divine palace. The power of a divine emperor expert was not to be trifled with. Even the battle god clan did not dare to ignore it. There was a huge difference between a half-step divine emperor and a divine emperor. A divine emperor expert could be called a peerless almighty, but a half-step divine emperor was nothing in front of a divine emperor expert. This was also the reason why the second master had been refining the heavenly lightning crystal for thousands of years. As long as he could fuse with the heavenly lightning crystal, he would have the chance to break through to the divine emperor realm. A divine emperor expert was the true almighty of the heavens and earth. Only a divine emperor expert was qualified to be called a peerless supreme expert. Now that his big brother was traveling around the world, Xianxia Mansion was much weaker than the battle god clan. After all, they were in a disadvantageous position. Moreover, they had Do Qing's help this time to save Xianxia Mansion. Otherwise, Xianxia might really destroy Xianxia Mansion. Brat, your time has come to an end. The second master took the lead and kept pressuring Xianxia. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, putting up his last resistance. Sword shadows kept striking out, but he was forced to retreat again and again. Failure was not scary. What was scary was that after failing, he would never be able to stand up again. Battle god broken military strike. Do Qing struck again. Xianxia did not have any means to defend himself. The four of them kept pushing him back. Xianxia gritted his teeth. His will was still holding on, but he could not hold on for much longer. Let's try everything we can. Eastern Emperor Bell, it's all up to you now. Xianxia did not have any other way. The Zulong Tower was taken away by Long San in order to save Xianxia. Now that he was trapped, he could not even save himself. He could only place his hope on the Eastern Emperor Bell. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell had lost the Great Emperor's aura, it was still a true peerless emperor weapon. It was even better than the Cold River Stone. The Eastern Emperor Bell was the most terrifying divine weapon in the immemorial era. The Eastern Emperor Taiyu was also one of the top rulers of that era. Xianxia placed his hope on the Eastern Emperor Bell. It was a desperate gamble because he really had no other way. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, God-sealing prohibition. Xianxia wanted to give it a try. However, the four half-step divine emperors' expressions changed. Because Xianxia's Eastern Emperor Bell was too tough. Even though it did not have the aura of a billion years ago, the Eastern Emperor Bell still managed to block their attacks. After all, it was a great emperor divine weapon from a billion years ago. Xianxia was delighted. The heavens did not want him dead. As long as he was not killed, there was still hope for him to live. Xianxia took a deep breath. At this moment, the life in his heart that was about to extinguish was reignited. What treasure is this? How can it be so tough? Do Qing was in disbelief. The four half-step divine emperors could not even leave a mark on Xianxia's divine bell. Xianxia did not come out at all. It would be extremely difficult for them to kill Xianxia in the divine bell. I don't know. But such a terrifying divine bell should not be an ordinary item. The second palace lord said. His eyes lit up. Xianxia really has a lot of treasures. He's like a moving treasure vault. Of course, he thought that these divine weapons and treasures were obtained from the tomb of the immortal execution great emperor. After a round of bombardment, they still could not break Xianxia's divine bell. At this moment, Do Qing and the rest were furious. Force him into the lightning-gathering peak. My big brother has set up the soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation there. I have my ways to force him into it. Do Qing and the other two nodded. They continued to force Xianxia to retreat. Although they could not break the defense of the divine bell, Xianxia's strength was already extremely weak. It was not easy for him to withstand the power of the divine bell. Xianxia retreated step by step and was finally forced into the lightning-gathering peak, everyone exclaimed. Xianxia was forced into the lightning-gathering peak. At this moment, the lightning-gathering peak was filled with violent storms and lightning. This was a peerless formation created by the great palace lord to suppress the heavenly lightning. The means of a divine emperor was not something an ordinary person could compare to. In the lightning-gathering peak, lightning surged and the formation was formed. It was like the end of the world. Do Qing and the other two paled. Xianxia has failed in the end. Bai Ying sighed, as if he had already expected this to happen. Even though Xianxia was extremely powerful, he was still alone while his opponents were a few half-step divine emperors. Experts of such strength were way above them. Bai Ying had a deep relationship with Xianxia, but he could only sigh helplessly at this moment. Xianxia, you're right. You're right. Gu Malu's face was gloomy. He had a good relationship with Xianxia, but what could he do? He couldn't help Xianxia at all. The person he once respected had grown to a level that they couldn't even hope to catch up to. However, it was also because of this that the battle with Tongxian Mansion ended up like this. All of this is like a dream. Is Xianxia really going to die like this? Gu Malu said with a bitter expression. It's fine if he's defeated. People who overestimate themselves will not last long. An expert needs to endure and not be arrogant to the end. He has forgotten his own strength and identity. If it wasn't for Tongxian Mansion, how could he have achieved so much? In the end, he turned the tables on us. This kind of person is a wolf cub that can't be tamed. It's normal for him to have a taste of failure. It's just that we've misjudged him in the beginning. What can he achieve by deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors? You're just an early hierarch realm cultivator, yet you dare to have such an overconfident thought. It's just a fantasy to think that you can overthrow the profound connection divine palace that has existed for thousands of years. This is a bloody lesson. One should be realistic and take one step at a time to reach the peak. Bai Ying and Gu Malu both turned their heads to look. At this moment, Yu Chenglong was standing with his hands behind his back, silently watching this scene. He did not make a move earlier. His appearance at this moment shocked Bai Ying and Gu Malu. However, his strength had already broken through to the hierarch realm. Brother Yu, congratulations. It's a pity that Brother Jiang died just like that. He really shouldn't have done that. Bai Ying said helplessly. He was quite shocked to see that Yu Chenglong had broken through to the hierarch realm. Although Jiangchen was wrong and may have betrayed Tongxian Mansion, he did save us. Gu Malu frowned slightly as he glanced at Yu Chenglong. Yu Chenglong's words were filled with sarcasm, which made him rather puzzled. Jiangchen was indeed in the wrong first, but that couldn't cover up the fact that he had once saved their lives. Gu Malu had a knot in his heart. His senior brother Yu, who was incomparably arrogant and cold in his heart, seemed to be worlds apart from the current him. His strength had indeed broken through, but he felt that Yu Chenglong's breadth of mind had become even narrower. Everyone had their own goals. Gu Malu was not the kind of cultivator who worked hard to rise to the top, but he was a person who strived hard to achieve his goals. At least from his point of view, Yu Chenglong's sarcasm made him feel very uncomfortable. He was not qualified to judge the world. His strength was similar to Jiangchen's, but it was impossible for him to do such an earth-shattering thing. Even if he died, it would be worth it. Without him, we wouldn't have been killed by the 4 Jiang brothers so easily. You've underestimated the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Mansion. Even though I'm the only one left among the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Mansion. The hierarch realm is just my starting point. There's still a long way to go in the future. Jiangchen only has himself to blame. The profound connection divine palace is our greatest cultivation treasure. What will we get if he destroys it? What will we get? He's like a monkey who doesn't know how to be satisfied. His greed is insatiable, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. In the end, he harmed others and himself, yet he still claimed to be a hero. In fact, he was the one who dragged everyone down with him. He must have found his conscience to be able to fight in the end. Yu Chenglong smiled indifferently and said calmly. Bai Ying did not say anything, but Gu Malu sneered with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Brother Yu, you didn't say that when Jiangchen won the Outer Mansion's first place. Everyone makes mistakes, but I don't agree with what you said. A person should leave something for the world while he's alive. Maybe he will die, but he will always live in my heart. Although Jiangchen was defeated, it was still honorable because the ones who defeated him were none other than the 4 great experts of the half-step divine emperor scripture. Can you do it? Gu Malu's question made Yu Chenglong snort coldly, but he was speechless. Can you do it? Gu Malu obviously did not dare to say that he was stronger than Jiangchen. It was just that Jiang Chen was more arrogant, and he would not follow in his footsteps. So what if he's strong? Isn't he still going to be defeated by Tongxian Mansion and killed by the second mansion master and the others? A dead man is like an extinguished lamp. I want to see how he'll be able to do anything now that he's on his last breath. All of this was caused by himself. If he didn't do it, he wouldn't have died. Yu Chenglong said coldly. He was extremely dissatisfied with Gu Maolu, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Brother Yu, it's really worth congratulating you for making another breakthrough in your strength. However, there's one thing I don't understand. Sister Zhu is Wu Ningzhu, and the person she's been searching for is Jiang Chen. Don't tell me you don't know about this? You only appeared when she was captured by the second mansion master. You're really unpredictable. Gu Maolu said faintly. Don't think that I don't dare to touch you, Gu Maolu. You're too daring. Killing you now is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. You have no idea how terrifying the strength of a hierarch realm expert is. Yu Chenglong's face was filled with killing intent as he stared at Gu Maolu. Gu Maolu's heart sank, but he did not back down. Brother Yu, please calm down. Little Gu is just worried about Jiang Chen. He's our savior after all. No matter what, I'm still a little reluctant to let him go. My heart is filled with sympathy, and it's inevitable that my words are inappropriate. Brother Yu, please don't lower yourself to his level. Buying smiled and tried to smooth things over. I hope you won't say the same thing next time. Some people are dead, some are still alive, and some have to accept reality. After Yu Chenglong spoke, he turned around and left. Buying heaved a sigh of relief. He glared at Gu Maolu. Didn't you respect Brother Yu a lot in the past? Why are you so stupid now? Why are you arguing with Brother Yu? Is there any meaning to it? If it wasn't for the past, he would have already attacked you. I don't believe that he doesn't know anything about Sister Zhu and Jiang Chen. Gu Maolu said in a deep voice. Be careful of your loose lips. Shut up. Buying shouted. Actually, you already have the answer in your heart. You just don't want to believe it. But that's how people are born. On the long road of cultivation, who would care about those details? The strong are the ones who will write the history of this world. Millions of years later, when you stand at the peak and look down on all living things, those things that no one knows about or have once sighed with emotion will no longer be important. Buying said. He's no longer the Brother Yu that I respected in the past. He's the only one left of the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace. At least Qianlong died a worthy death, at least Xiaoqinglong's death was not unjust. However, he's no longer one of the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace that I admire. Even though his strength is no longer what it used to be. Gu Maolu said with extreme disappointment. People will always change because of power, because of strength, because of emotions, because of living. Damn it. Jiang Chen's face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, he was trapped under the thunder-gathering peak by the second prefecture master, Do Qing and the others. The heavenly lightning surged and the formation was self-contained. The soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation was used to suppress the heavenly lightning. However, Jiang Chen was forced into it and there was no way for him to escape. After all, this formation was set up by a divine emperor realm expert to trap the heavenly lightning. Jiang Chen's strength was too much weaker than his. Although Jiang Chen could use the no-beginning formation to gradually evolve it, he still could not erase the might of the formation left by a divine emperor realm expert. I'd like to see if you can break through this formation. Ha ha ha, the closer you get to the center of the formation, the more violent the power of the lightning. Even a divine emperor realm expert might not be able to withstand it. The second prefecture master said with a laugh. Is this formation really that powerful? Do Qing asked doubtfully. This was set up by my big brother in the past to trap the lightning origin energy. You should know how strong he is. There aren't many people who can escape from him. It's absolutely safe to be suppressed by the soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation. The second prefecture master said with a proud face. Do Qing silently nodded. Back then, the profound connection divine palace had been insufferably arrogant and stood above Fengyin County. Countless veteran experts were unconvinced, but in the end, they were all suppressed by the great palace master. From this, one could see how powerful the great palace master was. Since it's a formation left behind by the first prefecture master, I'm relieved. Does Xianxia still have a chance to live? Douqing continued to ask. Brother Dou, you don't have to worry about this, do you? Haha, of course I won't let him die so easily. Otherwise, how would I explain the death of my third brother? Humph, I'll torture him for 10,000 years and then send him to the land of 10,000 souls and bones. The second mansion master said with a gloomy expression. At this moment, Douqing was at a loss because he had no reason to stay any longer. Xianxia had been suppressed by the soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation, but they still wanted to obtain the inheritance of great sovereign immortal execution. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent 3 half-step divine emperors to help the profound connection divine palace get through this crisis. Although they were friends, they were just making use of each other. They had yet to acknowledge each other. To put it bluntly, they were just scheming against each other. The one who could laugh in the end would naturally be the one who laughs the best. Although Tangshan Mansion had suffered heavy losses, as long as the first mansion master was still around, Tangshan Mansion would not fall. Only they knew what a divine emperor meant. As long as the mountain was still there, it wouldn't be a problem for the sun to be dyed red with blood. A divine emperor was enough to change many things. In this prefecture, a divine emperor was already a top-notch existence. Even the Battle God clan, which was an ancient divine clan, wouldn't be willing to offend a divine emperor expert. Alright, since the second mansion master has said so, we can leave with peace of mind. Douqing smiled faintly and the second mansion master heaved a sigh of relief. He was most afraid that Douqing wouldn't leave. Then, he would be in a difficult situation. Yue was still around, but he wasn't in Tangshan Mansion after all. It was impossible for him to be a match for them. Fortunately, they knew when to advance and retreat. They didn't intend to stay in Tangshan Mansion any longer. This time, the Battle God clan has sent out 3 half-step divine emperors. I'm very grateful for that. However, I think Brother Dou's purpose is more than that, right? The second mansion master asked. You're right. If it's just to help you, I alone can do it. However, something big has happened in the West Pole Divine region. It's said that it's related to our ancestor. So, we followed the order of our clan master and went to investigate. Douqing said. What's the matter that made the Battle God clan send out 3 half-step divine emperors? Seems like my guess is right. The second mansion master frowned and said in surprise. It's said that a reincarnated living Buddha has been born in the West Pole Divine region. The ancestor of our Battle God clan died in the hands of those old bald donkeys in the West Pole Divine region. This time, we can't just stand by and watch. Moreover, it's said that even the Great Laying Temple was shaken. The entire West Pole Divine region has become extremely turbulent. In the end, it should be the birth of a rare treasure. Otherwise, it's impossible for Brother Dou to travel thousands of miles. The second mansion master said with a smile. Second mansion master is indeed wise. It's said that a god-suppressing monument has appeared in the West Pole Divine region. That's why experts from all over have come to fight for it. Douqing did not hide anything from the second mansion master and said bluntly. God-suppressing monument? What's that? Obviously, the second mansion master did not know much about the god-suppressing monument. It's a precious treasure of the Great Laying Temple of the West Pole Divine region. It's said that it's comparable to the Great Emperor Divine Weapon of the ancient times. Moreover, it's the birth of a living Buddha. It also means that the West Pole Divine region will face a great calamity. Douqing's expression was serious and meticulous. A divine object like the god-suppressing monument could only be known by those who possessed the heritage of a great clan or those who had existed since ancient times. It could definitely make one tremble in fear. The birth of a living Buddha. Isn't it a good thing for the Great Laying Temple? Why would it become a calamity? The second mansion master said doubtfully. You're thinking too simply. Do you think that the West Pole Divine region is still the West Pole Divine region of the past? There are countless Buddhas and Arhats who have their own way of doing things. Do you think that the living Buddha is still a great deterrent? The West Pole Divine region can be said to be in a state of disunity. It used to be the base camp of Mahavairokkana. However, since the immemorial war, the West Pole Divine region has been devastated. Now, all the experts want to obtain the living Buddha. They want to threaten the living Buddha to command the other Buddhas. Therefore, whether it's the appearance of the God-suppressing monument or the reincarnation of the living Buddha, it's not a good thing for the West Pole Divine region. A great war is likely to happen. Doqing said in a low voice. It seems that I have underestimated the West Pole Divine region. I have to say that the Battle God clan is indeed an ancient great clan. They are still very sensitive about such things. Hee hee. The second mansion master said with a smile and gave a thumbs up to Doqing. This trip to the West Pole Divine region is a long and arduous one. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many half-step divine emperors. This time, the most important thing for us to go to the West Pole Divine region is to find the mystery of the death of our ancient ancestor. Doqing said in a righteous manner. If that's the case, I won't keep you any longer. Brother Do, when my big brother comes back, he will definitely come to the Battle God clan to express his gratitude. The second palace master had already asked him to leave. Doqing was truly speechless. Wasn't this guy burning the bridge after crossing the river a little too fast? They haven't even left yet and the second master has already started to attack. Doqing was too lazy to care about it. He could see that the second master was afraid that he might have some bad intentions. If that's the case, how could he turn this situation around alone? Second master, you're on your own now. It's not right to measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. We shall not stay any longer. Farewell. Doqing said. All right, Brother Do. We shall meet again. I shall assist you in your triumphant return. The second master nodded. Doqing had no choice but to leave. The second master's words were so obvious, there was no need for him to stay any longer. In fact, Doqing already had a plan. Since the second master was burning the bridge after crossing the river and they were in a hurry, there was no need for them to stay any longer. Xianxia was suppressed in the soul-devouring thunderbolt ceiling formation. He was on the verge of death at this moment. Most importantly, the second master was afraid that Doqing would ask for a share of the loot. Moreover, he wanted to use this opportunity to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. He did not want Doqing and the others to disturb him. The origin of heavenly lightning in the lightning-gathering peak was almost fused. He was waiting for this moment to break through to the Divine Emperor realm like his elder brother. At that time, the prestige of Tongxian Mansion would rise once again. After Doqing left, the second master appeared on the lightning-gathering peak once again. Xianxia's breath was extremely weak at this moment. However, the second master would not let him die. The soul-devouring thunderbolt ceiling formation would suppress Xianxia, but it would not kill him. He wanted to take his soul and torture him slowly. Now, you're at your wit's end. I shall take your soul now. Accept the reality, Xianxia. You shouldn't have made me your enemy. The second prefecture master sneered. The soul-devouring thunder ceiling formation laid down by a Divine Emperor realm expert was too powerful. Although Xianxia managed to escape, he couldn't break out with his own strength. Bastard, fight me to the death if you have the guts. Xianxia shouted in a deep voice, his voice reverberated around the thunder-gathering peak. The second mansion master found it even more ridiculous. You are simply not qualified to fight with me. If the current me wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Second master said arrogantly. That was indeed the case. Currently, on the lightning-gathering peak, the second master moved his palm and lightning flashed, continuously striking towards Xianxia. The terrifying strength of the lightning was no weaker than his own heavenly thunder, it might even be stronger. Xianxia was incomparably shocked. Could it be that the heavenly thunder was connected to this invisible heavenly thunder? In this thunder-gathering peak, it could be said that there should be an extraordinary heavenly lightning sealed within. Let's see who can stand against me when I break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Ha ha ha. Just stay here. Without the power of the Divine Emperor realm, it's impossible to break out of this formation. Xianxia, I will let you be bombarded by this supreme heavenly thunder. The second palace master roared. With a wave of his hand, bolts of heavenly lightning descended from the formation. Xianxia's face was extremely solemn. After countless attempts, he knew that his strength was not enough to break out of this soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation. The power of a divine emperor was not to be underestimated. Although his strength had recovered a little, Xianxia could feel that it was impossible to break out of the formation even if he recovered all of his strength. This fella, could it be that he wants to break through to the divine emperor realm with the help of the heavenly thunder source? Xianxia said in a low voice. He already had a slight understanding in his heart. The heavenly lightning that he thought would definitely injure him had instead become the pure lightning energy that Xianxia cultivated, allowing him to recover his strength faster. However, at this moment, even Xianxia did not expect a white lightning dragon to descend from the sky in the thunder-gathering peak. Its disdainful dragon eyes flickered with endless murderous intent. The domineering aura that stood above all life made Xianxia's heart palpitate. Xianxia knitted his brows, but in the next moment, he was completely devoured by the white lightning dragon. It was too powerful. The feeling of invincibility made Xianxia feel powerless. His defenses were destroyed by the lightning dragon in an instant, and his life was almost extinguished in an instant. It was a power that Xianxia could not stop. In a mountain 10,000 miles away from Tongxian Mansion, Lan Shisan's face was covered in frost when he woke up. The first person he saw when he opened his eyes was Baiyun. If it wasn't for you saving me, you would be dead by now. Lan Shisan said in a low voice as he stared at Baiyun. His cold expression caused Baiyun's heart to tremble. Lan Shisan's coldness was the kind that pushed people 1,000 miles away, causing Baiyun's heart to clench. She had already expected that Lan Shisan would reject her, but she did not expect it to be so intense. His coldness and disdain made Baiyun feel extremely hurt. Don't tell me you don't understand Xianxia's good intentions at all? Baiyun's face was wrinkled as if she had suffered a great grievance. However, this was completely ineffective against Lan Shisan. He was even unwilling to look at Baiyun with his own eyes. Lan Shisan did not say a word as he turned around and left. Do you really not want to see me? Baiyun bit her lip as she spoke, the sorrow in her heart overflowing. She had risked her life twice to save him, causing the origin energy in her body to grow weaker and weaker. Yet, all she got in return was such a cold treatment from Lan Shisan. I don't know you. Lan Shisan stopped and said faintly. His calm words were the biggest mockery and hurt to Baiyun. Baiyun hugged her slender shoulders, squatted on the ground and wept indifferently. Bingyun and Qianrenji couldn't help but comfort her. This innocent and pure little girl was treated so coldly by Lan Shisan. It was really unbearable. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing remained silent, gazing at the rising sun in the east. If Xianxia died, their hearts would certainly be buried in the divine world. Whether I live or die, I will bring little Qinzi back. I will. Lan Shisan turned around and left without any hesitation. He didn't even turn his head back. Knowing Baiyun was like meeting a stranger. You don't have the right to decide my life or death. Lan Shisan looked at Baiyun. That moment of coldness was something Baiyun didn't want to see again in her life. Because at that moment, her heart seemed to have died. Lan Shisan had decided everything. His heart was filled with sorrow. He could feel that Xianxia's breath was extremely weak and intermittent. However, he knew that Xianxia wasn't dead yet. However, when Lan Shisan was about to return to Tongxian Mansion with the Zulong Tower in his hand, the radiance above the Zulong Tower disappeared instantly. This meant that Xianxia's breath had disappeared, and the connection between the Zulong Tower and Xianxia had been cut off. Lan Shisan's heart instantly sank to the bottom. No, little Qinzi, no. This isn't true. Bastard, come out and face your death. Your grandfather, Lan Shisan, I'm back. A voice that shook the 9 mountains reverberated in the sky above Tongxian Mansion. Silhouettes appeared one after another, staring at the proud figure in the void. They were extremely shocked. Lan Shisan actually came back? What gave him the confidence to come back to Tongxian Mansion? This was no different from digging his own grave. Does this guy want to die? Humph, he really doesn't know his place. Previously, he ran away dejectedly. Now, he came back to Tongxian Mansion recklessly. Isn't it good to be alive? TSK, he still wants to get back at Tongxian Mansion? What a fool's dream. Since he has returned to Tongxian Mansion, he is destined to stay here forever. The second mansion master will not let him go. Does this guy really think that he is Xianxia? Even Xianxia, that monstrous genius, was killed by the second mansion master under the pressure of 4 half-step deity emperors. What about him? The appearance of Xianxia once again attracted the attention of everyone in Tongxian Mansion. Xianxia was defeated and Xianxia and the others ran away. They thought that this matter had come to an end. However, they did not expect that there would be another wave of trouble. Xianxia's figure stood in the void like a sharp knife. His cold eyes were staring at Tongxian Mansion. However, no one noticed that Xianxia's body was trembling slightly. The light of Zulong Tower had disappeared, which meant that Xianxia was dead. Xianxia's last bit of hope had been extinguished. He had already guessed it, but he still could not believe it. Because Xianxia had escaped from death time and time again, Xianxia was full of hope for Xianxia. However, at this moment, even the light of Zulong Tower had dimmed. That meant that Xianxia's life was completely gone. Otherwise, why would Xianxia be connected to Zulong Tower? Xianxia didn't expect that his wrong decision would cause his closest brother to pay with his life. The result of his staking everything on one throw had harmed others and himself. Because he wanted to kill the second mansion lord too much. No one knew how the second mansion lord had treated him after 100 years of torture. That kind of pain had tortured Xianxia for 100 years. What reason did he have not to risk his life for the second mansion lord? Xianxia had thousands of thoughts in his mind. He had thought of the final outcome, but he had never expected that Xianxia would die. They would fail at the last moment. Although they had killed the third mansion lord, the second mansion lord was still alive. This made Xianxia extremely angry and regretful. If he hadn't been impulsive, he wouldn't have made such a big mistake. He knew that he didn't dare to look at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. He was afraid to see their eyes filled with despair. Xianxia's heart would be condemned even more. Everyone would blame him, but not Xianxia. Xianxia was his life and death brother. This was the Xianxia in his heart. But what could he do? His hands were trembling unceasingly. Xianxia's breath had already been cut off. He was killed by the second mansion lord, and more importantly, by himself. However, he wanted to kill the second mansion lord. Even if he had to pay with his life, he wouldn't hesitate. Xianxia's heart was in a dilemma. His anger soared to the sky. His breath had already reached its peak. Today, he wanted to use his blood to dye the 9 heavens red. He wanted to use the second mansion lord's soul as a sacrifice to Xianxia. I didn't expect that you would dare to come back. I'm really surprised that you came back. The second mansion lord's eyes lit up when he saw Xianxia appear in the sky. He had originally thought that Xianxia would never return after escaping. However, he hadn't expected that this guy would dare to come back. In that case, he wouldn't let him escape this time, no matter what. Bastard, Xianxia, has been killed by you. Xianxia took a deep breath. His eyes were burning with anger, causing the second mansion lord to furrow his brows. Who do you think you are, kid? Do you think that you alone can fight me? Don't tell me you've forgotten the lesson from before? Even without you, Xianxia wouldn't have lived for long. He was seeking his own death by becoming my enemy. Not long ago, you fled in defeat. Now that you've returned, could it be that you've decided to become my spirit beast? Hee, a wise man submits to circumstances. It seems like you're quite sensible. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you when you become my spiritual beast in the future. The day I break through to the Divine Emperor realm will be the day you follow me and make a name for yourself," said the second mansion lord with a smile. It was as if he could already see his unfettered, unrivaled, and lonely self. "I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to little Qinzi. Bastard, give me your life." Xianxia's roar was like thunder, rolling across the sky. Xianxia held the unparalleled divine staff in his hand and fought against the second mansion lord. The battle saint technique and the shadows of the staff filled the sky. At this moment, Xianxia was fighting to his death. He didn't have the slightest desire to live. He had placed all his hopes on the unparalleled divine staff in his hand. At this moment, even the second mansion lord's expression changed. Xianxia's attack was too strong. It was like a different person compared to before. This fella's battle saint technique was as if he didn't care about his own life. He charged towards the second mansion lord with the battle saint technique. The shadows of the staff danced in the sky, causing the sky to change color. With a spurt of energy, the second mansion lord fell into a passive position. He didn't expect Long Shersan to be so decisive. What's worse was that every time Long Shersan attacked, Long Shersan did not give him any leeway. Long Shersan's aim was to kill the second mansion lord in one fell swoop. Death was the scariest thing. The power of the battle saint technique was fully exerted. Even though the second master was a half-step divine emperor, he had no choice but to go all out. Although his strength had recovered to its peak, Dragon Shersan had changed his fighting style. He was exchanging his life for another's. The second master's face turned gloomy. It was his first time encountering such a crazy battle. It was even worse than the puppet's suicidal charge. Long Shersan was risking his life. The battle between him and the second mansion lord was even more earth-shattering. The people of Tongxian Mansion were all excited. They were charging forward without any regard for their own lives. Because of this, Long Shersan was able to perform the battle saint technique to its peak. Even if I die, I will die with you. Bastard, you can't run away. However, the second mansion master was a half-step divine emperor after all. Shersan wanted to inflict heavy damage on the second mansion master, but at the same time, he was also suffering a great loss. Even so, the second mansion master was having a headache. Both of them were bleeding profusely. Shersan's rod shadows kept falling down. Shersan had taken a palm strike from Shersan, but he was willing to risk his life to deal a fatal blow to the second mansion master, forcing the second mansion master to retreat. In this way, Shersan's attacks became sharper and fiercer. The second mansion master was burning with anger. Long Shersan had used his own injury to exchange for his own injury. In such a life-and-death battle, the second mansion master had also suffered serious injuries. In terms of momentum, he had already lost because he had been led by the nose by Long Shersan. Since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish. The second mansion master roared. 5 thunders sacrifice. Thunder and fire double heavens. The second mansion master used his strongest technique and collided with Long Shersan continuously. Long Shersan's bloodthirsty fangs gave the second mansion master a headache. Both of them were like wild beasts clashing against each other. Long Shersan's vision became clearer and clearer. Although both of their injuries were not the same, Long Shersan's injuries were more serious than the second mansion master's every time. You're crazy. After several life-and-death battles, the second mansion master knew that he was completely stalled by Long Shersan. However, the latter's aura was dying. He had to kill him even if he had to. Long Shersan was on the verge of death every time. It seemed like he would fall at any time. However, he was able to shock the second mansion master every time. That was because he was too abnormal. If this went on, the second mansion master would be driven crazy by him. Long Shersan did not want to die, but the second mansion master did not want to die. Sacrifice my blood to the heavenly thunder. Power of the 5 directions heavenly thunder, listen to my command. The second mansion master triggered the 5 thunders sacrifice and the heavenly thunder descended. Long Shersan's attack was finally repelled by the second mansion master's 5 thunders sacrifice. However, Long Shersan was like an immortal puppet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his head to launch another attack. Perish, 5 thunders burning sky order. The second palace master's attack finally knocked Shersan down. Shersan knelt down on one knee. His charging footsteps finally came to a halt at this moment. His aura was getting weaker and weaker, almost faintly discernible. Battle Saint technique, battle heaven and earth, battle heaven and earth, battle God, battle heaven and earth, battle Tao reincarnation, and earth, battle reincarnation. The fighting symbol formula is the life and death formula. The battle symbol formula is the annihilation formula. The battle saint technique is the battle universe peerless, the great Tao of reincarnation, the transcendence of the past, and I am the sole sovereign. Warriors stand in the past and the present, spanning across the ages. The battle saint art can battle the heavenly dipper, shake the big dipper, and go against the heavens. There's nothing that can't be fought, and there's nothing that can't be fought. A terrifying intent appeared in Longshoresan's mind. The intent seemed to be able to penetrate the heavens and earth. It felt like an inheritance, a silhouette, and an unparalleled Tao accumulation. If Xianxia could see it now, he would be extremely shocked. That was because it was a Tao accumulation that was comparable to his heaven-conquering Tao. Moreover, it was a complete Great Emperor's Tao accumulation, which was completely different from the Tao accumulation he had when he was just born. Longshoresan suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, there was a towering battle intent in his heart. That battle intent was born from the Great Tao and was nurtured by the Great Tao. Battle Saint Art, battle symbol, heaven and earth boundless, battle symbol, Tao reincarnation. All of a sudden, Longshoresan's inherited memory, the battle Saint Art, was completely comprehended at this moment. His battle intent had completely integrated with the battle Saint Art. Only then did he truly integrate the true essence of the battle Saint Art. Fighting to the death, the battle Saint Art was finally completed. For so many years, Longshoresan could not completely comprehend the battle Saint Art. He knew that the battle Saint Art was strong, but he could not truly feel the terrifying domineering aura. It was so strong that Longshoresan was unwilling to give up because he knew that the battle Saint Art could be stronger. Battle symbol technique, heaven and earth battle. Longshoresan suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, his aura had skyrocketed to a level that the second mansion master could not believe. His strength was still at the late hierarch realm, but his aura was unparalleled, causing the second mansion master's expression to change. It was an oppressive feeling that came from the depths of his soul. The battle intent of the battle symbol technique made Longshoresan's strike collapse the mountains and rivers. The entire Tongshan mansion and the 100 mountain range collapsed inch by inch. The majestic force caused the heavens and earth to change color and the clouds to rise. Such a powerful strike. The second mansion master said with dry lips. However, when he threw out a punch and tried to resist the attack, he realized that he could not withstand the pressure from Longshoresan. That strike had directly broken his arm and suppressed his aura. Even Longshoresan himself did not know how strong that terrifying battle intent was. Again. Longshoresan's blood-red eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. He wanted to avenge Xianxia, he wanted to seek justice for himself. He wanted the Tongshan mansion to collapse completely. Longshoresan wielded the peerless divine staff once again and swept it across, cutting down mountains, causing rivers to flow backward, and volcanoes to erupt. The scene was extremely majestic and tragic. The second mansion master was once again heavily injured by that strike. The battle intent that descended from the sky made it impossible for him to dodge. He clashed with Longshoresan, but in the end, the second mansion master was smashed to the top of the void. Today, I will dye the heavens with my blood for Xianxia. Bastard, you must die. Longshoresan's hand that was holding the peerless divine staff trembled slightly. Xianxia's figure was constantly flickering in his eyes. However, that fatal strike had already landed on the second mansion master without any hesitation. No, the second mansion master roared angrily. His face was completely ashen. As the staff smashed down, the second mansion master's body was completely shattered by the peerless divine staff. His 3 souls and 7 spirits were completely destroyed. Longshoresan turned around and swung the staff once again. The second mansion master's soul was also incomparably terrified. In an instant, both his soul and spirit were destroyed, vanishing into thin air. Longshoresan's hand was also trembling slightly. He had completely comprehended the battle saint technique, but who was that tall figure in his mind? Was it him? Was it the father that he had never met? All that was left in his inherited memories were scattered bits and pieces. That mountain-like figure was blurred, filling Longshoresan's heart with despair and hope. Hope was born in the midst of despair, and hope was found in the midst of a desperate situation. Longshoresan didn't know, but he couldn't feel happy at that moment. He had killed the second mansion master, but Xianxia would never return. You killed the second mansion master? The sound of thunder came from the void and 3 figures appeared. Doqing's eyes were wide open as he stared at Longshoresan. At this moment, the entire Tongshan mansion was boiling with fear, anxiety, and anger. Xianxia had killed the third mansion master and Longshoresan had killed the second mansion master. For them, the Tongshan mansion was like hell on earth and they were in despair. The Great Elder, Lin Yukong, and the others were in a mess because they couldn't fight back. Now that the second prefecture master was dead, this was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue to them. Their backbone was gone, 2 out of the 3 prefecture masters were dead, and the great prefecture master was still wandering the world, with no one knowing when he would return. One could imagine how difficult their situation was. The death of the second mansion master was a fatal blow to the Tongxian mansion. The entire Tongxian mansion had lost a half-step emperor realm expert, and it was hard for them to support themselves. Lin Yukong, the Great Elder, and the others couldn't continue to be the true ruler of the Tongxian mansion. This made them anxious like ants on a hot pan. So what? If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Long Shan shouted angrily. He wasn't afraid of Dou Qing. At this moment, his battle saint technique had reached perfection. Although he was injured, Long Shan wouldn't retreat. If he wanted to fight, he would fight without fear and move forward bravely. This was his belief, and it was also his obsession. What a reckless guy. How dare you be so arrogant after killing the second prefecture master? Today, even though I am a member of the Battle God clan, I am duty-bound to take your life, said Lin Fan coldly. Dou Qing said in a deep voice, and his face was full of pride. Now that the second mansion master was dead, he had come back. Or it could be said that he had never left and was waiting for this moment. If it wasn't for Long Shan, he would have killed the second mansion master by force. However, someone did what he should do for him. Wouldn't he be more free? Moreover, he could be the messenger of justice. Wasn't this a good thing? Senior Dou, I hope that you will uphold justice for the Tongxian mansion. If we don't get rid of this bastard, we won't be able to quench our hatred. The second mansion master died unjustly. The Great Elder's face turned pale. The situation had gone out of control. It was not easy for the experts of the Battle God clan to protect the profound connection Divine Palace. To them, this was the greatest comfort. The Great Elder didn't know how long he would have to wait for the Great Mansion Master to return. However, at this moment, this bastard was running amok. The Tongxian mansion was being bullied. Since when did they suffer such injustice? The Great Elder was furious, but he had no choice as he wasn't a match for Long Shan. He could only place his hope in the hands of the 3 experts of the Battle God clan. I am deeply sorry for the death of the second mansion master. However, at this moment, you can rest assured that I will not let this bastard continue to be arrogant and get away with it. I, Dou Qing, will kill him as soon as possible to bring justice to the Tongxian mansion and Fengying County. Dou Qing is duty-bound. Dou Qing's face was solemn as he looked at the Great Elder. The other elders were extremely grateful. They were indescribably respectful towards Dou Qing because they knew that Dou Qing was their last hope. If they didn't grab hold of him, the Tongxian mansion would be in grave danger. They knew better than anyone that they weren't the only major power in Fengying County. If the death of the second mansion master and the third mansion master was spread out, the Tongxian mansion would definitely be in a difficult situation. The great mansion master hadn't returned yet, but it was destined to make everyone tremble in fear. The Tongxian mansion is unable to express the kindness of the Battle God clan. We thank you once again. The Great Elder and the others said in a deep voice. Long Shan sneered. This Dou Qing was pretending to deal with him, but Long Shan could see the greed in his eyes. Dou Qing already knew his identity. Just like the second mansion master, he would definitely act against Long Shan. Moreover, his main purpose was probably Xianxia. Xianxia had obtained the inheritance of the immortal execution Great Emperor. That was why Dou Qing didn't hesitate to act against them. I have a close relationship with the second mansion master. His business is my business. Long Shan, if you surrender now, I might spare your life. At that time, suffer under me for 1,000 years and I might give you your freedom. Otherwise, you will die today. Dou Qing's eyes were blazing as he stared at Long Shan. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Noisy guy, since you want to avenge this dog, then go to hell. Long Shan's battle intent surged. Dou Qing and the other 2 sneered, especially Dou Qing. At this moment, it was perfectly justifiable for him to kill Long Shan and take Xianxia away. Even if the Tongxian mansion wanted to stop him, they didn't have the ability to do so. Even if the great mansion master returned, they wouldn't have the slightest objection. After all, he was the one who saved the Tongxian mansion. At this moment, although Longshan was filled with pressure, he knew that he had to continue fighting. Although the second mansion master was dead, he wasn't the only one who killed Xianxia. Battle Saint Technique, Battle Symbol Art. Longshan attacked fiercely. He couldn't wait for Do Qing to give him a fatal blow before he retaliated. It was already too late. Longshan displayed the power of the Battle Saint Technique as if he had the help of God. Fighting 1 against 3, Longshan's Battle Saint Technique actually withstood the first wave of Do Qing's attack. The attacks of the 4 were incomparably sharp, but it wasn't enough for Longshan. If he couldn't defeat the 3 of them, it would be impossible for him to leave. Although the Battle Saint Technique was incomparably powerful and he had completely comprehended it, it didn't mean that Longshan was truly invincible. After all, there were 3 half-step divine emperors. Compared to the second mansion master, there was still a huge gap. He didn't need to face just one person. The 3 of them formed a pincer attack and pressed towards Longshan. Longshan fought and retreated at the same time. He brandished his scepter and swung it wildly, shaking the heavens and earth. Battle Symbol Art. Longshan's situation was extremely dangerous. Although he could barely withstand the pressure from the 3 half-step divine emperors, it was self-evident how terrifying the 3 half-step divine emperors were. Moreover, he had suffered such heavy injuries all by himself. Now, he was fighting with his life on the line. Fighting 1 against 3 was already a formidable feat. Longshan retreated step by step, but his battle intent never wavered. Little Qinzi, I must avenge you. Longshan fought with his life on the line. Even if he were to lose his life, killing 1 would not be a loss. If he could kill 2, it would be a profit. However, although his idea was good, it was still a dangerous one. Longshan's attacks were difficult to deal with. He didn't need to know how strong the opponents he had to face. He only knew that he must drag 1 or 2 of them down with him before he died. Pfft. In the soul-devouring thunder ceiling formation, lightning flashed and the sky changed color. The formation had formed its own space, but it had abandoned all laws. No one knew what was happening in the soul-devouring thunder ceiling formation. After the white thunderbolt dragon injured Xianxia, it was ready to devour Xianxia. Because Xianxia's body was a huge treasure vault, the body of myriad qi was a great treasure to it. If it devoured Xianxia, it wouldn't need to be trapped here anymore. It was a fatal blow to it to have its source of lightning extracted for thousands of years. In the lightning-gathering peak, it turned into a thunderbolt dragon and kept attacking, trying to break free from the shackles. However, it couldn't do it. Gradually, its source of lightning was extracted by countless people. Because of this, its source of lightning became weaker and weaker, to the point that it could only be resisted by a half-step divine emperor. Foolish human. You're not qualified to control me. Even if I have lost most of my source of lightning, I can still kill you without much effort. The thunder dragon said coldly. At this moment, it was about to devour this reckless human. After devouring him, it might not take long for it to recover its origin energy. The myriad qi was very beneficial to cultivation. Haha. Haha. Haha, the thunder dragon had been waiting for this day for far, far too long. It had been trapped here, and its origin energy had been plundered. There was only endless pain and anger, and no one could understand it. This time an auspicious sign suddenly descended from the heavens. Even in the ancient times, there was no such good thing. The myriad origin qi was enough to help it break through and transform into a human. Humans were the most intelligent of all beings and the origin of all beings. If it wanted to become the ruler of humans, it would need to transform into a human. As the leader of the heavenly lightning, it wasn't easy for it to break through the shackles of the heavenly lightning. It's your honor to be devoured by me. Tremble in fear, human. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. However, he was already under the control of the thunderbolt dragon. Silver-white lightning flashed across the void. Xianxia's heart sank. He knew that the thunderbolt dragon was going to attack him. You want to devour me? Xianxia said coldly. So what? That's your blessing, you know? Little fella, from now on, I, Xiyu, will become a true emperor. No one will be able to stop me. Initially, I thought that I would be suppressed here for the rest of my life. Who would have thought that the heavens would not destroy me? The myriad chi body is a great supplement. Xiyu twisted his gigantic dragon head and said proudly. Damn it. Xianxia's facial expression changed. His body was extremely weak right now. In the face of this terrifying thunderous dragon, he was like a powerless child who couldn't even truss a chicken. Xianxia finally knew who this fellow was. He was the Sky Thunder origin that the second mansion master had been trying to obtain. Accept your death. You have no chance to refute. Xiyu opened his mouth wide and tried to devour Xianxia. That terrifying lightning energy swept across the sky. Even though Xianxia had the protection of the Sky Thunder origin was much stronger than he had imagined. My current strength is still too weak. If I'm at my peak, I might be able to fight it. This thunder dragon is at most an arrow at the end of its flight. Otherwise, the second mansion master wouldn't have wanted to devour it. It might look so strong, but it's definitely just holding on. Xianxia guessed that Xiyu must have directly swallowed the thunder origin. However, within Jiyu's stomach, the terrifying lightning energy was getting more and more intense. The thunder origin was the source of its true energy. Tongxian Mansion had been continuously refining the thunder origin all these years. This should be the reason why the thunder origin was constantly weakening this thunder dragon. Now that it was time to reap the harvest, the thunder origin would definitely be at its weakest. Xianxia had a bold guess. If he could refine this thunder origin and fuse 3 types of lightning, his strength would definitely have a huge breakthrough. Once the 3 types of Sky Thunder origin were fused, the power it could unleash would be far more terrifying than the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation. That was the true destruction of heaven and earth. If he fused the 3 types of Sky Thunder origin and fought against the second mansion master, Xianxia had absolute confidence that he could easily kill the second mansion master. After being swallowed by the thunder dragon, Xianxia could feel the increasingly terrifying thunder origin constantly attacking him, trying to melt him. However, he resisted with all his might. That unparalleled pressure from the Sky Thunder origin gave Xianxia a fatal pressure. Xianxia clenched his teeth. His life force was constantly draining away. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. This thunder origin was far stronger than Xianxia had imagined. Remember, my name is Xiyu Drought Thunder. You will be devoured by me. Your life will be my greatest harvest. Xiyu shouted in a deep voice. With a roar, the thunder origin in his heart continuously attacked Xianxia. Xianxia's aura was also suppressed to the point where he was on the verge of death. Am I really going to die here? I'm not willing. I'm not willing. Xianxia's mind was racing. He had no other way now. Wanting to escape was no different from a fool's dream. Tower, come. Xianxia continued to roar. The Zulong Tower in Lan Shishan's hand was smashed again and again, trying to suppress his opponent. However, it was useless. At this moment, the Zulong Tower in Lan Shishan's hand regained a glimmer of light. At the same time, Lan Shishan's heart also became blazing hot. Little Chenzi didn't die? Lan Shishan murmured. He was forced back by Do Qing's attack and suffered heavy injuries. However, he still laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. That's great, that's great. Ha ha ha. Lan Shishan laughed crazily. Even the people in Tongxian Mansion were a little dumbfounded. Could this guy have been beaten silly by the experts of the Battle God clan? He was injured several times, in imminent danger, and his life was hanging by a thread. How could he still laugh? Is this guy crazy? He doesn't look like it. Crazy. He's definitely crazy. He's about to be beaten to death and he's still so happy. Don't you think he's crazy? The second mansion master actually died in the hands of a crazy guy. It's not worth it. It's really not worth it. Countless people of the Profound Connection Divine Palace sighed silently. Even Do Qing frowned as she thought to herself, what is this guy trying to do? It seemed a little hard to fathom. However, even Do Qing did not dare to let his guard down. After all, the second mansion master was killed by this guy. He had to be careful. Little Xianxia, I'll wait for you to come out and fight with me. The Zulong Tower flew up in an instant, leaving Longshan's palm and flying towards the direction of the lightning-gathering peak. The Zulong Tower shone brightly, the morale was high. Xianxia clenched his hand and the Zulong Tower suppressed the lightning dragon. Bastard! Damned human, you won't have a good death. How dare you resist, go to hell. Xiyu roared, the lightning dragon continued to struggle, the Zulong Tower suppressed it completely. However, the lightning dragon's struggle also made it hard for the Zulong Tower to seal it completely. The lightning dragon was simply too powerful. Xianxia finally understood that the lightning dragon might have been feigning weakness, purposely showing an opening so that the second palace master could take advantage of it. The strength of this lightning dragon was definitely comparable to 10 half-step divine emperors. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Seems like this Xiyu drought lightning was even stronger than the dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. I must refine it. Now, let's see who is stronger. Who will be the one laughing in the end? Xianxia's lips curled into a faint smile. The Xiyu drought lightning wanted to devour him, why wouldn't he want to make the Xiyu drought lightning his own? If that's the case, his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. Xianxia controlled the Zulong Tower to fight against Xiyu. Undeniably, Xianxia had underestimated the Xiyu drought lightning. It was definitely comparable to 10 half-step divine emperors. Even if he gave it his all, he still couldn't force it back. At this moment, he had no other choice. The power of the Zulong Tower was gradually fading. Xianxia was starting to feel powerless against the destructive sky lightning origin. Although the Zulong Tower was fighting against the Xiyu drought lightning, it couldn't cause any damage to the lightning dragon. The lightning dragon was still looking down on everything. Xianxia's efforts were slowly being destroyed by the lightning dragon. To Xianxia, this was like a bolt from the blue. You will not be able to escape from my palm. Even if the human who has been separated from me for millions of years appeared in front of me, he wouldn't be able to do any damage to me. Because my origin energy is not as simple as he thinks. Ha ha ha. Such a foolish human. I wonder when you will wake up from your ignorance. The lightning dragon was incomparably arrogant. The lightning origin in its body wreaked havoc. Xianxia was struck down again and again. His body was on the verge of collapsing. The sky lightning origin was more than 10 times stronger than the dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Although Xianxia didn't know how strong the sky lightning in the rush lightning diagram was, it might not be stronger than the Xiyu drought lightning. Because he was already using all his strength, but he still couldn't move the lightning dragon. I can't die. I still have to find my Xiaoyu. I still have Qingqing, I still have Sister Ning, I still have that damned monkey, I still have De Huang. I still have my father, waiting for me in Linhe boundary. My father. I can't die. Xianxia roared in his heart. He struggled with all his might. The violent lightning baptism made him truly feel how powerful it was to be suppressed by the sky lightning. Before, Xianxia didn't even care about the sky lightning and pill lightning. But now, he knew that there would always be someone stronger than him. Because the origin energy of the sky lightning wasn't something he could resist. Xianxia relied on his will to keep attacking, but he was struck down again and again. His desire to escape became stronger. Longshan suddenly turned around. He could feel Xianxia's danger, but he also couldn't protect himself. The only thing he could do now was to survive and wait for Xianxia to appear. Bang! Longshan was once again forced back by Do Qing. But he stood up again like an undying god of war. What supported him was his endless battle intent and unwavering faith in his brother. He couldn't die. Even if he had to die, he must see Xianxia for the last time. As his brother, he wouldn't run away. I, Longshan, will never surrender. Only the heavens and earth, only Xianxia can fight against me. Ha ha ha, little Xianxia, don't let me down. I believe that you will be reborn from this hopeless situation. Longshan grinned. He was calm and composed. Even though he was severely injured, his faith in Xianxia was still the same. Let's see how long you can hold on. You and that so-called Xianxia are both people who don't know the meaning of death. You're obviously talented, but you insist on going against the heavens. Weaklings should have the attitude of weaklings. Don't even think about defying the might of the strong. Scram! Doqin roared again and again. Xianxia was like an unkillable god of war. His ability to withstand attacks was too strong. Doqin couldn't kill Xianxia at all. Doqin coveted the battle saint technique. If he could get his hands on the battle saint technique, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. It would be a waste if a mere hierarch realm expert got his hands on it. It would not be as strong as it was in Xianxia's hands. Xianxia swore to fight till the end against Doqin and the others. Even if he was on the verge of death, even if he was on the brink of death, his faith was still there. A single thought was enough for him to soar into the sky and fear no one. Are you finally going to die? Ha ha ha, the insignificance of humans can never be changed. I was born from the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth exist together with me. What are you? Zhiyu's eyes flickered. The lightning origin in his abdomen had almost pierced through Xianxia's body. The invisible lightning chains had completely bound Xianxia, making him unable to move. Xianxia's aura had become extremely weak. Suddenly, Xianxia could feel a faintly discernible aura flowing through his body, and it was rushing toward his dantian. It was an indescribable feeling of joy and excitement. Xianxia took a deep breath, he could feel the existence of that thing. Great Sovereign's Tao accumulation. Xianxia was shocked. Originally, the Great Sovereign's Tao accumulation was not something that he could control. He needed to reach the Tao Emperor realm before he could have his own Tao. However, Xianxia's Emperor realm soul and his control over the heaven-dominating Tao had gradually formed the embryonic form of Tao. He could feel the existence of Tao. Although it was still very weak, it was not something that a hierarch realm expert could feel. Even for Emperor realm experts, if they didn't have their own great Tao path, it was almost as difficult as ascending to the heavens to open up a real great Tao. Many Emperor realm experts might be very strong, but their Tao accumulation might not be able to look down on the world. Some weak great sovereigns were able to reverse the heavens because they had their own Tao. The true great Tao accumulation could change everything. The Tao accumulation in Xianxia's body was like a gossamer, wandering in his body. Although it was very weak, Xianxia was sure that it was the Tao accumulation. Great Sovereign's Tao accumulation, heavenly engulfing seal? Xianxia's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered the first seal of the heavenly engulfing seal that he obtained on the 91st floor of the Zulong Tower, the heavenly engulfing seal. Heaven accumulating Tao seal. Only those who possessed the great emperor's Tao could display the howling heaven seal. Xianxia was not even sure whether he could display the howling heaven seal or not. After all, the Tao in his body was too little, even faintly discernible. However, Xianxia had no other choice. He could only fight with his life on the line. In the end, success or failure was out of his control. However, if he did not fight with his life on the line, he would be gradually devoured by the thunderbolt origin. Now, he felt that his physical strength was running out. Even his mind had begun to waver. Even though he had the myriad chi body, Xianxia could not do anything about it. The howling heaven seal was his only way. However, to display the howling heaven seal required the great emperor's Tao. But could the weak Tao really control the howling heaven seal? Xianxia really had no idea. I'll fight with my life on the line. If I can display the howling heaven seal, then this guy will definitely die. Xianxia felt neither joy nor sorrow in his heart. He decided to give it a try. It was better than having no chance at all. His family was still waiting for him, he could not afford to give up like this. Howling heaven seal, it's all up to you now. Xianxia activated the weak great emperor's Tao and began to display the howling heaven seal. Although it was the first time for Xianxia to display it, he must not be careless. Success or failure depended on a single thought. Although there was only a slight chance, Xianxia did not want to miss it. There was a trace of great emperor's Tao flowing in Xianxia's limbs and bones. When Xianxia was about to display the howling heaven seal, the trace of Tao directly broke through Xianxia's dantian and rushed into Xianxia's heart at a terrifying speed. Xianxia formed a seal with both of his hands. Xianxia did not know how strong the howling heaven seal was, but at least it was not something that could be resisted by anyone below the emperor realm. Even a divine emperor realm expert might not be able to withstand it. Because it could only be displayed with the great emperor's Tao. An ordinary emperor realm expert would have to avoid it. Xianxia knew that if he displayed it, he would not be able to display the demeanor of a great emperor or the same as an emperor realm expert. He only needed to defeat the drought thunder. Howling heaven seal, rise. Xianxia struck out with his palm, but there was no change at all. Xianxia's heart sank to the bottom. That faintly discernible Tao essence had finally disappeared without a trace. Xianxia struck out with his palm, but there was no change. His heart even felt a little hopeless. I don't believe it. Howling heaven seal. Go. Xianxia displayed the howling heaven seal for the last time. At this moment, the seals on both of his palms suddenly changed. A destructive aura was unleashed from Xianxia's palm. That terrifying palm seal was like a comet exploding. With a formless sound, it swept out and destroyed the lightning dragon. The lightning dragon that was formed from the drought thunder's origin power was directly crushed by Xianxia. As soon as the howling heaven seal appeared, the heavens and earth changed color. A ray of dazzling light shot out from the lightning-gathering peak and soared into the sky. Could it be Xianxia who's underground? Impossible. Xianxia is already dead. He was suppressed by the second palace master. It must be the heavenly lightning of the lightning-gathering peak. The heavenly lightning was chaotic, causing the surroundings to tremble. Everyone was terrified. Longshan and Doqing looked at the lightning-gathering peak. When the ray of light exploded, all of them felt their hearts palpitate. If they were to be struck by that ray of light, they would definitely die. Is that the power of a divine emperor expert? The elder of the battle god clan murmured behind Doqing. Doqing's face turned pale. He shook his head and said even a divine emperor expert might not be able to withstand that attack. At least a mid-divine emperor could do it. A divine emperor expert is not omnipotent. Doqing's words also shocked Longshan. Was Xianxia really that powerful? Was it really the heavenly lightning of the lightning-gathering peak? Then wouldn't Xianxia be impossible? Xianxia must still be alive. He must be. Longshan was extremely confident. No one dared to go near the lightning-gathering peak. Everyone retreated. Once they were affected by that terrifying ray of light, they might perish. Xianxia was overjoyed. Did the heavenly seal really succeed? The silver-white thunderbolt dragon crumbled in an instant. Zhiyu's thunderbolt origin was also heavily injured. He never expected Xianxia to be able to display such terrifying power. It's the great emperor's Tao accumulation. Impossible. This is impossible. Xiyu could not believe that the great emperor's Tao accumulation was unleashed by an early hierarch kid. Moreover, that terrifying aura was unforgettable to him. His lightning source had been completely depleted and he had risked his life to save his lightning source. It was the same for Xianxia. Although he had used the heavenly torturing seal to defeat the lightning source of Zhiyu's drought heavenly lightning, his body was on the verge of collapsing. At the next moment, he felt like his body was being sucked dry. There was not a shred of Tao essence left in his body. The scariest thing was that he could feel his essence, qi, and soul being sucked dry. If it wasn't for the myriad qi that was supporting him, he might have already collapsed. Soundless and undetectable. Too powerful. Xianxia was shocked. Even he himself could not believe that the heavenly seal was unleashed by him. Xianxia suddenly felt as if he had survived a disaster. He almost lost control of the heavenly seal. The Tao accumulation in his body was so weak that it could not withstand a single blow. He had only unleashed 30% of the heavenly seal's power, but it was already so powerful. The magnificent scene made Xianxia's heart palpitate. No one knew what Xianxia had experienced when he unleashed the heavenly seal. The shock he felt when the Tao accumulation in his body was sublimated was unforgettable to Xianxia. If it wasn't for him, even 10 half-step divine emperors would have been sucked dry. It was too terrifying. Now, what else do you have to say? Isn't your thunderbolt origin very powerful? Let's see who's going to devour who now. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the extremely weak lightning source within the lightning-gathering peak. The smile at the corner of his mouth became even brighter, At the same time, a hoarse voice slowly came from the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon prison, the Earth-Fire Purgatory. Lowly human, you're not worthy to take my lightning source. Damn it. You're not worthy, Xiyu, will not yield. No, don't. Xiyu roared in anger, sorrow, and even hysteria. He was too weak right now, he couldn't fight against Xianxia anymore. This human's attack was comparable to an Emperor Realm expert. That seal just now had completely destroyed his lightning dragon, causing great damage to his origin energy. If he wanted to recover, he would need at least 100 years. Obviously, Xianxia wasn't going to give him that chance. Your time is up, Xianxia said with a cold smile. Immediately, bolts of heavenly lightning were unleashed from his palm, devouring the Xiyu drought heavenly lightning. Xianxia's origin of lightning was already very weak and couldn't fight anymore. He could totally devour the two origin of heavenly lightning at this moment. Damn you, you can't kill me, you can't devour me. I'm devouring heaven. Before Xiyu could finish his words, Xianxia's lightning source engulfed him. I don't care what sky you are, I'll devour you first. Xianxia didn't hold back and devoured the Xiyu drought lightning. That violent lightning flashed. Xianxia could feel how furious and violent the lightning source was. But no matter what, it had no chance to change its fate because Xianxia had already defeated it. The Xiyu drought lightning could only fight back instinctively. As for how big of a wave it could cause, that wasn't up to it. Xianxia devoured the Xiyu drought lightning's lightning source, 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and dawn sky golden lightning. Because the lightning source of the Xiyu drought lightning was too violent. Even if they devoured it, they had to do it bit by bit. Xianxia's strength continued to recover, he was getting stronger and stronger. The speed at which he devoured the Xiyu drought lightning's lightning source was also increasing. At this moment, terrifying lightning struck down from the sky above the lightning-gathering peak, crashing against the soul-devouring lightning ceiling formation. The experts in Tangshan Mansion were also shocked. They had never seen such a scene before. The lightning energy on the lightning-gathering peak was always there, but it wasn't this violent. Nobody knew what was happening in the soul-devouring lightning ceiling formation. The lightning source of the Xiyu drought lightning kept crashing against the soul-devouring lightning ceiling formation. The experts in Tangshan Mansion were also shocked. They had never seen such a scene before. Although the lightning energy on the lightning-gathering peak was always there, it wasn't this violent. Nobody knew what was happening in the soul-devouring lightning ceiling formation. Xiyu drought lightning's lightning source kept crashing against the formation, making its final struggle. But it was to no avail. The instinctive resistance of the lightning source was the last song of the Xiyu drought lightning. Xiyu's voice faded into nothingness. Xianxia wasn't distracted, he ignored the roar of the lightning source. It was already dead, the lightning source couldn't recover. How big of a wave could it create? Do you really think I'm scared? Xiyu's thunderous voice gradually disappeared from the lightning-gathering peak. The violent energy in Xianxia's body was getting stronger and stronger. He was slowly gaining control over the source of lightning. However, the 3 sources of lightning couldn't be fused together, instead, they were rejecting each other. This gave Xianxia a headache. Xianxia looked at his dantian, paying more and more attention to the lightning source. Even though it was devoured by him, it was still so violent. Xianxia had to tame it, otherwise, the lightning source of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and dawn sky golden lightning might be completely assimilated. That wasn't what Xianxia wanted to see. I need to quickly assimilate the violent energy of the lightning source. Oh right, let's see if I can purify it with my Tao essence. Xianxia moved his mind and forced the lightning source into his dantian. Within the Tao essence, the violent lightning source actually calmed down. Xianxia gradually gained control over the lightning source. The 3 lightning sources slowly reached a silent balance. Xianxia smiled. It seemed like his heaven-conquering Tao was quite useful. However, the Tao essence had completely disappeared. It was impossible for Xianxia to use the heavenly crushing seal anymore. However, at this moment, he felt that his strength had greatly increased. The dragon marks in his body had once again undergone a qualitative change. The dragon transformation skill was also activated. His breakthrough was imminent. Middle Hierarch Realm? The powerful energy contained in the lightning source is quite surprising. Xianxia thought in his heart. He was fully focused on his breakthrough. This soul-devouring lightning ceiling formation should not be a problem. He only needed to break through to the Middle Hierarch Realm and fuse the 3 lightning sources. Xianxia was excited thinking about it. 3 types of lightning origin energy. That kind of frightening might was definitely enough to destroy the world. Furthermore, it was completely different from the heavenly lightning and pill lightning that he had refined before. This was the lightning origin energy. It was completely incomparable. Dragon marks densely covered Xianxia's body. Streaks of heavenly lightning lingered in Xianxia's dantian. This Xiu Drought heavenly lightning was on par with the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning. Only these 2 lightning sources could reach a balance with it. This showed how powerful this Xiu Drought heavenly lightning ceiling formation was. Xianxia's breakthrough had no obstacles at all. The lightning source energy was too terrifying. After Xianxia fused with the lightning source energy, the divine origin energy in his body skyrocketed. His dragon marks sublimated. The Middle Hierarch Realm might not seem strong, but it was a qualitative change for Xianxia. His current strength was enough to sweep away experts below the half-step Divine Emperor realm. He would not need to put in so much effort to fight against a half-step Divine Emperor. It was time for the soul-devouring lightning ceiling formation to break through its shackles. Xianxia was forced into a corner by Douqing and the other 2. Every step he took was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Furthermore, his will was on the verge of being completely obliterated. It wouldn't be long before he fell. Xianxia was only able to hold on until now. You no longer have a chance. Death is your only choice. Or, surrender to me and become my slave with your soul in exchange for your life. Douqing said coldly. Lan Xianxia was once again forced to retreat by him. He knelt on one knee and it was extremely difficult for him to stand up. At this moment, Lan Xianxia was almost at the end of his rope. However, there was no other way. He had already tried his best. If he could not hold on any longer, it would be difficult for him to see Xianxia one last time when Xianxia escaped from the soul-devouring lightning ceiling formation. What was life and death, brothers? This was life and death, brothers. The reason why Lan Xianxia did not fall was because of his trust in Xianxia. F***CKU. Dream on. Lan Xianxia roared. Even if he was going to die in the next moment, he was not afraid at all. Stubborn fool. Die. Douqing shouted and rushed towards Lan Xianxia. At this moment, a deafening sound was heard from the lightning-gathering peak. It was like a shooting star. The entire Tongxian mansion was shocked. The lightning-gathering peak was razed to the ground in an instant. Lightning surged and the sky changed color. At this moment, the phenomenon had disappeared and the formation on the lightning-gathering peak was gone. I knew it. You won't die so easily. Xianxia said faintly. The breath that was hanging in his heart was finally released. His body that was on the verge of death finally couldn't hold on any longer and slowly fell to the ground. Dark clouds surged in the void. The sky was gloomy as if the end of the world was coming. A figure shrouded in lightning stood in the sky. His eyes were like a diamond and his aura was like a raging dragon. It was Xianxia. You hurt my brother and tried to suppress me here. All of you must die. Xianxia's cold voice reverberated in the surrounding sky. Everyone's heart was filled with shock and fear. Xianxia was like a devil incarnate who wanted to take his revenge. His eyes were filled with blood-red light, which made people shudder in fear. He's still alive? Didn't the second mansion master completely suppress him? An elder of the Profound Connection Divine Palace said in a deep voice with an ugly expression. Yeah. That's the peerless formation left by the great mansion master. How could it be destroyed just like that? Lin Yokong's face was gloomy. He knew that the crisis of Tongxian Mansion was coming. This kid can't be underestimated. The formation has been destroyed, but why do I feel that there's something missing? The great elder murmured. He did not know where the problem was. However, Xianxia had given them a huge shock. Moreover, he had already broken through to the mid-hierarch realm. When he was at the early hierarch realm, he could already defy the heavens and change his destiny by defeating the second prefecture master and killing the third prefecture master. Now that he had broken through to the early hierarch realm, the great elder should be able to understand that Xianxia had become even more terrifying. This kid cannot be judged by common sense. Is Tongxian Mansion really going to be destroyed? Impossible. There are 3 half-step deity emperors here. Even if Xianxia could escape from the lightning-gathering peak, he wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. He's just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Humph. It's hard to say. Xianxia has changed too many things. Recently, the entire Tongxian Mansion is in troubled times. Xianxia even killed and seriously injured 2 mansion masters. Maybe Xianxia can really change the fate of our Tongxian Mansion. Let's see if the 3 half-step deity emperors can bring him to justice. Now that the 2 prefecture masters have passed away, where should we go? The students of Tongxian Mansion began to feel anxious. Not everyone was in danger, but Xianxia's sudden appearance had changed everyone's thoughts and views. They did not know where they would go if Xianxia really destroyed Tongxian Mansion. This problem was pressing. No one wanted to think about it, but it was a reality that they had to face. Yu Chenglong looked at Xianxia's proud figure. His heart was full of contradictions. There was even a trace of fear in his heart. Will Xianxia really attack me? All these years, he had taken care of Sister Zhu. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he had put in a lot of effort. Even though Yu Chenglong betrayed Wu Ningzhu in order to obtain the power of a hierarch realm expert. Even though Wu Ningzhu did not know about it. Deep in Yu Chenglong's heart, he was still tormented. Every man for himself. This was the law of survival since ancient times. No one could escape the fate of the great world. Even if he died for Wu Ningzhu might not remember him. Wouldn't she still be with Xianxia? What was he after? Selfless love? That was bullshit. Only a true expert could stand tall in the world and ignore everyone's contempt. Yu Chenglong had a clear conscience. He was just following his heart. He liked Wu Ningzhu, but it did not mean that he had to die for Wu Ningzhu. Moreover, Xianxia had appeared. Even if Wu Ningzhu died, she would not die in his arms. This was too painful for Yu Chenglong. He didn't want to sink into depravity, and he didn't want his life to be ruined because of Wu Ningzhu. He vaguely remembered his mother's warning before she passed away, that he must become a powerhouse, a peerless powerhouse who could stand above everyone else in this world. Now, he was getting closer and closer to this step. Wu Ningzhu's appearance had destroyed his path of being a genius, and also destroyed his determination to pursue the path of a powerhouse. Now that Wu Ningzhu was about to leave him, he had no choice but to do it. At the last moment, he almost killed Wu Ningzhu. Yu Chenglong's heart was on tenterhooks and he couldn't believe it. Fortunately, Xianxia saved Wu Ningzhu at the last moment. Even if Wu Ningzhu died, it was Xianxia's fault for not protecting her. It had nothing to do with him anymore. This was his final decision. Success was already beckoning to him. Although Yu Chenglong was struggling, he was extremely excited deep down in his heart. He had finally reached the hierarch realm. Those who idolized him in the past had finally witnessed the true strength of the 3 outer mansion dragon heads. 2 dragon heads had fallen and he was the only one left. Didn't this mean that he was stronger and more resilient? Yu Chenglong liked the feeling of being surrounded by his senior and junior brothers. He liked the feeling of being above everyone else. When Xianxia won the outer mansion battle, Yu Chenglong's heart was filled with endless loneliness. He swore that one day, he would become like Xianxia, who everyone looked forward to and envied. Yu Chenglong was a little afraid. After all, the current Xianxia was too terrifying. He hoped that the 3 half-step divine emperors could defeat and kill him. Then, Tongxian Mansion would return to peace. At that time, he would be the new pillar of Tongxian Mansion. Seniors of the Battle God clan, it's all up to you now. Yu Chenglong murmured. Wu Ningzhu was still lingering in his heart. However, his dream of becoming an expert had already set sail. He would not allow himself to fall into depravity. It's just that your brother's skills are not as good as others. What other tricks do you have? Killing the third mansion lord and defeating the second mansion lord, in my opinion, it's just luck. Have you ever seen the Trudeau formation technique? Do you think that you can show off in front of the experts of the Battle God clan after breaking through the shackles of the formation? Kid, you're still too young. You're not qualified to fight against us. Hand over the inheritance of immortal execution, Great Emperor. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Doqing said. Now that the second mansion lord was dead, Tangshan mansion was in a mess. Without a leader, they would be thankful if he could kill Xianxia and return them peace. Even if he obtained the inheritance of immortal execution, Great Emperor, it wouldn't matter to them. The inheritance you want is right here. Come and take it if you're capable. Xianxia smiled faintly, pointed at himself and said to Doqing with a hint of disdain. Doqing and the other two half-step divine emperors' countenance changed drastically. This reckless junior dared to provoke them. How could they tolerate him? Wait till I kill you. Then, everything will change. Doqing rushed towards Xianxia. Under the gaze of the entire Tangshan mansion, 4 silhouettes turned into 4 rays of light and collided with each other. I had a dream last night. I dreamt that I appeared in Saint Origin World with thousands of fans. We overcome all obstacles and fought for supremacy. Can the dream of being a hero come true? While I was writing, a friend who makes games called me and invited me to participate in the creation of a mobile game. It's called Expedition Mobile Game. What's interesting is that I can get Durex from killing monsters. Xianxia clenched his fists and punched out heavily, withstanding the attacks of the 2 half-step divine emperors. He retreated quickly and calmly. Xianxia roared and attacked in his dragon form. He formed a seal with both of his hands and struck out. The 5 elemental divine dragon seal turned into the 9 heavens divine dragon and gathered together. The 5 dragons fused together and the seal was overturned, shaking the heavens and earth. The divine dragon swept across the heavens and earth. Xianxia was forced to retreat after a single strike. The 2 half-step divine emperors did not want to be outdone and fought back against Xianxia. What a powerful technique. The 2 half-step divine emperors were shocked. Xianxia's cultivation realm was only at the mid-hierarch realm, but he was able to fight against them so calmly and effortlessly. How could they not be shocked by his skills? Doqing harumphed coldly and quickly joined the fray. The 3 of them were barely able to suppress Xianxia, but Xianxia was not a weakling. Instead, he became more and more courageous as the battle went on. He did not show any signs of defeat even though he was fighting 1 against 3. Undeniably, the 3 of them were too strong. Even with Xianxia's techniques after his breakthrough, he could only remain undefeated. Instead, he was constantly forced to retreat. 3000 Burning Sky Seal. Xianxia used the Qianquan technique again and merged his divine fire. The 3000 Burning Sky Seal rose from the void and crushed the 2 half-step divine emperors. However, he was hit by Doqing's palm. Xianxia's eyes flashed with coldness. Good fella. Not bad. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. You're just digging your own grave by fighting against me. Doqing snorted. The 3 of them intensified their attacks. Xianxia was not to be outdone. His sword chi was graceful and the limitless sword swept through the void. 11th sword. Doqing chose to retreat in order to advance. Facing Xianxia's limitless sword, they chose to evade its sharpness and fight in a roundabout way. It showed that the 3 of them had prepared well for this moment. Do you really think you can win against the experts of our Battle God clan? Tangshan Mansion was just careless. When the real Great Prefecture Lord returns, you'll die without a burial place. However, I can't wait for that moment. You can only belong to our Battle God clan. Because you have secretly learned our Battle God clan's battle formation technique, I must punish you later. Obviously, Doqing's words were meant for the people of Profound Connection Divine Palace. Everyone knew about this. When the experts of the Battle God clan attacked, the Great Elder and the others already knew why they were here. Even though Xianxia had killed their palace lord, they still did not have the qualifications to keep Xianxia here. Therefore, it was reasonable for Doqing to take Xianxia away. Doqing wanted to take away Xianxia. You can always find a way to frame someone. What you want is the inheritance of the immortal execution, Great Emperor. Unfortunately, I'll have to disappoint you because you are not qualified. Xianxia rushed forward again. He wanted to avenge Longshan. He wanted Douqing to pay the price. He was suppressed, attacked, and sealed in the soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation. Xianxia wanted to deal a fatal blow to Douqing. Xianxia rushed forward step by step. Sword shadows filled the sky like rain. The limitless sword had reached its limit. Xianxia finally displayed a stronger sword. 12th sword. The power of the 12th sword was far more terrifying than the 11th sword. This was the sword technique that Xianxia had comprehended when he was feeling the great path of heaven and earth. However, he could not display it. He could feel the 13th sword, but the control of the sword will of the 13th sword was not something that the current Xianxia could change. However, the power of the 12th sword against Douqing and the others was already quite impressive. The three of them were forced back by Xianxia. They were evenly matched and no one could gain the slightest advantage. Formation! Douqing shouted in anger and said solemnly. The three of them formed a formation. At this moment even Xianxia did not expect that they would be so well prepared. This formation used the Profound Connection Divine Palace as the cauldron and its purpose was to revolve around the Profound Connection Divine Palace. What a great reinforcement! Ha ha ha, it is better to say that you are scheming to control me. The Tongshan mansion is in the palm of your hand. Even the formation has been set up. It seems that you have planned this beforehand. Xianxia said with a cold smile. Douqing's formation did make him slightly surprised. However, the formation that the three of them controlled was extremely complicated. It was not something that could be set up in an instant. In other words, they had already set up everything. All of this seemed to be to lure the snake out of its hole, and Xianxia was the snake. Boy, death is at hand. Don't struggle anymore. This formation is specially prepared for you. Sealine formation. Don't forget how the Battle God clan stood at the peak of the divine world. Douqing said proudly. The Battle God clan was famous for their dough formation technique. Who didn't know about this? However, from the beginning till the end, they did not use any formation. Even when they were fighting against Xianxia, they did not use any formation. However, at this moment, Douqing had no choice but to use the formation that he had prepared. He had been waiting for this moment. Initially, this formation was set up for the second mansion master. However, Longshan appeared out of nowhere. Douqing had no choice but to take advantage of the situation. Now that he was fighting against Xianxia, it was like pushing the boat along with the current. As soon as the sealine formation was formed, Xianxia was sealed in the formation. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He soared up to the sky and slashed down with his sword. However, it was as if he had slashed at the sea, he could not even stir up a ripple. The terrifying suction force directly melted the sword light of Xianxia. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, it seemed like Xianxia could not escape. Xianxia's terrifying sword chi swept across the sky. However, the sword chi was melted by the formation. The power of the three of them formed a cage. Xianxia could not break through it at all. Boy, don't waste your energy. Not many Divine Emperor experts could break through this formation. Because this formation was set up by the power of the three of us. Our power is completely combined and twisted into a rope. It's not something that you can break through. Even in the Battle God clan, only the Patriarch can break through this formation. Humph, don't be so arrogant. You can't break through my sealine formation. Douqing swore. To him, the sealine formation was formed by the blood essence of the three of them. Moreover, it did not require too many complicated procedures. The three of them used their souls to set up the formation. This was one of the strongest techniques of the Battle God clan. The Battle God clan is most proud of their formation. Now that Xianxia is trapped in the formation, it will be very difficult for him to break through it. Phew, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. This guy is a devil incarnate. How can he be so strong? It's completely beyond our knowledge. He who commits too much evil will bring about his own destruction. He asked for it. Going against our Tongshan mansion is just asking to be humiliated. Humph. Sigh. It's so ironic. Although Xianxia is being controlled by the formation and his life is in danger, the one who defeated him is not from our Tongxian mansion. Hee. The Great Elder and the others murmured in a low voice. In conclusion, the Tongxian mansion was saved. At least the Great Mansion Master was still alive. Once the Great Mansion Master returned, the Battle God clan would be able to rise again. However, the Tongxian mansion had to keep a low profile compared to the other three divine mansions. Otherwise, they would not be able to face the might of the divine mansions from the other prefectures. Can you really control me with such a weak technique? Your Battle God clan is famous for their formations. I, Xianxia, am worthy of my reputation. Today, I'll let you all witness who is the real array grandmaster. A true formation grandmaster? Ha ha ha, I also want to see if your attainments in array formations are better than the three of us. Don't disappoint me. Doqing laughed, completely disregarding Xianxia. This fella is boasting, wanting to surpass me in formation? That was ridiculous. Although Doqing did not dare to say that he was invincible in the field of formations, he dared to say that the number of people in the entire northern cold divine region who were better than him in the field of formations could be counted with 2 hands. However, Xianxia was just a nobody. How could he think that his attainments in the field of formations could surpass his? Wasn't this bullshit? There were countless formation masters in the Battle God clan. There were more than a dozen grandmasters, and Doqing could definitely be ranked in the top 5. The Battle God clan was known for their formations. He was confident that Xianxia wouldn't be able to fight back if he used the Sealing Yin formation. Xianxia wanted to use the formation to defeat him? That was just a fool's dream. Then let's see whose formation is better. Xianxia said with a faint smile. His body transformed into 9 supreme beings, forming into a formation. This is the 3rd time he used the 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pills effect. The remaining 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pills effect in his body has been depleted by 30%. But to Xianxia, this 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill is definitely enough to deal with Doqing's Yin Sealing formation. One body transforming into 9 supreme beings? Unfortunately, it's useless against my Yin Sealing formation. Doqing said confidently. He knows how terrifying the 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill is, but he is also very confident in his formation. No one can easily escape from his Yin Sealing formation. With the 9 venerables forming a formation, Xianxia was able to resist the pressure of the Sealing Yin formation. Between the 9 venerables, there was a surplus of energy. His formation was not weak at all. 9 Supreme Battle Formation! Xianxia shouted. The 9 Supremes instantly turned into 9 shadows of the heavens and spread out. One after another, the shadows of dragons appeared and fought against the Sealing Yin formation. Within the Sealing Yin formation, a cold wind was blowing and waves were rolling. The surrounding heaven and earth were shaking. Countless disciples of the Profound Connection Divine Palace retreated from the area to avoid hurting the innocent. If they didn't leave as soon as possible, they might be buried together with the Demi-Monarch Realm's might. They couldn't resist it. Retreat! Lin Yukong bellowed, causing the God King students to leave quickly. Xianxia's 9 Supreme Battle Formation is incomparably terrifying. Facing the cold wind of the Yin Sealing formation, it was unmoved like a mountain. The 9 figures kept unleashing their aura, trying to break the formation, but it was to no avail. However, the 2 sides fell into a stalemate, because no one could gain the upper hand. Both sides fell into a stalemate, one attacking and one defending. In the 9 Supreme Battle Formation, each of Xianxia's original body is extremely powerful, forcing Doqing to defend. However, the Yin Sealing formation is formed by the blood and souls of the 3 of them, so they value it more and are more connected. This point is not inferior to Xianxia's 9 Supreme Battle Formation. I didn't expect you to be evenly matched with me. Doqing was extremely shocked and said with a sigh. His strength was obvious to all. Being one of the 3 great formation masters of the Battle God clan, he could not gain the upper hand over Xianxia in terms of formation. Instead, he was in a stalemate. To Doqing, this is a great humiliation. How could Xianxia's 9 Supreme Battle Formation resist his Yin Sealing formation? Junior brothers, hurry up. We must defeat him as soon as possible. No one can defeat the people of the Battle God clan in terms of formation. Dou Qing transmitted his voice to the two junior brothers of the clan. The two of them nodded silently. The three of them pushed forward. Xianxia also felt the gale in the Yin ceiling formation rising and pressing down again. His 9 Supreme Battle formation is on the verge of collapse. From this, it can be seen that the experts of the Battle God clan are not ordinary people. Xianxia cannot underestimate them. After all, this is the special skill of the Battle God clan. Without the no beginning formation as a reference, Xianxia may not be able to judge whether he will be suppressed by Dou Qing's formation or not. Good. Good. Xianxia was not surprised. Instead, he was delighted. Only in this way could he stimulate his potential. Only in this way could he unleash his full strength. 9 dragons emerged from the 9 Supreme Battle formation. Dragon shadows were faintly discernible. At this moment, the dragon transformation skill was circulated to the maximum. Xianxia also unleashed his full strength to fight against Dou Qing and the other two. At this moment, both of them had unleashed their full strength. Terrifying airwaves from the 9 Supreme Battle formation overturned the horizon time after time and smashed against the Yin ceiling formation. Dou Qing's expression was cold. Facing Xianxia's 9 Supreme Battle formation, he did not dare to be negligent. This formation naturally had its merits since it could fight against his Yin ceiling formation. The two formations continuously collided. Xianxia did not hold back and wanted to charge out. Without exception, all 9 of the 9 Supreme Battle formation had unleashed their full strength. Damn it. Don't even think about breaking through the formation. Both of you, unleash the 4-star Dou formation technique. Dou Qing spoke again. The three of them were of one mind and unleashed the 4-star Dou formation technique in one go. The terror of the Yin ceiling formation instantly multiplied by several folds. Xianxia's 9 Supreme Battle formation was constantly being compressed and gathered together. Dou formation technique? You're not the only one who knows it. Xianxia sneered as he unleashed the Dou formation technique continuously. The destructive explosive power caused the 9 Supreme Battle formation to reach an unprecedented level. The 9 Supreme Battle formation and the Yin ceiling formation had both reached the level of the 4-star Dou formation technique. At that moment, Dou Qing's face turned even uglier. The Dou formation technique was a secret technique of the Battle God clan. But now, it had become a means for others to fight with him. It was too ironic. Dou Qingji was unwilling to give up. The two of them continued to clash against each other, causing the power of the formation to become more and more terrifying. Both of them had already reached their peak. Regardless of whether it was the 9 Extremes Battle formation or the Ceiling Yin formation, both of them were already on the verge of collapsing. That was because the two formations were about to completely merge together. Whoever's formation was stronger would be able to stand out from the rest. However, the power of the two formations was too close to each other, causing the two terrifying formations to almost cancel each other out. At that moment, if the two formations were to completely cancel each other out, it was possible that they would be heavily injured. 9 Supreme Battle formation, charge! Xianxia roared angrily. The 9 Supremes rose and soared into the sky. If you want to break my formation, go back and practice for a few thousand years. 5-star Dou formation technique. Xianxia, you must have never expected this. Ha ha ha. End of chapter 3087. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.